The Reborn Prince, Mages in the Mundane, Book 1, by Julianne Munich, narrated by Josie Mcintyre. Prologue. Mathilde stepped out of her tiny cottage, squinting at the midday sun warming her skin. She'd chosen vanity over discretion, wearing a green silk dress that flattered the raven-haired beauty in her mid-40s. As she closed the knotty pine door, she considered retrieving her hand mirror on the table. No, she decided. Best to leave her secret tools out of the public eye. She followed the familiar path through sun-kissed trees and past a rushing creek. Her feet, encased in thin slippers, felt every sharp rock and pebble. Her steps quickened when she reached soft grass. Not far from her tucked-away home was the prince's castle, its spire silhouetted against the azure sky. The royal wedding was underway. Prince Christopher d'Orleans and his bride Rosalind were to come out of the palace doors at 2. At that time, the church bells in nearby Montville would ring in celebration. Hoarse nickers and whinnying filled her ears as she came to the grassy slope where guest carriages and wagons were parked. Mathilde saw few elite carriages along the hillside. Most witnesses to the nuptials had come in one of the many farm wagons or traveled on foot. Mademoiselle Rosalind, daughter of an untitled military officer, was considered too low a match for the standards of Christopher's peerage. The couple had been snubbed. Christopher had chosen to marry Rosalind for love, Mathilde reasoned. If not for her deep concern over his younger brother, Prince Renaud, this may have been a happy and content thought. Renaud. He was the sole reason Mathilde still lived here. A hermit in her cottage fashioned for an evergreen tree. She took soft steps on the horse-trodden grasses nearing the palace's gardens. Townspeople, dressed in their Sunday best, arrived. Tricorn hats shielded the men from the sun. Bonnets and brimmed hats of pastel hues shaded the ladies' flushed faces. All gazed southward, watching the castle's double doors with anticipation. Mathilde tugged the brim of her bonnet low over her face. The bells tolled a delightful harmony up the hills from Montville's church. It was 2:00, and the ceremony inside the castle had concluded. People in the gardens chattered with excitement as Mathilde walked along a hedgerow. She stood near a group of young village ladies next to a bush blooming with fragrant roses. "Can you see from here, Lisette?" a girl in a flat-brimmed bonnet asked her friend. "Yes, Marie, I can see if I stand at the edge of the rose bush." The other young woman stood on her tiptoes. "Merci for reminding me how tiny I am. Tall ladies will be fashionable now. It says Rosalind is almost as tall as he is." "That cannot be true." The first girl shook her head, her bonnet ribbons swinging in the breeze. "His Highnesses Christopher and Renaud are the tallest men I've ever seen. Rosalind would have to be unusually tall to be close to either of them." Mathilde's heart took a plunge at the mention of Renaud's name. "Do you think His Highness Renaud might try to show his face here today?" Lisette's voice lowered to a whisper. "It would be rather awkward." Mathilde wrapped her arms around herself, bracing for the worst. She could very well move out of earshot, yet she was compelled to remain. Stubborn and still as a statue, listening with intent. "From what Monsieur Bernard told me, it would be beyond awkward," a third girl joined the others. "Prince Renaud was in his cups at the Montville Inn last night. He took to beating men like mad when someone mentioned Rosalind's name. And he pulled out a pistol, threatening to blow the men's heads away. If he comes, there will surely be trouble." "Mon Dieu!" Lisette exclaimed, mirroring her friend's hush. "I don't mean disrespect, but the man is as horrid as he is handsome." The girl named Marie spoke, her tone light and eager for gossip. "I've heard he's a deplorable rake among the prettiest girls, but could he truly hurt someone?" Mathilde's throat tightened as she stepped away from the group of younger women. This was all true, for she had witnessed Renaud's rage in her looking-glass the night before, his behavior growing worse and worse each day. "Here they come!" Lisette stood on her tiptoes again to see from her vantage point. 2 armed guards in blue uniforms emerged from the castle, holding open each of its front doors. The royal couple stepped out arm in arm. Crowds cheered. Mathilde clapped and smiled at the happy couple, reassured that nothing bad would come to them on this joyful afternoon. Christopher wore a black frock coat with a ruffled white cravat and blouse, his light brown hair tied back. Rosalind's bouffant, full-skirted gown was of a cream-colored silk, the color of ivory roses and accented with gold lace. Her blonde hair framed her face in a pompadour updo, adorned with tiny flowers. They were the beautiful golden couple. A shot like a thunder crack echoed in the air. Prince Christopher's mouth gaped open, his eyes wide with pain and shock. He tumbled to the ground, a heap of black fabric and white lace. Princess Rosalind let out a horrified wail, cupping her hands to her mouth, muffling her screams. Shouts and crying rose as people ran, scattering the palace lawn to escape the gunman, who could only be the groom's brother. A sob burst from Mathilde's throat as reality sunk in. He came. There was trouble. She should have brought her looking-glass. I could have monitored him, stopped him, she thought. I could have vanished away his gun by stealth, anything. She couldn't just stand by and watch this happen. Discretion be damned. She ran, leaving her spot in the gardens and rushing to the palace's stairs. She stumbled over her gown as others crowded around the sprawled form of Prince Christopher. Please let me through, I can help. Who are you, madam? Certainly not a doctor. A well-dressed gentleman spoke with a tone of contempt. Ignoring his words, she dropped to her knees next to Christopher. Her heart thudded as the prince lay on the marble floor with the wound in his chest, his clothes soaked with blood. Shouts of the name Renaud hammered at her ears. She tried to ignore the voices, the angry accusations. Princess Rosalind sobbed over her new husband. Wailing his name, her anguished cries bringing Mathilde a heightened sense of urgency. Blood spread over the groom's coat and blouse, the crimson liquid staining the bride's gown. Mathilde threw out one arm to hold Rosalind back, giving herself enough room to work. Your Highness, Princess, please. In haste, she used magic to rip his white blouse and reveal a small, gaping hole edged with blood. She laid her hand firmly upon it, slippery, warm, almost hot to the touch. He had a pulse, a weak heartbeat. Magic flowed from her fingertips, a warm sensation in her right hand. The blood, the bullet, and the wound vanished, the skin knitting itself together until only a pinkish scar remained. Who are you? Where did you come from? Someone shouted behind her. Christopher's chest rose as he took a deep breath. His eyelids fluttered, opening to search for his new wife's face. Princess Rosalind cried harder, drawing close to her husband's side, embracing him. The joy on her lovely young face was worth the risk. Mathilde's attention was drawn to a bearded guard in a military coat, rushing across the lawn. He raised his gun to fire back at the assassin. 2 shots rang out. More cries of horror surrounded her from all sides. Chaos grew as people crowded together on the ground, screaming and sobbing. A flurry of colorful gowns and coats scattered the green lawn. Mathilde scanned the east tree line, the source of the returning fire. Where is Renaud? She thought. Is he dead? A puff of smoke rose in the trees. There he was, all grown up, tall and handsome, his raven black hair falling over his brow, a long-barreled pistol in his raised hand. His white blouse was light against the green of the forest threshold. His arm dropped to his side, the gun still in his grip. He turned his back and ran into the trees. Mathilde acted without thinking. She vanished from Christopher's side using magical teleport and reappeared inside the forest in a heartbeat, desperate to catch up to Renaud. Twigs and bushes cracked from his running feet. Ahead of her, his white blouse caught the rays of the sun. She followed the specks of light. Another shot split the air. Renaud let out a shout of pain, dropping to the grass beneath a tall evergreen. No! The soldier guard had taken him down. She rushed to him as he lay face down, her silent spell ripping his clothing. She pressed a shaky palm on the bleeding, gaping wound on Renaud's upper back. His body trembled, his feet in shiny black boots shaking against her side. Warm waves of magic surged through her healing hand. His wound, and the bullet, which had penetrated his lung through his back, vanished and healed, knitting together as if time had reversed itself. He took a deep, heaving breath, his hands clawing and grasping blades of grass. Both brothers would live. The damage Renaud caused with his jealousy and hate was undone, fixed. She grasped his shoulder, pushing in an attempt to roll him over and see his face. What shall I tell him? He doesn't even know me. Men's voices came from the thicket of trees behind her, those sent to hunt Renaud down. Francis, please, go back to her. Let me handle this, one of them shouted. his voice trembling with clear anguish. Rapid footfalls approached as Renaud grunted, raised his head, and tried to push himself up. A man was coming, likely one of Christopher's guards or servants. She glanced back to see the pursuer. It wasn't the bearded soldier with the pistol. It was a man in a beige waistcoat and breeches. A hat shadowed his face. Panicking, Mathilde took Renaud's hand in a tight grip and teleported, taking him away to the secrecy and safety of her tree cottage. Your Highness. Prince Renaud. This was the moment of truth. A look of confusion came over the man as he lay in her small bed, staring up at the cottage's knotty pine ceiling. How are you feeling? Mathilde asked, her voice a whisper. The pain is gone. I have to leave. I must. He raised himself on his elbow. Relax, lie still for a while. She caressed his arm. He stilled, staring at his healer with icy blue eyes. Who are you? Some sort of a witch? Where am I? He has Theodore's face now that he's grown, Mathilde realized as her heart sunk like a stone in a frigid lake. The spitting image of that devil. But his black hair. It's all mine. And yes, I knew he would use that word if he saw my powers. My name is Mathilde, Your Highness, and you're in my cottage. She blinked her tearing eyes and hardened her tone, speaking like a stern governess. I saved you. That's all I can say. You cannot escape justice from your brother if they find you alive. You didn't succeed because I saved him as well. Half-brother, if you want to be precise. I'm the bastard no one cares a thing about. A pained look of defeat crossed Renaud's face. Let me go. He made a jerking move to raise himself from the small bed. Mathilde panicked. She clapped her hand to his forehead. Dormez, go to sleep. He slumped to a reclined position, his arm flopping to the side. His eyes glazed over and closed as he passed into a comatose slumber. Renaud lay there for some time, asleep, his breathing soft and shallow. Without shame, Mathilde stroked his temple and dark hair with her fingers, her heart aching, not one spark of recognition. Just, who are you? With tears stinging her eyes, she then cast the most powerful spell she'd ever used in her life. Effacer la mémoire d'avie, the amnesia curse. Wiping out memories was one of the most unlawful, forbidden spells of the society. He remained comatose as Mathilde sat and rested for an hour, assured he would remain asleep. She knew where she needed to take him, Paris. A vast and crowded city where she could create for him an entirely new life. She'd given him a consequence for his evil deed, but one of her own design. She squeezed Renaud's hand and teleported with him to the forest behind her tree cottage, landing on the mossy ground beneath a canopy of elms and evergreens. From there, she performed several teleports from one remote place to another. Forests, valleys, near small towns. That night, she conjured a simple shelter from the elements by casting an enlarging spell on a hollow old Normandy oak tree. The young man remained asleep. Exhausted from her strenuous feats of magic, Mathilde rested inside the fragrant moss-lined tree after she transported both herself and her long-lost son. She caught a few hours of sleep, moving on at daybreak. The two of them arrived in Paris that evening, appearing in a flash in her cousin Armand Guérin's sitting room. Renaud landed in a slumped position upon his settee. Mathilde! Armand jumped back from where he had been standing, his eyes like saucers. Great mage of old! It's good to see you again, but who is this strange young man? And why is he sleeping on my sofa? Mathilde collapsed upon his chair, her green dress wrinkled and her hair untidy. She took a deep breath of relief. Please, I need help. Chapter 1. 2 years later. Armand paid a visit to Mathilde, who invited him to her home for tea. Finally, the dear lady was open to communication. Upon arriving, he took in the sight of the Paris apartment, Mathilde's secret home for the past 2 years. Dull stone walls, a cracked window, a grimy wood floor, and a plain fire hole that could barely be called a hearth. Holes within the walls were certainly homes for vermin. He met her eyes. The uneasiness in her face evoked pity and protectiveness in his heart. This is how you still insist on living? Oui. Mathilde lowered her gaze. It's a price I need to pay.
Just for now. Allow me.
Armand made a sweeping motion with his hand. The broken, spindly chairs transformed into fashionable, upholstered rococo loungers. The drab fireplace expanded and grew into a lovely hearth accented by 2 marble cherub statues and a vase of white roses. An ornate, gilded table appeared, bearing a tea set. Armand turned the hole-infested, cracked walls into golden satin. His finishing touch was a Persian rug to cover the dingy floor. Within less than a minute, the impoverished flat resembled a fine parlor.
I feel more at home now, if you can forgive me for that.
A rose-fragrant relief filled him for the beauty he just created. No reason to be surrounded by ugliness and squalor if he didn't need to. Monsieur Armand Guerin, an exiled mage, had enough of that in his early years, waking up every sunless day on a thin straw mat, facing a pane of glass with enormous centipede-like creatures crawling on the other side. He'd spent years being caged like an animal beneath the earth, but no more. Armand was free. He enjoyed a quiet, comfortable life. Thank you. You're quite talented. Mathilde laid her hand on the blue and white French provincial teapot. You even made the tea warmer.
I also flavored it with honey and a shot of brandy. The best thing the Saint-Magis ever invented. For my benefit more than yours.
He gave her his easy smile, but she didn't laugh. White roses. Mathilde glanced at the transformed fireplace. You remembered they're my favorite.
Oui, of course.
He gave her a subdued smile. She waved her hand and conjured herself a deep green brocade robe à l'anglaise gown. Her long black hair instantly styled and pinned itself back in a chignon.
I indulge in such finery only to see you. Please sit down.
He and Mathilde sat and took their tea. The brandy added some good zest. Armand inhaled a deep breath, preparing for the matter at hand. He had no choice but to give her some unpleasant news. Glancing around the room, he spoke in a quiet voice.
Before we say more, did you cast an anti-espionage spell before you invited me here?
Oui. A golden lock charm against all others. My home is safe.
Using golden lock is fine for keeping your home and us hidden,
said Armand.
But you need another privacy spell for extra security. Use fog.
Who would listen to us that we need the fog charm?
I've learned some things regarding you and the young man.
She set her cup down. What things?
I want to let you know I understand and I'll support you.
Mathilde spooned a bit of sugar in the cup, stirring it with shaky hands. Merci. Do you mean you will accept both of us? So you know, even though I never revealed it to you.
Oui. The moment I saw him, his age is right for the years you were gone.
The grief of Armand's long ago past gripped his heart unexpectedly. Mathilde's child is alive, he thought. He grew up. Mine didn't even draw a breath of life. You put 2 and 2 together. Mathilde's shaky, anxious voice dashed his agonized thoughts away. Armand washed them down further with a long gulp of brandy tea, repeating his mantra to himself. Do not envy the living. Let the dead rest. Let them be your hope.
Yes, I came to a logical conclusion.
So let us be a family, just the 3 of us, said Mathilde. We can reveal ourselves to him, little bits of magic at a time, so he won't be frightened. Right now, he wants answers.
It would be odd if he didn't demand answers. The boy's only human.
Mathilde raked her fingers over her fine green gown. I made a mistake. I should have exposed it when he first awoke. He might have accepted magic as a normal thing, but now it's too late.
You don't understand.
Armand's heart raced. She cannot suggest he become as careless as she. I'm old. To risk being sent back down. Understand? Her brow furrowed as she sipped some tea.
We need the fog charm.
Armand leaned forward in his chair, his voice a tense whisper.
Immediately. It needs to be cast against Alexis.
My nephew? With a resolved shake of her head, Mathilde closed her fingers together and waved her fist in a circle 3 times. Bouillard de raton, she whispered, securing the charm. Silver fog misted the walls and ceiling of the room for a moment, clinging like a ghostly, smoky presence. The glass belonging to Alexis is now silenced and fogged, wherever he is, said Mathilde.
Now will you please tell me why he would be spying on me, other than the usual narrow-minded family contempt?
Armand watched the fog dissipate.
Another sip of tea failed to alleviate the dread in his heart. You're being hunted. His mouth pressed into a grim frown. They know of your crimes. Alexis has known for some time, I've learned. By crimes, do you mean the ultimate crime? Mathilde's face paled. No.
Armand shook his head.
Thankfully not that. The mage government hasn't learned the truth of Renaud's parentage.
They only know of the healings? Armand nodded.
Yes, the spells, but not, he cleared his throat, your past, or Renaud's bloodline. No one from the society witnessed me perform the spells. Her shaky hand gripped the teacup. What was not seen by the mages cannot be proven.
Armand's heart ached with worry as he swallowed more brandy-laced tea.
He was certain he'd seen Mathilde's nephew, his own much younger cousin, the mage law officer Alexis Savah. He'd spotted him out in the city with his government-issued spy-looking glass in hand, riding around like royalty in an elegant coach. And there were the mage news scroll stories. With their usual scorn, name-calling, and propaganda, the society hadn't changed much. If the stories were true, it was only a matter of time. He couldn't imagine her, dear little cousin Tildy, thrown down in that horrible place. When you performed those healing spells in public, another mage saw you. He set down his teacup and fidgeted with its handle, stroking it with a knobby thumb and forefinger. Her eyes went wide. I'm the only mage who's ever lived near the castle. Do you remember the maid? The woman caught in the crossfire and killed. She gasped. What? I don't remember a maid being shot. I was confused. I followed Renaud while he tried to escape in the forest, before the guard shot him. But there was an exchange of gunfire. The housemaid died later.
Armand's lips sunk in a frown.
She was not a mage herself, yet she was born of 2 magical parents. She was the daughter of a now-deceased lay conseil official, disgraced for having a child with no powers. Mathilde set her shaking teacup down. Renaud killed someone after all? He clasped his hand and leaned forward. Yes, and, as I said, a mage saw what you did. I don't live in the society any longer, but I still read their news scrolls. They're calling you a wanted criminal. I could have saved the woman's life as well, even if it was a crime. If you had gone back to heal the maid, you would have 3 charges against you rather than 2. The society couldn't care less about a Saint-Magie housemaid. Armand took another gulp of the tea with a strong urge to transform it into pure, high-proof spirits. I don't regret what I've done. He's harmless now. Mathilde's small shoulders held a rigid posture of defense. Not perfect, but better than he was. Then your acts are worse. What you're doing with his memories could end in a disaster for him. In prison for you. If your nephew finds you, he won't hesitate to have you thrown in the glass dungeon. His throat went tight on the word glass dungeon. I'm aware of the danger. I'm hiding well enough. She took a very small sip of tea. Is the brandy too strong? No, it's quite calming to my nerves. I know you're worried about me, but I can take care of myself just fine, thank you. Alexis learned you were once living near a Saint-Magie royal family, and he's placed you here in Paris. I highly doubt he would care to spend his days here searching for me. Mathilde waved her hand as if the idea were a pesky insect. In a poor Saint-Magie populated neighborhood, that arrogant young man, he's just as prejudiced as my brother against them. It's his job as a mage law officer, so he does venture out of Fontaine and Chantilly into good old mundane Paris sometimes. I'm almost certain I saw him riding in a fine coach, an unusual sight in this part of town. Would you care for more tea? Mathilde cast her gaze to the blue and white china service. No. No more of my creatively enhanced tea.
Armand put up his palm.
I'm never going back to being a drunkard. He pulled from his coat pocket a tiny scroll of paper and pointed his finger at it. The rolled paper grew larger, increasing about 10 times in size. It was a copy of the Society's new scroll, Les Nouvelles pour les Sorciers. Here is an issue, the whole story about your allegations. Would you like me to read it for you, or do you want to read it? I shall read it. Thank you. He passed the news scroll to her. She found the front page article. A mage informant, who asked to have his name withheld, witnessed Mademoiselle Savard's heinous crimes and alerted Officer Alexis Savard, a relative of the accused, she read. But who was the informant? I don't know. Armand shrugged, raising his palms. She read more of the scroll. Anyone with information about this reckless and hysterical spinster woman, a vile abuser of power, and a threat to our security and our very existence, please visit Le Conseil Supreme headquarters and send a message to Nicholas Roux, Chief Law Officer. She lowered the paper and gave Armand a look of exasperation. I'm a reckless and hysterical spinster woman. And they must feel that it's of the utmost importance that spinster be included in my criminal profile? Armand couldn't help but grin. You're an unforgettable spinster woman, no doubt. Mathilde laid the scroll on the table, pushing it away. I never wanted to harm society, Armand. I only wanted to save lives. Christopher and Renaud were more important to me than anything. But who informed Alexis and the government? Was there anyone you can recall? One can't identify a mage in a crowd. It could have been the man chasing me in the forest. He saw me teleport with Renaud, and I didn't get a good look at him. And many people saw me heal Prince Christopher. She lifted her chin. I still don't regret it. Whoever he was, he didn't even need to know your name. Armand toyed with the flowery teacup's smooth handle. Alexis would have seen you by reading into the others' minds with his powers. Didn't you disguise yourself? No. I plan to stay in disguise from now on. He poured himself a bit more of the brandy-laced tea. You're the only family member I can talk to these days. All I have left. I don't want you to suffer my fate. He downed the last cup. The brandy warmed his head, dulling both the memories of prison and his present lonely existence. Thank you for your loyalty. Mathilde stood and went to Armand to embrace him, kissing his cheek. Her touch was comfort, just like the liquor. Kinship and connection were what Armand Guerin had long been starved of. Mathilde moved to watch out the window. Luke is coming home. She turned to him with wide eyes of urgency. You must change things back now. But, of course. Armand raised his hands to prepare his magic. Wait, Luke? Oui. One of his middle names. I thought it was best. Armand waved his hands to transform the room into the condition it had been before. The fireplace shrunk down to the ashy stone hole. The cherub statues and the rug vanished, and the room returned to its normal state of a squalid, impoverished apartment. The rose bouquet remained as his kind gesture. I'll talk to you later. He made sure to stand in an open area of the room to prepare for a speedy teleport. Please stop at my home soon. But use as many protective charms as you can. Use invisibility when you walk outdoors. Adieu. Thank you for visiting, though our topic of conversation wasn't something I wanted to hear. She glanced to the window, wringing her hands. But now you know, and you can protect yourself. Merci. She waved her hand to her face. In the blink of an eye, she transformed into her disguise as a poor old woman, some 30 years past her true age. Deep wrinkles covered her fine features. Her lovely green gown turned to rags, and her raven black updo turned to sparse gray wisps. When she spoke again, her voice had changed, weaker and tremulous. Luke just opened the door downstairs. You don't need to teleport away yet. I would like to introduce you. A smile pulled Armand's lips. Very well. But I must look as I did when he saw me in the streets. He swept his finger towards himself and transformed his black coat and breeches into ripped trousers and a stained vest. An untidy gray beard sprouted on his face. The apartment door burst open as the tall man in work clothes marched in with the bearing of a proud peacock. Aunt Mathilde, I'm home. His gaze fell on Armand with a look of surprise. Well, hello. Luke, this is Armand. Mathilde bowed in his direction. You might have seen him around. He has a fruit-selling cart. This was true. Armand's main activity, when not at home, was peddling fruit and other foods for a cheap price, or more likely, free. A hungry child's face lit up with gratitude was worth it. Luke nodded to him. Armand, I'm Luc Bisset. Pleased to meet you, Michor. He held out his hand to shake. Armin politely shook his hand. Pleased to meet you. The former prince's hand was rough, calloused and firm, his expression friendly. He had bright blue eyes and a narrow nose. Surely from his Saint-Magie nobleman father, whose name Mathilde hadn't disclosed. He resembled his magical maternal side more, so much that the resemblance had given Mathilde's deep secret away in Armin's eyes. Luke had the Savard family's sharply chiseled chin and prideful Cupid's bow mouth. His black hair was clearly Mathilde's. His clothes were that of a pauper, but his broad shoulders filled out his cheap blouse and waistcoat. I hope to speak to you again, but I must be going, said Armin. Thank you for tea, Mathilde. Not wanting to overstay, he stepped out the door Luke had opened. He continued down the building's rickety staircase, the smell of mold clinging to his nose. He kept his untidy clothes and beard until he went inside his own house, also hidden from other mages with a powerful charm called Serrure du Riz, or Golden Lock, safe and secure.
Chapter 2. Luke knelt at the hearth, laying twigs of kindling wood over hot ash to start a fire. Behind him, the old spinster woman fumbled with a knife. She made awkward, weak chopping sounds, an attempt to turn 4 potatoes and 2 onions into a meager soup. Do you want me to help? His feet ached from pounding the pavement, and his stomach screamed with hunger. He raised himself to his full height, his stature filling the tiny room. Let me do this. Taking the knife from her knobbed and veiny hands, he finished slicing the vegetables. Any other potatoes? This is all we have for tonight, I'm afraid. She tottered to her spindly chair to sit down. I'll look for another job. Luke cut the last potato. He slammed the knife tip into the wooden sideboard with a loud bang. It stayed stuck. He huffed, anger simmering with him like a pot of the tasteless potato soup they were forced to eat. He tossed the vegetables into the pot with a splash. The next job you find, come straight home after work. Don't stop for drinks or cavorting. Stay away from ruffians. Aunt Mathilde's voice was tremulous and cracked. You're ignoring the fact I'm one of the ruffians myself. I laid a good one on that shop owner last week. He tried to cheat me. Start on a clean slate. Look for work downtown. People like you when they first see you. She huddled in the chair in her ragged dress and shawl, taking up one of Luke's shirts to mend, or try to mend with her stiff, awkward fingers. You're an optimistic woman, Aunt Mathilde. He hung the pot over the fire, jerking his hands away before he could get burned. Of course they like me, but there are few people I choose to like. That's a poor attitude. You must give up your pride. Where did being humble get you? He spun around to face her. You once told me I came from decent means. You haven't come far in life, so don't tell me how to conduct myself. Pride is the only thing I have. He raked his hands through his hair, turning away from the sight of that infernal woman. When he strolled the streets with his head high, attracting the admiring glances of women, he felt like everyone else. His facade was better than the pit of nothingness when forced to be alone. To think but not remember. The loss of your parents became my failures, Aunt Mathilde asked, a teary-eyed expression on her wrinkled face. Why the hell don't I remember then? Luke. She gave a tired sigh. For the thousandth time, what happened to my life? He gestured to his arms wildly, looking around the room. It's not just that I'm stuck living in this dump of a place. I know I live longer than 2 damned years or less because I'm not infantile. I could speak and reason as a grown man. Part of him wanted to grab her by the shoulders and shake her frail body until she gave him the answers he needed. He couldn't hurt her. The only person with him when he awakened from the fog 2 years ago. The only one who knew him. Called him by a name. I know you're frustrated, Luke. Every time I ask you what happened, since you're my only family, you refuse to tell me, or you give me vague answers. Do not keep raising your voice to me, young man, Aunt Mathilde admonished, holding up her sewing needle. I'm sorry life turned out this way, and I'm sorry about your illness, I truly am. She averted eye contact with him as she clutched the fabric of his shirt. Her hand trembled with the sewing needle. Illness? Luke sighed, attempting to calm himself. I shouldn't be looking for employment then. People with illness are sent to that wretched hospital on Rue St. Clair. Shouldn't I just go there? Can they fix me? No. Aunt Mathilde's eyes scrunched shut. She's going to cry again, of course, he thought with a pang of guilt.
Her sewing needle dropped on the grimy floor. Luke stepped forward to pick it up for her. A coarse, pale thread was attached to it. He placed it back into her bony fingers without a word. Merci. Aunt Mathilde blinking her bloodshot, tearing eyes. No, I know you may not have some of the knowledge others have. You're a perfectly capable man. You have it in you to be a great man if you work hard and care about others. You think I can't? He wanted it so much it hurt. To be a great man, to belong, to be held in esteem. Just like those high-born men in their lacy clothing. You've gone through 2 jobs and lost them due to your temper. She clutched the fabric close to her face to see the needle. Stop being a fool. Use those strong arms and that charming face for good. Her cracking voice grated on his ears. All right then, I will. She was probably right. Just try again. Tomorrow at the break of dawn. He churned the spoon through the potatoes, the water finally boiling. The next morning, Luke awoke before sunrise. He combed and tied back his dark hair neatly, polished his scuffed boots before putting them on. He went out the tenement door in the quiet, narrow street, the cobblestones damp with last night's rain. As he walked, he inhaled the morning air in an attempt to awaken his mind and remember. Recent memories of the current year and the last, previous jobs, driving cab carriages, a bar brawl, a fight with the store clerk, and several dalliances with saloon women were there and real, knocking around his head. Before that, fog. Racking his brain, not one new glimmer came up. His mind became distracted once again with the sights and sounds of the city at dawn. A lone carriage with hooves clip-clopping, echoing on the cobblestone. A horse's snort and nicker. He enjoyed those sounds, though his wish to have money for a carriage and horses of his own filled him with envy. Aunt Mathilde told him he could have good things others had if he worked hard. After walking about a half hour, he was in the majestic center of the city amongst taller, more ornate buildings. A cathedral steeple pointed to the brightening violet skies, suggesting fair weather. The bell chimed 6 times to mark the hour, setting off an influx of people and carriages rolling along the streets, sweeping the tranquil quiet away. Peddlers began shouting at everyone. People brought things, perhaps only to shut them up. He threw his shoulders back in confidence. I'm Luc Bisset, he thought to himself. I can work hard, even if fools in the city try to slay my spirit and cheat me. The window of the bank's glass door reflected Luke's image as he walked past it and drew closer to make certain he looked presentable. He grinned at his reflection. The answer to that was a definite oui. The moment he turned away from the window, 2 ladies in a carriage smiled at him. He waved and returned the smile. He took proud strides across the street, throwing his arm out to signal a coach to halt, letting him through. Women, men, and children in ragged clothes lined up on the edge of the damp street. Youngsters sat cross-legged with clay pots in their laps, hoping for a few coins to drop. Beggars. He and Aunt Mathilde could suffer this fate soon. When he came within a few steps of a girl with her clay pot, she locked sad brown eyes with him in expectation. Her face was dirty, her curls matted. I don't remember being small like that. I have nothing, he mumbled to her with sinking embarrassment, hooking one finger on his empty waistcoat pocket. Sorry, little girl. I'll give you something when I can. 'Tis all right, monsieur. Her soot-smudged little face forced a gape-toothed smile. He walked on. Once he had a sou or two, he vowed to drop it in one of the endless cups or pots, despite being only an eviction notice away from joining their street corner party. Luke's attention was drawn to a commotion of men's voices around the corner. Behind a fence, workmen carrying bricks and tools milled around with controlled chaos. One of the men's commanding shouts rose above the others. Too slow. The south wall should have a base by next Sunday. Who else will we lose today? Luke drew closer to the building site. His curiosity piqued. You, come here. A stocky-bodied man in a long coat made gestures in his direction. Me? Luke stepped forward. Yes, you. You want me to help. The building crew must need a new bricklayer. Perhaps he could ask to fill in. Do you know how to lay bricks? Are you a strong man? We're desperate here, the foreman shouted. Of course, I'm quite strong. A smirk of pride came over his face. No need to be humble about this. The foreman examined him up and down, taking in his tall height and fit build.
I'm impressed. Would you be able to carry a stack of those 1x3 bricks over there?
I should think so. Members of the work crew eyed him with a sense of curiosity. Luke took off his waistcoat and rolled up the sleeves of his blouse. Hold my vest for me. The man obliged. He approached the designated pile of massive bricks. Bending to a kneel, he lifted a brick and cradled it under his arm while taking another and another. With a burst of ambitious energy, he hoisted them all and carried the stack of 4 to the boss. Where do you want them?
On that row, said the foreman. Do you know how to apply mortar?
I think I do. Luke set the rectangular, rust-brown bricks down one by one before handling a trowel and a pot of the thick, pasty substance.
You spread it like butter on bread, correct? Yes. Spread the mortar evenly. Don't waste it.
Like this? Luke asked, following directions to the best of his ability. Men around him stopped to watch. He felt the man's critical, bushy-browed eyes upon him. In only a few minutes, he had unloaded the bricks and laid them down, adhered the bottom row with a layer of carefully applied mortar. He swelled with pride, knowing he was making a rather good impression. A menial job, but at least a start.
Mon Dieu! That is the fastest I've ever seen a man lay bricks,
the foreman exclaimed, his caterpillar-like brows lifting.
He's strong as an ox, a man concurred.
The foreman raised his index finger.
If you already have a job, I want you to quit it and join our bricklaying crew as soon as you can. When can you start?
Today. I was looking for a situation. A grin spread on his lips. Amazing luck.
What is your name, strong man?
Luc Bisset.
Excellent. 4 leva an hour is what I give this crew.
Thank you. It was twice what he made as cab carriage driver last month. I'm glad to join you, gentlemen. By the time 6 o'clock in the evening came after the sun-drenched day, a few other men invited Luke to join them for drinks at a nearby pub. Thank you for the invite, but not tonight. Luke wiped his brow. I need to go home to my family. Wife, eh? Asked Jean Paquette. A young worker in baggy culottes, a wide-brimmed hat, and a blouse too big for his small frame. He'd spent the day engaging Luke in small talk, keeping him pleasant enough company. The fellow seemed rather in awe of Luke's speed and strength. His encouraging face made him motivated to work faster and harder.
Good God, no.
Luke washed his hands in a nearby water bucket.
I'm a bachelor. I live with my elderly aunt. I try to support her.
That's kind of you. Paquette took off his sun hat. He used his sleeve to wipe his blemished forehead, pushing back a lock of his messy auburn hair.
I'm the only thing separating her from the dirty streets, to be honest. See you tomorrow morning.
Luke gave him an amiable nod.
Chapter 3. Luke's hands and sleeves were caked with mortar. Sweat rolled down his face in the September heat as he stacked bricks alongside Jean Paquette. I'm watching the shadows to tell time until he calls for a break to eat. Jean smoothed a layer of mortar with his trowel. I'm starving. Luke nodded. Thirsty, too. Care to share your jug of water? Don't mind at all. Jean lifted his water jug from the gravelly, sun-baked ground and handed it over to Luke, who pulled off the cork stopper and took a swig from the clay vessel. The water was warm enough to steep tea in it. Thank you. Mason gave a commanding shout to the crew.
Gentlemen, look as if you're working hard. The Marquis is here.
An ornate, brass-trimmed carriage had arrived at the building site, pulled by a team of 4 elegant white horses.
Who cares? Mumbled Luke.
He and Jean slapped mortar on rows of bricks, their clothes picking up more splatters of the pasty substance. It's the Marquis de Brumont. Jean squinted at him under the high noon sun. The owner of the building when it's finished. Some family friends of mine are members of his household staff. That's how I found out about this job in the first place. He stood up straight to acknowledge the noble visitor. A white-wigged man in a champagne-colored overcoat stepped out of the coach, aided by a servant. Mason and the architect greeted him, gushing what Luke thought was an excessive cow-towing manner. Well, let him be impressed by our progress. Luke gripped his mortar trowel as he stood up to observe with Jean. Hopefully our sweat and blood will be worth something to this foolish fop. Shh, watch your tone. Jean shot him a chiding look. I wonder if his daughter is here to oversee their building. She's quite a sight. He kept an eye on the coach. A girl stepped out of the carriage. Luke nearly gasped at the vision as his dusty-booted feet seized movement. Dressed in a cloud of pink satin and lace, she clutched her wide skirt as she skipped over the rough ground to stand near her father. Luke's eyes roamed over her hourglass figure decked with ribbon along her dress bodice. The sight of the skin above her neckline made him dream. Imagine how soft it must be to the touch. Her face and hair were like an angel's. Beautiful, Luke breathed. Jean chortled. You have a better chance of this building being finished tonight than touching the hand of that fine lady. You think so? Luke gave Jean a narrow-eyed look of challenge.
Good day, Lady Evangeline.
Luke heard Mason say to the girl, bowing.
It is a pleasure.
Merci. Good day, monsieur, she replied in a sweet voice.
My dear, I asked you to stay in the carriage. There is no place for you.
The Marquis de Brumont gave his daughter a raise of his eyebrow. Father, I only wanted to step out and stretch my limbs and take some air. It's much too stuffy in the carriage. Evangeline fluttered a little pink fan that perfectly matched her gown. She took in the sight of the busy crew. They're working so hard. I do hope they know we appreciate it. Luke couldn't stand it any longer. His heart demanded to be noticed and acknowledged by this beauty. Standing up straight, he set his trowel on the brick and called out to her using her name. Good evening, Lady Evangeline. It is my pleasure to be at your service. He bowed, straightened his posture, and grinned. He took a moment to preen at his hair, sweeping a strand that had fallen over his eye. Her eyes met his with shock, taken aback at this worker's brazen act of familiarity. The lady turned and walked back to the carriage, her golden ringlets bouncing. A footman gave her a hand back into the safe cocoon of the vehicle. Mason gave Luke a look of outrage before mumbling an apology to the Marquis.
Pardon the actions of my help. I believe the hot sun has baked whatever excuse for a brain he has.
Luke took in a sharp breath, clenching his sweaty fists. His help? An excuse for a brain? It took skill as well as muscle to arrange and construct these walls for countless hours. He deserved to be treated like a human, not a brainless pack mule. The Marquis made eye contact with Luke. His expression turned to shock and bafflement as he rubbed his wig-topped forehead before turning back to Mason and the architect.
I expect the roof and interior walls will be done by midwinter?
The nobleman asked.
Most certainly, Your Honor.
Mason nodded at him like a fool. The Marquis gazed over the building's walls.
I want plenty of decorative friezes and moldings. I like a vine and leaf pattern. Corinthian columns in the exterior and inside the ballroom. Venetian windows, just as in the plans. Yes, Your Honor.
The architect scribbled notes and marks on his drawings. The Marquis joined his daughter in the carriage, tended to by a fussing footman. As they drove away, Mason scowled at Luke, his hooded eyes hidden beneath bushy brows.
That was completely out of line, Bissett. You are only to work and keep your mouth closed. Be sure Archibald and I are the only ones who need to speak to His Honor and the lady.
Luke sucked in a breath, mustering up control to not pummel Mason's head into a pulp. I didn't think I was behaving in an uncouth manner. Uncouth. I've never heard of the word, but I still used it.
You were, said Mason. There are unwritten rules when it comes to dealing with the nobility. Even I feel unworthy to speak with them. And you're nothing to them.
Nothing? We're building their damn hotel for them. Luke took a few steps towards Mason, his right fist clenched and raised. The desire to pound in that bulbous, veiny nose of his was extremely tempting. Would this Marquis care to haul the bricks himself?
Bissett, do you want to be relieved of your duties?
Mason snapped. Luke's self-control battled his impulse to unleash his fist. The vision of himself and old Aunt Mathilde sitting on the streets with clay pots, just like those children. His self-control won.
No. Back to work, all of you.
Mason addressed everyone while giving an eye of warning to Jean, who seemed amused by his friend's insolence. The sweaty youth kept grinning. Luke kept his mouth shut the rest of the sweltering day, brooding over the insults of the foreman while moving load after load of the heavy bricks. He'd show Mason what a nothing could do. At quitting time, Jean Paquette offered a friendly invitation. I've been hoping I could show you around my neighborhood sometime. My family wanted to meet you. What have you been telling your family about me? Luke squinted his eyes. Nothing bad.
the youth replied, taking off his floppy sun hat. His nose was well sunburned, his auburn hair untidy as usual. Just that you're one of the best bricklayers I've had the chance to build with. That your strength and speed are legendary. Luke's mood lifted a bit. Encouragement and praise. He would die like a man suffering from thirst if he did not get it. Many thanks, Paquette, he said with a grin. I am quite fast and strong. And humble as well, Jean chuckled. Up this avenue, past the riverfront, is the part of the city where I live. He led Luke through the city center, near the Seine's great bridge with its cacophony of seagulls. Jean stopped to toss a bit of bread from his lunch sack into the street. The flock of white birds went mad, swooping down with ear-piercing squawks. Luke jumped out of the way to dodge a wing-beating seagull. Confound it, I hate those things. Jean squinted up at the birds. I shouldn't feed them while people starve. No, you shouldn't. Luke glanced past the seagulls towards a group of workmen by the ship docks. We're fortunate to even have bread. For 3 weeks last winter, he and Aunt Mathilde had gone without coins for food. He rummaged scraps from a butcher shop at one point. Never again. They walked farther from the great bridge and onto a modest residential street lined with narrow row houses, 3 or 4 stories high. The place bustled with carriage traffic, children playing on the staircases and mothers visiting amongst each other. Hello, Jean, a shawl-draped woman called out from her stone steps. Bonjour, Jeanne. He gave her a friendly wave, their similar names sounding like echoes. She's my neighbor, he told Luke. This is my home. All 5 of us live on the bottom floor. He pointed to a narrow building sandwiched between the others, like books on a shelf. Would you like to come in and meet my family? And my lady love? Lady? Jean had never said anything about having a lady love. Not that Luke had asked. He tuned out most of the young man's talk about other people. Jean led Luke up the steps and inside, where he was greeted by 5 friendly faces in a warm room with a rough-hewn table and chairs. The smell of chicken and onion soup added to the pleasant atmosphere. Luke took the middle-aged couple to be Madame and Monsieur Paquette, and the 2 small boys as his brothers. A petite brunette girl in her late teens stood cooking with his mother. The girl with her long brown hair and brown eyes had the ordinary face every young lady in the city seemed to have. This is Luke, a man I work with. Jean gestured to him. I'd like you to meet my parents, my brothers Hugo and Leon, and this is Clemence. He gestured to the girl. Pleased to meet all of you. Luke glanced polite nods to the family. Are you hungry? Jean's mother clenched her wooden spoon in a pot holder. I can always put more water in the soup. Yes, merci, madame. Well, come and have a seat, Luke. The elder Paquette, a balding fellow, gestured to a scuffed wooden chair. The more the merrier. We've heard you are quite a worker. Luke sat next to the 2 boys. The slightly older boy had 2 missing front teeth. Did that little boy get his teeth knocked out? Or did they fall out? He couldn't remember how he acquired his own teeth, or if they were ever knocked out. All he knew was that his teeth looked better than most other people's. The soup had chicken along with the potatoes, unlike Aunt Mathilde's. The food was quite good, better than what he was used to lately. They even had butter for bread, a rare treat. Jean and Clemence stole fond glances at each other. Clemence blushed as she leaned in and whispered to Jean, Aren't you going to tell your friend our big news? Of course. I'm sorry. Jean touched Clemence's hand. Luke, Clemence will soon be a part of my family. She accepted my proposal of marriage. Marriage? Luke furrowed his brow. Why would he get tied down with a wife when he was barely 20, or less? Jean's sun-ruddy face broke into an ear-to-ear grin. I hope you can come to our wedding. It'll be small, though. We don't have funds to feed a crowd. I'm saving up to rent the room across the street. He looked at Clemence. The girl radiated joy with her pink cheeks. She picked up her mug of milk and sipped it, glancing at Jean with lowered eyelashes. Congratulations, said Luke. Do you have a wife, Monsieur? Madame Paquette asked him. Luke controlled his urge to scoff. No, never married. Haven't found the right one, I guess. So, congratulations, Jean, and... Clemence, the girl answered. Clemence, repeated Luke, giving Jean's fiancé a polite nod. Congratulations. Jean stood up and pushed in his chair. That was delicious dinner. I think your loaves of bread are softer than even Mamma's.
Me sure? A small voice piped up. Can you play Kick the Rock with Hugo and me?
Luke turned to the two boys. You play Kick the Rock by kicking a rock around the street, I presume? He asked the wide-eyed youngsters.
Oui, said the youngest, a boy of about 5 or 6 with a mop of curly ginger hair. We see who kicks it the farthest.
Well, let's go then. Luke waved them forward, feeling a glow of pride for the thought of children looking up in admiration to someone like him. He headed out, led by Jean's little brothers, content with the thought of doing childlike things. After all, I can't remember ever being a child. Outside, shaded by the close-stacked buildings around them, they chose rocks from the ground to kick into the cobblestone street. Horses and carriages sped past. Luke ran to retrieve the rocks, picking them up so the children wouldn't be in danger of getting hit. As the shadows grew darker, the mother called to her boys from the top window that it was time to wash up and get to bed.
Be sure, Luke, you're the best rock kicker ever, squealed the little red-haired Leon.
He and his brother Hugo, a boy of about 7, rushed to hug him around the waist. Luke smiled and gave them playful hand slaps. Good night. Jean and Clemens came outside arm in arm just as the boys went in.
Be sure, you've made some friends, said Clemens.
They're good little fellows, Luke shrugged. They usually get along well. Jean waved a hand in the boys' direction. They have each other, and think I'm too much of a bore to be their playmate, so I'm glad they took to you. I find kicking rocks fun, I admit. Better than hefting bricks for hours. Are the boys and your parents the only ones in your family? An odd question. Luke was still in the process of learning, at the ripe old age of his mid-20s, what other people's families were like. Jean didn't seem to mind. Hugo wasn't born until I was 12. Leon came the next year. I was thrilled to have brothers after being alone for so long. I had a sister years ago, but she didn't make it. His expression went somber. Clemens put her hand on Jean's shoulder.
Both Jean and I lost siblings growing up. My sister Colette was my twin and I never knew her, but I dream about her.
Do you? The urge to open his mouth and share his bizarre night dreams bubbled up. Better not. It would make him sound weak, crazy, and unlike the two of them, he had no experience with death.
Yes? Do you have siblings?
Clemens tossed back her long brown hair as she clutched Jean's arm. Luke shook his head and sighed. No. In truth, he didn't know whether he had them or not. I must take my leave of you now and return home. Merci for your pleasant company. He turned to walk away. Jean chuckled. Who are you supposed to be? The Duke of d'Orleans? Luke turned around. What? The way you said you must take your leave of us, Jean replied, sounded fancy and formal, as if you were pretending to be some sort of hoity-toity. Luke furrowed his brow. I did? You did. I'll see you tomorrow morning, Your Highness. Bright and early, Jean laughed. Good night. I'll see you as well. Good night, Paquette. Luke strode away, hands in his pockets, dreaming of ways to win the heart of the Marquis's daughter. Aunt Mathilde? Luke burst through the door. Of course, he thought. The old bat sits with her infernal teacup like always. He kicked his boots off one after the other, relieving his hot and damp feet. One boot flew across the room, thumping against the wall. I'm late, he announced. I was talking with people after work. Aunt Mathilde clenched her cup of tea in her knobby hands. She had the usual watery stew on the fireplace, which had gone nearly cold. Help yourself to some dinner, dear. I ate at my friend's. He thanked the heavens for that. Well, Jean, not the heavens. A friend? That's good to hear. How was work? All right, I suppose. He shrugged and blew out a sigh. I know you're an old woman, dear Tanta, but how can you just stare at these putrid walls all day? Today we saw some aristocrats overseeing the building, he told her. A marquis and his daughter. Your day sounds quite exciting. Aunt Mathilde sipped her tea with unsteady fingers. Did she honestly find royalty exciting? I can't stand those spoiled clowns, Luke burst out, thinking they own the world. We working men are forced to see their fine clothes, their grand homes, while we toil and sweat for them. Do you know what I'd do if I had my way? What would you do? Her eyes widened. Put them all in a ship and sink it, drowning the whole lot of them. He swept his arm towards the window in a grand gesture. Aunt Mathilde blinked, staring at him before she spoke. You mustn't speak about the nobles with words of murder. Turn the other cheek when you feel slighted by the rich. Luke scoffed. And it does good in this cruel world to make friends. Her red-eyed gaze pierced him, questioning, Who is your new friend? A man named Jean. He's a good fellow. He tells me how strong and good a worker I am, which is true. A sigh went through Mathilde's hunched, frail chest. To keep loyal friends, you must give and take. What do you like about him? He assists and follows me, and says I'm the strongest, which, as I said, is true. Aunt Mathilde frowned. Why are you so annoyed? Said Luke, pinching his brows. I wish you would think outside yourself once in a while. If you ever want a woman to give you true love, you must do the same as for a friend, with even more effort of giving. True love? I'll never marry, so why bother? He dismissed her with a smirk, turning to the window. Why bring more children into this crowded city when you have to work so hard to feed them? I'd much rather remain a bachelor. I have no great legacy, nor honor to leave behind. Me, a man without a life. He gave a cynical laugh. Good night, Aunt Mathilde. Rising to his feet, he retired to his paper-thin straw cot in his tiny hovel of a bedroom.
Chapter 4. Upon waking to the church bells and feeling the baking sun, Luke cursed the return to dull reality. He had allowed himself to sleep until 10 in the morning on this Sunday. His odd and thrilling dream now disturbed by the toll of cathedral bells. Dreams held much more importance to Luke Bassett than they did to most people. What he saw and heard during sleep felt alive and real. He had just emerged this morning from a dream of being a soldier at war, marching in the front line. While a man at his left carried a blue flag, Luke carried a bayonet-tipped musket. Another man rushed straight to them, and Luke caught his throat with his blade. Blood poured over his uniform sleeve as the man died inches from his face, falling backward and landing with a thud. Gunpowder exploded around him while men screamed, "Forward! Move! Move!" Horrifying, yet thrilling at the same time. "Luke, are you awake?" "I'm going to the market," Aunt Mathilde called to him from the main room. "All right," he grunted, staring up at the stained ceiling. A long-legged spider meandering at its corner kept him company as he lay still for a while, just to relive the dream. Did the visions of war symbolize something? Was he fighting a battle against unfair society, the rich and powerful? Did the dream predict the future? Should he find an enlisting office and join the army? Perhaps he ought to. There had to be more to life than trudging downtown every day, hefting bricks and stacking them. Returning home not to a wife, but to his only living relation, a nagging old lady who thought herself to be the fountain of wisdom. Be kind, control your temper, be a good friend. Luke tried to recall the vision of himself marching forward with the brigade, the flags held high, the drum beats, evading death and killing lest to be killed. It was best to remember this now before it faded away. There had been other colorful and interesting dreams too in the weeks and months prior. He often dreamed of a grand chateau. A palace, in fact, with crystal chandeliers in an opulent ballroom where crowds danced in circles and people feasted to oblivion. A man who sat at a long, elegant table and yelled disparaging names at him from the far side. Bastard, disgrace. Luke felt weak and small compared to him. He dreamed of a boy with light brown hair who was busy studying, reading books. He sometimes appeared as a grown man. He looked at Luke with a sneer and rolled eyes when he wasn't looking at his studies. Luke hated him. That was the distinct feeling he picked up. In maids, so many pretty maids working in the palace. He raised his weary body off the cot and checked the scant food in the cupboard. Aunt Mathilde left some cheese and apples she bought from the ragged peddler, Armand. He took a bite of one of the apples, but it was soft and rotting. After donning his waistcoat and boots, Luke headed out to the street. He made his plans for the day, find the army's recruiting office and become a soldier. Soldiers were treated like heroes, after all, and their families provided for. At least, according to the soldier Luke had conversed with at a pub a few months ago. He could leave good old Aunt Mathilde behind, and she'd still receive money to keep her out of the streets while he explored the great unknown. A win-win situation for them both. A large, elegant black coach was parked close to his building. The driver sat upon the buckboard behind his 2 fine-looking gray horses. No rich citizens around this part of town, my friend, Luke thought as he approached the man. Monsieur, could you tell me where I could find the army headquarters? The Royal Army Headquarters building is downtown, monsieur. The coachman gave him a wide-eyed look. On St. Severin. It's far to walk from here. But we charge 5 livres for a ride to the city center. Luke chuckled at the politely veiled request for a sale. Only 4 on me. I'm 1 short, but I can walk the rest of the way if you can drive half the distance. Of course, monsieur. The driver, a slim, dark-skinned young man, hopped off the buckboard to open the brass-handled door for him. Thank you, monsieur. Luke handed him 4 coins and stepped up to sit upon one of the red velvet seats, quite fancy for the price offered. 2 months before, Luke had driven a tiny cab carriage for 10 livres per ride, a job he lost after a brawl with a customer. The coach rattled over the cobblestone streets. He felt pleased to be taken to the city center in comfort and style for once. Perhaps someday he could be a war hero and be paraded through the city inside a fine coach such as this, or cheered by crowds as he rode upon a stallion. He was led off a short walk from the Royal Army Headquarters building. A tall man, his blonde hair tied back in a queue, stood upon a group of pedestrians on Rue Saint-Severin. Alexis Sauvage, law officer for Mage Society's government, Le Conseil Suprême, kept a close watch on the coach Luke had ridden. He waited until the let-off passenger was some distance from the carriage. After Luc Bisset disembarked, Alexis rushed down the street, dodging some irksome people who stood in his way, shoving his elbow with impatience at a slow old man. Hurrying to the coach, he leapt upon the buckboard to sit next to the coachman, his assistant spy, Marcel Clement. That was quick, Alexis. The driver's eyebrows raised. I'm almost certain it's him. My glass confirmed it. Let's follow him closely, Alexis commanded. Marcel shook the reins and rushed the horses and coach along the street, dodging other carriages and people. You should hold a horsewhip in your hand to look like the other drivers. Alexis quirked his eyebrows. He leaned back on the seat, trying not to breathe in the smell of the city. Marcel gave him an appalled look without speaking. I'll never use a whip on Felix and Fifi. Alexis heard the other man's thought words in his mind. They're horses, he scoffed. They're half Pegasus, don't you remember? Marcel squinted at him beneath his tricorn hat with an air of indignation. If you treat them the way Saint-Magie treats their horses, they'll kill you. The 2 caught sight of the coach's previous passenger, one Luc Bisset, as he walked up the staircase. Stop! Alexis raised his hand. Marcel halted the horses, slowing them to a park with a skillful handling of his rein straps. Quickly, inside your carriage. Alexis leaned towards the man's ear to whisper. You and I must teleport. They stepped off the buckboard and went inside the carriage cab. Sitting across from each other, Alexis drew close to Marcel and poked his long finger on his temple beneath his hat, staring into his widening eyes. You don't have to read Marcel protested. You don't have to read my mind again, trust me. All I know so far is that they're living somewhere on Rue Saint-Étienne. Alexis nodded after reading the other man's thought words. He tapped his companion on the shoulder. A lucky day. Excellent work. I can't believe I let him ride in my coach. Marcel's look of pain and anger preceded his silent thought. The murderer. It crackled in Alexis's telepathic mind like thunder. You did what you must. The mage law officer had no patience for Marcel's sentiments. We must keep following him. To find her. Let's go to the rear of the army's building. More private. He touched the coachman's shirt sleeve. Now! They vanished in a magical teleport. A heartbeat later, they reappeared near a planked wall behind the Royal Army building. They stood in silence as a group of soldiers dressed in dashing blue uniforms and tricorn hats marched by. Marcel peeked through the planks, watching them. What's so interesting about them? Alexis scowled. 4 hours he'd spent in this stinking city, among useless excuses for humans. Marcel shrugged. Their zeal for a cause, I suppose. Their willingness to die. Nothing to admire about Saint-Magie. He smirked, rubbing his beard stubble. Though I suppose if they volunteered themselves to die,
I'll find that a benefit. While no one else could see him, he waved his hand over himself and transformed his clothing to the same blue uniform as the officer he'd seen bearing the insignia of captain. He waved his hand over his face. His chiseled, early 30s appearance shifted into that of the aging officer who marched by a moment before. Alexis cringed as he looked over his temporary body. "You look distinguished," said Marcel, grinning. Alexis threw him a death glare. Using his power of body doubling to look like an individual Saint Mahi was bad enough. Having to age himself was loathsome. If only Marcel or Rue had this particular power instead. He waved to transform Marcel's clothing into a similar uniform, but the junior agent threw his hands out to stop him, slapping his palm on his. "Wait! He saw me already. I must remain a coachman." Alexis spoke in a voice thicker and coarser than his own. "You're right. He did interact with you. Mon garçon. I have to say you've made an excellent soldier, though. Our society believed in war." "Merci. Perhaps another time I'll take the role." Alexis caught the hint of an impish spark in Marcel's dark eyes. He picked up a sense of mocking, of rebellion, like an insolent child to a schoolmaster. "Let's go," he ordered him, well used to speaking in other people's voices. He entered the building in his military disguise, Marcel alongside him. Pulling his looking glass from his coat pocket, he spoke the name Prince Renaud into it. The lifelike image of the man appeared in real time, dressed as a peasant, yet he strode the halls with the air of a Saint-Mahy noble. A glowing golden arrow appeared alongside the image, pointing the direction the two mage agents needed to walk to find him. A soldier approached the duo and stopped to salute Alexis, Captain Labarre. Alexis touched the brim of his hat, pretending to preen in front of the glass for a moment before he passed it to Marcel's hand. He took a moment to mind read the fellow's name. "Sergeant Mercier?" He saluted back. "At ease, Sergeant Mercier." Alexis imitated the tone of a military officer, not much different than that of a mage lawman, to be honest. He and Marcel passed the soldier and rushed up the marble staircase, the looking glass as an infallible guide to the room where they would find the man. Luke bounded up the stairs of the Royal Army headquarters. He wasn't dressed his best, but he still managed to invite shy smiles from ladies of all ages as he passed by. He was likely one of the most handsome men in the city, poor or not. The opulence of the army building's interior made Luke halt in his boots and gaze around, awestruck. The hall exuded grandeur, high ceilings, classic columns, and teeming with soldiers and well-dressed gentlemen. A portrait of some smirking fellow draped in robes with a silver wig caught his attention for a second. "That's the king, I suppose." He continued along the halls and approached a rich-looking civilian for information. After questioning the gentleman, who gave him an odd, surprised look, he was told to stop in an office at the top of a marble staircase. He ascended more stairs, his body and posture regal and proud. Upon entering the room, he found two officers seated at desks. Both stood immediately. One fellow's brows lifted as if he somehow recognized him. Luke cleared his throat. "Bonjour, gentlemen. I've come to enlist in the army." "Your Highness?" "What?" he replied, dumbfounded. "Your Highness! Do you remember me?" The officer bowed his head. "It's Major Beaumont. You might remember me as Lieutenant Beaumont, but the general gave me a promotion." The middle-aged man touched his rank badge. "I've never met you before in my life, monsieur, or Major," Luke said in confusion. A captain walked in at that moment, accompanied by the same coach driver from earlier. Both men lingered by the wall, probably waiting to take the major to an important meeting. Luke looked back to Major Beaumont. "I beg your pardon, but I don't know who this royal person is. I'm not your highness." It was a nice mistake, at least. "You're not Prince Renaud d'Orleans?" The man gave the officer across the room a shake of his head. "No, I don't know who that is, Major Beaumont. My name's Luc Bisset. I've come to enlist for the Army's reserves." "Well, I'll be damned. You're the spitting image of that prince who was a sergeant in my regiment. We were together for months in the last war. He was but a boy, but he fought like a demon." The major gazed past Luke's shoulder, appearing to reminisce. Captain Dumont used to call him the one-man execution squad, far from the soft pretty boy noble we all see in the famous painting of him. Could you be related, perhaps? I beg your pardon, but I don't know who this prince was. A royal look-alike. The notion intrigued him. Luke's chest puffed with pride as he shifted in his chair. Yes, your face immediately reminded me of the noble boy. Never mind, then. You wish to enlist in the reserves? Yes, sir. I'm willing to be sent anywhere, for any future wars or conflicts. I've been told I have an excellent strength and extraordinary endurance.
Major Beaumont scratched his head. I swear, if you weren't Prince Renaud. He cleared his throat and took a form from the desk and a quill pen. Welp, let's get started filling out your information. Name is Luc Bisset. Date of birth? Luke squinted in the man's inquiring eyes. Mon Dieu. He didn't know his birthday. I can't remember. Do you have a record of birth at home? He rubbed the back of his neck. Well, no. We have hardly anything at home. A few sticks of furniture, a straw mat, and a few old dishes. Not one piece of paper. I understand, monsieur. It's important to have that information. We have many recruits lately on account of the revolution across the Great Blue Pond. They have an ally in France. We need young, healthy men to handle being shipped to America. Do you get seasick easily? No, I could assure you that I have never fallen seasick, said Luke. He'd never actually been on a ship, so he would not know. Do you remember your year of birth? We need family records. I don't recall. Can't recall it. My parents have been dead for years, but my aunt may know. Well, monsieur, I hate to say you've wasted your time, and I appreciate your eagerness, but I must get your information. Come back with your identity, and we'll get the paperwork done. Luke sucked in a breath, trying to hide his disappointment. Thank you for your time. It was a pleasure to meet you. The major reached out his hand and shook his. Do you, by chance, have relatives in the Eastern Principalities? I don't know. Is that where my twin brother is from? Oui. I don't know what the prince is doing now. It's been years. I imagine he went back home and now enjoys a fine life as a gentleman of leisure. Though I heard tell that one of the d'Orleans men tried to kill his brother and was assumed to be killed himself. It may have been him. Interesting. Luke nodded. Anyway, thank you again, Major. He shook hands with the officer and left the office, walking past the two men lingering in the doorway. He rushed down the stairs and stalked out onto the street with irritation. Needing papers and proof of parents' names to serve his country, the least he could do was ask Aunt Mathilde for some paperwork, or at least tell him the date he was born. In the meantime, he'd keep trying to impress the beautiful Lady Evangeline. Only a fool would think a bricklayer could marry a marquis's daughter, but he wasn't sure he wanted a wife anyway. If he did become a soldier, he'd give Evangeline a brass button from his uniform if sent overseas. These thoughts entertained him as he meandered in the city center and walked into the open door of a lively pub. Chapter 5. Luke was in the mood for entertainment after he met with the army officer. No money for a hydromel beer, but some nice barmaid might swoon over my face enough to buy me one. It had happened twice in the recent past, after all. He entertained the dim, unpleasant-smelling pub on Rue Saint-Severin with its haze of pipe smoke. The place was filled with good common Parisians, gambling after their Sunday morning visit to churches where they learned about, well, whatever it is they talked about inside churches. I'll ask Aunt Mathilde about that. The polka table wasn't an option with Luke's lack of coins. He scanned the heads of people and spotted one of the very few women, a brunette in a red dress, covering a large bosom, cinched tight and tiny at the waist. It didn't take long before her eye caught his. She brightened as her hands swept to her hair, brushing it from her rather ordinary face. Luke stepped forward. Mademoiselle, tell me, how on earth can someone like you stand being trapped in such a wretched place as this? A good question. Oui, she giggled. Who are you? The gruff voice to his left belonged to a stocky man in a gaudy waistcoat, his cravat strangling his thick neck. You're talking to my lady? He drew a puffy-sleeved arm around the lady's shoulder. Renee, he meant no harm, sweetheart. Buy him a drink. How kind of you, mademoiselle. Luke surveyed the fellow's scowl. He had fake teeth, for God's sake. Wooden ones. Did she truly endure kissing him? I ought to rescue her from this fool. You know who I am, the man snapped. No, Renee. Luke crossed his arms.
I don't. I don't buy drinks for strangers, the man sneered. Luke glanced at the busy barman pouring tankards. I'll ask for water, then. Mademoiselle, would you care for some water as well? Her dark ringlets bounced as she shook her head. Water? Her smile transformed into a perfectly matching sneer. Do you not have money? Money. Must it always be about money with the ladies? The thick-necked gentleman tittered, exposing his row of wooden teeth. A poor fool, aren't you? He scanned Luke's cheap trousers and scuffed boots. He doesn't sell free waters to beggars, idiot. Idiot. The word echoed in his dream memory like an old, annoying tune, making him feel powerless, weak. Blood beat in his ears, pulsing red. I'm not an idiot. Luke's hands curled into fists. A few heads turned. Jourdain, show him he's an idiot. I dare you. A man nearby chuckled. I'd wager my money you can't even read, street boy. Jourdain's eyes narrowed with scorn. You stinking, ugly troll. Luke's tolerance of the wooden-toothed gentleman's smug face reached an end. His buildup of hot rage prevented him from coming up with any sort of verbal wit. Hell, words are a waste of time. He reached forward, clutched the fabric of Jourdain's shirt with both hands, and slammed him against the wall. The back of his skull hit the wood with an audible thud. Rowdy screams and yells erupted. It's a fight! Someone shouted. Patrons cheered. Luke stood over Jourdain, who'd slid to the floor, spread-eagled, his eyes saucers of fear. René Jourdain's met his match. Who is this man? Don't know. But doesn't he look like one of the Reborn Princes? Luke propelled himself to the floor beside the man. His fist found the strength to haul back and serve the major a hearty, tasty sandwich fait du jointure des doigts, with extra blood on the side, 8 or 9 times stuffed into each fleshy cheek and removing those god-awful wooden teeth. Alexis had transformed back to his own appearance. He and Marcel had soon caught up with Luke, trailing behind him for some distance, before he turned a corner, swallowed by a crowd of people in the markets. The looking glass shone its golden arrow, guiding them where to turn. The spies wandered through streets teeming with those wretched, magicless humans until the tracking arrow led them into some crowded and smoke-filled Saint-Magie pub. Screams and rowdy shouts filled Alexis's ears. The smell turned his stomach. He had the feeling he entered the center circle of his own personal hell. Marcel pointed to a thick cluster of Saint-Magies congregated like larvae on a carcass. I think we found our prince. The subject was in the middle of a punching frenzy, grunting while the beaten men whimpered. The former nobleman stood to his feet and raised his blood-streaked hand in the air. People cheered raucously. Who are you? Someone asked of him. Don't ask me my name because I refuse to say. Luc Bisset wiped his reddened brow. And if you don't mind, please excuse me before the gendarmes haul me in. Panting from exertion, the man threw off his blood-stained shirt and tossed it aside. The victim was alive, but missing quite a number of teeth. Poor fellow, Marcel frowned at the man on the floor. Couldn't I just ice his wounds? That is forbidden, Clement, and you know it. Unless you find ice from the barman, of course. Not in the way you're thinking. Alexis kept his tone low, despite the din of the crowd. Let's keep following him. Marcel glanced out the front doorway before he gave Alexis a no wait, protesting look. I can't be away from Felix and Fifi much longer. If someone else touches them, then go back to your horses and I'll handle this myself. Are you sure? Alexis forged ahead, crossing the room despite the disgusting surroundings. Heathens. Marcel remained a few steps behind him. Luc Bisset, shirtless, with mussed-up hair, walked out the pub's rear door. Alexis would need to walk through the place to reach him. Magical teleport wasn't an option. A tall, burly man approached Alexis and Marcel, having seen the silver-plated looking-glass. Alexis hadn't put it in his coat pocket in time. What's the fancy mirror you have there? His ogre-like face leered at the mage men. Ah, Pierre, look what he has. The large man's lumpy friend chortled. I see it, and more blood's about to spill if he doesn't hand it over. Alexis glanced at Marcel and read his inner thought. I could freeze off your vitals if you attack me, monsieur, but I mustn't.
Racked with nerves, he tugged his junior agent's shirt sleeve, taking a step backwards. Marcel backed away as well. The two were forbidden to use their magic to fight Saint-Magie, who tried to harm them by edict of law. The first man, his torso almost as broad as Marcel's entire coach, lunged forward and swiped Alexis's glass from his pocket. He caught his protesting hand with a meaty grip. Merci, good man. This mirror looks like it's worth 200 livres. 300, not a so less, shouted his gargoyle-like friend. It's plated with silver. Share the spoils with me, Pierre. I will not. Finders are keepers. The man grinned as he took possession of the glass. Do you fellows have more treasures to give away, or should we pick all your pockets? Several others crept forward with greedy grins. Alexis wanted one of those fire sticks in his arms. So very badly. One had to give Saint-Magie credit. They did come up with good inventions. Mijor, we have nothing more. He gritted his teeth, wishing he were anywhere else than this dunghole. We're looking for someone. Marcel flashed his hopeful, disarming smile at the stalking vermin. Do you know the man named Luc? The one who just entertained all of you a moment ago. He gestured to the injured Jourdain and nearly killed the man on the floor. The thief eyed the group fussing over Jourdain and pocketed the expensive mirror.
Non.
He left. Are you the gendarme here to arrest him? You're too late. He laughed, a hoarse guffaw. I dare you, you two pretty boys, try and arrest me. With his glass stolen, trapped amongst a horde of drunken Saint-Magie, Alexis cringed in defeat. Marcel, let's go. The younger man gave a polite nod. Have a pleasant afternoon, monsieur. Marcel. Alexis stalked out, beckoning his junior agent to follow him to escape the smell inside the hovel. Both spies took a deep breath once they left the pub and emerged into clean air. Marcel took off into a swift run, off to tend to his precious half-Pegasus horses. Alexis's magical looking glass had transformed into an ordinary mirror the moment it was held in the hands of the Saint-Magie ogre. It would likely end up in some pawn shop or gifted to someone's wife. It would surely cost him a mountain of gold coins to acquire a new one, not to mention a reprimand from Rue, the senior Le Conseil officer. One thing he and Marcel did observe, though, was that Prince Renaud was a scrappy fighter. He felt at home in this seedy working-class environment, and he clearly believed himself to be someone else. This made them certain he was under a memory erasure curse by crazy Aunt Mathilde. She needed to be locked up. He'd asked Rue about the possibilities of being armed with their sorts of weapons. As horrifying as it was, the thought of walking through the city with a long-barreled pistol on his belt appealed to Alexis a great deal. Not that he'd want to tell anyone. Luc, sans shirt, his hands bloody, walked home, hoping Aunt Mathilde wouldn't see him and ask if he'd gotten into another fight. Relief filled him to see she wasn't there.
She must have gone to visit her scraggly bearded friend, Armand.
Good.
Luc washed his hands with a sliver of lye soap and water. He put on another shirt to hide the bruises he received from the man's defensive kicks. He drank a cup of warm milk and ate a stale heel of bread, relaxing from the excitement of his Sunday as he waited for her return. She shuffled in nearly an hour later. Hello, Luc, dear. I was waiting. I was visiting Armand. Luc slightly pulled out a chair for her to settle in. Where were you today? Aunt Mathilde collapsed her frail body in the spindly chair. I wanted to join the army, but they said I need a record of birth, of our family. She frowned. The army? Why do you want to go to war? I'd be a natural soldier, strong, tough, enduring of hardship. I can handle it all. She gave him a sad, red-eyed look. I'll search for these family records. Are you sure this is what you want to do? Leave your dear, poor old tante. She let that sentence hang in the air until it tugged on the tiniest sliver of Luc's guilt. He watched her stand up and totter, slow and stoop-shouldered, to her tiny bedroom. She closed the door. Luc heard nothing but silence for a few minutes until she came out with a yellowed and folded piece of paper. If you must. Here, dear. She handed it to him. In faded ink, an old form stated that a child by the name of Luc Bisset had been born on September the 13th, 1749, to a couple named Claude and Marguerite. It revealed his age to be 26. He had a birthday 2 weeks before. It must have been the day Aunt Mathilde brought a rare sweet cake home. Luc stared at the paper. Aunt Mathilde, I'm going to ask you this once again. Why is it I barely remember them?
It was long ago, dear. They died when you were a little boy. I was 8, I thought you said. I ought to remember things from when I was 8, but I don't. I don't remember being 17 or 20 for that matter. Aunt Mathilde furrowed her already wrinkled brow. Could you tell me the things you do remember? What part of nothing do you not understand? He threw the paper on the table as a pulse of anger pounded his right temple. What are you doing? She put her hand on his shoulder, stroking it gently. Just stay calm and think, Luke. Close your eyes. Within a moment, images began to form in Luke's mind. Memories. There was a shop. Something sparked within him like a lit match. A store building with a thatched roof. It had candles and lanterns. It was called Claude's Mercantile, said Aunt Mathilde. Yes, mercantile. My father was a shopkeeper. Luke's face lit up in relief as more images emerged. An upper room above the store with a parlor, decent furniture,
A lady's maman, perhaps.
with black hair pulled into a chignon. Her face was still unclear, a doctor wearing some ungodly black mask, telling Luke his father was dead.
A white-capped nurse telling his maman had also passed.
Pallbearers taking 2 coffins out, a new lady, Aunt Mathilde of course, taking him away to live in her dingy little apartment. If only they lived, Luke mumbled. I'm terribly sorry. She took her frail hand off Luke's shoulder. If you want to join and make them proud, be a brave soldier. I won't stop you. Luke kissed her on each of her parchment-textured cheeks. Merci, Aunt Mathilde. Her eyes welled with tears. I'll come back alive.
Chapter 6.
The next morning, Luke returned to the recruiting office with his proof of citizenship and age. Papers. I'm a legal citizen, loyal to our king. He pushed the paper to Major Beaumont. Monsieur Busset, you are slightly past prime recruitment age. However, we could overlook the birth year if you pass a vision test. You would? Then please let me try out my vision. I'm certain I can see well enough. The major directed Luke to put a patch over each eye and attempt to read out numbers and letters in various sizes on a chart. Unfortunately, he could not make out the blurry letters with either eye, even the largest ones. I don't get it. Rage steamed within him, tempting him to swing his fist at the major's nose. I can read most of the signs in the city. Well, the ones he'd memorized at least. Reading was one thing Luke was terrible at, to his great embarrassment. This is considered a disability, monsieur. Major Beaumont shuffled papers. Check in 6 months if more troops are needed. Luke sucked in a deep, deep breath. Control your temper. He gotten away with what he'd done at the pub, with that imbecile. He wouldn't get away with punching out a military major. Thank you for your time. I suppose I'll go find myself some spectacles and a walking cane. He stalked out of the office, his clopping footsteps echoing on the marble floor. Too old and too vision poor to become a soldier of the noble kingdom of France. Luke left the office and trudged off to work, only to listen to Jean Paquette whistle merry tunes and chatter on about his upcoming wedding to his girl. Luke did not see the Marquis or his lovely daughter at the building site again. Mason urged the men to work faster, determined that the outer walls of the hotel were to be completed by the time cold weather set in. On breaks, Luke often noticed Jean with the scroll and charcoal, making drawings of windows, columns, and archways on the creased paper. While Mason walked by, Jean rolled up his artwork and tucked it under his arm. Jean, why are you embarrassed about your drawings? Luke asked. I'm not a real architect or designer. Jean, seated on one of the large bricks, shoved the paper in his sack, exchanging it for his last piece of bread. He took a bite. If the boss sees me doodling, I'll get fired. He'll think I'll have other ideas on how to design the building. That's Archambault's job, not mine. You should become an architect then. Luke resumed hefting a brick. You know, save up some money, go to school. I'll never be able to afford those fancy schools. Jean gulped down the last few bits of his bread and cheese. I'll barely be able to pay rent on the apartment for Clemence and me. We deserve a raise. Luke scowled, bitterness soaring his stomach despite the bits of cheese and dried meat he just scarfed down. Just look at how splendid and magnificent this building is becoming. It's all due to us. Did you tell Mason about your wedding? I did, Jean mumbled, still chewing. And he's not even letting me have Monday free. We won't even get a honeymoon break. I'll make the best of the weekend.
It's ridiculous and unfair. You should demand a raise, John. Luke, I can't. I don't want to make waves. Mason fires people for lesser things. Last week, he fired a worker for asking to fetch some water down the street when his canteen ran out. But he himself takes off and goes to the cafe for a glass of wine. Damn him. Luke checked to see if the boss was around. He wasn't. By the way, the Marquis hasn't come by to observe our progress since the first time. I always wonder if he'll come to admire our handiwork soon. You still dream about the Marquis's daughter? Jean cracked a smile. Sometimes, Luke replied with a smirk. Haven't been as lucky in love as you. You're invited to our wedding. Perhaps you could meet Clement's 2 cousins. They're such nice, sweet ladies. Thank you. I'll be glad to come, even if it only means keeping your little brothers entertained. Jean squinted up at the sky. Except now my wedding is bad timing when it comes to people getting together. There's another outbreak of smallpox. Olivier has it now. That's why he's gone. I'm deathly afraid of that disease, he shuddered. Well, back to work. He picked up the mortar and trowel. Luke stretched his arms to limber himself up. Before he lifted another brick, he gazed across the street where the flag caught a breeze. The flag with its bright blue color and 3 gold things emblazoned on it. He had been in battle dreams.
He saw mountain soldiers carrying it.
What are those 3 things on the flag? Those are called fleurs de lis, Luke. Jean paused for his mortar spreading. They don't look like flowers to me. Why are there 3? I don't know. Jean dipped his trowel in the mortar bucket. It's the flag of our kingdom, so maybe each fleur de lis is for each of the last 3 monarchs we've had. I suppose they're just the symbols of the kingdom. Is the kingdom the whole everything? Luke spread out his arms. Jean shook his head, looking amused. What do you mean, the whole everything? You know, where we live, everything under the sky and all the land. You mean the whole world? World is what it's called? Luke squinted, confused. I thought we lived in the kingdom of France. Jean shook his head again, a silly smirk forming on his face. Well, yes, but we live in both. He was close to laughing.
Luke's mood soured.
You think I'm stupid. No, you're not stupid. The world is the big thing, you know? All the land under the sky. The kingdom of France is just a part of the world. Our flag isn't the flag of the world. Jean clapped a mortar-covered fist over his mouth, clearly suppressing laughter. There are other kingdoms, Luke. There's England across the sea, Prussia somewhere over east, and Africa down below. But what I remember down below, I mean, if we dig in the ground, we'll travel to another kingdom called what was it? Africa, which is not a kingdom. It's a huge land made of smaller countries, and it's not under the ground. Jean burst into snorts of laughter, unable to control himself. You think I'm an idiot, Luke shouted. I'm not stupid. I have memory problems, all right? I'm so sorry.
Jean's sunburned face sobered.
You lost your memory, you mean? It's nothing. Never mind. I won't share details about that. Well, I think you must be decently smart. You're well-spoken by the words you use. You talk like a highborn sometimes. Just a while ago, you even said the word splendid and magnificent. I did, didn't I? See? That makes you a smart man. Jean grinned his toothy grin. Smart and strong, he added.
His dreams continued, real and lifelike. There was the vision of a different, beautiful young woman with golden hair, her eyes narrowed in contempt and disgust for him. Himself waiting behind a maze of green hedges near a grand castle, his fingers gripping the cool metal of a gun. That boy, the one who loved to mock him, had grown to a tall nobleman in fancy clothes. Luke watched him come out of the palace's front doors. Hate, burning, jealous hate. The beautiful blonde woman was with him, arm in arm, his bride. He squeezed the trigger. A crack like thunder. Are you all right? Jean asked at work in the morning. Luke stood staring into the distance at the carriage traffic. You look scared of something. What's wrong? He shook the previous night's dream out of his head, trying to pull himself back to waking life and the hauling of bricks. I'm fine, John, just fine. It's a minute until 8. Let's pick up on the south wall. He dutifully grabbed a ladder to move it. Who was the girl, and why did I want to kill that fellow? Having a physical job set his mind to wandering most of the time, and when he wasn't busy talking to Jean, the dream images continued to haunt him, while real memories evaded him. Chapter 7. Emily and Adelaide Fortier, 2 young household maids, helped Lady Evangeline prepare for an outing. The Marquis's daughter twirled her voluminous blue and silver gown in front of the mirror in her boudoir. "It is almost 8 o'clock." Evangeline touched the ringlet curls trailing from her bouffant white wig. "Jacques is surely at the door to escort Mother and me to our carriage. Merci for your help, ladies." "Your gown is lovely, your ladyship." Adelaide, a plump, buxom maid with a rosy cherub face, stood admiring the noble woman's attire. "Emily, you did such a wonderful job sewing on all the lace." "Thank you." Emily gave her sister a grateful smile. For her, it had been a joy to add the finishing touches to such a beautiful dress. She'd spent hours painstakingly attaching the delicate silver lace to the sleeves and bodice, with precision. "Adieu, Adelaide and Emily." Evangeline inspected the mirror once more. Her real blonde hair had been pinned up under the wig for the sake of fashion, just as her mother wanted. "You may have the afternoon until 5 off." She gave them a conspiratorial smile. "Just don't tell Mother I've become so lenient." "Merci, your ladyship." Emily gave a demure bow of her head. "Merci, your ladyship. Have a wonderful time." Adelaide bowed her head as well, her hands clasped. The 2 women watched a Lady Evangeline sweep out of her room, her wide skirt swishing down the staircase to attend a society tea with her mamma, the Marchioness Marie. When she was gone, Emily watched Adelaide take a longing look at the makeup and hair supplies on the vanity table. "I'd love to give you a makeover, Em." "No, we mustn't, Addie," said Emily. "We ought to go out for a walk or help the others with afternoon cleaning." Glancing out the door of the boudoir, she spotted a fellow maid with her broom. Always work to be done. "Evangeline won't notice if a little makeup is missing from the jars." Adelaide went to close the door of Evangeline's room, then bustled back to the vanity. "Why not let me do your face?" she said, a mischievous near whisper. "Have a seat. I have my own hairbrush." She pulled the tiny brush from her apron pocket. "My face is ruined, Addie. It's not worth any of it. It's no use." Emily averted her eyes from her reflection in the mirror, with its constellation of pox scars. She looked to the window instead to remind herself of the joy, the gladness of still being alive, having survived the epidemic disease, her family, her coveted job as a sewing and washing maid in the Grand Chateau, a decent occupation for young, unwed women of humble needs. I still have blessings, she thought. She dared to glance in the mirror again. Tears welled in her eyes. The evidence on Emily's face of being sick and near death for weeks the winter before still hadn't vanished. Her once clear, ivory-white complexion was marred by darker spots, some of them roughly indented. It wasn't that she missed being a pretty girl. People treated her so differently now. Those who weren't her parents and Adelaide, of course. At only 21, this was how it would be for the rest of her days. Adelaide rushed to her younger sister to hug her. "Oh, Emily, please let me help." "I'm being so selfish. I must be thankful." Emily blinked back the tears that threatened to fall. "I have you and Mama and Papa. I can serve this family. Beauty isn't important." "You're a beautiful person with a beautiful soul." Adelaide wrapped her arms around Emily's petite form. "I just want to try something, a little powder and some of this cream. It'll cover up the spots and help you feel better." "Thank you for the offer, Addie," Emily whispered, "but I'm not sure." "Please, Em." Adelaide clasped her hands. If Emily didn't have her sister serving in the chateau with her, she wouldn't have been able to bear it. Adelaide could always bring her out of the darkness. As long as they were together, Emily could still pretend she was living her happy childhood, growing up in a modest row house in Paris, where their parents taught them to read and write, sew and cook. "You will make perfect wives someday," her mamma had told them. "Have a seat, please." Adelaide pulled the stool out. Emily stepped forward and sat down upon Evangeline's cushioned seat. An array of cosmetics, ribbons, bows, and hair supplies littered the vanity table. All the things the noble girl needed to go out into her gilded places and be shown off to eligible noblemen.
We can just spend a few minutes trying it out. Adelaide rummaged through items on the vanity. I'll just borrow a tiny swipe of the cream and a dusting of the rouge. It would be only temporary. Emily lowered her eyes to her lap. Her white apron. People take one look at me and make a funny face, as if I'm someone to pity. I don't want to spend all my life being pitied. Adelaide reached for a cloth on the vanity and dipped it in an alabaster jar of water. With an almost maternal gesture, she dabbed Emily's cheeks and forehead with the cool cloth. Facing her reflection, Emily's eyes burned with the despair she tried to suppress. Adelaide picked up a pair of scissors and began to snip a fringe of bangs in Emily's hair, to cover her forehead. Evangeline is gone the rest of the day. She cut off bits of brown hair. Emily closed her eyes, brushing hair off her nose with her fingers as Adelaide spoke, snipping and trimming. We can have a nice afternoon off, maybe go out for a walk. Adelaide looked through the jars of makeup, chose one glass vial, and opened the lid. I just wish... Emily couldn't finish her sentence. The wish was childish. Her throat went tight. Adelaide set down the jar and patted her sister's shoulders. Please don't cry. You're alive and well. Just breathe and smell the nice fall air. Look at the trees getting their autumn colors outside. Life is still good. Emily looked to where her sister gestured, the window of Lady Evangeline's boudoir. The elm tree was fiery gold, spectacular in the sunlight. She took a long, deep breath. It is a nice day. We could take a walk outside, said Adelaide. Only use a little of her makeup so we don't get in trouble. Emily's curiosity took over. What would it look like? Adelaide dipped her fingers in the tiny porcelain jar and took a bit of ivory peach cream from it. Hers matches your skin tone perfectly. I saved up 20 livres to buy a little jar of my own. I have some on now. You could buy a little someday. Addie, your skin is like peaches. Emily looked up at the round, rosy face of her older sister reflected from behind. All of this is not for someone like me. She gestured to the cosmetics and pretty things on Evangeline's vanity. I'm a maid. I'm here for sewing, mending, and washing. Just have a little fun for once. I'm willing to do this because it's fun for you. A tiny smile formed on Emily's lips. I have scars. Adelaide pointed to her slightly doubled chin in the mirror. From all the pimples I get sometimes. This makes them disappear like magic. You had some little scars, but I never noticed. I wish it could be as easy for me to become slender like you are. I haven't had much of an appetite ever since I was sick. Emily frowned at her delicately thin arms. She would try to eat more. Food wasn't a pleasure for her, as her stomach was often in a state of nerves. I know. I didn't mean to make light of it. It's fine, Addie. She watched as her sister applied one bit of cream on her cheek, covering the largest of her spots, as she smiled at her creation. Adelaide was giddily crazy over these things, in this order: handsome men, animals, sweet-baked foods, and finally, styling hair and makeup. She dabbed her finger over Emily's fine-boned face, the makeup like paint and her sister's features like a canvas. She smoothed it over her small chin, forehead, and cheeks, applying powder to Emily's face with a tickly brush. Rouge? No, thank you, Addie. Don't overdo it. She widened her eyes. It's working. It looks more like it used to. Emily gave a soft gasp. She did look better, at least temporarily. Yet, this could not be done every single day. Adelaide pulled Emily's long, cinnamon-brown hair from her mousy bun, combed it, and twisted it at the crown of her head. After several moments of twisting and wrapping, she managed to create a smaller version of a pompadour style before she fastened the tie in a new, neater bun. The cut fringe of bangs fell over Emily's eyebrows, drawing attention to her hazel green eyes. Addie, you must either be bored or you absolutely love doing this. Emily's mood lifted. Her hair was now a near replica of her ladyship's casual hairstyle, though in brunette rather than golden. I must say, a bit of both, Adelaide giggled, her lips dimpling at the corners in a cheeky smile. Keep it like this, Emily. We'll have lunch and tea with the girls later. I'm sure they'll agree that you look so pretty, dear sister. Merci. A rush of gladness filled her. Although Adelaide had stolen tiny bits from her ladyship's toilette, it was the thought that counted. "You're welcome." Adelaide used her hairbrush to smooth her own light chestnut waves. She took a little flask of lip rouge from her other apron pocket and dabbed some on her lips. "I needed some color." "I only wish you could do the same tomorrow at the wedding," said Emily, feeling halfway nice-looking for the first time since she was 19 and had fallen ill. "I'm not vain, of course, but I only want to get through it without being pitied." Adelaide gave her sister a look of compassion, laying her hand on Emily's shoulder. "We'll have a nice time. Makeup and fancy clothes or not." She tidied up the items on the vanity table. "Delicious food, our family. No need to impress." Emily nodded, fidgeting with the puff of twisted hair on the top of her head. It will be Clemence's and Jean's day, after all. One October morning, Luke arrived alone at the chapel in Jean's neighborhood and took a seat in the back pew. It was a small, simple affair, filled with Jean's and Clemence's family members. The minister declared the couple married after 30 minutes of scripture readings and exchanging tender vows. Luke found the vows rather nauseating. For richer or for poorer, there could never be any chance of richer for them. Jean and Clemence kissed with unbridled passion after their pronouncement. The true love radiating from the two made Luke avert his eyes. This sort of thing could never be for him, at least the ball and chain part. He was all for passion, and he eagerly hoped to chase some women at a pub or saloon as soon as possible. Afterward, relatives crowded into Jean's parents' apartment, while the overflow of people gathered at the front steps. They all took a glass of celebratory wine, giving the young couple their congratulations as Jean and Clemence stood together. Clemence wore her best yellow and white floral dress and bonnet, Jean his best gray coat. Jean's two little brothers approached Luke, asking if he would play with them. He took a few minutes to roll hoops with the boys along the sidewalk as the two laughed, looking up to Luke with admiration. He supposed it was all due to his tall height and strong build, like a hero, and I damned better live up to it. As he gripped a wooden hoop and rolled it towards Leon to catch and roll back, Luke recalled a dream of rolling hoops. It seemed he was a boy himself in this dream, playing near flower gardens and landscaped hedges. It was as if he only dreamed of childhood, but hadn't consciously lived one, other than the visual memories of some mercantile shop and dying parents that burst inside his head while talking to Aunt Mathilde. It wasn't as lifelike as the dreams. He'd closed his eyes to recover more ever since, but nothing else came. "You missed the hoop, Michor," Hugo called to Luke as the hoop rolled past him. Pardon me. I wasn't watching, so you won." Hugo raised his hands in victory. "I want cake," Leon exclaimed. The children rushed to the house, dodging past guests in a beeline to the stairs. Luke rejoined the party of adults. Jean introduced him to his new cousins-in-law. "Luke, this is Emily and Adelaide." Both young women gave him congenial smiles. His height, his raven hair, sky-blue eyes, and his strong build were apt to charm the fairer sex every time. Always glad to receive some female admiration, Luke remained with them while Jean left to talk to someone else. The challenge was trying to relate with two women who, while nice and pleasant, were not stunning beauties. "Enjoy the wedding, ladies?" He shoved his hands in the side pockets of his waistcoat. "Oui, very much. I adore weddings," said the first. "Yes," replied the second. This girl had something wrong with her face. Pox scars, likely. Irregular brown spots. Unfortunate. Her long brown hair was swept back in a red ribbon bow like a prim and proper schoolgirl, bangs cut to hide her forehead. Her simple red and white dress covered a very slender figure, with nothing for him to see in the bosom. "What do you do, Michor?" asked the chubby one with a sweet, rosy-cheeked face. Her eyes had an inviting bedroom look to them. Quite pretty. She had a buxom chest and loose curls of chestnut ginger hair, yet was rather dumpy and heavy in his eyes. "I lay bricks with Jean." Luke crossed his arms. "That's too dull," he thought. "I'd better elaborate. I hoist the heaviest bricks, of course, with my speed and strength. I've helped our crew put those walls up ahead of schedule. It was surely the hand of Providence that led the boss to me." He ended the statement with a nod and grin, gesturing to his chest. "Oh, well, that's nice," the young woman said rather coolly, her pretty eyes rolling a bit, then casting themselves elsewhere. "Merci for all your incredible strength to help Jean." She hurried back to Clemence to hug the bride once more. Touché, thought Luke with a smirk. "I'm glad that Jean has a good worker like you to help him," the pox-scarred girl said to him in a kind but shy voice. Her face flushed beet red, the spots less prominent. "My sister and I saw the building site the other day. It's going to be grand." "It will." Luke gave a firm nod. She gave him a warm smile, fidgeting with the folds of her floral print dress. "Well, nice to meet you, mademoiselle. I'm off to refill a wine glass." Luke gave her a polite enough nod. He left the girl behind and returned to Jean, joining the conversation with the bride's father and another older man. "Congratulations, Jean, and Clemence, your lovely bride. I must be going now." "Leaving so soon, Luke?" Jean fussed with his lace cravat. "My aunt has been extremely sick. She's over 70, and I can't leave her alone for long." The two older men looked at him with frowns. Jean patted Luke's shoulder. "We wish her well. I'm glad you made it, Luke. And this is Monsieur Fordier, Adelaide and Emily's father." Jean gestured to the bearded man smoking a pipe. "And this is my new father-in-law." He gestured to the other fellow. Clemence rushed to the group of men in a flurry of white and yellow linen, sharing another embrace with both her new husband and her father. Luke nodded to her. "Best wishes to both of you, Monsieur and Madame Paquette." "Thank you for coming, Monsieur." A blushing smile lit upon the bride's young face. "Well, I ought to go." Luke shoved his hands back in his vest pockets, feeling some coins aching to be spent. Hitched up tight, and soon he'll have a family to feed. Poor Paquette, he thought with a sense of relief for his own freedom. He left the house and their celebration to prowl on his own, seeking out the vices he enjoyed before in his extremely short life. Chapter 8. Luke meandered the street after leaving the wedding. He decided on a whim to find that one establishment downtown on Rue Saint-Jacques. Other men on the work crew had talked about it, even saved money for the fun to be had there. He found the building after a decent trek of about 5 city squares. It was called Les Pièges, the trap. He entered into smoky darkness, the smell of cigars and alcohol wafting in the air. After ordering a glass of wine, Luke gazed at the flirting group of people in the candlelit room, both old and young, men and women gathered around a card table, gambling and playing polka, while others stood with drinks in hand. He could recognize the ladies of the evening, their dress and demeanor unlike any proper woman. Skirts hiked up at jaunty angles, lace-edged panelettes visible in white, pink, yellow satin. They weren't here just to serve drinks. These women lived with the risk of murder and disease and possessed the breezy confidence and street smarts that came with not caring what proper Paris society thought of them. A comely girl, her brown curls piled atop her head and pink flesh bursting from atop her tightly laced dress, sashayed over to him. She gave him a rose-cheeked smile. "Good evening, monsieur. I do hope you plan to stay. I'm staking my claim upon you, in fact." She greeted him in a low, flirtatious tone. Luke could smell rose-water fragrance wafting from her beribboned neck. "I'll stay as long as 60 livres allow me to. Come down the hall." She grasped his hand with one of hers while holding her other palm out in expectation. Luke handed her about a third of the money he'd made the entire week. She led him into a hall to a suite of rooms, opening the door to a tiny, dim bedroom reminiscent of a cheap inn. She struck a candle in the far corner, illuminating a narrow bed and a rocking chair piled with pillows, the only furnishings. The room smelled of a mixture of sweat and strong perfume. The girl returned to him with a coquettish smile, raising her tanned arms to embrace him. He tugged on the back of her dress. The fabric ripped a little. He began to kiss her fragrant neck, his hands fumbling with the small, pearl-like buttons with his rough fingers. Pain. Excruciating pain. He screamed, doubling over in agony. The working girl backed away, her brown eyes like saucers. "Monsieur?" It felt as if a sharp knife was flaying him like a fish in a most sensitive and unmentionable area. Horrible wails erupted from his throat as he crumpled to the ground, begging with loud, incoherent groans for relief. "What's wrong, monsieur? What do I do?" Too engulfed with pain to sense the presence of anyone, any sound or any voice, Luke lay in a fetal position on the dirty wooden planked floor,
Stars swam before his eyes as he caught his breath. He wheezed in his chest as the pain rolled away, then crashed back like a wave. He screamed. It was like fire, molten fire. His legs and feet trembled. The pain assaulted his groin while a stinging sensation pierced the right side of his back, near his shoulder blade. It felt as if he had been shot there. "Me sure someone went to fetch a doctor." The girl's voice barely registered. Footsteps shuffled nearby, those of curious onlookers. Stabs of pain racked his entire being. His vision blurred. After a few moments, the waves of agony began to roll back, subside, and finally, the pain vanished. His body went limp on the floor. He rolled onto his back, limbs splayed like a starfish. The pain had ebbed away, but the humiliation did not. He lay there, panting to catch his breath, finally able to see the planks of the floor and the saloon girl's threadbare slippers. "I think I'm better now." Luke lay there for a moment longer before he stood, dizzy as if drunk. Come to think of it, he was half drunk. "Keep the money, mademoiselle. Just a little sick, that's all. Adieu." He left the wide-eyed girl staring at him, her hands fiddling with her earnings in her skirt pocket. After Luke lumbered home, Aunt Mathilde eyed him with her watery old gaze. "How was the wedding?" "It was good. A simple, nice family wedding." He nodded at her several times, forcing a smile as he plopped down on one of the half-broken wooden chairs. "Did your friend Jean and his bride seem happy to be finally married?" "Yes," he grunted. Today, Jean Paquette had been riding on a cloud of joy. Tonight, the inexperienced 19-year-old was surely getting some affectionate l'amour with his girl, awkwardly fumbling with her in his bed right now, the blind leading the blind. Lucky little fool. "You don't seem very happy. You seem frustrated about something." She worked a needle into a draped cloth in her lap, struggling with her grip on it. Luke shrugged, scowling down at the dingy floor with a vacant stare. Vestiges of the bizarre pain attack had weakened him. The walk home had been exhausting. His legs could barely hold him up. "You aren't indebted to me the rest of your life," said Aunt Mathilde. "Armand offered to help me if you decide to leave. Please don't think I'm trapping you here, dear. I do wish you to find a wife and family someday." "Oh, no." Luke snapped his head up to look at her. "I don't think that at all." But he did. "I cannot wait to be alone without this old hag. Depending on him, telling him what to do, treating him like a child. And a wife? No beautiful and charming woman would want a mere bricklayer whose brain didn't function enough to remember his own past. And how could he ever be a father? I wish you'd tell me what's bothering you." She fumbled with her needle and thread. "Have you been feeling ill?" "Yes." He avoided her gaze. "I can handle it. Just a little pain once in a while." He lied. "It was God-forsaken, severe pain, and it only happened once." "Where does it hurt?" She set the garment and needle aside. "Nowhere, never mind." He stood and headed to bed, exhausted and weaker than usual. "I sure hope I'm not getting sick. I need to work." He crawled and huddled beneath the wool blanket. Chills surged through his body before he finally succumbed to sleep. While seated on the uncomfortable chair waiting for him to sleep, Mathilde thought back to their conversation. She'd given in and used her mind reading, her lecture d'esprit powers, to pick up on Luke's inner thoughts and motivations. She tended to suppress and control her mind reading, using it in moderation like sugar and tea. It simply wasn't pleasant to read others' thoughts, to have them wafting through her mind while her own thoughts were difficult enough. When Luke said he didn't feel she was trapping him in his life, it was a blatant lie. She heard his inner voice while he spoke in the opposite out loud. "Cannot wait to be alone without this old hag." It was a cold dagger in her heart. If he only knew. She had been watching his behavior in her looking glass during the day. Even in a humble life as a common laborer, his memories wiped to give him the air of a simple man. Prince Renaud Eugene Luc d'Orleans' nature and temperament were still, for the most part, selfish, shallow, vain, and violent. When she was certain Luke was sleeping, Mathilde put her hands on her temples and sighed heavily. She gave in, conjuring something more comfortable for herself. The rickety wooden chair transformed into a plush, red-upholstered chair of brocade satin. Her old stiff body settled into it, a cloud of comfort. Drifting off to sleep, however, might pose the risk of not transforming the chair back before he woke. Armand could very well be right about the impulsive way she used her magic to save him. They could go on for years until Luke eventually let his selfishness become vice. Yet another fate would be better than execution. Better for her son to be annoyingly selfish than to be a man so consumed with jealousy and bitterness to commit a violent act. On the other hand, he could be reborn. He could become unselfish, stay away from evil, love others. She had no intention to break his spell if it meant he could somehow grow and flourish by living with toil and humility. And with her, without the influence or even the knowledge of his father, the late Prince Theodore, she could hear him tossing and turning, mumbling in his sleep, dreaming of his old life. He hadn't been able to alter his memories completely, for mind magic spells couldn't penetrate the inner subconscious. This isn't good. He might begin asking around about the palace if he dreams of it. She clenched her hands, thinking of the dire possibilities of Luke, Renaud, finding his old life or relatives again. It cannot happen. Chapter 9. Mathilde watched the water in the kettle over the hearth's glowing embers. No sign of simmering bubbles. It took forever without the aid of magic. After checking to see if Luke was asleep in the room nearby, he was. She waved her palm over the kettle. Warm tingles of magic flowed from her hand, raising the water to a rolling boil. With a fond smile, she thought of Armand and his potions. Luke's hoarse, distressed voice came from the tiny room to her left. Aunt Mathilde, I have a terrible headache. She turned from the kettle, tottering on shuffling feet to his bedside. He lay with both of his calloused hands pressed over his face. Let me feel, she said. Move your hands out of the way. He moved them with weary obedience. She placed her palm, slightly wet from the kettle's steam, to his forehead. It was almost the temperature of an oven-baked potato. Get your cold, clammy hand off of me, he growled. Mathilde moved it away, a small gasp of worry escaping her lips. She didn't cause this. His attack of groin and back pain, yes. That was completely her doing. And yes, it had been a curse of torture. And true, that could certainly be considered dark magic. She simply couldn't help her reaction when she saw what he was about to do yet again through her glass. A grown man of 26 acting like a fool, immoral, and in need of harsh discipline. It tortured her to perform such a curse. Nonetheless, this morning Luke was ill in a more natural way. She gave him some warm tea and things to eat as he remained sullen, unmoving, and silent. Somehow he'd come down with whatever ailment was common among the sans-magie. She decided to go to Armand for help. Before leaving the building, Mathilde stood alone in the stairwell and waved her arm over herself to cast the charm of invisibility. Outdoors, she stepped through the lively street, trying to avoid people bumping into her as she scanned their faces. Old and young, well-dressed and ragged. Any one of them might be a mage. Invisibility and disguise were her best defense. It wasn't long before she arrived at Armand's place, climbing a few stairs to a rough-hewn wooden door with cobwebs. 140 Rue Cinquième. The doorknob shivered with golden light on its surface. Armand's golden lock charm made his house a safe, invisible haven. She knocked 3 times. He opened the door. His eyes shifted left and right.
Who? Armand. Come in, Mathilde.
He gave a wry smile. His thin frame dressed as a fine gentleman in black today, rather than a transient-looking apple peddler. He wore a dark waistcoat and shined shoes. His long graying locks were neatly tied back. You look good and chipper today, she said.
Merci.
She entered and reappeared out of invisibility, still in her elderly form and huddled in a tattered brown cloak. What looked like a plain, impoverished building on the exterior was charmed inside to look like a nobleman's small parlor suite. A violin floated in mid-air, playing itself at low volume. Armand pointed his finger to it, and the sweet notes of music silenced. Brouillard de Raton. Mathilde rotated her fist 3 times as her mind focused upon Alexis Sauvage and the glass he possessed. When wisps of smoke fog wafted in the room, she was assured the charm was working.
Thank you for casting the fog charm, Mathilde.
Armand gave a cautious glance to the ceiling.
I need to protect both of us.
I need to protect both of us. She collapsed upon Armand's sofa, exhausted from the energy drain after casting such powerful spells over the last hour.
Take your time and rest.
Armand strode to the hearth to take up the tea kettle. I was hoping you could help me to help Luke. He's very sick.
I could find a sans-magie doctor. Care for tea?
Yes, thank you. Could you brew a draught for him under golden lock and glass fog? You'll be safe.
I suppose.
Armand breathed a sigh.
I wonder if Le Conseil remembers all my potion work from my youth. I helped write that book of remedies and rare natural medicines. There must be copies with my name on it still floating around.
It's been years. They don't remember you, I'm certain. Armin glanced at the ever-present Mage New scrolls on his table.
You're likely right, he said. Nothing about me in any of those papers. I'm forgotten. As forgotten as your unfortunate son's memories.
His mouth spread into a grin as he poured the tea. I only wish I were just as forgotten. Mathilde brushed off her twinge of annoyance at him for his reference to Luke. Unfortunate for Luke, but it's what Renaud deserves. She took out her glass from her dress pocket. The powerful tool had been a gift from her late father, Monsieur Auguste Savard Sr., when she was 17. A means for her to see and communicate with her parents, who planned to give her away to a foreign mage in marriage.
My greatest fear is to go back to the dungeon,
Armand reminded her yet again, taking her out of her musings.
I could barely eat for years because of the sickening, horrifying creatures crawling over my glass cell. Dark magic enthusiasts going insane, screaming all around me. Mathilde, that will be your fate with what you're doing.
He set the teacups on the lace-covered table before seating himself in the plush chair. Fear wrapped around Mathilde's heart like a padlock and chain. Neither of us want to be sent to prison. Her voice trembled.
But do you want to let him die? No, I never said such a thing, replied Armand. I've been thinking about this family situation. It isn't fair to you. You and the boy can stay with me right here. I have no wife, no children. You're the only family.
His gaze fell to the floor.
As much as I would like that, it isn't in my plan for Luke. You could have a peaceful life, Mathilde, but not a hermit as before. I don't know.
She shook her head, dismissing his kind offer to move out of their rat hole. I need you to fetch a Saint-Magie doctor to check on Luke. They can't help him. Could you brew a potion?
I would need to know what he has. The healing potion must be specific. Some for illness, others to heal wounds.
Thank you. She breathed, an inhale of relief.
Stay here and relax for a while. Replenish your magical energy. Be young again.
Armin nodded to her elderly ant form.
I will go out and search for a doctor.
He waved to the levitated violin. Musique? It began to play a soft and comforting melody. He transformed his clothes to that of the penniless apple peddler, conjured a scraggly, unkempt gray beard on his face, and went out the door. Mathilde transformed back into her true mid-40s self, choosing a loose, comfortable gown to wear. She undid her glossy dark hair from its bun and continued to recline on her cousin's rococo sofa, gazing into the face of her looking-glass. My true nephew, Alexis Savard. She commanded it. Fog appeared, swirling in the glass. She pursed her lips in slight disappointment. Le Conseil Supreme's building in the Mage Village was always covered by the fog charm and other protective spells of privacy. She couldn't watch over her relative. Alexis Savard sat in the main law office in Le Conseil Supreme headquarters, engaged in a rather dull and unpleasant meeting with the chief officer, Nicolas Roux.
We have meetings at 8, 10, and 4 o'clock tomorrow. Roux read from a scroll. Martian, Hiver, and Bell will present their vision plans and philosophies.
Alexis felt himself slumping in the chair. Why these meetings? Only one candidate of the 7 LCS members vying for Mage Lord had a good chance. The spacious office's windows were festooned with black curtains darkening the room. Rowe had arranged candles beneath the portrait of the recently deceased Mage Lord, René Chevalier. The old man had been Roux's friend. He was a soft-hearted fool, Alexis thought. Le Conseil was scrambling to elect its new leader as soon as possible, Bartholomew Bertrand. That favored prospect possessed the gift of prophecy and a clear vision for magical France's future. He would lay down an iron fist to preserve elite and inborn human magic power and the survival of mage existence. Crack down on those who dared to interbreed and lead all sorceresses and their gifts to extinction. Alexis, who served on the 30-man governed board of Le Conseil, planned to give him his vote.
Speaking of budget, we don't have funds for replacing stolen equipment.
Alexis focused back on Roux's words. He crossed his arms, his buckled shoed foot tapped the soft carpet. You're speaking of the day I was robbed.
It'll be months before we can issue you a new glass.
Roux fixed Alexis with a disappointed look beneath his graying browns. You're careless and disorganized, unlike your father, was the thought Alexis pulled from his boss's mind.
You may purchase one yourself. After all, you, Auguste, and your mother have Morris and Tana in the bank than the three of you can dream of spending. Alexis straightened his chair. I was careless, but we were ill-prepared. You are paying for the replacement glass, Savant. I cannot believe one of them stole it from you in a filthy tavern. I had no choice. We couldn't fight back with our offensive magic. I couldn't throw my sword slashes at them. Marcel Clement couldn't freeze them into ice. With his powers, he could have frozen the whole pigsty if the law allowed him to. But he cannot. Savant, you're obsessed with the idea of using young Clement as a weapon. Alexis heard Rue say in his mind's ear, Clement would be phenomenal after some training. Call me obsessed, but the boy is now the only living cryomancian in France, and pardon me for reading that thought. Not everyone wishes to have their thoughts constantly pulled out and examined by you, Savant, said Rue in a stern tone. Now back to the subject. Mage agents. Using our powers amongst those heathens. Remember Noel from 5 years ago? He's in the dungeon for using magical force out in the city. Is it possible for us to acquire a few of the San Magi's weapons for our work? Absolutely not. Officer Rue shook his head. No agent of Le Conseil Supreme will stoop so low as to use their fire sticks or sabers. I'm postponing this manhunt for your aunt for at least 2 months. We're in the middle of election meetings. Postpone my assignment? Are you serious? We must hear and judge all the candidates, Savant. You can look for your aunt in your own free time. Tell Marcel Clement he can remain in mundane Paris and drive his carriage on solid ground until he's needed to provide a flight. Alexis gave a scoffing shake of his head. That's what he wants to do. That's what he wants to do, considering he and his mother both reside there. Madame Clement is about as much a Saint-Magie-loving traitor as my Aunt Mathilde is. Then why don't you still employ him as your junior agent if he's the son of an ostracized traitor? Rue picked up his pipe and lit it. His potential. He'll prove useful for Le Conseil, and he relies on me. Alexis pointed his thumb to his chest, his silver LCS lapel badge. I let his mother live out of her pathetic life in hiding, but only if he obeys me. It's for our mutual benefit. Out of the kindness of my heart. He gave Rue a look of sincere duty. If he stops heeding me, he and his dear maman will suffer consequences for their family's disgrace. Rue shook his head with an air of exasperation, puffing on his pipe. You may go now. Alexis nodded, glad to be let free for the day. Merci. Chapter 10. Luke lay in agony. Pain and fever surged through his weakened body. He slept for most of the first day, dreamless and coma-like. When he awakened the next day, his mouth and tongue were full of painful sores. He begged for water, which Aunt Mathilde gave him in a stone mug. It only slightly relieved his mouth, which felt as if it were stuffed with dry cotton. A man came into his tiny closet bedroom, a dark cloth tied over his face as a mask, and carrying a leather bag. Monsieur? I am the doctor your relative called. Docteur Vernier. I would like to check in with you, if you don't mind. His bloodshot eyes over his mask were wary, apologetic. Luke lay still and endured the fellow pressing on his chest, listening to his breath, and staring at his exposed skin for several minutes, before he thankfully left the room. I'm sorry. The doctor mumbled to Aunt Mathilde, who stood at the doorway. Smallpox. The same as so many others in this city. You must keep your distance. Wear something over your face if you come near him. His aunt's eyes went watery as she heard the news. Damn. Am I going to die? But he didn't die over his sleep-soaked days, as daytime and night blended regardless of the hour. A rash spread over his body. Horrible, uncomfortable, pustules erupted on his skin, including his handsome face. He couldn't see them, for there were no mirrors. He was about to suffer the same fate as that girl at Jean's wedding. Feeling over his skin with his fingers, his heart boiled with despair and rage. He would lose it all. His attractive appearance and appeal to the ladies, his physical vigor and strength, the only qualities that he, a poor laborer with an ill brain, had as an advantage in this God-forsaken world. Now those qualities would be gone. Aunt Mathilde brought him water and cooled tea often, trying to keep him as comfortable as she could. One day she brought him some warm apple cider, and he was able to sleep through the night and into the morning after drinking it. She implored him to eat at least something every day, bringing soft porridges, which he barely touched. She washed his stricken skin once a day with warm, soapy water. During one of the worst of his nights, he experienced a vivid dream about the brown-haired boy in the great palatial home. The boy mocked Luke with a superior attitude and a chiding voice. I'm chosen because I'm smart enough to get my work done. Next time, pay attention and don't be such a stupid dunce. The boy left to do something enjoyable. A trip, perhaps. Luke was missing out. Frustration and anger came over him as he was left alone in a great, intimidating library. A beautiful, stately room with enormous windows. He sat on an oversized chair by a desk piled with books, papers, and ink quills. A mountain of tedious work and reading. He opened a book and could barely read a word on the page. The print jumped around before his eyes, impossible to even start. Fortunately, he didn't have to do it because he woke up. Just a dream. And his reality was still hell. In this tiny room with its rotting boards and crumbling walls and a straw cot. Trapped in this body, laden with fear and the stinging, aching skin sores. A spider crawled near his head. He brushed it away. He glanced to his right, sensing a presence. Aunt Mathilde poked her head in, her wrinkled, pale face topped with a white cap. "How are you feeling, Luke?" "What do you think?" He turned his head away, covering his face with the wool blanket. She stepped out with the shuffle of her sad little feet. He heard her sobbing. Remorse came over him then. Actual concern for Aunt Mathilde. What if she were to get it? Aunt Mathilde? He moved the blanket a little. "Yes, Luke." Her hunched form reappeared in the doorway. "I'm sorry. Are you sure you can't get this?" "Yes, I cannot get sick," she said in a tear-choked voice. "How do you know?" "I had it as a child." What happened to me as a child? To make my mind different from everyone else's? Was it another disease? "I don't know, Luke. You'll exhaust yourself talking. Get some rest, dear." She stepped out of the room, her slippers scratching the rough wood floor, quieting with distance. He pulled the blanket over himself, trying to keep the sores on his face from rubbing the wool-covered pillow. His back ached from lying in only one position. Scraping, scurrying noises came from the floorboards by his feet. With disgust, he guessed it to be a rat or mouse. His body throbbed with pain as he sat up to look for it. Nothing. He turned to his right, seeing movement. He expected to catch a glimpse of Aunt Mathilde leaning over the fire, cooking. Another woman was bent over the kettle instead. A stranger. She was an elegant-looking lady, her straight black hair arranged in a glossy bun. Her pale, milky complexion had the look of a lady who wasn't young, but wasn't old either. She stood straight and wrapped her red velvet cloak around her shoulders, her back to him. She vanished into thin air. A ghost? Now I'm delirious, he thought, falling back to the cot. He passed into another deep sleep, into the strange and beautiful world of a palace and a ballroom. There was the beautiful blonde girl again amongst a crowd of circling dancers. Her bouffant pink and gold gown swept the marble floor, amongst other colorful twirling skirts and gentlemen's tailcoats. Her flaxen hair was done up in a pompadour laden with jeweled ornaments. His eyes kept track of her movement as she danced, her face rosy and glowing with his tormentor. The bullying, pompous boy, now grown to a man in a jewel-studded coat, a man who got everything. Hate and jealousy turned his heart cold. 3 knocks sounded at Armand's door. When he turned the crystal knob to pull it open, the invisible woman swept in with a gust of air. "He has smallpox. This is terrible." The tearful, cracked voice came disembodied from near his chair. "I'm sorry. I have nothing that can cure diseases, only elixirs for pain, or to help him sleep." Mathilde reappeared as her true age, already seated upon his leaf-patterned chair. "I know you can do little for him." She clutched the fabric of her cloak in her fists. "I must come to terms with the fact that he could die from this. No magic from either of us can stop it." Armand went to his bookshelf and pulled a slim volume from it. "Healing. From what I remember, there's no spell which cures disease, and even if there were one, it would be a crime to help sans magie." Settling in a chair, he flipped pages in his book. "I can heal a bullet wound, but smallpox? It's outside the reach of my mind's imagery and the touch of my hand." "Can you heal sores?" Armand's mind scrambled for ideas. "I was about to vanish some, but they keep reappearing. There's something inside him, in his blood." Armand theorized. He closed and set down his book of spells. "That's why I believe that sans magie doctors make cuts into people to let their blood out. Has a doctor tried that technique?" "Dr. Vinet told me he can come back if he has time." "Bleeding him? I fear that would do more harm than good." She buried her head in her hands and sighed. "Tildy." The childhood nickname escaped him as he walked over to touch her shoulder. I know you love your son with your whole heart and soul. I can never imagine.
Lost for words, he simply conjured a gift. A bouquet of white roses materialized on the table in front of her. Merci, she whispered.
I thought you could take them to his room, and the fragrance would give some relief.
A kind thought, Armand. Everyone enjoys the scent of flowers.
I'll brew more cider with sleeping potion. I have enough apples for a new batch.
He gestured to a pile of fresh-looking apples in a wicker basket. I'll use the potion in moderation. He can't sleep constantly, for he dreams of his old life. She lifted a white rose from the bouquet.
If he recovers and survives, what will you do?
I haven't come to that yet. I only live day to day for now.
I have a question.
Armand went to the other chair and sat down, an ache of tension in his temples that screamed for a stiff drink.
Well, perhaps advice regarding your, salvation of your son, Prince Renaud, or Luc Bisset, as you have nicely rechristened him.
What is your question? Mathilde craned her neck to gaze over the room. Silvery fog from the Brayade des Ratoons spell drifted about the ceilings and wall.
We're in private,
Armand assured her.
It's safe to call him what he is. My question is, do you plan to have Renaud live the rest of his natural life under the identity of Luc?
Yes. And why not? I saved his life. But because of the terrible thing he did, he deserved penitence. Mathilde clasped her hands in her lap and gave Armand an intense gaze.
I thought a great deal about this. I didn't do everything out of a rash decision, as you might think. And what have you planned?
I designed his new life as a pauper rather than a prince, in the hope he learns humility and goodness.
That is all noble, Mathilde, said Armand, yet still very unlawful. And what's more, at least in my opinion, you took away Renaud's choice of free will.
That's utterly ridiculous. I did not take away.
Yes, you did, Mathilde. Did he ask for his memories to be stolen?
She frowned. No, but I wouldn't have told him such a thing in the first place.
He may have already met people who knew him. If he hasn't, he'll meet them eventually. Have you thought about what may happen if Prince Christopher and Princess Rosalind visit Paris by chance? Fate has a way of causing people's paths to cross.
Mathilde held a stubborn look of innocence, turning the long-stemmed rose in her fingers. But their palace is such a long way away. And this is a vast city.
You are playing God, Mathilde. It's the truth. I feel you should stop your memory curse on Luc, or Renaud. This sort of curse needs a breakage clause. At least set a breakage clause.
His mind raced with possibilities. If she broke it, set her adult son free, she could evade the mage authorities and stay safe. Her child was a man. He could deal with what life fated for him. Break my spell. She shook her head, placing the rose back in its vase. It's not a curse. It's a charmed spell because I saved him from an early death.
It's a curse. Have you done anything to punish him? I understand his catching smallpox was natural, no fault of yours. But tell me, did you ever punish Luc for wrongdoings?
I did perform a little pain curse on him one time when I saw him behaving badly.
Unbelievable. Pain curse.
He gripped his chair arms tightly. How could she?
That's dark. It's what cruel-hearted mages are thrown in the glass dungeon for. I can't believe this.
Armand couldn't help but feel a sense of sorrow.
My dear little cousin. Great mages, Tildy. I remember when you were a child. A charming girl, the belle of Fontaine and Chantilly. I vowed to refrain from doing such things to him again,
said Mathilde with a penitent air, her voice trembling.
You're a puppet master ruling over a puppet.
Sorrow stung Armand's eyes as he became more disturbed about this, what Mathilde had become.
I know you love your son. If my child had lived, I would have wanted...
He broke eye contact with Mathilde and stared at the ceiling.
Her father, the baker, he said her stillborn was a girl. I'd want my child to live free and make her own decisions.
A wall of tears hit Armand's eyes and throat. His voice cracked. Jean and the baby she carried. 30 years ago it had been. The pain unearthed itself after he buried it under liquor and studies. I'm sorry to remind you of her. Mathilde rose from her chair to approach him with a swish of her skirts, a comforting hand on his shoulder. She bent down to give him an embrace. I wish I could have met her.
So do I,
Armand whispered, regaining his composure.
He rubbed a fist over his eye and focused back on the matter of Mathilde's child.
If you love someone, you must let them go. Not keep them in a prison of their mind, controlling them with curses. You ought to set a breakage clause. Something that Luke may encounter to bring his memories back, something connected to his old home at the palace.
Mathilde stood straight.
His brother must believe he's dead by now, she argued.
And furthermore, if his spell breaks, he'll go straight back to the castle and try to murder Christopher all over again.
But that's not fair to him either, to believe a lie, Armin argued. What you are doing is against mage law, and that pain hex you put on him, a sans magie, makes it even worse, Tildy.
Her childhood nickname spilled from his lips. As he looked at his cousin, a lovely mature woman, he could still see that impish, spirited young girl.
What if I were to contact Fontaine and Chantilly and Le Concierge and tell Alexis about everything?
No! Mathilde cried, her eyes reddening. Armin, how could you even consider that after I kept your secret? We promised to protect each other. Ever since they freed you from the dungeon. Horror and fear from Mathilde caused him to shudder, regretting the threat.
I couldn't. Please, forgive me for even thinking of it.
I can't imagine you ever returning to that village, not after the way my brother destroyed your life. Armand glanced at his pile of newspapers.
I believe your nephew wants to know more than what his father always told him about you. Alexis was close to you when he was very young. He may have more genuine memories of you.
I doubt I'll ever have the chance to reconcile with my brother and my nephew, she said, her voice near a whisper. My concern at the moment is my son. He was just a baby. He didn't remember me either. Her dark skirt retreated away from him as she paced back and forth. When she spoke again, it was with strength and resolve. I want to wait until Luke gets well. Then I'll separate myself from him. Let him live alone. But I don't feel ready to lift the enchantment and turn him into Prince Renaud again. I wish for him to learn some lessons first.
I think I understand.
Armand sighed.
But you're attempting to raise an adult man. A fool's errand. May I ask you exactly why you didn't let him know you're his mother? Why did you insist on calling yourself his aunt?
She frowned. Because that would make him inquire who his father was. I don't wish for that complication.
Understandable,
said Armand quietly.
She had disclosed nothing about her relationship with the man, who must have been the prince of the eastern region, the place where she lived for so long. Today wasn't the day to press her about it, nor to demand the name. Merci for the roses, Armand. I ought to go back to him soon. Mathilde took the bouquet of roses and teleported home. Chapter 11. As winter brought a chill and the people of Paris enjoyed the novelty of snowflakes, Luke's fever broke. He lay on the cot in a puddle of sweat, his strength drained. Aunt Mathilde came in to bring him bread and a cup of cider. Do you have a mirror? He whispered in a hoarse rasp. The old woman frowned, her wrinkles deepening. You need to eat and drink, not stare into a mirror. She set the cup and bread next to his cot and walked out, mumbling something that sounded quite like, staring into a mirror can drive one mad. Can you bring me a sharp knife, then? He called out. To slice my wrist and bleed to eternal sleep? It's what I want if I don't get better. He felt his face. Dry scabs from the pustulas, some of them loosening, like those of wounds. He begged all of Providence and the angels to let this nightmare be over soon, so he could be well and whole, look good again, and be able to leave this tiny room. While he sat up and drank the warm cider from the mug, he heard a knock at the apartment's door, and Aunt Mathilde greeted someone. Damn, a visitor? It was Jean Paquette. He peeked into Luke's tiny bedroom and rapped his knuckle on the doorless entry. Luke, it's me. His work breeches and boots were splattered with mortar from the building site. The thought came to Luke that he missed working, being productive and normal. Jean? Luke whispered. I'm glad to see you're alive. The disease is still out there and you, he halted his advancing steps. You don't look so good. Luke watched Jean's eyes widen, his mouth forming into a silent gasp. What do you mean I don't look so good? Well, he had an odd, cringing look, his eyebrows raised. My aunt won't give me a mirror to look in. I know it's because I must look like absolute hell. To be honest, Luke, you do. But you're alive. I hardly feel alive at all, he mumbled, an ache of despair filling him. I'd rather not be. Luke, don't say that.
Snap out of it. You will get better. And it turns out Mason has a heart after all. He says if you recover from this, as soon as you're up to it, you'll get your job back. He hired a temporary man, but he's nowhere near as good as you. He's better than me now. Luke's voice was a choked whisper. Do you remember Emily at our wedding? She had it 2 years ago. She's been healthy and fit as a fiddle, working as a lady's maid for nobility. She has scars. Many people do. Jean clung the wall of the doorway. And you have life left to live. Mon ami. Couldn't it still be contagious? Luke scowled as resentment boiled within him. Jean drew a tiny step closer. It's been 6 weeks. If you've gone through the worst of it, you'll improve. I miss you at work, Luke. Even your bragging. You miss me. You miss the old me. You're still you, no matter what. Luke turned his head to look at the cracked wall, where a few cobweb strands reflected the bit of sunlight. I may as well be dead, he muttered. I wish it hadn't claimed me. Luke, do you remember that beautiful Marquis's daughter? Jean asked him lightly. If you get well, perhaps you'll see her again. The grand opening of the hotel is delayed a little. Please leave. Luke hissed, his eyes fixed on the cobwebs. Luke, go. Jean backed out of the doorway and turned into the main room. I'm pleased to meet you, mademoiselle, Luke heard him say to Aunt Mathilde. She spoke to him in response, though the words weren't clear. Something about hiding knives. She's talking about me, telling him what I said, he thought with anger. Through that night, Luke found an escape through the mostly pleasant dream episodes. Other girls, not the mysterious blonde lady, but others, in extravagant gowns and piled-up hair gave him smiles and flirtatious touches. A ballroom shimmered with golden brass and 100 candle wicks. The dance being held was slow and dull. He wanted to take a girl alone somewhere, more private. But which one? The maid's? He approached a lovely maid in a dove-gray uniform and crisp apron, wrapping his arm around her small shoulders. She backed away, freeing herself from his proximity. What, you don't like me, mademoiselle? He said to her with a chuckle. Your Highness, pardon me, but I am a madame. She gave him a firm lift of her chin, anger sparking in her dark eyes. A rust-bearded man in a military uniform walked over with a frown. He grasped the hilt of the sword on his belt. This is my wife, your Highness. The dream shifted to a forest. He ran like mad through a sun-dappled thicket of trees, passing through a blur of evergreens. The phantom pain of a shot in his back jolted him awake. He gasped at the sensation. Even the dreams were turning out to be torture. Luke, Aunt Mathilde's voice croaked from the next room. Are you feeling better? No. My back hurts. Everything hurts. Do you need me to bring anything? Tea? Bread? No. Stinging pain lingered from his back to his chest, as if a bullet had pierced all the way through. I was a soldier and a royal, he thought. Was this a memory of a long-ago life, dying in battle in his old body? Later that day, he stood on weak legs, his stomach roaring with hunger. He shuffled into the main room while Aunt Mathilde sat sewing. Luke, you're up? Aunt Mathilde looked up, surprise on her face. Come and have some of the soup I made. It's in the pot. He didn't answer her, simply taking a bowl and filling it with soup. Heavy on potatoes and light on chicken. While eating, he cursed his need for nourishment in life, thinking of the agony of it all. Why live? No future of fulfillment, being accomplished or useful any longer. He wanted out of his pathetic life. At the family home of Emily and Adelaide Fortier, Adelaide answered the knock on the door. Clemence and Jean, come in, she greeted. She shook off her apron, covered in flour from a day of baking. The cramped little house was filled with the mouth-watering aroma of sweet shortbread. Adelaide was enjoying her rare day at home immensely. Smells delicious in here. Jean inhaled the air as he and his wife draped their cloaks on a door hook. Would you like me to make tea? Adelaide led them to the kitchen. Papa and Mama are out, but we're just here relaxing. Well, I bake to relax, she giggled. There's a plate of shortbread biscuits. Help yourself. She sampled another treat, the sweetness and warmth dancing on her tongue and giving her a burst of joy. Merci. Clemence chose a biscuit. Are you and Emily going back to work at the chateau tomorrow? We have a whole 2 weeks off. Adelaide's voice rang with enthusiasm as she set a kettle on the hot iron stove.
Indeed, she looked very much forward to relaxing and reading that book she meant to finish. The Marquise and their ladyship are on a trip to the south of France for the holidays. They're going to Prince Louis's villa. That must be exciting for them. Clemence pulled off pieces of a biscuit, nibbling as she spoke. I must admit, it's so hard to imagine how they must live. It's an entirely different world. True, said Adelaide, sighing as she thought of the Marquis's home, her workplace. So elegant and beautiful. The gowns, the balls, the dinners. But the social rules and no privacy. A maid like me helping you dress in your unmentionables? She tucked a reddish-brown curl inside her white cap. I wouldn't quite care for that. Neither would I. Clemence wiped crumbs and sugar from her lips. We'd have to obey such strict rules of etiquette, instead of standing around eating pastries like we're doing right now. She laughed. For my future, I only wish for a warm little home with, she glanced over at Jean, whose cheeks and ears reddened, at least 2 children. No pressure on me, of course. Jean stuffed his hands in his vest pockets. The 2 women giggled. I wish for that as well. Adelaide tidied the stove with the wash rag, thinking of her dreams for the future. A cozy little cottage and a husband and children. And a cat, definitely a cat, for the children to play with. She added with a wishful laugh. Someday we'll have them, Addie. Clemence stepped to pour herself a cup of tea before Adelaide could offer to pour it. I'm glad you both have some time off. If you'd gone with the family, you would have to endure Evangeline's gossip about the royals and spend hours getting her prepared to present herself to the monarchs. You wouldn't have had a moment of peace. True, Adelaide laughed. Is Emily home? Jean interjected, concern etched over his face. I'd like to talk to her. She told me she was going to nap in her bed, but I can see if she's awake. Adelaide went to fetch her sister. Emily sat in her childhood bedroom with her sketching paper and charcoal in hand. She added the final touches to her drawing of birds, copying them from a book that lay on her lap. A half-eaten bread twist sat on a cloth nearby. She took the cloth and wiped charcoal from her fingers. As her sister pushed the door open and peeked in, she pulled her ruffled cap lower on her face. Is there company? Emily, did you like my biscuit? Care for another? Adelaide's gentle eyes were filled with care and concern. It was delicious. She hadn't been hungry, but she tasted it. Her sister was just as talented in the kitchen as at Evangeline's vanity table. Clemence and Jean are here. Jean wants to talk to you. I like your drawings. Lovely birds. Merci. Could you come and speak to him? Yes. Emily set the charcoal piece nearly finished drawing and her book on a table. She followed Adelaide into the small main kitchen and dining room. Jean stood with 2 biscuits in hand. Bonjour, Emily. I need to ask you a favor. A favor? What is it, Jean? It's my friend. Jean made a slight wince. He has smallpox. Well, had smallpox. He's been home suffering all this past month, and I'm worried about him. Oh, no. Adelaide paused from wiping flour from the wooden baking counter. Emily gave Jean a solemn look. I'm sorry about your friend. Emily, I was hoping you could help him since you have time off. Jean gestured with his half-eaten biscuit. To go to his place for just a few hours, try to get him to eat and get his strength back. His aunt has been taking care of him. She must be at least 70 years old. She needs a break. I could help him, said Emily. I already had it 2 years ago. I can't catch it from him again. You met him at our wedding. The tall fellow, Luke, remember? Emily's face tensed, apprehension coming over her. Oh, him? Is there something wrong? Clemence asked. I don't know. I don't think he would want me to take care of him. He wouldn't. Just for today, Jean pleaded. I can fetch a carriage and we can ride together. I can pay you 10 livres. Emily tensed at the memory of that extremely good-looking man, his arrogant, rude attitude and striking blue eyes looking right through her. The pain of being disregarded, not worth his time because she wasn't pretty. Well, she didn't care to see him again either. Emily, I could go with you, but I haven't had it before. Adelaide's words took her out of her painful musings. I promised Mama I'd finish sweeping the fireplace, and Addie, you don't need to risk seeing someone who just had smallpox. Emily poured a teacup from the stove. Jean spoke. I know Luke isn't exactly, well, the best at conversation. He doesn't have the brightest candles burning upstairs. Jean, that's not very nice. Emily crossed her arms and gave a little laugh. She couldn't help herself.
Adelaide burst into giggles. Jean held up his hands. I mean, he's not truly dumb. He just doesn't know what to talk about when it isn't about himself. And you're the only person I know who's caught it and survived. How could I help someone like that? I've never seen a man in his state of mind before. Jean's face sobered to a frown. Even though the disease ran its course, he said he wishes it killed him. And his aunt told me she hid away her sharp knives so he wouldn't hurt himself. Emily put her palm to her cheek, feeling those dreaded bumps and valleys which once had been baby smooth. Does he have the scarring like me? Yes, he's a vain man, so used to having people admire him wherever he goes, so of course he's devastated. I thought you could help him, as a survivor. Adelaide glanced back and forth from Jean to Emily. I could cook and clean for your friend if Emily doesn't want to, she offered. Jean shook his head. No offense to you, Addie, but you aren't, the type of personality Luke could endure right now. Neither am I. He needs to hear from someone who's been through the same. I'm not always happy enough to cheer anyone, Emily found herself admitting. Not that I don't love you all. I try to have joy in the life God has given me, but it's hard. I just don't know Jean. He's a stranger. She turned to head back to her room, teacup in hand, to privacy, peace, and not being seen. He's gonna die if he keeps this up. She heard Jean telling Clemence and Adelaide in a hushed voice, I don't know what else to do. Something out of Emily's control, a sharp little nudge like a hook around her heart, urged her to turn and face them. Yes, she breathed a sigh to prepare herself. Do unto others. I'll go see him.
Chapter 12. Mathilde tried once more to rouse the wasting figure on the straw cot. Luke appeared to her as a lump beneath a woolen quilt. I made some porridge with milk. Please sit up and try to eat something. I stoked up a fire. It is much warmer in the sitting room, and it smells much more pleasant there as well. The corpse-like lump beneath the quilt moved slightly, indicating a live being beneath. He didn't answer. Luke, I'm going to seek out some help to pay our rent and food, since you're still in an invalid state. There are people I can go to, the churches and abbeys. Jean said he would stop by today. Please be pleasant for him. With that, Mathilde set his breakfast down before him and prepared to leave. She made certain there was a warm fire blaze in the hearth, discreetly stoked via magic. She pulled her oval, silver-rimmed looking-glass from its hiding spot beneath a pile of cloaks, drab dresses, and other clothing from her old aunt persona. Her glass in hand, she vanished into thin air. A rushing breeze caused the front door to slam. Luke heard the door close. Hunger and chill won out over his self-induced hibernation. He threw the suffocating covers off his face, sat up, and ate breakfast. Again, he hated the fact he weakened to hunger and given in. Standing up, he stretched his stiff and tired arms for a moment and took the bowl to the next room to put in a water basin. The desire to sit in front of the fire and warm up tempted him to stay out of bed. He stared at the crackling, popping golden flames, surprised that Aunt Mathilde could get the fire going so strong. Normally, she could barely lift a small log of wood in her old arms. He felt his scarred, sickly forehead and cheeks with his fingers. The flames went down to red embers, soon about to go cold and die, just like me. Feeling a chill, he stood to his feet and placed another rough log inside. He stoked the ashes with the poker. Flames sparked, giving the promise of warmth. Gripping the black iron poker, Luke considered for a moment whether it was sharp enough to pierce his own heart. He sat back down and cradled it in both hands. It was about an arm's length, smooth and solid. Aunt Mathilde neglected to hide this, like she did the cooking knives. The still hot tip felt more rounded than sharp when he pressed it with his index finger. He doubted it would pierce his chest. It might pierce his eye and go through his half-absent brain if he stabbed it hard enough. He squeezed the handle and held it in position, thinking about the exact muscle movements his right arm would need to make. Knock! A strong knocking rattled the already splintered door. He ignored the noise for the first 2 times. It persisted. Luke! It was Jean. What is it, Paquette? Luke called. I'm just checking up on you. May we come in? Jean walked in, followed by a petite young woman in a red woolen winter shawl and white cap. Luke glanced at them before finding more interest in the fire hearth. The orange-red embers radiated warmth to his feet. "You're out of bed, Luke. Good for you," Jean encouraged. Luke turned from the fire. "Yes." His hoarse voice rose in a mockery of his cheer. "I can use the damned privy all by myself, like a big boy. Would Mama Jean like to see?" His friend frowned. "There's a lady here." The girl behind him backed away, shuddering. "Jean, I really cannot." She wasn't Jean's wife, Clemence. Her face had scars. She was the girl from Jean's wedding party. It was clear she didn't like him, so why would Jean drag her here to endure his company? "Luke," Jean explained, "Emily offered to watch over you and help in your place when she can, while your aunt is away. Please be kind." Luke stood to his full height. "What are you trying to do, Paquette? Did you bring her here to say misery needs company and I can't fend for myself? She had the disease, so she can safely be in contact with you. She's an excellent cook and she's willing to go buy things for you if you want to stay inside." "I don't need to eat anything. You two can cook and eat if you want. Do whatever the hell you want in my home. Just be quiet and don't engage my company." He hurled the fire poker against the stone hearth. The iron tool clanged against the crumbled rock wall and clattered to the floor, making a fresh mark in the old wood. Emily took a step back, her face etched in what he could only take as disgust. "The doctor said you're well past recovery by now. It's been 6 weeks," said Jean. "You're too valuable a worker to lose. Emily offered to help until you can help yourself." He gestured to the girl, Emily, who continued to stare at Luke, hating him. "Go ahead and hate me then." The man's black hair was unkempt and matted, falling over his pock-spotted face. Emily could still recognize the handsome features, but his bitter expression and angry tantrum overpowered whatever pleasant countenance he still possessed. His clothes were wrinkled. He wore no shoes. He scowled at her, then flopped himself back on the chair. His messy, longish hair whipped around in front of his face as he turned back to the fireplace. "Jean, please stay," Emily pleaded. "I do not want to be alone with him. I changed my mind." "I'll stay, Emily. It's Sunday. Clemence is at the sewing circle with her mother." "Don't expect a hospitable host," Luke muttered. "I don't recall handing out invitations to join me in my rats here at my maison de mode." "Luke." Jean drew a deep breath of endurance, catching Emily's gaze. She glanced, nervous around the wall crevices. One sighting of a rodent and she'd be gone. "If you want to sit and provide vulgar commentary, it's your choice," Jean continued. "But Emily and I thought we'd tidy up the place and go to the market to pick up some food. Anything you'd like?" "A gun, Paquette. Then come back and shoot me." Something red-hot boiled up within Emily. She walked over and stood between him and the fireplace, staring down at his bowed head of matted hair. "Monsieur, for the sake of all things good, stop it right now. Stop feeling sorry for yourself." She heard herself shouting. He sat motionless, his bloodshot gaze falling on her apron, shifting back and forth. "You don't know what I'm going through." He gave her a look so icy it could have extinguished the fire. "Being just a mere woman. You aren't me." "You selfish oaf!" Emily cried. Anger from the past 2 summers and winters unpacked itself, spilling from her lips. "Just because I'm a mere woman doesn't mean I'm not worth listening to. I remember feeling the same as you, just for a while, and it nearly poisoned me." She worked so hard for so long to be joyful and to accept her life as is, and this man insulted not only her sex, but the gift of air in his lungs and a still-beating heart. "Emily, you never told me," Jean cut in. "I never cared to. A personal matter, Jean. Even my parents didn't know how I felt during that terrible time." The venting felt good. Emily needed this. "And Mijor, do you want to talk about your scarring? I'm just a mere woman. My looks determined my entire life." She held her stance as she stood in front of the man, hands grasping the sides of her apron, her voice calmed. "If I remain a spinster, I could live in poverty." "So you don't live in poverty right this moment?" Luke asked in a tone of contest. My sister and I have good positions as maids in a noble's home, Emily declared, blinking as bits of fireplace ash stung her eyes. She glanced at Jean. He shrugged. His wide-eyed expression read, I'll just let you two debate, never mind. You get to spend most days in a fancy chateau. Not a bad life. Luke gave a dismissive shake of his head. A lock of black hair swung over one eye. He swept it back. But then, I suppose you do have a point about spinsters. Look how my aunt has lived. Look at all this merda. He gestured a hand around the room. Enough with the language, Luke. Jean took steps next to Emily. And if you keep talking about wishing to die, with the gun remarks and all, I'm going to the church and getting the priest so you have your last rites given. Go ahead, as soon as possible. Emily, go buy a little food at the market. I'll stay here and watch over him. Jean stood by Luke with a newfound authority over his older friend. Thank you. Emily's voice returned to a gentle, pleasant tone. Having kept her red shawl on, she walked out the apartment door and practically flew down the staircase. On the street, her steps quickened to a run past the carriages, horses, and pedestrians. Coins jingled in her pocket, money that Jean, in his sainthood, had given her to buy food for this Monsieur Luc person and his poor old aunt. Heaven had a special place for kind souls like Jean and Adelaide. Unbelievable. How Jean gave the shirt off his back for this boorish man, unfortunate as he was. And her sister? Adelaide had asked, mostly out of guilt, to join her and help, but Emily gave her a ripped petticoat of hers to mend, a favor just to keep her home. The skirt would be sewed untidily, of course, but it meant Adelaide wouldn't be subject to this man's vitriol. Emily reached the market square, a cluster of crude tables piled with crates of vegetable, eggs, and fruits. Crude canopies were set up overhead to shield the products from the elements. Meat hung over the heads of the hawking sellers, legs of lambs, enormous hams, dangling sausages. Lively, chattering voices of women in shawls and bonnets filled Emily's ears. Upon closer earshot, most of the customers' words were either appalled or angry complaints about the prices. 10 sous for one batch of carrots. Those onions have brown spots. You're a cheater. With the coin Jean gave her, she flitted amongst the crowd and chose staples to buy. One small cheese wheel, a brown package of the cheapest cuts of meat from the butcher, one decent white onion, and potatoes. She brought them to one of the men collecting the coins. His eyes widened beneath his brown hat when he caught her gaze. Another painful reminder of her appearance and people's fear of the smallpox epidemic. Her heart sank as she carried the sack of groceries away from the markets. Along the cobblestone street, surrounded by rolling carriage wheels, clopping horse hooves, chattered men rushing to meet their quota for a day's work. A boy calling out his services with his shoe-shine pail and brush. Why would anyone here care if their shoes are shiny, she thought. After walking 2 city squares, she found Monsieur Luc's residence again. She arrived back in the apartment with her bags, depositing them on a table. Jean held a crude broom, sweeping the floor. Emily scanned the room for things she could tidy up while Luke sat like a statue, staring at the fire, behaving as part of the furniture rather than their companion. Emily, said Jean as they cleaned, when we were at your mother's last week, you ladies made the best beef vegetable stew. Clemence would like the recipe. Of course. I'm glad you liked it. We'll write it down for her. Emily cheerfully ignored the scowling man. How is your stonemasonry training? She said you may get a higher salary once you apprentice. It's going well. Jean looked to his sullen friend as he swept dust and dirt into a garbage pail. Luke, you would be a natural at training in stonemasonry. You ought to train for it when you get all your energy and health back. You and I could both get a raise. Are you interested? Luke said nothing. When the apartment was cleaner, Emily cooked some sliced potato and onion in a pan with butter and added the fresh meat, frying it all together for dinner. She served out 2 plates for her cousin-in-law and herself. Jean and Emily sat down together with their small tin plates. This all smells heavenly. Jean took a bite. Tastes heavenly, too. This is one of our favorites at home, said Emily. Venison from a forest stow. It's something country and village folks enjoy all the time. I like that there isn't as much grease when we cook it. A hoarse voice spoke from the other chair. Serve some up for me, too. Jean and Emily turned to see Luke perking his head up at the delicious culinary smell. Luke, I'm glad you finally want to break your hunger strike. Jean stood up and fixed another plate. Could you join us at the table like the well-spoken gentleman I know you are? Luke gave Jean a silent scowl, joining the two at the tiny table. Emily tensed as the unkept man sat with them. They ate without saying a word. When they finished, Emily stood up to put dishes in the basin of fresh water they fetched. Luke, come over to my parents' place again. Jean put his plate in the basin. My brothers have been asking about you. They want to know if you're well. Luke went to plop back on his chair near the fire. Jean stood and put the last sticks of wood upon it. We're heading out. Emily will come by in the morning. Jean gave Emily a look of apology as she finished wiping off the last of the dishes. As she laid the cloth down, the two bid a kind adieu to the man, still staring morosely at the fire. They wrapped themselves in warm cloaks and took their things to leave. Chapter 13. Emily and Jean trudged outside on weary legs after their evening and dinner with Luke. The chill in the air increased as the sky darkened to twilight, even at the early hour. Emily's feet ached, her toes screaming for a dip in warm, clean water. We still must walk all the way home. A man's voice called out to them from the side of the street. Would you care for a lift in my taxi coach? Only 5 livres. A large and elegant coach had conveniently showed up in front of Luke's building. Thank you, monsieur. Jean approached the driver and pulled out coins to pay. We need a lift to 408 Rue Troisième. I thought you two looked so cold and tired. The coachman, a young, dark-complexioned fellow, gave them a sincere look of empathy. Please, monsieur, no money. I can give you a ride for free. I'm on my way to Rue Troisième anyway, so it's no bother at all. Merci, they both exclaimed. Some angel saw our good works, thought Emily. The 2 horses were probably the cleanest, most beautiful horses she'd ever seen. Gray, almost silver, with white, flaxen manes. The coachman hopped down and opened the carriage's door, as if Emily and Jean were a duke and duchess. Such soft seats! Emily settled with relief upon red velvet cushions, as Jean took the seat across from her. They set off at a brisk speed, bumping and jiggling along the cobblestones. The windows featured black velvet curtains that Emily drew closed, shielding them from some of the cold and wind. I'll pay you 2 extra livres each time, Emily. Jean's face had the look of desperation as he caught her gaze. Only 3 days. Emily fiddled with the curtain with one hand while holding her bag securely on her lap. He's too difficult. What does Pierre Antoine say? Think of your reward in eternity for caring for the least unto these. I suppose you're right. It's an act of charity, but... Jean took the same coins he'd offered to the coachman and passed them to her. Here, who knows? Once Luke feels better, you may grow to like him. I don't think that's possible, and thank you. Emily slipped the coins inside her bag. But it's not because he was stricken and scarred like me. That makes me not care for his company. It's his dreadful attitude. I understand. But the more time he spends alone in his dreary little place, the less likely he'll improve and want to go back to work with me. I have ulterior motives, I suppose. A sheepish grin crossed Jean's face. You see, the man hired to work in Luke's place cannot do a thing. All right, but only for 3 days. Jean called out the window for the driver to stop at Emily's family home on Rue Troisième. They disembarked the coach just in time. It had become twilight dark, time for the oil torch lamp to be lit in front of the Fortier's house. Adelaide stood at the lamp, lighting the cozy flame. Welcome back, she greeted them, a spent matchstick in her hand. Jean gave the sisters a parting wave. Well, I'm starving, girls. My wife promised me onion soup and chicken. Have a good night, Jean. Our best wishes to Clemence. Emily gave him a wave. Thank you, and remember, just 3 days with Luke. That's all I ask. He huddled in his thin cloak, his steps quick and eager on the cold cobblestones. Emily turned her attention to her sister. Adelaide was taking extra time to bid a cheery thank you to the coachman. Merci. Please come again, and stay warm in this weather. Adelaide stood fiddling with her blue wool shawl, sweeping back a curl of her hair with her finger.
I hope to. Have a good night, ladies. The coachman took off his tricorn hat to tip it. He gave Adelaide a bright smile as he drove away. He's quite handsome. Adelaide whispered as she wrapped her shawl around her. Emily smiled. Perhaps you might buy a ride downtown alone. Then you could get to know him, she encouraged. Her sister lowered her eyelashes, the corners of her lips dimpling. Perhaps. They walked the steps into their parents' small house. Emily was hit with the smell of fresh baguette bread along with the comforting scent of the wood stove's fire. How is it going with Providence's gift to the world? Emily suppressed a little laugh. Oh, Addie. He's Monsieur Luc Bisset, actually. And all I can say is I'm extremely glad Jean is paying me. Some men and their ungodly manners. I don't envy you. Adelaide picked up the floral-sprigged petticoat draped over a chair. I finished sewing your skirt. Emily noticed the crooked, rushed stitches of dark thread, but decided not to mention it. Merci, Addie. They joined their mother for some tea and family bonding time, their favorite part of being home. After parting ways with Jean as he went to work the next day, Emily climbed the rickety staircase of Luke's apartment with sheer dread. She stood for a moment at the top of the stairs. Monsieur Luc Bisset? There was no answer. She let herself in. Monsieur, it's me, Mademoiselle Faudière. I'm here to cook you breakfast. She found him lying on his back on the floor, lifting a wooden bench up and down, wearing no shirt. Oh, I'm sorry. She averted her eyes. She'd never seen a man other than Papa without a shirt her entire life. Warmth flooded her cheeks. He looked very nice without that shirt. Doing my exercises. He set the bench aside and pulled his loose blouse back on. You can look now. I apologize for leaving my door open. I imagine doing exercises can help you get your job back. Did he apologize? He may just be human after all. Jean truly hopes you get it back, she added in an attempt to encourage the man, for Jean's sake, not his. Jean needs to not depend on me so much at work. Luke stood to his feet and placed the bench upright on the floor, avoiding eye contact with her. There are loaves of bread and smoked fish in the larder. You can just start cooking. Emily frowned, bracing to endure the 3 or 4 hours ahead, which would likely drag twice as long, though so far he seemed in a more decent sort of mood this day. She placed fish into the only wrought iron pan she could find. She watched the coals glow a bright red, the only eye-pleasing color in the entire place. It took a lifetime until they became hot enough to put the pan on. After she made him breakfast, she took a seat next to him, her back stiff, arms wrapped around herself. He glanced at her for a split second, a deep frown replacing his irritable scowl. Dark circles framed his eyes. I'd rather you not look at me. I can go outside for some fresh air then. Is there anything you'd like me to bring you? There are a lot of things I want, mademoiselle. He looked at every point and object in the room that wasn't her. But the main thing I want is to be alone. So you want me to leave for a while? What do you think? I think I'll be very happy to take your leave for now. I'll be back at 10. She gave him a little relieved smile, to emphasize the point she'd rather be anywhere else but with him. Taking her shawl, bag, and scarf, she walked out of the apartment, skipped down the creaky stairs, and went outside to the front step. She kept her bonnet low upon her face, now a self-conscious habit. Sitting on the front step stairs, she reached into her handbag for a scroll of paper and charcoal, feeling the urge to draw something. Drawing always seemed to relieve her tension. The old, multi-gabled building across the street drew her interest. Charcoal rubbed off her hands as a likeness of the building's form appeared on her paper. Long ago, the house may have been elegant. Now it appeared as if it could be haunted by specters as well as a hovel for rats. Horses pulling small cabs and coaches rushed past, with squeaks of harnesses and wheels. Emily sketched the rectangle of a door. People walked and chatted. None paid her any mind. A man in rags approached Emily's side of the street, pushing a wheeled cart. Shyness coming over her, she hunched over her sketchbook. Good day, mademoiselle. Would you care for some apples? Emily looked up. The man's cart was filled with apples and bags of cornmeal and flour. I have no coins with me, monsieur.
But they're not for sale. They're free.
The ragged-clothes man said with a kind smile on his gray-bearded face. He glanced at her sketchbook.
Very good drawing, he praised.
Thank you.
And you look like the sort of girl who likes to bake with apples.
Emily had little tolerance for peddlers. Knowing the free part had a catch to it. I do. Not as much as my sister, but I truly cannot.
Here. A bag of my best apples. And I'll throw in this as well. Finely ground wheat flour, perfect for making a pie or pastry.
Despite Emily's protest, he set the food items on the stair step beside her. Merci. That is so kind of you, if this is free, but how can you possibly earn a living if you're giving it away?
The man laughed and grinned. You ask too many questions, child. Enjoy your apples.
He nodded to her and rolled the cart away. How thoughtful. Monsieur, may I ask, what is your name? She said, standing up. I'm Mademoiselle Emily Fortier.
Gladly.
My name is Monsieur Armand Guerin, at your service.
He tipped his frayed hat to her before disappearing around a corner. He was the second person who'd offered something free of charge in 2 days. First the coachman, now the peddler. Blessings. Emily returned to her sketch of the building, adding to the detail of the odd gargoyle statues near the top gables. When it came time to prepare her companion's lunch, she took a deep breath and carried the bags of bounty up the stairs to face Luke again. I'm back.
Good. The word was a grunt.
An hour or so later, the aroma of fire-baked apple tart filled the tiny apartment. As they ate together in silence, Luke stared down at her bag lying open by the ashy hearth. Her sketch paper was inside the bag, open to a drawing of buildings.
Who drew that? Is that Jean's?
His speech was an incoherent mumble through a mouthful of apple tart.
I drew it.
He glowered at her.
But you're a mere woman. You need an education to draw like that.
Emily closed her eyes a moment, then regained her composure. I never had much schooling, but I taught myself to draw.
So why are you a lady's maid and not some famous artist then?
Luke asked, smirking a little. I'm a mere woman. She tore a piece of cheese from the cheese wheel and mixed it with the apples and pastry.
Yes, of course, obviously.
Emily tasted the apples mixed with cheese. It was delicious together. I draw portraits as well. Would you like to see some? Luke gulped up the last of the apple pastry, washing it down with a glass of warm milk in a stone mug. He nodded.
Sure.
Emily took the scroll of sketch papers and separated them, laying them out on the table. Luke narrowed his eyes at one portrait drawing in particular, a lovely young woman with light hair piled in a pompadour, a faux beauty mark on her left cheek.
Mon Dieu, that's beautiful. She is amazingly beautiful. Who is that?
It's her ladyship, Evangeline de Brumagne, daughter of the Marquis de Brumagne, the man who commissioned the hotel you used to build.
Wait, I met her.
His expression darkened again. Monsieur, is something wrong. What about her?
She is a hard woman to please, that's all. They oversaw the building.
I'm one of her family's maids. Emily smiled at the thought of the unforgettable Lady Evangeline. She's very kind to my sister and me. My sister Adelaide does her hair and makeup as her stylist. Her ladyship is being courted by someone right now, and I hope it all works out. A sour look crossed Luke's face, but he seemed to brush it off with a shake of his head.
Aren't you jealous of her?
He leaned back in his chair, his arms stretched and clasped behind his neck. Jealous of Evangeline? He unclasped a hand and gestured to the portrait.
Her beauty and wealth? She has everything a woman could dream of. Wouldn't you want to be her?
Emily shrugged. I don't know. I guess in a way, but actually, no. I love my family. My sister, Maman, and Papa.
Well, good. I'm glad for you. My parents are dead.
I'm sorry. He must always make it about himself, but this is forgivable. How did they die?
I was told they were sick during one of the worst consumption epidemic years. I can't recall them.
Whose sister is your Aunt Mathilde? Your mother's or father's? Luke's mouth opened a little, then closed. He raised his gaze towards the ceiling. I'm sorry for asking a personal question.
It's just, damn, I still don't even know.
He raked his fingers over his spotted forehead.
I don't know anything about who she...
Are you all right, Monsieur? Emily reached out and softly touched his elbow.
Don't touch me.
He pulled his arm away. Emily drew back. I can't catch it a second time. I'll be fine. Luke pressed his palms to his temples and squeezed his eyes shut.
Something is just not right with me, mademoiselle. I am a doomed man, doomed to die.
As I told you yesterday, Monsieur, you must snap out of this attitude. Emily clenched her hands. Please, God, give me patience. Your skin and face are not your life. You are still you. Don't let the disease kill you after all.
I said, it's not the disease.
Luke slammed his fist on the table with a hard crack. Emily jumped a bit in her seat.
It's not only having had smallpox. There's something wrong with my mind. Right here.
He poked his index finger at his forehead, 3 sharp jabs. You are welcome to talk to me, but only if you can speak civilly. I do not wish to be shouted at, Monsieur. His face fell.
I am sorry.
She felt a smile pull at her lips. It felt extremely satisfying to stand up for herself. It's all right, and thank you.
I have strange dreams.
Luke looked at her for a brief moment, pain in his eyes, then down at the table.
Nearly every night, and they're real to me, more real than anything else.
His eyes met hers again, with an intense pleading look which seemed to say, please listen. Before he shot his gaze to the fireplace with the now familiar scowl. What do you dream about? She leaned towards him. A great many people have strange dreams. I've had them, and my sister enjoys telling me about hers.
He blew out a breath. First of all, I don't remember my life the way everyone else does. No childhood memories. But in my dreams, I'm some royal person, I think. And even better, a soldier, taking down enemies and winning battles. I would much rather sleep eternally than remain alive like this.
I'm sorry. Emily picked a piece of apple. I do hope your memory comes back to you. Luke spoke again after a lull, fidgeting with a spoon.
What do you dream about?
He looked at her with inquisitiveness. His eyes, sky blue in color, had taken on a gentle expression. They seemed to constantly shift back and forth, one extreme to the other. Either this or icy cold and angry. Me? Oh, my dreams are silly, said Emily. I hardly ever remember. I've had a few where I'm stuck in a dirty privy house with a giant bottomless hole that I'm afraid I'll fall into, like a filthy well I could drown in. It's unpleasant.
Your dream sounds like my life. Falling in a pit of Never mind.
He stopped himself before using foul language, at least. But sometimes I have pleasant ones, like walking amongst flowers.
That's good.
He nodded, then waved his hand dismissively.
What I told you is all nonsense. I shouldn't have said anything.
If it bothers you, perhaps you do need to tell someone. Unfortunate man.
Like Job in scripture, she thought.
I can keep a secret. You may share with me since few people in the world care about what I think or say.
You better keep it a secret.
Luke shot her a threatening, icy-eyed look. She raised her chin and looked him squarely in the eye. You think I'm one to talk frivolously about other people? That's something I despise. He raised his index finger.
Don't tell Jean or Clemence or your sister. I hope I can rely on you not to embarrass me.
I've had it. Emily shot up from the stool she was sitting on. Is that all you care about? Your pride? She shouted. I never meant to embarrass you or talk about you, and you're being terribly rude. I just cannot understand why Jean thinks you're so wonderful. She bustled over to the hooks on the wall where her cloak and scarf hung, preparing to leave. He shrugged and stared at the table, fiddling with the spoon.
Then perhaps I should not exist in this world to demand anything.
His dark, pathetic expression returned. Jean told me the next time you talk about wishing to die, he will go to the church and consult a priest.
She threw her cloak over her shoulders in haste. I will tell him what you just said. He's done with work in an hour. As an afterthought, Emily took the apple-cutting knife and pronged fork from the table, stuffing them away in her bag. Please don't do anything foolish. His eyebrows knitted. If you're not here to watch me do foolish things, it ought not matter, should it? His voice came out raised, laced with stinging sarcasm. You're impossible. Emily yelled in exasperation, wrapping her warm scarf over her head and neck. She rushed to the door, slammed it, and fled down the stairs. Luke was about to shout, "My life is impossible to live," but the door thudded behind her and she was gone. He stood and went to the cracked window. The small figure in the dark red dress and brown cloak ran across the street in swift steps. After he could see her no longer, he returned to the chair by the hearth. Dimness settled over the dreary apartment as the fire died down. Aunt Mathilde was gone somewhere. Jean had no time for him. His cooking companion was gone. He was alone, just as he wanted. But he didn't want this. People milled around outside the dingy window. People with families and pasts. A couple held hands, trailed by a parade of plainly dressed children. The man wore a tattered coat and hat, but his smile was evident even from Luke's vantage point. I just want to have someone to hold hands with, like that man. I want to be like everyone else. To belong.
Chapter 14.
Armand returned to his house on Rue Siquiam.
Pushing his cart. The wheels bumped over the doorstep. A few apples dropped to the floor. No waste. They'd be used for cider to mix with the potion. Closing the door, he waved his hand over himself and transformed his tattered peddler's clothes into a black waistcoat and breeches. He vanished the unkempt beard.
"Good afternoon, Mathilde," he greeted.
She had taken leave of her nephew for a while, appearing as her elegant mid-40s self in a dark red dress. Reclining on his rococo settee, she paged through a book entitled 100 Spells for Happy Housekeeping. Gentle swirls of smoke like fog drifted in the air like that of a pipe. Armand's own fog charm set and active. There is good news. Mathilde set the book down on his tea table, picking up her glass. Luke is eating again. It seems he overcome the worst of it. A little gruff and cross to the poor girl, though.
"A girl?"
He walked to where she sat, holding her glass. Emily, a young Saint-Magie woman. She's survived the disease. She's helping Luke around our home. Show Emily to us, she commanded it. The glass lit with an image of the girl who swept a lock of brown hair from her brow as she chopped Armand's apples with Mathilde's cooking knife. Red and green peelings littered the table.
"Well, what do you know?"
Armand's eyes widened as he watched.
"I made an acquaintance with the same young lady on the street a few minutes ago."
He gestured at the mirror's moving image.
"I gave her those apples. And don't worry, they were very good apples, Mathilde."
Doesn't she seem to be a kind person? Mathilde gazed fondly at the girl, trying to assist Luke.
"Yes, I agree. Most folks don't care to even look at me when I'm in my peddler disguise."
The two of them gazed at Mathilde's glass, watching over Emily. Her clothes dusted with flour, she fixed a dish to cook with the scant kitchen items, and then bustled about, tidying up. Emily attempted friendly small talk with Luke, and Armand heard Luke's deep male voice in the background responding to her questions. Their conversation sounded decently civil. Mathilde faded the image and put her looking glass away. He might have made a friend, I hope.
Most truly a kind person.
Armand went to his stove, adding a bit of wood. Saint-Magie style.
Just for our brief conversation.
Now, those apples you gave to her, they didn't have potion infused into them, did they?
No potion, I promise.
Armand grinned.
They were only plain ordinary apples. I did not infuse them with my elixirs.
He poured a bit of the sleeping brew into a cup.
I might need this later tonight. So, may I ask you something?
Yes.
Luke, as you call him, is recovering. Have you considered breaking the spell? Setting your son free from your binds of mind magic?
She shook her head. Strands of hair fell loose from her coiffure. I'm not ready. You must realize I have to consider his brother, and his brother's wife, and... Her mouth pursed into a frown.
I'm sorry to ask about it. It is a great dilemma. What do you think might happen if you break the spell? What do you fear most?
He could die. Mathilde's voice cracked. She stood from her chair and began to pace. Or someone else could die, and I may not be there to heal this time. What if he decides to head back to the castle? Another violent fight? Christopher is a good man, a fair and just prince of his region. Yet, by Saint-Magie law, he could still condemn Luc for murder.
The death of the maid.
Armand frowned.
Do you feel it may have been an accident? Unintentional?
Yes, it had to be an accident. Renaud engaged in gunfire with a guard. I don't know why the woman was in the line of fire.
Very tragic. He ought to make amends to the family the woman may have.
Even if the curse lifted, he may not remember shooting anyone by accident, though. So, she stopped her sentence. Her words hung like a torn curtain full of holes.
Mathilde, firing a gun and causing a human being to be hit, and to die from that hit, puts him at fault, whether he meant to or not.
She turned to face the window, moving the curtain aside to reveal a soft white sky, a few snowflakes. He's getting consequences. From me. His rebirth into a life of struggle and toil.
Turning Renaud into someone else will not force him to be a good person. He must decide for himself. And he needs to pay for the crime. Think of the maid's family.
She shrugged her shoulders. Time will tell. Someday.
You were with his father. You gave him life, the same way a Saint-Magie woman can, by nature. Which to me is a miracle in itself. But all the magic in the world cannot change his heart and soul.
Just as all the magic in the world couldn't make Luc's father love me. He could barely hear her words, just a whisper.
You never revealed to me the name of Luc's father. You only told me that he was a Saint-Magie prince. He was already married, and he was a repugnant swine.
Prince Theodore. She averted her eyes as she said the name.
Were you in love with him?
I don't know. She turned to face him. I can't say if it was love or not. I was 18 years old when I met him. After I ran away from home, from Fontaine and Chantilly. I never wanted to tell even you about those 2 years.
When you were 18? 19 years old, what exactly happened?
He searched her eyes. Mathilde clasped her hands in front of her gown, prim and ladylike. When I was 17, my parents betrothed me to Maximilian Groth of Bavaria. I wouldn't have been happy marrying him and leaving France. So I left.
Fair enough.
Armand shut his eyes for a moment and thought.
No one wants to be forced to marry someone they don't love, he said. When I was young, I opted out of the mage marriage market. I wasn't thrilled with the idea of my parents buying me a wife.
As a boy, you could opt out. We as women don't have the choice. Mathilde folded her arms, her expression hardened. If we didn't find a suitor near home, our names were sent out to the market with a dowry price on our heads, to be bid on. My looks caused me to be won by the richest mage in Europe, that man Groth. He was over twice my age.
I understand.
He certainly recalled that trapped feeling, though not half as bad as his sorceress peers.
And so you wrote an adieu letter, slipped out of your home in the village, and explored Saint-Magie society. I can relate.
He swallowed a wave of grief.
Heaven knows I found myself doing the same.
Yes, you've always understood me, Armand. She stepped towards him to wrap him in a hug. He stood and accepted her familial embrace. You and I both. It wasn't a crime. I loved Mama, your Aunt Lenore, and Papa, but I had to be free.
The prince was married when you met him?
She bowed her head. Yes.
Prince Christopher is the older of the two sons, correct? Born of Theodore's wife.
She glanced to the wall, to the mist of the fog charm. Luc's father, I found out later he was married. A grimace of pain marred her face. And the princess was ill. She died young when Luc, little Renaud, was very small. She put a finger to her reddening eye. Armand offered her a handkerchief.
Did you attempt to mind read Prince Theodore if you fell in love with him? Mathilde took the handkerchief from his hand with scrunched-shut eyes. I rarely mind read. It's an annoying gift. Her voice tightened, balling up the handkerchief in her fist. I don't overuse it and abuse people with it, the way certain relatives of ours do. I trusted Theodore. At first, with his generosity and his charm. I was 18, 19 years old, spirited but naive. You weren't the only one to succumb to the charm of someone outside our own kind. Armand sat back down, his fingers steepled in his lap. Do you want to talk about it? Mathilde stopped to look at him with a frown as she prepared to teleport back home. No, thank you. I understand. She nodded and vanished, as quick as a frightened doe. He leaned back in his chair, allowing himself to remember a girl he once loved decades before, a love which caused him to spend long, suffering years in the glass dungeon. Jean was a baker's daughter, a sans-magie he met thanks to his sweet tooth and love of bread. He ventured outside the mage village too often against the warnings of his parents. Jean sold him the most delicious sweets and croissants. Armand had been quite a flirt back then, he had to admit. She was shy each time he pursued her in the patisserie shop, but within weeks of meeting, they fell for each other, and fell hard. Over a year later, Jean revealed she was about to have a child with him out of wedlock. Soon, Armand was caught by Les Conseil officers, including his own cousin, Auguste. Jean died after giving birth at her home after he was thrown in prison. The child died the moment of its birth, he was told. Armand Guerin had loved no woman since, save his relative, dear Tilde. His heartbreak and Mathilde Sauvage were only two of countless stories over human history of a mage person falling for a sans-magie and suffering the consequences. Ever since then, he made his decisions with his head and logic, never trusting his heart. Chapter 15. In the fashionable section of Paris, a little grove of crabapple trees lined a cast-iron gate. Light snow fell upon the bare branches of the fruit trees, covering them with festive white. An impressive-sized coach, pulled by two light gray horses, stopped near the trees to let off a pair of passengers. Have a good day, messieurs and mesdames. The coachman gave his usual polite wish to the paying customers. Let's get out of the cold, chérie. The gentleman took the lady's arm. They walked away. I wonder who that fancy carriage belongs to. It's mine, Marcel Clement said to himself once he was alone. Come along, Felix and Fifi. He spoke kindly to his horses, jingling their reins. Nearing the grove of snow-dusted trees, Marcel whispered, Entrier. He led the horses and coach straight beneath the canopy of snowy branches, enjoying the feel of snowflakes falling on his face, hat, and shoulders. Nature's icy crystals. With his unique gift, he still couldn't recreate the design of a snowflake, but he didn't mind. Mamma, in her wisdom, always said he wasn't meant to be a little god. The driver and coach went through the secret portal to the town of Fontaine and Chantilly. It looked like a quaint and pretty village. Thatched roof houses, shops, and the government building, all gaily decorated for the holidays. Golden and pine bow wreaths hung on doors, and lamp posts cast a magical glow on the narrow streets. Mage families walked out and about the street. Small children ran ahead of their mothers and grandmares, peeking into shop windows and enchanted flying toys and fantastical pet creatures. Marcel looked with wistfulness at the happy children crowded around the enchanted pets in the window. He was born here. He used to love this place as a child. Now he merely endured it, going in to report for work duties and spending as little time here as he could. He drove past the children. A group of 4 young mage ladies in fashionable bouffant wigs and various hues lingered near a clothing shop. Spotting Marcel's arrival, they rushed over to him like a flock of flashy, colorful hens. Ooh, he's back! Marcel! Marcel, when are you going to take us for a flight up in your coach? He halted his horses. Bonjour, ladies. He tipped his hat. I'm sorry. It's just that, I haven't had the time. I've been so busy. The winter solstice ball in 2 weeks. Aren't you going? One of the girls batted her eyelashes at him, fussing with her bright pink wig. No, I didn't know that, he shrugged. I'll try to see if... Clement. Alexis Savat approached Marcel from the direction of Le Conseil Supreme headquarters building, a clear, I have an assignment for you look on his face. Leaping to the coach's buckboard next to his junior agent, Alexis nodded at the group of young women. Bonjour. Bonjour, Officer Savat. The pink-wigged girl greeted him, waving her gloved fingers in flirtation. I will talk to you later, ladies. Lily, you must come over to my estate for a glass of wine.
Alexis's gaze lingered on her exposed décolletage, barely covered by her fur cape.
Tonight, 8 o'clock. I'll be there. Lily primped her wig. We'll be there, chimed in the others. 7 o'clock, ladies. Alexis waved to all of them with a self-impressed grin. I have brandy and oysters, not just wine. Lily and the other mage girls left, giggling as they skipped the narrow street. Marcel groaned inwardly, which he hoped Alexis would interpret as, You're a legend, I'm jealous, and not his actual, you are beyond depravity. Marcel, listen. Alexis's expression went stern. He rubbed the blonde beard stubble on his chin. Rue says we can go back to the hunt for Mathilde, and I have something special for you. I hope you'll be pleased. Oh? Marcel mistakenly made eye contact. He must have read his thought. Time off to visit Celeste? No, mon ami, it is not that, Alexis said in a tone of irritation. Alexis Savat often scoffed at how the original builders of the town wanted to emulate mundane Paris so much. Only because Saint-Magie had decent enough artistic taste, he surmised. Le Conseil Supreme headquarters looked very much like the grand buildings of Paris with its decorative carvings, balconies, and castle-like spire. A Grecian-style fountain statue of a woman stood in the middle of a pool. Water flowed from the chalice the marble nymph held in her outstretched hand. The beautiful fountain and pool were pleasant facades of what lay beneath it. We held our final secret meeting of Le Conseil about the succession of the Mage Lord. Alexis looked at Marcel with severe scrutiny. The younger man was quiet. He seemed rather hard to read lately. And we've appointed our new Mage Lord. Oh? Marcel fixed his gaze on his horses. Merda, its patron, was the thought that escaped, so intense Alexis didn't need his eye contact. Monsieur Bertrand is the one. He impressed us most of all. He has excellent ideas for our nation. Marcel's hands grasping the leather reins clenched and tightened. The carriage jerked forward. A fine change of leadership. A bit of chill hit the air. Alexis felt it on his face. I have a feeling you don't care for Monsieur Bertrand. No, not terribly. Then you must make sure not to incite his wrath. After they parked the coach, Alexis led Marcel inside the headquarters and into his small office, to a scroll-carved wood desk holding wine bottles and glasses. On the wall behind the desk was a colorful Baroque painting of a voluptuous nude maiden standing in a flower garden. He sat down, offering Marcel the chair facing the painting. The agent avoided looking at it, using his hand to shield his brow. Alexis put the painting up with the theory that distraction towards the carnal instincts, away from higher independent thoughts, would help train more obedient agents. Officer Volant explained this to him once in a meeting. Marcel must have caught on. He appeared to be trying to resist. Alexis opened his desk drawer to take out his newly acquired looking-glass. Marcel? The man's eyes darted away from the painting of the buxom maiden, meeting him with a look of chagrin. Yes. I have a new looking-glass, he told him. Getting down to business. It cost me over 300 gold centaines. Watch, as I check for her. Mathilde Savat. The glass lit up. Alexis scowled at the fog and clouds swirling like a galaxy inside it. She still won't let up her fog. He laid the glass on his desk and drummed his fingers. All we know is that they're both living on Rue Septième, on the south end. Have you discovered anything new? I've spent hours driving passengers around the area. Marcel stared at the wood scrolls on the desk, avoiding both Alexis's telepathic gaze and the ode to female flesh on the wall. She has charms over her home. A golden lock charm against us, I'm certain. And fog against your glass. We'll find her someday, I hope. Yes,
And I'm very aware that you are just as invested in this criminal case as I am. Alexis took a bottle of wine and poured it into a goblet. Wine? No, thank you. Alexis sipped his drink for a moment. This wine is too warm. Do you mind? Not at all. Marcel reached out to touch his fingers upon Alexis's wine glass. It glazed over with ice and condensation drops. Perfect. Good and cold. Merci. Alexis attempted eye contact with Marcel again while sipping the cold wine. The agent allowed it for a brief moment. You are invested in this case. He read his thoughts. Why didn't she save my sister? But it isn't because my dear Aunt Mathilde broke the law. You wanted her to break the law thrice instead of twice, didn't you? Marcel bowed his dark head and nodded. My sister died. I can't help wishing she were still alive. He said in a near whisper. Your sister had no magic and she didn't fit in. She ran away from home, didn't she? Marcel's tone sharpened. What else was she supposed to do? A young girl abandoned in the streets of mundane Paris alone. She just wandered out of the portal because she was curious one day. After that, she could never come home again. It was her choice to leave the safety of the portal. Your sister wasn't fit for our world. Alexis took a sip of his ice-cold wine. The junior agent's eyes sparked with anger. Of course, she didn't fit in our world. And in their world, she was in a danger of being captured in the streets and hurt by the worst kind of sans-magie men. You don't pay attention to their society very much, do you? I pay little attention to sans-magie, Clement. They only needed attention when a case involved them. Otherwise, they were like insects to be endured when he had to go amongst them. Besides, you said she ended up fine, that she married one of her kind. Yes, she did end up fine. Marcel had a pained look in his eyes as he leaned forward. Other than that little detail you forgot, that she died at 30 and left behind a child. The temperature in the room plummeted. I'm glad she met her husband so soon after she was cast out. They had a happy but very short life together. Again, I am sorry for your loss. She got no justice. Marcel threw out his hands. A brisk breeze hit Alexis' hairline. Jason's killer was rescued and mind altered by your rogue aunt. Alexis set his wine goblet down. Passion and zeal resided within this man as long as something pushed his emotional triggers. With this rare and presumably deadly gift, they were worth pushing. You have fire in you as well as ice. I need that in an agent. Alexis leaned back in his chair as a chilly breeze hit his nose. The ice mage's negative emotions were conjuring involuntary cold, as usual. As long as Prince Renaud is free, you better believe I'm invested in this case. Marcel's brown hand clenched the edge of the polished dark desk. Condensation drops formed where he touched it. I'll do everything I can to make him pay for murdering Jason and put Mathilde Savard where she belongs, beneath that fountain. He pointed an emphatic finger at the fountain pool out the window. The glass window pane frosted into a sheet of opaque crystals. I see you did some redecorating for the holiday just now. Alexis reached for his wool cloak draped over his chair. Brisk day today, he muttered as he threw it on. Sorry, Marcel said with a heavy sigh. That was accidental. He took his hand off Alexis's desk where a cold dew had formed. No need to be sorry. We'll catch Mathilde and make sure that man's spell is broken so he could come out of hiding and get his punishment. His brother will likely have him hanged for the attempt on his life. You know how bloodthirsty those sans-magie royals can be. Alexis waited for a moment as the younger man cooled down, or warmed up. He reached inside the drawer of his desk and took out an exact duplicate of his powerful tool, a second looking glass. Here is the something special I wanted to give you. Alexis handed him the gold-rimmed mirror. This is amazing. Marcel's voice had calmed as he handled the glass with care. Merci. Does this mean I'm a capable spy now? Since Mathilde thinks she's clever and knows me as her nephew, she's aware of my hunt for her. But she doesn't know you. or the fact you now possess a glass. She knows few in society these days due to her living among sans-magis. The glass lit with a soft glow. May I try it out? Go ahead, but it's not a toy, it's a tool. Mathilde Savard, Marcel said to the glass, staring at it.
I see nothing but my own reflection.
He smoothed his short cropped black curls. A golden lock charm? Yes, golden lock, Alexis nodded. You would see fog swirling in the glass face if it was a brouillard de roton, and if you see that, it would mean she cast it with you in mind as a personal glass holder. So my cardinal rule is, don't meet Mathilde. Don't speak to her or let her know you're a mage. Marcel nodded. Of course, either way. We can't find her unless we use the tracking arrow. I can't, but you have a better chance. She's inside her home at the moment. State her name to your glass and it may show her image, or let you hear her if she's not careful. Otherwise, she's in a place golden locked. Or she casts invisibility around herself. She can do that. Invisibility? Merda. Marcel swore with a look of awe. She has that power as well? Yes. Bitterness strained his voice. Mathilde won our family lottery when it came to personal gifts. She has 4. Healing, mind magic, disguise, and invisibility. Damn. Marcel flashed a hint of his usual impish smile. Are you jealous? It's not funny, Clement, Alexis snapped. Just follow the tracking arrow. It should point to her location even if she's inside her golden locked building. Same for the cursed man. Marcel's face sobered. What should I do if I come in contact with the alter ego, Luc Bisset? You can strike up a conversation to learn details about his memory curse. Don't let him see your coach outside his home too often. It looks odd in his neighborhood. Marcel nodded. Of course. Just keep watching where the arrow points. I can do that. Once you're close to Mathilde and can see her, contact me using your glass. I've charmed them so we can speak with each other. I will teleport to you, go to her, and make the arrest. I would rather not teleport myself into a busy street in public. Use your discretion. Merci for the glass. Marcel gave Alexis a wide-eyed look of eager duty. I'll be glad to spend every day on the hunt for both of them. Chapter 16. Emily ventured out of her parents' home, carrying her bag with art supplies, some sewing, and a bag of her favorite hot tea. She'd certainly need the comfort of a hot cup of tea in Monsieur Luc Bisset's company. I'll try to help him again, just because I'm so worried about what he might do, she thought. But it's his last chance to treat me as a person. If the man started behaving like a tantrum-throwing 3-year-old again, Emily vowed to cut her visit short. Jean stood in the street, ready to walk with her. He carried his tin box with his lunch in one hand, his other hand stuffed in the pocket of his worn-out overcoat. Good morning, Emily. Nice day today. There won't be many more now that snow has been flying. Good morning, Jean. I was thinking it would be a good morning to just walk over to Monsieur Bisset's house. How is he doing? They walked the narrow stone street together. I was just about to ask you how he's doing. Emily quickened her pace. Didn't you go see him after work? Jean lowered his eyes to the ground. I went home. I didn't think he'd be serious about the things he said to you. Fear struck Emily. What if he tried to end his life like he went on about? Jean, we need to get to his house as soon as possible. She walked faster, dodging puddles from the previous night's rain. I didn't think he was serious. Guilt sobered his face. He has so much pride in himself. At least he used to. Jean, when you're sad or angry, and sad like he is, you just never know. Jean walked in a hunched-over position, staring at the ground and his boots. I'm sure he's bluffing, Emily. He's dramatic. He loves attention. He looked at the passing carriages. I'll pay for a carriage cab. Let's just keep going towards his house until we find one. I won't have time to visit Luc, but I will in the evening. Emily hoped Jean had enough wisdom about his new friend Luc, but she wasn't certain about that. He was still young, naively optimistic. 2 years her junior, he'd been like a brother to her in Adelaide for years. They walked at a quick pace for what seemed like forever. No taxiing carriages to be seen, only privately owned buggies and coaches. They're never around when you need them. Jean gave a slightly disgruntled huff. Emily's heart quickened as her cold-weather shoes thumped along the cobblestone walk. She slipped on a wet stone and stumbled. "Are you all right?" Jean offered his hand to help her up. "I'm fine." She ignored the pain of her bruised knees, breaking into a near run. "We need to hurry. It's a man's life I'm concerned about." She knew exactly what Luke was going through. When Emily had been sick, doomed to be scarred forever, her prospects for any life beyond service shattered. She longed for an early death during her darkest days. Anger at the world had battered her soul. She'd kept it all inside, festering. For Luke, that same anger and darkness she experienced was well apparent in his attitude. What he felt, what he expressed, she'd also felt in private. She wished for him to heal as she had, to realize light and joy once again. What would Luke, a once proud and vigorous man, be like if he could learn to embrace life? Jean caught up with Emily in a half-jog. While he huffed and puffed, Emily's feet became increasingly wet and cold. It took forever, but they finally arrived on South Rue Septième in the poor part of town. When they passed a family on the sidewalk bearing clay pots, Jean fumbled in his vest pocket, pulling out 2 coins. He dropped them in each pot held by a child. "God bless you," said the woman with them, her mouth missing several teeth. Jean and Emily waved, moving on. Emily wished them a silent prayer for better days. What was Luke's building number? 318, said Jean. "We're close. Here's 315. Reaching in his pocket, he gave Emily the money he promised. "I gave those children some of my coins, so I owe you 2. "Merci. They needed it much more. Don't worry." "Thank you." Emily's feet ached with cold as they approached building number 318. Jean barked a laugh at the sight of the big taxi coach parked squarely in front of it. "For heaven's sake." Jean's tone was as close to anger as Jean Paquette could achieve. "Just as always. Paid drivers are never around when you need them, but the moment you get to your destination, suddenly they show up everywhere." Emily raced to the crumbling stairs of the building as Jean shouted to the driver, "I need a ride to work downtown, please, monsieur, and in 4 hours could you give the lady a ride home to Rue Troisième?" She didn't hear the response, because she was already up the stairs and at Monsieur Luke's door. She knocked, hoping upon hope that the man wasn't dead by his own hand while his loyal friend Jean was hopping a coach to go to work this very moment. "Monsieur Luke," she tapped again. Footsteps, heavy ones, thumped inside the door. Thank God. He opened it, his blue eyes widened in his spotted face. A look of surprise, relief, it seemed. "Truly?" "Emily, you're back." His shoulders lifted as he breathed a sigh. "I wanted to cook you breakfast." "Jean's already going to work." He nodded. "Fine. Come in, thank you." He went to sit back by the fire. "You're welcome." Emily set her scarf and bag on the hook, keeping her shawl on. She stood close to the fire in Luke's chair, hoping to relieve her frozen feet. Remembering the knife and fork, she reached into her bag and took them out. "These belong to you." "I appreciate you bringing those back," said Luke. "Silverware can be expensive." "You know why I took them?" Emily set the utensils on the table. He didn't respond to her statement. Hands on his forehead, he rubbed his temples. His tied-back hair looked wet as if he washed it. Picking up a splinter of wood, he tossed it in the fire. A flame flickered from the hot ash.
"I can understand how hard it must be,"
she said after a time of silence.
"I felt terrible when I was sick because I couldn't serve at the Marquis' family chateau.
Adelaide had to stay out of work because the family wanted us quarantined. My parents and Adelaide kept their distance. I felt so lonely and ostracized. A miracle none of the 3 of them caught it." He nodded, looking at her, actually willing to listen to her babble. Most people tended to cut Emily short and talk over her. The other staff, Mama, even Papa or Addie sometimes. "You were out of work, but it's not your fault, monsieur." Emily continued, realizing she was talking about herself and her family. "Have you felt well enough to go back soon?" "I don't know." He stared ahead at the fireplace, his eyes sad and pensive. Perhaps soon. Isn't it lonely here? He shrugged. Jean would like you to come back. He misses you.
What? Is he your best friend now? Luke's calm mood took on an edge again.
He's family to me, just as much as Adelaide is. Speaking of family, where's your aunt?
She went to see that Armand fellow. Luke waved a hand towards the door. She's spending more time with him than she does here. She must have some old lady social life. None of my business. He shrugged. I hope she's not sick. If she is, she should be here, not at some friend's.
Did you say anything to anger her, perhaps?
Emily suggested. She remained standing, waiting for the fire to perk up hot enough to cook. Aren't you going to cook something? Luke narrowed his eyes. I have some eggs and cheese left. Yes, I said I was. Emily closed her eyes. A brief mustering of patience. I'm only going to be here until 1 or 2 in the afternoon, and then I'm going home. Her voice was short and clipped as she rummaged to find one of the 2 cast iron pans the man owned. Where's the pan I used yesterday? I can't remember. Glancing around the tiny sitting room, she spotted something round and dark beneath a wooden bench on the floor. There it is. Why is it on the floor? The man sat still, staring in the low flames. Monsieur Luke. What? He snapped in a thundering voice. It was as if he were a poisonous snake she dared to disturb, rearing its head to strike her with venom. She blinked, taking a step away from him. You don't need to yell at me! Emily shouted back, hurt making her eyes water. I shall not cry in front of this man. All I asked was why is the big iron pan on the floor, instead of by the stove where it belongs? I don't remember putting it on the floor. You don't remember things you did today or yesterday, Luke. Her voice softened. Is your memory getting worse or something? Who made you the doctor and expert on my memory? His voice was lowered, though just as venomous. No one. I'm trying to help you. Emily stepped over to where a wooden bench sat, pushed close to the lone window. She bent to pick up the cooking pan. It was rather heavy in her one arm. She held it with 2 hands as she carried it to the hearth. Heavy. It was next to that bench he'd been lifting up and down. Wait, were you using the pan to lift up and down to make your arm stronger? He turned to look at her and cocked his left eyebrow. Yes, I suppose I was. Just like the bench. She felt his gaze upon her as she took the fire poker and stirred inside the fire to revive it. Why, do you think I'm weak? Too weak to be a man? He stood from the chair and snatched the fire poker out of her hand, proceeding to stab the fire with quick thrusts. Golden ashes leaped from the fire hole, scattering close to the hem of Emily's long dress. I never said that, nor was I thinking it. She stepped back from the glowing ashes. Luke beat on the fire as if it were trying to bayonet someone to death. It's all about your pride again, isn't it? She crossed her arms. Of course, it's a man's job to stoke the fire. Luke snatched one of the tiny pieces of wood and flung it inside. And put wood in it, and a woman's job's to cook, right? He tossed the fire poker to the floor. It clattered on the hard wood. Do you need to keep talking like this? I can talk to you as much as I would like, she snapped. Now, do you want me to boil water in this pan for eggs or not? Or do you want something else? Shall I go find you something at the market? I refuse to be spoken to like a child. Luke gave Emily a harsh look of anger. His blue eyes that seemed vulnerable earlier, were now ice cold. She felt ugly again. Then I refuse to cook or help you in any manner today. She shot back, her voice shrill as tears pricked her eyes. She swiped up her coat and bag. I'm walking home, which I'm very much looking forward to doing, for the day is unseasonably sunny and warm. Good day, monsieur.
Chapter 17. Emily rushed out of the apartment, down the stairs, and into the street. A lovely day indeed. Sunshine made the December day feel crisp rather than cold. People around the city had decorated for Christmas with holly wreaths and ribbons. Coins jingling in her bag, She visited the shops on Rue Quatrième to buy her Christmas gifts for Maman, Papa, and Adelaide. It didn't take long to choose a lace kerchief for Maman and kiln-fired pottery pipe bowl for Papa, and an ivory-handled hairbrush for Adelaide. She noticed a set of little tin soldiers, toys for children, remembering how Monsieur Luc Bisset dreamed of being a soldier at battle, and the fact he was rather childish himself. She bought them. Jean could wrap them and give them to Luc as a gift. The store owner gave her that look. She imagined he'd seen the evidence on Emily's face she'd been sick. He offered a forgivingly low price for the pipe bowl as he secured the delicate items in paper and burlap for her to carry in her leather shoulder bag. She walked out of the shop. Thoughts of the upcoming holidays and her family caused her steps to quicken with anticipation. As far as Monsieur Luc Bisset was concerned, he could take her kindness or leave it. A grown man in his middle 20s, for heaven's sake, he was not her responsibility. Yet, those tiny glimpses of warmth in a searching soul against the cold of that infernal man piqued her sympathy. She didn't like it one bit. I need to stop caring. She admonished herself as she carried the large, now heavily full bag strapped over her shoulder. Why was he so glad to see me at first if he hates me so? When she arrived home, she hid her bag with gifts beneath her bed. "Emily," Adelaide called from the kitchen. "You're back already?" Emily joined her sister by the stove. "I couldn't do it. He was horrid," she sighed. "A rude, selfish beast, Addie. I had to tell him I could not serve him if he treated me like a piece of dirt on the bottom of his boot." Adelaide put a piece of kindling on the fire, stoking it to heat the tea kettle. "Good for you. He needs to have his pride adjusted. I think he must have been one of those men spoiled by his ma, the way you speak of him." "I imagine he was." "Emily, something came up." Adelaide gave her a look of slight discomfort. "Do you know who stopped by while you were gone?" "Who?" "Madame Chambon. She informed me His Grace and their ladyships will be coming home around New Year's, and that you and I will have a new place to work." "What do you mean? Are we dismissed?" Worry struck her. She liked sewing for the noble family. It was the best job for a woman of her station. It suited her interests and natural bent. Predictable, safe, orderly, no need to be social. "No, of course not. Neither of us. And you're such a good seamstress, they never let you go. We're being transferred to His Honor's summer home." A reddish-brown lock of hair fell over Adelaide's eye. She brushed it behind her ear. "They need maids to prepare the chateau for move-in. Valois chose the low-rung girls without a say in the matter, which means us. We are maids, Adelaide, for the household's beck and call. We would never have a say. There'll be a work crew of men, and so they need maids to cook and clean in the mansion while it's being worked on. She said we don't have a choice, because hands are needed." Adelaide poured a cup of tea and sipped it, hiding a frown. "I like that idea. It means I can go away from, you know." "Good, because unfortunately, we must pack and leave the day after Christmas." Adelaide's lips formed an unhappy pout. "Right away in the morning." "So soon?" Disappointment sank in her heart again. "I was hoping for more time with Mama and Papa." The sister's Mama came into the kitchen wearing her dress gown for around the house. "I heard you girls will work at a new place." "Yes, we're going to serve at their country home and help the men on work crew," said Adelaide. "That's nice." Their mother's eyes widened. "A work crew of men?" She gave her daughters a knowing smile. "You could meet a nice one. You never know." "Mama, please don't keep hoping," Adelaide sighed. "If we, not so much Emily, but especially me, if I'm not married by now, I never will be. I'm just the plain, fat little spinster hen on the shelf, Mama. That won't change, and I have to accept it." She put her teacup down and rushed out of the kitchen, about to cry. The door of their bedroom slammed as if she were a girl some 10 years younger than her 24. Emily frowned, rubbing her forehead. Adelaide, as sweet and cheerful as she was, had a temper and gloom she could only express when not in service at work. Emily felt much the same sometimes. A remorseful look came over their mother's face. I didn't mean it that way. I was older than Addie when I married your father. She's not an old maid yet. Yes, I know. Emily lowered her voice. But being an old maid is what she's most afraid of? She adores men. The problem is they're extremely hard to understand. Exasperating, frustrating. Amen to that. Mama smiled gently. Who is it that frustrates you? I spent part of the day today trying to be nice to a man, Emily admitted. Trying to help someone who's down on his luck. You did. That fellow who was sick, Jean's friend with the bad temper? Yes, Jean's friend. He caught smallpox, the poor man. Oh dear, very kind of you, ma petite. Mamma poured a cup of tea. Tea? Yes, thank you. She accepted the second warm cup Mamma poured. I was going to help him again, but his attitude is atrocious, so my favor for Jean's friend is over. You have good sense and judgment. I'm glad of it. Maman took the cup of tea and headed to the daughter's bedroom to see Adelaide to comfort her. Addie, petite, the elder woman said to the closed door. Please let me be alone. Adelaide's quiet, tearful voice came from the other side. Mamma, give her some time, said Emily. She spends so much energy every day trying to be cheerful and happy, a good servant. But she's human. She gets sad and lonely sometimes. I wish she would tell me more about what is bothering her, whispered Mamma, clutching the tea mug in her hand. If it's a man problem, I wish I could tell her I understand. It takes time to find the right one. I know. Emily took a heel of baguette from the sideboard as a pang of hunger struck. As far as I've experienced, men can be. She sighed in frustration. I'm glad you and your sister have good heads on your shoulders when it comes to men. If you didn't, you both might be with someone by now, but you still might not be happy. Thank you, Mamma. Emily felt comforted, though she couldn't recall any someone who actively pursued either Adelaide or herself for courtship. Adelaide let the dam burst and cried into her pillow. The evening before, she made 2 lemon cakes for dessert and brought the extra to the milliner's shop to cheer up the hat maker while he worked late. Adelaide's new blue winter wrap bonnet was made by Charles, the milliner. Over the autumn months, she and Charles shared frequent light-hearted jokes while she stopped in the store to pick up her own and her ladyship's orders. He complimented her, told her blue was her color. He was in his early 30s or more. Adelaide wasn't certain. His hairline receded slightly. His laughing hazel eyes crinkled, but he had the most alluring stubble and mustache. Tall and slim, which she adored, for that was her physical opposite. She knocked on the shop's door the night before. Charles' baritone voice said, "Come in." Adelaide had put the lemon cake on the counter and offered to make tea, when a tiny, wasted blonde swept in and squealed, "Oh, how sweet, dear! Merci beaucoup." Charles joyfully introduced the girl, his fiancée, Amélie. It wasn't a rejection, merely a misunderstanding. Yet it was likely the 37th misfire of Cupid's arrow when it came to Adelaide's tender heart over the last decade. Somehow, none of the arrows which pierced her had a corresponding, matching shot in the admired boy or man. Maman's remark about meeting new men brought only the assurance that this would keep repeating itself. She lay alone on her damp pillow for most of the day. Chapter 18. Luke remained alone the night after Emily ran off, and the following 2 days as well. Aunt Mathilde had said she was leaving to seek help or charity, perhaps even work in her advanced age. She had also gone to spend time with her friend, the fruit peddler Armand. He had to admit, he missed her. Snow fell heavily on the 3rd day that Luke was alone. He had no calendar. What month is it called? The Noel holiday. December? His guess was confirmed when he saw people putting Noel pine bows and ribbons on their doors. This season added charm and light to a time of year when darkness and cold moved in, demanding more wood for the fires and oil for lamps. Luke had no desire to go buy the things needed for light or comfort, for he didn't deserve them. An insane man of unsightly appearance would simply be a blight upon this city of snowflakes and the laughter of children. So inside he remained, only venturing out when the bitter darkness fell. He desperately wanted to bathe. He waited until midnight and paddled down the stairs and out to the back of the building, wrapped in a blanket as a cloak. He grasped the handle of the communal water well pump and pushed it. It gave a loud squeaking noise in the night's stillness. He worked quickly, the cold water splashing into the bucket with each squeak. "We're trying to get some sleep around here. You're so rude pumping the water at this hour," a woman screeched from her window.
"I'm sorry," Luke called out, his voice a hoarse croak. "My wife is sick and we're fresh out of water," he added, a lie, to gain some sympathy.
"All right then, I do hope she gets better," came the woman's less harsh reply.
"Thank you."
He hefted the bucket to bring back upstairs and used the last few pieces of kindling wood to heat part of the water in a tea kettle. When it boiled, he poured it with the cold water in the small tub bucket, making it comfortably warm. He stripped down by candlelight, finding one block of lye soap. Much of his fit, still well-muscled body, as well as his face, was dotted with scars. He couldn't bring himself to examine them until now. Bathing would not get rid of them, but his skin felt better. He vowed to do this every night, to not feel so wretched. It took a long time for him to fall asleep. After all, there was nothing to look forward to in the days to come. He might have had a companion for a few days, but he ruined that chance. She only wanted to help as a kindred spirit, having suffered a similar fate, but Luc Bisset, fool as he was, failed again when it came to wanting to rejoin the human race. In the wee hours of the morning, Luc fell into another dream. This time, he was swimming in a river, accompanied by a large silvery fish that bit his ankles, tried to devour his feet. The fish soon transformed into mermaids, strangely beautiful mermaids, with seaweed green hair and silver and green scales. The river turned icy. The mermaids swimming beside him shivered. Ice crystals formed in their hair. An unseen fish bit his right toe. Its small jaws clenched hard. He yelled with pain and anger as he awakened. Reality proved to be worse. His room was ice cold. There, at the other end of his cot, was the reason he'd felt a fish biting his foot. It was not a fish, but a rat. The dark rodent scurried away the moment he yelled and kicked. "Damn!" He reached for his nearby boot to fling at the creature. It skittered from sight. Luke's skin crawled, his toe throbbed. How many rats are here? He observed his big toe, the bite mark oozing with blood. "You better not give me rabies, you filthy vermin!" he screamed aloud, incensed. Standing to his feet, he limped into the main sitting room, his mind swirling with images of more rats everywhere. He washed his bitten toe, finding a scrap of cloth to tie around it in place of a bandage. He had to get out of this place. He tried to remember if there had been a rat infestation during any previous winters when he and Aunt Mathilde had lived here. His memory of this detail was miserably blank. Just like everything else before the last 2 years. Set some traps, he decided. Finding the crumbly remains of cheese in the larder, he set pieces of it on a small tin plate, which he set in a corner. He huddled in a blanket, clutched his fireplace poker in eager hands, and waited. Finally, the rotund rat with its pinkish tail crept out of whatever crevice it had been hiding in. It approached the plate of cheese. Luke leaped across the room and attacked with the agility and speed of a panther. He struck the rat with his iron poker, killing it in one swift strike. Pain. A blinding migraine ache struck his head. His vision blurred. Weakened again, he lay down upon the hard floor, fading into the semi-conscious border of sleeping and waking. A dreamlike image came to his mind, an elegant woman in her 40s, her smooth black hair tucked into a lace kerchief. She wore a fur cloak over a jade green gown. "Who are you?" he demanded in his lucid dream. Something was familiar about her. She looked suspiciously like the woman he imagined seeing by the fireplace in the depth of his illness. "I'm your mama." Luke's soul burned with indignant rage. "So you have finally come to me, mother. What am I supposed to do? Let rats eat me alive? If you're my damned guardian spirit watching over me, mother, what have I done to deserve this?" "I want you to try to live,
Accept help from your friends. Reach out to others. The woman clasped her hands, her pale face filled with anguish. He watched his self-proclaimed mother fade away, with her gentle plea of reach out to others echoing through his mind's ear. The reality of his cold apartment resurfaced and his throat swelled with emotion as he begged for relief from this. I want to live, but not like this. If any friends arrive, Mother, if anyone cares, I will accept it. I'll try. A hot tear spilled into his hair as he lay facing the ceiling, not wanting to die yet, not wanting to live in this life. How to live? He glanced at the rough wooden bench nearby. The bench he often lifted. Strength. After lying still for several minutes and thinking about the possibility of getting up to do something, Luke heard someone pound on the door. Luke! Jean? Can you let me in? Jean's voice was unusually stern and demanding. Come in, please, he called out, his voice sounding pathetic once he uttered it. Jean came in alone, his eyes widened at the sight of his long, ill friend splayed on the floor next to what appeared to be a dead rat. What happened to you? He exclaimed. For heaven's sake, it's freezing in here. You have no firewood left. Are you sick again? That rat. It bit my foot, and then I killed it, and I think I fainted. Damn it, Jean. Mon Dieu, those things can be deadly, Jean exclaimed, cringing at the sight. They carry rabies, maybe even the plague. You need to get out of here. Jean, please, I'll be fine, said Luke. And this is my home, need I remind you, the only home I've been able to afford, he added with the sardonic edge, as Jean knelt to examine Luke's toe. Just a minor bite. You never know. Concern and worry darkened the young man's features. Luke couldn't help his heart from singing with relief. Thank you, he whispered. Jean removed his winter coat and tricorn hat, hanging them on the hook. I was going home and had the urge to check on you. His brow lowered. Luke, my God, what's become of you? What do you mean? You were once so full of pride and strength, and now you've allowed yourself. Never mind. I'm not good enough to be your friend now? No. Jean closed his eyes for a moment, raking a hand through his longish auburn hair. I mean, we used to be a team when we started working on the hotel together, and I've always looked up to you. I still do. I highly doubt that. Luke squeezed his eyes shut to fight the miserable sting forming. Jean stood up from his kneeling position. You've been through hell, mon ami. I understand it wasn't fair. No, it isn't. What have I ever done to deserve a life like this? This is no life. It's hell on earth. I don't know, but you're strong, still young, so you can get through this trouble. There's a reason I came here today. Well, there are two reasons. Jean cleared his throat and crossed his arms. One, that I wanted to tell you how disappointed I am with how you treated Emily. I didn't mean to hurt her. I wasn't in the mood for visitors, he said through clenched teeth. I couldn't let you hurt yourself without finding someone to watch over you. She told me she thought you were an interesting person to talk to, at least for a while. She did? A miracle, but yes. Are you still planning to come with a clergyman? Luke's tone turned sour again. No, not yet. Jean sighed. Look, Luke, your illness is in the past now. You need to stop loathing yourself, and for God's sake, make yourself well again. Look at you, lying on the floor, letting the rats eat you alive. You can get out of here. How? Luke blinked his stinging eyes. I wanted to tell you about a new work opportunity, where both of us can make twice as much money and could live in comfort. I am in earnest. What kind of silly fantasy are you talking about, Paquette? Luke asked, his voice dripping with sarcasm, his preference over the other option, weakness. If you're not interested and you'd rather rot in squalor amongst rodents, I'll take my leave right now. Jean stood and walked to the door, taking his coat and hat to leave, reminiscent of Emily. Wait, Luke pleaded, reaching out a desperate hand. Jean turned around. Are you interested? Are you feeling well enough to do building work again?
Luke clambered to his feet. Despite the sting of pain in his toe, his previous head pain had gone. His pride could not allow another day like today. I'm not sick anymore.
So what sort of job is this?
Jean's face lit with a smile. I'd like us to go outside so we can talk about it. Not comfortable with these rats, either. He glanced with a look of revulsion at the dead rodent on the floor. Luke pulled his boots on, threw water on his face, and tied back his hair. He picked up the dead rat with the dish rag, forced open his window, and tossed it out. Jean made a disgusted face as he watched. Finally, he threw on his only warm coat and hat. They descended the rickety staircase and stepped outside to the outside world. The cobblestone Rue Septième with its rows of attached brick and brownstone buildings and random piles of people's junk here and there. It wasn't grand, but at least Luke was out. Clean, cold air filled their noses and lungs, fragrant compared to the smell of the apartment. A sheet of smooth ice covered the street. Luke stepped over it with surprising grace. Jean slipped, and Luke clutched John's elbows to pull him up. Thank you, Luke. I hate ice. Jean glanced around as if to see if anyone else witnessed his clumsiness. There was only one. The driver of the large bargain coach sat on his buckboard, huddled in a dark cloak. He gave the two men a polite nod while holding some sort of mirror in his hand. Do you need a lift today, Mijors? I'm fine, Mijor. Jean called to the coachman. We don't need a taxi service today. It's good to just walk. He turned to Luke. The coach driver is gazing into a mirror. He must be as vain as you used to be, he joked. Luke chuckled a little. Almost. I just wanted to say thank you, Jean, for coming here. I mean it. You practically saved my life. You're a fighter, Luc Bisset. Don't ever forget it. Jean tapped his shoulder. Thank you. Luke poked a long, lean finger over his stinging eye. Where's Emily? I must speak to her again. Emily? She's getting ready to travel out of Paris soon. She and Adelaide are part of the housekeeping maid crew, going to tidy up the country estate. They'll serve there when they move in. It's a short drive from the city. Luke lowered his head. So, she's gone? Well, yes, but will you be able to see her again soon? I treated her badly. Luke mumbled. Luke, listen to me. I'm going to head out after Christmas to the country home where Emily and Adelaide are going. I'm hired as a journeyman stonemason and a carpenter. You should have seen the look on Clemence's face. She's overjoyed. She's going to live on the estate with me and be a maid. You're leaving Paris? An ache erupted deep in Luke's heart. Everyone was leaving. My Aunt Mathilde left and hasn't returned for days. I don't know where the hell this Armand lives, if he even has a home at all. She might have found a job even at her age. That's what I want to ask you. Jean's voice intensified. The household manager is looking for one more stonemason in training to make a 4-man crew. The old house is grand, but the walls and rooms need repair. They aren't up to the family's tastes. Congratulations. Luke mumbled as they crossed the Rue Saint-Thomas, a street that curved and narrowed. Did you not hear what I just said? I'm asking you if you want to join me. Jean was in a bubbly state as he clutched at Luke's arm. I already told Mijor Valois I had a strong, agile friend who was a hard worker and would be perfect to add to the 4th member of our team. You! Me? I'm not sure I'm as good as I used to be. I've been sick for so long. I lost some of my strength, and just look at me. He averted Jean's eyes. You're too kind, but... Luke gazed with sadness at the street. The bargain coach rolled by with the clopping of horses' hooves. The driver had a passenger sitting next to him, a tall, fair-haired fellow. His piercing eyes stared into Luke's, following him with his gaze before they passed. Pleasant winter day, isn't it, gentlemen? Luke waved a greeting, wondering why that man stared at him. This was no one he knew. Come with me to my place. Jean waved an arm to his right, indicating the street they needed to turn to reach his part of town. Clemence will be cooking fish and potatoes tonight. A celebratory dinner. I think you can be as good as you were 2 months ago. Your problem is all right here. Jean touched Luke's temple.
Good work and a change of scenery are what you need. Truly. Join us for dinner, Luke. Spend Christmas with us, and when you return home tonight, pack your bags. You're leaving with me to apply for a new job, whether you like it or not. Luke breathed a sigh of resignation. I don't have a choice, do I, Paquette? No, you don't. Jean grinned as they took careful steps along the wet cobblestone, wandering to the more pleasant areas of the city.
Chapter 19. Mathilde spent the morning resting at Armand's. He remained in his chair, engrossed in a book, the room silent except for the rustling of his pages. Glancing over his bookshelf, she considered finding one to read, but his taste ran to potion-making, plants, and science. Nothing that interested her. I'm going home, Armand. She stood from the settee. Adieu, Mathilde. He waved a hand without looking up from his book. She teleported with the familiar whoosh in her ears, finding herself inside the apartment a split second later. The place was unpleasant smelling as always, and the fire hearth was cold. No sign of the large depressed and angry lump beneath the blankets. Luke had left the room for the first time in weeks. He's finally recovering, Mathilde thought with a breath of relief. She took up her glass to watch his activity and listen in. He was walking with a friend, finally out. Upon hearing his conversation with the young fellow as they strolled the city, she learned about the prospect of a new job. This was even better. Cold pricked her arms as she glanced at the unlit, black, soot-stained hearth. It would be best to warm up the place before Luke returned. Once she had a fire started, she'd go out into the streets and shop for food in stealth. Having golden locked both a butcher's shop and a patisserie, she could use invisibility and reappear safely inside each building. Getting back home with the food in hand tended to be more of a challenge. It typically involved teleporting with her arms full. As Mathilde was about to light a fire in the hearth, a rat scurried out, dark gray, with a long, ugly tail and tiny, sharp teeth. She gasped and shuddered with disgust. Part of her wanted to fling it in the fire hole by magic and ignite the fire to kill it. But why condemn a lowly creature who only wanted shelter from winter? The place was more suited for rats than humans. Let it abide here. She hoped upon hope that Luke would take on the job and leave. She went under invisibility and did another teleport, fleeing the nasty place to the street outside. Flakes of light snow drifted, dressing up the old buildings with a sugar-like layer of white. Wood smoke from dozens of chimneys made a pleasant fragrance, even in the rough part of town. She didn't dare reappear out of her invisible state. She stood against a neighboring building for some time, shifting her position and pacing to avoid people hitting her. A coach had parked near her apartment building. In the drab environment, the horse's pale silvery gray color and fair manes stood out as creatures of beauty. The black carriage's trim and handles were made of golden brass. Surely not a vehicle to be expected in this lowly part of the city. It belonged in a place such as Prince Christopher's palace. The driver, an agile moving young man in a dark cloak and hat, hopped down from his seat. He walked in strides near Mathilde's and Luke's building with the manner of a detective, holding something shiny in his hand, something that Mathilde, in her paranoia, imagined to be a magical looking-glass. The man strode back to the coach and climbed up, still staring at the shiny object. He wore no Le Conseil law officer's uniform. A sign on the coach advertised a taxiing service. The notion that the Parisian coachman would be a mage working for a Le Conseil Supreme was extremely unlikely. Most mages, especially government warlocks, thought themselves above such mundane work as taxi carriage service for sans magis. If the man was mage, he'd be seeing a lush evergreen tree instead of her apartment building, her golden lock charm set at full power. She tried to quell her anxiety as she made slow steps down the street. A poor elderly woman in one world, a chased criminal in the other. She dodged people while crossing the street at the point where it curved to the right. A sudden roll of wheels rattled over the cobblestones, a rush of accelerating horses' hooves. The noise came from behind her. The same coachman, shaking his reins with haste, steered the horses and the coach directly in her path. He sped up his vehicle, the muzzle and wide eyes of a silver-gray stallion bearing down on her, about to knock her down and crush her into the street. With a whoosh, she teleported straight back to Armand's before she was trampled. Upon landing in his sitting room, she drew in deep breaths, her heart pounding. She clung to the back of a chair, dizzy. Armand was startled from his nap on the settee.
Good heavens, Mathilde?
I'm back. Would you like me to make you anything for dinner? Armand raised himself to a seated position. He looked at her with tired red eyes.
I cannot discuss anything pleasant with you until you promise to break the spell, he said. I've been thinking. Do you realize what else could happen to him if you don't?
I haven't thought too much of the negatives. Mathilde held her chest, catching her breath. Armand rubbed his wrinkled brow.
You're a clever and bright woman. You always have been. Unfortunately, until 1760, girls weren't allowed to attend l'Académie des Arts Magiques.
Yes. Mathilde took a seat in the nearby comfortable chair. If only the law had come about when I was a young girl. I'd so wished for it. I even wrote a petition to Les Conseils.
I remember.
Armand sighed and clasped his hands.
Anyway, there were things I read and studied in school about magic and the human mind. One thing I remember reading was if a mage erases a sans magie person's life memories, the memories cannot remain suppressed. They bubble up in vivid dreams, sometimes nightmares. It can drive the person mad.
Luke isn't mad in that sense of the word, Mathilde argued. He's only angry and bitter over his circumstances. Armand's voice tightened.
It isn't only the fact you're playing God with your powers and ego, Mathilde. You could destroy him if you don't lift the spell.
She shook her head. How awkward will Luke feel to suddenly come to his memory and know he's Prince Renaud, the would-be killer of his brother.
And the killer of a woman on Prince Christopher's staff.
Mathilde's face fell in despair.
I know it's hard for you to accept he was a murderer.
Armand's tone softened.
I will break the spell, said Mathilde.
Someday. First, I want to give him time to come to complete humility. And I hope that before I break the spell, Luke will. She shook her head, eyes lowered. My wish, though it's doubtful.
Luke will what?
Find true love. Mathilde clasped her hands. With a faithful, caring, and loving woman, not just any woman. And I want him to find love as a common man, a struggling and downtrodden man, rather than as who he used to be.
It doesn't sound as impossible as it seems. But what would happen after?
That's what I'm worried about. If and when I break the spell, he'll remember both lives, the years as Luke and his old life as Prince Renaud. My sincere hope is that he and his true love will continue to love each other, no matter if Renaud is a prince or a pauper, no matter if he had a past of violence. He'll know what he escaped from, how much I did to show him how much I loved him. After all those years watching over him, growing up, Armand allowed her to speak without argument.
I understand your wish for him to find true love, he said. That will take time since he has such a sour attitude.
I will wait and see.
What about the fact you're still a wanted criminal? And your real nephew hopes to take you to prison.
I've decided what I will do. Mathilde swallowed her tension. I ought to travel back east to Christopher and Rosalind's castle, rebuild my tree cottage. Luke's moving on to a job with his friends, so... She closed her eyes and sighed. He'll be fine as an adult on his own without me.
I'm glad you're deciding to loosen your grip on your child.
Armand gave her a gentle smile.
It's a good idea to leave Paris, but you shouldn't burst in on a royal family and their staff to talk about painful things. The staff knew and loved that woman who served alongside them. Bringing up the topic of Renaud will open up healing wounds.
I'll do what I've always done. Stay in my tree cottage, watching the family through my glass.
Did Renaud witness your powers on that day?
Yes. He saw my magic because I teleported him with me to my cottage. I panicked, and so I simply erased his memories. Armand rubbed his forehead.
Correcting a mistake with an even bigger mistake.
Mathilde's mind spun with regret, searching for ways to fix the mess she created. They believe Renaud is dead. How can I tell them? I just don't know what Christopher and Rosalind will do if they find out Renaud is alive.
Only one way to find out, Mathilde. Tell them. They didn't find his body in the forest. Her eyes fell to the news scroll, open on the tea table. It featured the portrait of a stout, wigged man with bugged-out pale eyes, his neck strangled by his lace cravat. His image gave her an unpleasant feeling. Who is that man? The new lord of magical France, Bartholomew Bertrand. He has just declared that the ultimate crime will now be punished by death.
Armand flipped the paper over and shook his head,
as if to cast painful memories away. Can I ask about the beige authorities in Alexis? They still don't know about your relationship with the late Prince Theodore. No, not at all. Mathilde took an anxious breath. Alexis must never find out about this. That he has a Saint-Maichy first cousin. From what I know about him and my brother, I doubt they care to throw a welcome to the family party for Luke. You're certain Luke has no mage ability? Absurd as it sounds. You said he has a particular talent on the battlefield years ago, so... No, of course not. I thank all heavens he has no magic. If he had, his father would have seen signs in him from an early age, and he... Mathilde took a ragged breath, holding back a sob as memories of Theo resurfaced. I'm glad he wasn't. Theodore was frightened by the things he couldn't understand. I could have kept hiding my magic, but I made the mistake of showing him. She choked on flooding tears. Armand leaned forward on his settee, gesturing a caring hand out to her. If he couldn't accept who you were, it was better that way. At least you have your son back. He stood to walk to the stove and heat his tea kettle. You have a chance at a real mother-son relationship. This is all fake, don't you see? Mathilde wiped her eyes with a handkerchief from her dress pocket. I want to return to Christopher and Rosalind's castle first. Fontaine and Chantilly is too close for comfort with this new mage lord. I'll think about breaking Luke's spell, but only if there's no more risk of him being killed by the prince's men. She stood from the chair and positioned herself in an open spot on the floor, preparing to teleport away. Please, Armand, watch over Luke and his new friends while I'm gone. Any way you can. You have a mother's selfless love. I will watch over them. Armand went to the bookshelf, lining one entire wall of his sitting room, holding out 2 volumes. I want you to read these in your alone time. Magic effects on the mind, and, when spells don't take your sorrows away, a mage's guide to positive thinking. Mathilde took the books and wiped another welling tear from her eye. Merci, she whispered. As the sound of wind whistled in her ears during her teleport, a flood of memories from 26 years before came to haunt her. Autumn, 1749. Theodore, he's almost sleeping, mon cher, Mathilde whispered as she reclined in a rocking chair. Her tiny baby slept like a warm, quiet lump in her arms. Her lover had arranged for her to have special accommodations in a pretty guest suite, away from the scornful looks and whispers of other women on staff. They all knew. She no longer cared that they knew, or the fact that they were madly jealous. He bent and kissed her gently on the lips. When he's asleep, I'll ask Madame Pauline to look after him if you wish. His sky-blue eyes squinted in mirth. You promise to give me as much attention as you give my son. I will. She gazed at his handsome features, then back to the infant's little head with his downy black hair. She took a deep, slow breath, not wanting to wake him. Renaud, you little intruder. Theodore stroked his son's hair with a long finger. My little spare. Mathilde finished his sentence for him, reading his thought words despite herself. An heir and a spare for the region. A stab of guilt came over her. Have you spent enough time with Louise today and Christopher? Of course. I talked with Louise in our master's suite. She's in bed, but doing better today. She can speak and eat, said Theodore, with a tense frown. Christopher is with Madame Pauline, playing in his nursery. Mathilde, I honestly cannot wait until these two can play together. They'll be loving brothers. Mathilde cradled her baby, wrapped in the finest blue silk bunting. Theodore nodded, straightening his posture as he stood tall.
If Louise recovers, she'll accept him. I know it. I am no worse than Jacob in the Holy Scriptures in my desire for sons after all. I cannot help it if I love two women at once." He gave a little laugh. A smile of both joy and naive love lit up Mathilde's young face. "I truly wish for Louise's recovery, Theo. If she does, I promise to keep my position cleaning rooms, even if it means giving Renata up to the governesses, for Louise's sake." Theodore touched the child's tiny head. "Don't worry. I'll take care of everything. I'm in charge here." He put a palm to his chest. "I'll arrange for you to be relieved from any cleaning so you can raise your son." She smiled, relief flooding over her. "Merci. I love you so." Theodore spoke abruptly, cutting her off. "Thank you, Mathilde, for giving me a son as beautiful as you are." Chapter 20. Luc and Jean walked the streets to Jean's part of the city. As they passed, peddlers pleaded for them to buy their items. "Chestnuts and plums for your Réveillon feast." The food looked delicious, but too expensive. Shoe-shine boys begged to spruce up their boots. "A polish for 2 sous, messieurs." Jean gave in to a small shoe-shine boy, letting him apply and scrub the black polish on his scuffed boots. He gave him 2 sous coins, while Luc looked on with guilt. He had not 1 coin on him. They walked away, Jean with darker, shinier boots, and the boy thanking him for his business. "What about the hotel?" Luc returned to the topic of the job. "If we're moving on, do they have enough workers to get it done in time? Isn't Mason furious to lose some of his people?" "Mason can hire others easily." Jean's breath came in puffs as he spoke. He tugged his felt hat brim down to stay warmer. "I worried my days were numbering at the building site. Found out, through my wife, that the Marquise de Brumont needed workers. Clemence put in a good word for the Marquise' household manager about me. She told Emily and Adelaide, and they told their bosses. Ladies' tongues yield great power." "Good for you. And so, it's stonemasonry training?" Jean nodded. "And you'll be doing the same." "It sounds good enough to me." Luc truly felt in much higher spirits than he'd been in weeks, months even. Good work is good work. They neared Jean's place, across the street from his parents' building. Clemence answered the door to their tiny flat. It smelled delicious inside, fish and potatoes baking with the scent of oak wood. She flung her arms around her young husband. They laughed, whispering endearments to each other. A pang of envy stung Luc's heart as he observed their happy display of domestic bliss in newlywed life. This could never be for him, even if he decided he wanted such a thing. He was too damaged, his face and body scarred from disease. Half a man without a recalled life, little knowledge about common things most people knew and took for granted. And his current place of residence, a smelly building teeming with rats. What sane woman would adore and respect me now?
Hello, Luc. Glad you could join us.
Clemence turned to look at the guest, with a sweet smile, her brown eyes kind. "Thank you."
Luc lowered his gaze to the ground, remembering he is no longer devilishly handsome.
From now on, when women would smile, it was only to be polite. "He's coming with me." Jean broke from Clemence's embrace and tapped his hand on Luc's shoulder. Clemence clasped her hands with cheer. "He was hoping you would take the job with him, Monsieur Luc." Luc remained quiet as he ate dinner with the couple. They were friendly enough for certain, yet their happiness together felt a bit alien, unrelatable. Jean took a sip of milk from a mug and turned to Luc. "It'll be just like before, you and me, building together. Even better, because old Mason won't be there." "True," Luc nodded. "Don't miss that man's voice one bit." He looked at the couple, and his throat felt tight. "I appreciate your help, Jean. I truly do. Just, you coming over earlier, tell me about the job." "I had to check on you. Emily made me remember." Jean stood pushing one of his rough-hewn wooden benches back from the table. "You've proven yourself a real friend, a godsend." Luc extended his hand for Jean to grab. He took it. When Luc let go, he swiped at his stinging eye. Clemence rose from the table. "I'm going to turn in and rest, sweetheart. The holidays and getting ready for the new job have worn me out."
Get some rest, Cherie. Jean stood and cleared plates, placing them in the cooking pot full of water and wiping them with a rag. You're washing dishes? Luke squinted his eyes. Seemed odd for a man to do this chore. Aunt Mathilde used to be the one who insisted on washing dishes. Though he rarely saw her doing them, they were always clean. Of course, he said. She's exhausted. You heard her. It's what a good husband does. Luke nodded. I'll keep that in mind. Would you like help? No, I enjoy having my hands in the warm water. It'll take me no time. The memory of Emily bustling about his apartment resurfaced. Tell Emily hello for me, if and when you see her. You'll see her when we arrive on the 26th. Jean shook water drops off a spoon over the warm stove. She'll be glad you came. I don't know. I wasn't that kind to her. Luke frowned. I doubt she'll be glad. Well, whether or not she is, will you be glad? To be away from your old place with the rats? Luke took a deep breath. Extremely glad. Although, I don't know if I'll ever be truly happy. Had he ever felt happiness? A few fleeting moments, perhaps. He'd felt a taste of what could be called gladness, or pride, or a mix of each. When he was praised for his strength at the bricklaying site, when girls used to look upon him with want and lust, those moments of carnal fun in candlelit saloon rooms, that would happen no more. He'd even felt a spark of gladness when Aunt Mathilde said things suggesting she loved him, in her own nagging and cantankerous way. And Jean still believed in him, held him in esteem. Jean studied his expression. You can't expect other people to make you happy. You have to make it for yourself. Luke nodded. That made a hell of a lot of sense. Thank you, Jean. I'd better take my leave now. He stood and went to the front door to venture into the chilly evening streets. Do you have fare for a carriage? Jean threw a cloth near the sideboard. The simple tin dishes now stacked and clean. Getting cold and dark. I can lend you some coins. No. Luke grabbed the doorknob. I'll walk. You need to think about saving up money. For architect school. You remember that? Jean's face lit up. Of course, said Luke. You have a talent for drawing buildings. You and Emily both. Hell, I can't even draw 2 straight lines. His lips spread in a genuine smile. Jean mirrored his grin. Good night. And remember, Christmas Eve, come and spend the holiday with us. I will. Bonne nuit. He walked the streets with brisk steps, wrapping his coat tightly around him, shivering as the night set in. His ears froze after forgetting to bring a hat, but he didn't mind. Warm contentment had come over him ever since he decided to take on the new job with Jean. A sense of hope. After a chilly but invigorating trek, he arrived in his neighborhood and turned the familiar corner onto Rue Septième. A spring in his step, a physical exercise gave his mind and body a pleasant buoyancy after over a month as a shut-in. Soon I can pick myself up and leave this place, Luke thought with anticipation. A horse whinnied a short distance away. A coach. The same fancy coach, which had an odd way of circling through Luke's neighborhood all the time, was parked on the side of the now quiet and dark street. The horse's cries sounded distressed. What's wrong, Fifi? Are you hurt? The driver was stooped over, examining one of his team. The mare bucked her head up and down, her whinny high-pitched as she tapped her front hoof on the cobblestone. Fifi, hold still. The man felt around her neck and withers, petting her up and down. Hello there? Do you need help with your horse? Luke called as he approached. The driver turned to the sound of Luke's voice. You? His eyebrows raised. Me? Luke chuckled, gesturing to his chest. Didn't know I was that well renowned. I mean, the man faltered. Bonjour, monsieur. Yes, I think my horse is injured, or sick. She was fine a moment ago. Did she step on something? There could be a stone in her hoof, he suggested, ignoring the man's odd reaction to him a moment before. She may have. The driver bent to reach one of the mare's hind hooves. Luke looked over the mare's front legs, while the stallion nickered, nudging her with his head. They seem to get along well. They do. The coachman petted the mare's flank. They're brother and sister. I've driven them for years. Good. They've been good horses, I mean? Listen well to you? Yes, they're truly a joy, the man replied. It pains me when one or the other isn't well. Be gentle when you touch her. The mare snorted and whinnied.
Her bridles and tack shook.
With a swift move, Luke took hold of her front hoof with both hands, feeling inside the bottom with his fingers. He felt a jagged rock inside. Her iron horseshoe felt loose.
The animal sorely needed a visit to the farrier.
Stone inside the hoof, monsieur. Luke pried the hoof with his fingernail. I'm getting it. You found a rock in her hoof? The coachman groaned. Oh, I feel foolish. I should know this by now. No worries. She won't judge you, mon ami. Luke used his thumb and forefinger to squeeze and twist the rock while the driver held on to the horse's ankle. She whinnied, squirming as he tried to get the source of the problem. Monsieur, are you still holding her leg steady? Of course. The coachman gripped the mare's lower leg in both of his hands. It's all right, Fifi, stay calm. Luke twisted and pulled. The rock came loose. I've got it. The two men let the horse's leg rest on the ground. Luke showed the driver the pointed, sharp rock in his hand before he slipped it inside his coat pocket.
She's gonna be bruised for a while,
he told him. Put something cold on it like ice, or have her stand on snow.
She needs to go to the farrier for new shoes.
The other horse as well. Merci, I appreciate your help. I meant to take them to the fair earlier. The man hugged the mare's neck affectionately. Good girl. You're all right, aren't you? He said in a soothing voice. Just relax, ma fille. I'll get you some treats when we get home. You too, Felix.
Luke couldn't help but smile at the man's obvious love for the animals, thinking someday it would be good to have a faithful creature such as a horse of his own. He couldn't afford one. Someday he would. Just apply ice to her foot and let her rest. Luke stepped back from the horses, preparing to leave, as the mare was now calm. I hope you don't have far to take them home. Not too far. Home is just over on Rue Troisième. The driver, who looked to be about Luke's age or a bit younger, gave him a long, intense look, making him feel as if he'd either done something wrong or recalled him from times past. What is your name, monsieur, if you please? Monsieur Bisset. Luke extended his hand. Monsieur Clement. The coachman shook Luke's hand. I appreciate your coming to my Fifi's aid. It's hard to see what was ailing her tonight. He glanced up the street. It's so dark already. I don't care much for winter. No problem at all, said Luke. I drove a cab carriage a while back.
Lamoureux's Cab Company.
Monsieur Clement nodded. I've heard of them. My passengers think they overcharge. We make it a point to keep our prices low.
Very low. I remember you.
Luke gestured to the fine coach with its brass trim. I rode your coach once last fall to the Army headquarters building. I was trying to enlist to be a soldier. They determined I was too old and blind. He chuckled, remembering his failing of the vision exam. I remember how unbelievably low you charged. 5 livres, wasn't it? Quite a steal, if you ask me. Clement laughed, stroking Fifi's snow-white mane. It's a bargain, I know, but people like it. It makes them happy to ride in style and comfort, so it makes me happy as well. Still think it's selling your services short. I know, Clement nodded. Well, I suppose I better take these horses home and let Fifi rest. His eyes squinted. Where do you work, monsieur? I was a bricklayer for the hotel being built downtown. Luke pointed westward to the city center, but now I'm going to work for an aristocrat's household, repairing his country estate, going to train in stonemasonry. I'll be working with a friend. I hope to get out of this city and see some nature. Where do you live currently, monsieur? Clement studied him, with what seemed like curiosity. Nosiness, maybe? Luke had the feeling it wasn't about his smallpox scars. Some different reason. Just a hunch. That building. Luke made a random, waving gesture in the direction of 318 Rue Septième. But I'm moving next week. His ears and face felt numb and frozen. If this coachman truly wished to be friendly, they could meet up at Rousseau for a pint another time. I see. Who lives with you? Clement continued to fix him with a look of interrogation. I mean, is it anyone you support, like a wife? Luke shook his head. No wife. Just my old aunt, who nags me nonstop. He chuckled.
Why the personal questions, mon ami? No particular reason. Luke laughed. Well, good. I'll ask you one. Do you have a wife or a girl? Clement frowned, looking down at his boots. No, it's not easy to meet ladies when I work so much.
Fellow bachelor, then. It's tough sometimes. Luke gave the man's shoulder a tap of camaraderie. Ever go to the Saloon Les Pieds on Rue Saint-Jacques? He grinned. I think they'd like you there. Clement shook his head, seeming oblivious to Luke's rather risque suggestion. I don't know what that is. Anyway, about your aunt you spoke of. Will she be all right with you leaving her? Does she still live where you do? You're a very nosy gentleman, Monsieur Clement. Exasperation frayed Luke's nerves. Take your questions and save them for the morning, when people aren't dead tired. It'll save you from a bloody lip. He raised a closed fist to the man, a half-joking threat. Clement just laughed. Sorry, I guess I was a bit rude. No worries. I would never punch you out in front of your dear horses. His ears felt as if they were about to fall off with frostbite. He was dead tired, and he was certainly not looking forward to sleeping in his home crawling with rats. Good night. Take your dear Fifi home, and ice her foot well. I will. Clement grabbed his hat from the coach seat and put it on. But, may I ask you another question? Luke snorted a laugh. All right. Mon ami, ask away. But only under one condition. What is it? Is your question a life or death matter? The man's lips hung open a moment. In a way, yes. Is that so? Luke shuffled his booted feet. Odd one here, but I like his honesty. What I want to ask is... Clement cast his eyes skyward for a moment. This doesn't have to mean you. It can mean me, or anyone. I guess it's... what's the word? Philosophical. Luke laughed. I'm the wrong man for that. I'm no book scholar. Are you sure you know what you think you are? Clement blurted out. I mean, you and I are in the same life stage. We're not youths anymore, and we're trying to find our way. I'm 23. And Merida, I don't even know. Do you know who you are yet? Do I know who I think I am? Luke wrapped his arms around himself, his ears and nose numb. Damn. That's a hell of a question. Not always, but I want to. What I mean is, I'm in the middle of deciding who I am. And I'm going to do it, which for now will be a training stonemason for a wealthy man's home, and with hard work, it'll lead to a better life, I hope. He looked at Clement, whose gaze was empathetic and thoughtful. Is that the answer you want? Clement nodded. Well, good. Luke nodded back. And I hope you can decide who you are and work on it the same. Take care of your horse. Be sure. Good night. Luke turned on his heel to walk home, hunching against the chill of the Advent season, tiny snowflakes hitting his face. Soyez Noël, Clement called to him. Merry Christmas, Luke said with forced cheer, raising his hand for a final wave. Christmas was the coming Monday, and he would spend it with Jean and his wife. When he stepped into his apartment, he flung his boot at a loitering rat in the corner. It scurried beneath the boards. He started a fire and tried to sleep, knowing this would be one of his last nights in this sad abode. Jean said the living conditions were decent where they were going. Wait, he thought. Recalling his talk with the coach driver, was that a life or death question? Luke recalled how he felt when he replied to the man's question. It felt good to share with a stranger about his plans for the future and his eagerness to work. He thought of the state he'd been in days and weeks ago, a place he never wanted to return. Yes, it was a life or death matter. Luke was choosing life, and making that life good. Chapter 21. Marcel watched the outer shell of Prince Renaud walk away. He isn't that bad, a man under his curse, he whispered to both himself and his pair of horses. Luc Bisset had just aided his injured mare. His personality and demeanor were friendly. He even had a sense of humor, a trait Marcel admired, as well as an ambition for honest work. He almost liked the man now. He shot Gisant and left a little girl motherless, he reminded himself. It's the same person. Marcel stroked Fifi's mane, then bent to lift her rock-bruised hoof. He cast the lowest intensity ice spell to create a small glaze of frost, just a little, to balm her injury. I'm sorry I didn't bring you to the fair earlier,
he said soothingly.
Climbing to his seat, he urged both horses to walk, nudging Felix at his mouth bit to control his speed, to match Fifi's slower pace. Be nice, Felix. Settle down, Garcon. The clopping of their hooves echoed in the nighttime, giving him an eerie but peaceful feeling. Devotion for his two half-Pegasus companions kept him sane in the crushing stress and loneliness of living simultaneously in the mage and the Saint-Magie worlds. He spoke pleasantries to people every day, but he was close to few and trusted few. He relied on simply being his friendly, polite self to blend in, unidentifiable as a mage. His coach-driving business and spy work for Alexis served as twin buffers of safety and security. At least he had Mama. She was living the same. Marcel drove the dark streets, plagued with the turmoil of worry now that Bertrand was the new mage lord. Jacinthe's young daughter, his niece, was magical. The child was being raised by her father in an entirely Saint-Magie home, against the law. Alexis was unaware of this, at least for now. Speaking of his superior officer, Marcel needed to report his latest findings of Luc Bisset to him. He pulled out his glass and spoke into it, working the reins with his other hand. He set the glass to only communicate with Alexis audibly, not visually, to avoid getting an eyeful of his boss's lascivious habits. Alexis, ça va? The glass glowed opaque white. Clement? The officer's voice issued a low volume. It's late. Why are you contacting me at this hour? I just had a conversation with the subject, Prince Renaud. His whereabouts? Alexis asked, a hissing irritation in his tone. Marcel heard a woman's voice in the background sighing. Oh, work again? Rue Septième, same as always. Marcel held back a cheeky grin. I interrupted his personal life. Heaven forbid. Still under golden lock, so I can't reach it or even see the building. I tried to ask him about Mathilde. You don't ask him about Mathilde. That will blow your cover. Rule of espionage number 1. Marcel sighed. I'm sure she still lives with him because I picked up her presence earlier today on Rue Septième. There's another place she frequents, though. The glass pointed her out in another location. Where? Rue Saint-Quième, not far from the first hidden home. But that place is untraceable, under golden lock. Either she has 2 homes or she's associating with another mage. I haven't figured out who. Doesn't sound as if you have any new developments on Mathilde. Alexis spoke through his teeth. Just a minute, Yvonne, he muttered under his breath. Yvonne Cabot from the village? She was in my year at school, over 10 years his junior, Marcel thought, amused. I thought she had better taste. No, I suppose I don't have anything new. He was quite grateful he wasn't in the man's presence. Alexis could not mind read him unless he were with him in person. But listen, Luc Bisset told me he'll be living and working outside the city starting next week. He's moving. I still don't know about Mathilde. Keep the watch, Clement. Day and night, I don't care. You bring us Mathilde on a silver platter. You'll be hailed as a hero. Be relentless. Good night. But you don't want to be a hero? Why don't you take a turn combing the Paris streets at all hours as a spy? You can even take on my form with your disguise powers. Why on earth would I want to do that? Well, you might enjoy being me, Alexis. Considering you'd be in a magical double of my body, which is younger, of course, and has more generous virile attributes. I have important Le Conseil matters here, Alexis snapped. At all hours. He sounded madder than a stinging hornet. The girl giggled. Yvonne is a member of Le Conseil, then? He feigned innocence. Good night, Clement, Alexis bellowed. Good night. Tell Yvonne hello from me. Marcel signed off with a parting chuckle. The glass silenced and dimmed. He continued to drive the horses at a slow pace along the tunnel of the street, surrounded by rows of close-set buildings. Torch lamps reflected a few tiny snowflakes. He soon reached Rue Troisième and his neighborhood. By habit, he took a lingering glance at a certain house where a young lady lived. She'd caught his eye recently. Bright chestnut hair, sweet face, voluptuous figure. Please come again, and stay warm in this weather, she said to him once when he dropped off friends of hers. He hadn't seen her since. He didn't care to appear as any more of a stalker than he already had. 4 city squares further, Marcel parked his horses inside the alley stable behind the row house he shared with his mother. Madame Clement was a seamstress, known for her miraculous speed in sewing garments. Bonne nuit, Felix Fifi. He fed each horse an apple and went inside the house secured with a golden lock charm. The doorknob shimmered with golden sparks of light. His mother had set the lock against every mage who lived in Fontaine and Chantilly, which of course included Alexis and all Les Conseil officials. "Mama, I'm home." About a half dozen shirts, skirts, and trousers floated in the air about the room, thread and levitated needles weaving in and out of them in rhythm. Marcel ducked between them to avoid being poked by the flying, darting needles. "Mon bébé!" Madame Clement, a petite lady with dark brown skin, came to greet him in her sewing room. She took down one of the finished levitating garments, laying it gently over a chair. "You look exhausted, petite. There is hot chicken soup in the kettle." Her son greeted her with his usual cheek kiss. "Merci. I'm famished." "A gentleman left a note for you," Madame Clement told him, her French charmingly accented with her native Hausa from her African childhood. "He requested carriage travel on the 26th. He found the note by the door, glad he'd put a small sign on his coach advertising his business and home address. The request was someone named Jean Paquette, offering a decent 20 livres to drive a party of 3 passengers a short distance out of the city. The address for pickup was 408 Rue Troisième, the place where the young lady lived. "I'll take the job," he said, grinning. Chapter 22. On Christmas morning, Luke woke from a dream about a ballroom. Scores of ladies in bouffant gowns danced some very formal dance with stuffy gentlemen. The couples turned in slow, careful circles, walking on their tiptoes while musicians played soft music. Upon awakening, he found himself on the floor of Jean and Clemence's little sitting room, grasping a pillow. There were no rats here, and it certainly smelled more pleasant. Inside their fire hearth, one of the newlyweds had placed Luke's boots, Jean's best buckle shoes, and Clemence's pink slippers beside the fire logs in anticipation of Père Noël. All 3 pairs of footwear were filled with candy sticks and small packages. Clemence came in with a tray of tea, cups, and biscuits, Jean following her. The 3 of them ate, drank, and began opening the small array of gifts. Clemence gasped with joy when she opened her present of 2 small, shiny spoons. "For the tea service! It goes perfectly with it." The couple embraced and kissed. "Open yours, Luke." Clemence moved to the floor to lean against Jean's chest. His slim, wiry arms wrapped around her in a tight hold while she tucked her dress around her lap. "The way you 2 are, next year you'll have a little junior to teach about Père Noël." He untied the string on the brown burlap package, unwrapped the cloth around a wooden box, and opened the latch. "Toy soldiers?" The 5 tin soldier figures were painted blue and red, holding tiny bayonet rifles. A miniature cannon was included, painted shiny black. Luke wouldn't play with them like a child. They'd be part of a collection to keep in his future home. There was something vaguely familiar about this sort of toy. He must have had something similar in his forgotten childhood. "They weren't from us," said Jean. "Emily bought this for you." "Emily?" Jean nodded. "She was acting a little shy when she stopped over the other day." He untied the package from his wife, a new white linen cravat. Clemence's hand-sewn gift. "Thank you, chérie." He tied it around his neck. Luke turned one of the figures in his hand. "How kind. I hope to thank her if I see her." "She saw them at the shop and thought of you," he grinned. "She has a heart of gold, that girl." "She'll be working with us, correct?" Luke asked, a lightness bubbling inside him. Was this her peace offering? If so, he owed her a gift. "Yes, my cousins, the Fortier sisters, will be there." Clemence gripped Jean's arms with her hands as she leaned against him. "Adelaide isn't thrilled to clean that place, but Emily's happy. I'm leaving tomorrow with them about 10 in the morning. As soon as we arrive, we'll get food stocked and prepared for the entire crew, which you 2 will be a part of."
She turned her head back for Jean to kiss her cheek. Jean gave his wife a squeeze around the waist.
You and I are heading there on a wagon, late afternoon, Luke.
Looking forward to it. Luke fiddled, played with the toy soldiers. Clemence, do come in and warm up. Adelaide opened the door to Fortier's home. Did you have a nice Christmas? We did, thank you, Addie. Clemence walked up the step and into their cozy front room, her arms filled with bags for travel. Are you both ready and packed? The charter coach is picking us up soon, Jean said. Adelaide bundled up her warmest winter clothes as Emily did the same, donning their long shawls and matching red scarves. That's all you're bringing? Emily had packed light. We will be issued maid uniforms, Adelaide. No need for our entire wardrobe. She fastened the button on the neck of her red shawl. Adelaide had 3 bags packed. She found comfort in having all of her clothes and books, cosmetics, and hair supplies. They gave her the feeling of home, of being pampered. She just had to bring her new hand-sewn pillows and quilts and, everything. You packed up nearly our entire house. Emily laughed lightly at her sister. I don't want to miss anything. Clemence sat down in a padded rocking chair to rest. Jean convinced Monsieur Luc Bisset to come work with him. He is? I'm very happy for him. Emily lit with a smile. Really? But, Emily, Adelaide interjected, you thought of him as a completely insufferable beast with a monster temper. He's following us to the estate? Emily frowned. Adelaide. Her stern tone was the one that always boiled Adelaide's blood, considering Emily was her younger sister by over 2 years. Why are you defending his bad manners? He wasn't feeling well. Sometimes people are irritable and cross when things are going badly for them. I know you can be much the same, dear sister, so don't be so judgmental of him. Remorse nudged Adelaide's heart. She didn't know this Monsieur Luc Bisset, other than the day she met him at the wedding party. He'd behaved as if the stars and sun revolved around his immensely swelled head. Perhaps he'd come down to earth to live as a mere mortal now. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to judge. I was just... Adelaide looked out the window in time to see the charter coach arriving. Her heart did a flip. That coachman. A ride is here. A lightning bolt burst into butterflies inside her. Did Jean charter him? When they lugged their things outside into the light chill and snowflakes, the driver of Adelaide's dreams helped her load the first of her 3 bags into the cab. She handed the coachman her second bag, and their gloved hands touched for a split second. His gloves were pristinely white. They looked new. Perhaps his mamma made them for him for Christmas. Or his wife, she thought with caution. The coachman stowed their bags around and under the seats. There's snow and ice on the carriage roads outside the city, ladies, so it may be a bumpy ride. He ended his warning with an awkward laugh, addressing all 3, but his gaze was focused solely on Adelaide. I don't mind bumps at all. Adelaide giggled, then felt foolish in hindsight, since her sister and Clemence might mind them. We might worry about getting stuck, she blurted out. My team is strong. They'll pull through just fine, mesdemoiselles. Or mesdames. He gestured to the horses. I'm a mademoiselle. She fidgeted with her scarf. He grinned in response. She had never seen such soulful, dark, and beautiful eyes on a man in her entire life. His brown skin tone was lovely. Though he wasn't big or broad, more on the thin side. The agility in the man's movements belied a humble power about him. Watch your step, ladies. He held the door wide open while Emily and Clemence boarded the cab. Adelaide followed, finding plush red velvet seats inside. The coachman gave her a soft smile, followed by a quick avert of his eyes as he closed the door. She felt herself blush. The warmth in her cheeks lasted the entire bumpy ride to the Marquis' country mansion. New fallen snow made the carriage lurch and wiggle, moving slower than usual. Adelaide, Emily, and Clemence held tight to the brass door handles. What if one of the wheels were to break? Adelaide wondered aloud. Then you'll be lucky you brought so many things. Emily laughed lightly. It's so pretty out here. Adelaide took in the new surroundings. It delighted her to escape the city limits. They'd left the mass of buildings and traffic behind. The scenery changed to a field scattered with trees, the land dusted with snow. After a while, a high iron gate led to a large, 3-story chateau with a veranda, 3 chimneys, and a row of multi-paneled windows. A few wagons were parked near the sheds and stables. Thick forests bordered the property, and Adelaide looked forward to the chance to walk and explore, to see the delightful little squirrels and rabbits. As they reached the mansion's drive, they could see the estate was in more disrepair than Adelaide had imagined. Probably full of cobwebs and spiders, she presumed. Adelaide's new excitement about coming here to work cooled a bit. When the carriage stopped, the 3 maids stood from the plush seats to disembark. Their coachman jumped down to open the door for them. "Ladies." He took their bags, setting them carefully on the cold ground before he gave Adelaide the most charming smile. One that could have melted the ice and snow clean off the circle drive, if not her insides. "Thank you so much, monsieur." Her face felt like hot bread in the oven. "It was a lovely ride, a little bumpy of course, but I didn't mind. And neither did my sister and cousin," she giggled, like a 15-year-old. "Mon Dieu." "Merci, mademoiselle." The driver leaped back onto his seat, his frock coat swinging with a masculine grace. "I hope to be of service again some day." "I hope so as well," said Adelaide. "Please have a safe drive home, monsieur. Stay warm." "I will, and thank you." He tipped his hat, giving them all a polite nod. His twin horses were sturdy and beautiful, equipped with fine tack. Adelaide wished to step forward and pet their snowy white manes. It would be quite rude to approach and handle other people's horses. He gave the reins a shake, and the coach departed, its wheels spraying bits of frost and ice and axles squeaking. "So here we are, the big house, our new abode." Adelaide studied the untidy state of the mansion and grounds. "Humble abode, despite its size. I've a feeling I'm about to be introduced to some spiders soon." She shuddered. "I do hope there are no rats." Emily gave her a school-marmish frown, shaking her head. "What?" "You always have to act like a coquette with the men, don't you, Addie?" "You mean the driver? I can't help it." Adelaide watched the coach roll away in the distance, having picked up incredible speed. "I can look, even if I cannot touch. There's no crime in that. And I'm not coquette. I was just being friendly." "Oh, Addie." "I know what that giggle means." Emily laughed teasingly as well as Clemence. The 3 women picked up their bags and walked to the steps of the mansion's veranda. "I'll never get to know the cute coachman anyway," Adelaide thought wistfully. At least his lovely smile had brought her enough sunshine to endure the tedious work ahead. When she, Emily, and Clemence entered the mansion's front room, the place was just about close to a pigsty. A moldy, musty smell hung in the air as if it hadn't been inhabited for at least a year. The hardwood floors looked grimy. "Girls," Madame Chabon bustled in with arms full of mops and buckets. "We have cleaning to get on top of and food to prepare. Come to the dining room and take the schedules I've written out for each of you." Adelaide missed Lady Evangeline's perfume-scented boudoir very much. Chapter 23. Luc and Jean's wagon rolled into the drive at the Marquis de Beaumont's chateau, their new temporary home. The once regal-looking building now had crumbling cracks in the stonework. The wood trim was rotting. The so-called gardens were nothing but bare branches and brambles. "This place is a mess," Luc muttered with disappointment. "That's what we're here for." Jean flashed his ever-awkward grin. "To make it not a mess, oui?" Luc rubbed his brow. Days in the company of the saccharinely optimistic, chipper young fellow had worn his nerves. The food on Christmas Day had been delicious, the gift exchange enjoyable, but the constant affection and sweetness between the couple a bit too much at times. Luc had noticed them trying to tone it down, however. "There's smoke coming from the chimney. That means a fireplace and food," said Jean. "Sounds good to me." Leaving the wagon, Luc and Jean walked several paces behind the 2 other workers they traveled with. The men had kept to themselves on the ride out of Paris. Jean tried to share a few friendly words with the 2, but they snubbed both him and Luc. Besides those men and their unfriendliness, the trip was a pleasant change of scenery. Luc felt it physically, in his lungs and his clarity of mind.
Forest bordered the mansion's gardens, where the Marquis planned to host fox hunts. The fresh, crisp winter air, the calls of birds, and even a frozen river shimmering with ice. All gifts of nature they'd entered into. It was all good, a fresh start. Luke and Jean ascended a few stone steps onto a veranda with uneven wooden planks and rusted metal accents. They followed the other men in. Clemence rushed past the others to greet her husband, wrapping him in an embrace. Mon cher, I'm so glad you're here. They gathered at the tables to eat stew and loaves of bread. Workers wandered in, taking lunch before returning to their tasks. Luke bit into a crusty piece of bread, just as two other women came down the staircase, wearing water-stained gray dresses and dusty aprons. He looked down at his bowl when he saw it was Emily and her sister. Adelaide and Emily! Jean welcomed them warmly. Hello, Jean and Clemence, Adelaide greeted. I'm glad you're here. We have so many endless rooms upstairs to dust and mop. With hesitance, Luke acknowledged the sisters. Emily's gaze locked with his for a moment, then shifted away. Lowering his head to his empty bowl, he forced himself to not look at her. His heart rate quickened with a vexing emotion. Guilt? For blowing his top and shouting at her when she was in his home? Nerves? The two sisters helped themselves to the buffet, ignoring Luke. Adelaide motioned to Emily to go sit in a nearby parlor, and the two disappeared. Luke and Jean finished the last of their lunch and headed outside for a quick briefing by the home's head manager. He gave them one look up and down. With a curt but pleased nod of approval, he assigned them one of the toughest physical tasks, taking down the old wood trim from the top of the building. Scared of heights? Luke raised his eyebrow. Slightly. Jean craned his neck to look at the third floor's gables, shading his eyes from the white overcast sky. Leave this to me, Luke replied, a bit of his old confidence surfacing. He gripped the long ladder and climbed up to the very top, a tool attached to his belt. The chilly air whistled through his coat, yet the cold wasn't unpleasant at all. The fragrance of the forest mingled with wood smoke. Voices of workers mixed with the sound of the wind as they attended to their tasks. Winter birds made their calls in the air, the sound oddly familiar to a man who knew only the streets of the city. He used a chiseling tool to pull down the rotted boards of the window trim, keeping his feet steady on the ladder while Jean pulled boards down below. When a piece of wood fell to the ground, he shouted, "Heads up!" so anyone standing beneath him would move out of the way, lest be injured by a falling board. After dark, Luke prepared to turn in for the night, walking upstairs with Jean and Clemence. As they reached the second floor, they passed the group of women finished with their first day of cleaning and tidying. Among the ladies were Emily and Adelaide. "Hi, cousins," Jean greeted them. He and Clemence made small talk with the two. Luke wanted to disappear, to be honest. Emily didn't look him in the eye, only at her sister, Clemence, and Jean. Adelaide, her clothes covered in dust and pieces of cobwebs, began to babble in a cheery voice about their day's work. So, when I took my bucket and rags into the room, I thought to myself, can the spiders possibly be any more horrifying? She put on an impish grin, dimples forming by her lips. My day was about to get much more interesting. How was it interesting? Jean grinned, crossing his arms. Adelaide dove back into her story, gesturing with her hands to add drama. Because as soon as I knelt on the floor by the bed, a 3-inch-long monstrosity came scrambling out, but Emily was there to save me. Emily smiled bashfully. I just killed the big spider with my broom. And we had to figure out a way to get rid of it. Adelaide indicated the size of the spider with her fingers. It was this big. We had to pry at the rusty window latch until we finally got the window open. Emily tossed it outside. I enjoyed that part of the job. Emily glanced at Jean, then at Luke for a brief second. I used the broom to throw it out. I didn't dare touch it. Jean and Adelaide laughed, Jean casting a knowing gaze at Luke. Luke knew what that look meant. Recalling the day he'd thrown a dead rat out of his window, he frowned as he stood there awkward and unremarkable, feeling like a large and ugly bunion on one's foot. Jean and Clemence bid Luke and the sisters a cheerful good night. The married couple was granted a bedroom to themselves on the top attic floor.
Luke would share a communal room with the single men. "Good night, monsieur." Adelaide's tone to Luke was polite, but cool compared to her enthusiastic storyteller air from the moments before. His beastly presence seemed to suck the spirit out of both sisters. They looked at him with sad, serious eyes. "Good night, ladies," he mumbled. His gaze dropped to Adelaide's dust and soot-stained apron covering her full, round hips, then to Emily's smaller one, also stained with fireplace soot. Though they looked very different. The older one plump, voluptuous, with chestnut waves. The younger, slender, with pock scars and long, dark brown hair. They shared soft almond-shaped eyes and intelligent gazes. It would be nice to get to know them better, but he turned to leave. "Monsieur?" "Yes," said Luke. Adelaide had bustled off, but Emily was still looking at him. "About the last time I was at your apartment." She fidgeted with her apron. "It was rude and unbecoming for me to run off like that. I should have stayed instead of starting a quarrel. I know you were suffering. I was worried you might have harmed yourself after that. I'm sorry." Kindness radiated from Emily's hazel eyes, like warmth from a fire. "You're too good to waste time with me," Luke said in a quiet voice. "I behaved badly. The yelling, I'm sorry." He forced the last words out. "Your apology is accepted if you accept mine." "Oh, well, all right then, I do. But you did nothing wrong. I promise you won't see me here much. I'll be fixing up outside. We have a big task on our hands." "There's no need for that." "I don't want to make you uncomfortable." She shook her head. "I'm not uncomfortable at all, monsieur. You're Jean's friend. He thinks highly of you, so I'd much rather we be friends as well." He shrugged, unsure what to say. She stepped closer to him and held out her hand. "So, are we friends now?" A gentle smile formed on her lips. He took her small, work-calloused hands and shook it. "Yes, mademoiselle. I would like that. And as I said, I'm truly sorry." "It's all right." "By the way," Luke looked down at her shoes, then the floor, and into her eyes. "Thank you for the Christmas gift. I liked it." Her smile broadened. "The toy soldiers? You're welcome. I thought if you didn't like them, if you thought they were for children, you could just give them to Jean's brothers." "I didn't. Grown men keep them in collections, just like coins." "Really? I guess I don't know much about what grown men do." She lowered her eyes to the floor. She was shy, though he had already been witness to her outburst of tempered spirit. Men's voices chattered from beyond the closed doors. "Would you like me to escort you to the women's rooms upstairs?" He glanced up the narrow stairway, aware of the smell of dust and mold in the house. It wasn't pleasant, yet better than where he'd lived. "Yes, merci." Emily clutched her stained apron, shaking the dust from it. They walked up the stairs side by side. She showed him to the room she shared with Adelaide. Ladies' laughing voices rang out in a neighboring room. "Good night, Monsieur Luke. I can't remember your surname now, only your given one." "It's Bissett. But I like being called Monsieur Luke. It makes me sound like a teacher of little children, which I could never be." He gave a sad chuckle. "Jean said you were kind and playful with his little brothers. You would make a good father some day." He shrugged. "Perhaps." Emily smiled. "Good night, Monsieur Luke." She opened the door and went in to join her sister. He left the women's floor as fast as possible before some maid in her nightdress scolded him. He craved some alcohol. A familiar smell of rum and pipe smoke greeted him when he came into the men's room, along with the cacophony of loud snoring. It was the two not very friendly men they'd ridden with from Paris, Roland and Levasseur. He was quite glad they were sleeping. Luke and Jean whiffed down the breakfast and tea to get the day's task started. Clemence, Emily, and Adelaide soon joined them. The three women dressed nearly identical in gray dresses and white aprons. "Good morning." Luke's gaze went to Emily as he lifted his mug of warm, farm-fresh milk.
Jean and Clemence had become absorbed in a conversation about what bank to save their earnings for their new home, while Adelaide listened in support. "Did you sleep well?" Emily directed the question to him. He blinked for a moment, wondering if her question was simple good tidings, or if it meant she was inquiring about his problem he'd been too quick to share. "I did. No dreams at all." "I'm really glad." She sipped some tea and nibbled a croissant. "Thank you." Luke bit into one of the croissants. "These are delicious. Who baked them?" he asked, self-conscious that he talked with his mouth full for a moment. "Adelaide, Clemence, and me." Emily gave him her gentle and tolerant smile again. "It takes time to shape the dough. That was my part." The little pieces of bread were done in perfectly symmetrical moon shapes. "Good job." "Thank you." "As an artist, I suppose you sculpt bread just like you draw." Her face brightened. "Yes, I never thought of it that way, but I do. I like things to look in a nice shape." "Good." He nodded in affirmation, not quite proud of where those words caused his mind to go. He hadn't seen or felt the shape of a woman since last July. It was now late December. Fortunately, the three young ladies before him were clad in such modest, draping layers it didn't spark too much distraction. He raised his arms and stretched, letting his shirt sleeves fall to reveal the shape of his biceps, an ingrained habit. She lowered her gaze and examined the bread, not speaking. "Emily, what do you and your sister get to do today?" He put his arms down and took up his mug of milk, drinking down the excessively creamy stuff. It wasn't his favorite drink, but Jean told him that creamy milk would help build up muscles. The skinny youth tended to guzzle a half-gallon each morning. "I'm in the kitchen most of today." Emily took a glance at the galley kitchen nearby. Luke followed her gaze. The room was separated from the dining area with double wooden doors which yawned open, revealing a huge iron stove. "Addie is mopping and sweeping, or in the kitchen with me. It's not as big as the Marquis Chateau kitchens in the city, but I like the view here." She glanced at the uncurtained window. "The snow is nice to look at." "I agree. I was thinking the same this morning." Luke recalled the dawn skies when he stepped out. "What a sunshine. It's truly amazing. We don't see that in town." Her eyes lit up. "You saw it as well? I wanted so much to paint it." "I hope you have time to do that," Luke encouraged. Jean's voice jarred his attention. "Luke, let's get out on the roof. No dallying, all right?" "I promise I'll talk to you later, Mademoiselle Emily." Luke jumped from his chair to get busy. Chapter 24. The chateau staff stayed busy with their back-breaking work, getting the old place up to the Marquis and his family's tastes. The maid's use of polishing oils and plenty of water, mops, and elbow grease took away the moldy, dusty smell. Luke and Jean's pet project was getting the old wood removed from the exterior to replace with red brick. The place began to feel much more like home. One afternoon in January, Emily and Adelaide left the house and walked outdoors to the river bank through a wooden trail. Emily's nose was cherry red and bit with a little chill, but it felt wonderful to be out. "Adelaide, we can't be out here for long. Madame Chabon wants the dining room mopped and some bed linens mended by Sunday. We can't waste time." "Elaine said he'd be here, catching fish beneath the ice." Adelaide wrapped her red woolen shawl around her. "After cleaning all the filth and dealing with those monstrous spiders, all I asked is to be outside for a while. I look horrid, though. I wish I had makeup on." "You don't need it here, Addie." "I can't wait until the family comes here to stay. I miss Lady Evangeline and her vanity table and toilette. I miss the smell of perfume and tying her ribbons. For goodness sake, I'm a lady's maid meant for touching lace, not nasty cobwebs." In other words, you miss borrowing things from her toilette. "You don't need makeup, Adelaide." Emily stepped over a fallen tree trunk. Adelaide followed a few steps behind her. "But you do need to follow Madame Chabon's orders. I don't want to get in trouble if we're gone too long." "I hope he didn't leave already." Adelaide stepped over the tree. She squinted, shading her eyes as she glanced from one end of the frozen creek to the other. They soon heard footsteps, the sound of crunching ice and snow in the path. "Elaine, are you here?" Adelaide called. "I hope it's not a bear." Two men appeared, the middle-aged fellows who accompanied Luke and Jean from Paris.
They eyed the girls with unfriendly scowls.
"What are you doing here?" one of them demanded. "You women belong in the house, doing the house chores."
"May I ask why you're here?" Adelaide argued, one hand on her hip. Emily's sense of danger made her body stiffen in a cringe.
"Is it your business?"
The man gave her a look of cruel disdain. "I thought you two were hired for construction," Adelaide spoke in an accusatory manner. "Wandering about the woods doesn't exactly look like construction to me. Are you—" Her eyes widened. "Why do you have a knife and a rope?" Emily shuddered, wishing Adelaide obeyed the headmaid. The man gripped a small knife.
"Hunting." The second man wound a rope around his hands. "We were about to set some snare traps for furs. We were bored." "Levasseur, what do you think?" The first man smirked. "We haven't touched ladies for months. I'm taking a claim on the mouthy one here." "I'll take the little one."
The other, shorter man stared Emily down. Emily froze in her tracks. She turned to run. The moment she took 3 steps, she heard Adelaide's muffled scream. The taller man gripped her sister's arms. Adelaide kicked and tried to fight him off with all her strength. When her glove fell off,
She tore at his eye with her fingernails.
"Ugh, you miserable wench!" She escaped his hold and pulled away. Emily silently cheered, until Adelaide stumbled on the uneven ground and threw out her hand to steady herself. The man caught her arm again. "Leave me alone!" she screamed. He pulled out her knife and aimed it at her face. "No, no, are you crazy?" Adelaide backed away, her eyes wide with terror, hands stretched out to defend herself. Emily's feet felt glued to the ground. Her heart thudded. "I need to go for help." The other man approached her, scowling contempt etched on his face. Waves of fear shocked her brain as she held up her hands to shield herself, too stunned to even scream. The squat block of a man, his brown, threadbare coat missing a button, took hold of both of her arms, squeezing them in a vice-like grip. Emily screamed. She kicked her booted foot backwards. This wasn't happening. She tumbled to the cold ground, hearing Adelaide screaming, "Stop! No!" The man shoved Emily, and her head hit a tree root. Everything went black. "Jean, did you hear something?" Luke called down from his perch atop the ladder. "No, did you?" A moment later, they heard it again, much louder. A distressed scream coming from the riverbank, not far away. "It's one of the women," Luke exclaimed. He had a fairly good idea where it was coming from. "I'm going down." He clambered down the ladder, leaped from the 5th rung, and ran across the mansion's ground to the wooded area leading to the river. After running through a forest trail, a terrible sight that made his stomach lurch confronted him. Emily and Adelaide were on the ground, wrestled down by Roland and Levasseur. Roland held a knife to Adelaide's throat. Levasseur fumbled with the rope, tying Emily's hands. She appeared to be knocked unconscious. Rage and horror seared Luke's brain. Those fools. How dare they? Energy surged through his body, and rational thought left him as he stormed to Levasseur. He yanked him off of Emily from behind, grabbing the collar off the man's shirt. He hoisted him upward and landed a sharp blow to his jaw with his fist. The thug tumbled to the ground, groaning as he lifted himself again. Levasseur tried to strike Luke with his looped-up rope, using it as a whip. Luke lunged forward, grabbed the man around the shoulders with one arm, and fought for the rope, wrapping around his neck as he yelled and squirmed. He yanked the rope tighter until his face began to turn purple. Ghastly, choking noises emitted from his throat. His eyes grew bulging and bloodshot. "Giving you a choice. Either surrender to me or die," Luke hissed in the man's ears as he loosened the rope just a bit. No, please," he gasped once he had enough air to speak. Luke loosened the rope. Once Levasseur was free, he shoved him to the ground. He sensed someone behind him. He felt the sharp tip of a knife on his back. Turning around, he faced Roland, whose face was reminiscent of a mad bulldog with his lips pulled back threateningly. "Trying to kill me, are you, old man?" Luke grabbed wildly at his knife. Stinging pain made him growl as the blade sliced through the palm of his hand. Adelaide screamed, and Luke's attention diverted to her. She ran at Roland from behind, swinging her small fists at his broad back. Roland turned around to face her. This allowed Luke to try to take the knife. He lunged with his uninjured left hand to Roland's elbow, but was unsuccessful in disarming him. "Luke, what?"
Jean arrived. He ran straight to Emily and knelt over her, trying to get her to come to consciousness. Levasseur was sprawled on the ground nearby, moaning, massaging his rope-burned neck. He eyed Jean, scrambling to his feet to attack him. Jean, Luke commanded, watch out! Levasseur stalked behind Jean, the rope still wound halfway around his neck. Jean turned around, shielding himself from Levasseur's attempted punch. The two wrestled in fury, not far from where Emily lay unconscious. Don't touch me, you loathsome donkey's ass! Adelaide yelled as Roland drew closer to her, his knife still clutched in his hand. Luke rushed back to the two of them. Roland turned and pointed his knife at Luke. Luke charged him, his head down like a bull. Crashing against his stomach, he grabbed the man's arm around the elbow, yanking him to the ground. Luke then threw back his arm to give Roland a few good blows to the face, the pain of his cut hand sparking a mad lust for revenge, before going for the knife once more.
Jean's pained yell.
His losing his fright with Levasseur distracted Luke yet again. The other thug had Jean pinned to the ground, striking the smaller man repeatedly in the nose and drawing blood. Luke rushed to Jean's aid. He yanked Levasseur off his friend by the shoulders and hurled him to the side, kicking him in the rib for good measure. No! Adelaide's yell was fierce. Luke turned around to see her backed up against a tree trunk. Roland still wielded his knife. Should have taken it when he sliced my hand. Adelaide held a broken-off tree branch in her hands. She struck her attacker in the head with impressive force as he inched closer to her. Growling, Roland caught hold of the other end of the tree branch and used it to poke her in the stomach with a rough jab. She dropped it with a grimace of pain. Roland raised his knife to her. Adelaide stretched her arm to fend off the blow. Luke took 2 great leaps and dove between Roland and Adelaide, using his body to shield her. He felt the knife slice his skin through the layers of his vest and shirt, pain searing his back as he fell to the ground. In slow motion, Luke's brain registered the blood-tipped knife falling from Roland's hand to the ground. Luke was just about to reach over and pick it up. What's going on? A new male voice bellowed. Monsieur Valois.
The Marquis's household manager had arrived.
Levasseur and Roland groaned in pain. Luke froze in his current position on his hands and knees, his clothes torn and bloody. The knife lay on the ground. Adelaide stood against the tree trunk, her face red and damp
from exertion and tears.
Luke lumbered up to a kneeling position on his knees, locking pained eyes with Valois as he became more aware of his sliced-up back and right hand. When he placed his hand on his leg to steady himself, he left a bloody print on his trousers. They were attacking the ladies, he panted. Jean and I tried our best to stop them. He almost strangled me to death with a rope, Levasseur hissed in a croaking whisper, pointing to Luke. He should have! Adelaide glared at both men. A venomous look was etched upon her usual sweet features. You hurt my sister, you vile beast! And you tried to kill me! Emily stirred and made a move to sit up. Her eyes blinked open, looking dazed. Jean sat nearby, comforting her, despite his battered and bloodied face. Roland and Levasseur, I should have known not to trust you, declared the household manager. I was giving you a second chance, and now it's back to prison with both of you. Valois addressed Luke and Jean. Thank you for what you've done. Please, if you can, Monsieur Paquette, help me tie up their hands. The authorities from the city will come to take them into custody. Jean, though injured, did as asked. Valois escorted the 2 badly beaten criminals back to the house. Their postures slumped. They didn't seem to give the boss any fight. Jean ripped off a piece of his shirt to wipe a smear of blood off his face. He ripped a second to bandage Luke's hand injury. Luke half crawled, wincing with the pain, to where Emily lay on the ground. Adelaide knelt next to her. Monsieur Luke. She said the back of her head hurts. I think she was knocked out, Adelaide told him. You've been hurt too. She looked at him with concern. Thank you. I had no choice. Adelaide? Emily called. I'm here. Does it hurt anywhere else? Adelaide grasped her sister's hand. Just my head, Emily whispered. Luke, you need medical attention right now. Jean exclaimed as he stood nearby, holding a cloth over his bleeding nose. Can you walk? It stings, but I can walk. He was nothing but a clumsy fool with that knife. Luke could feel the horizontal cut across the top of his back. He gritted his teeth to ease the pain. Emily, I'm going to lift you. Please tell me if it hurts.
Luke made a move to scoop her up into his arms. He groaned as his back screamed in agony. No, I can walk, Monsieur Luke. Please let me try, she implored him.
You don't want me to carry you?
You're too injured. Don't risk it. My head feels fuzzy, but I think I can make it. Adelaide sidled next to her sister and helped both Luke and Emily, letting them lean on her shoulders as they walked, painfully back to the mansion. A wagon and horses approached, rushing from the estate at full speed. Elaine! Adelaide called to the man driving. Please help us! The worker named Elaine thundered past with the wagon. He was surely ordered to drive to Paris to inform the authorities of Roland and Levasseur's crimes. The wagon vanished around a corner. The 4 injured young adults used all their strength to make it home. Back in the chateau that evening, everyone's wounds were treated by the staff's nurse, Madame Martin, a kind housemaid who was trained in nursing duties. Emily suffered a very tender head injury and was told she would need to stay in bed for a few days. While she lay in her bed, Luke sat in a chair beside her. Adelaide lay on the other bed, her round body curled up with an open book in her hand, though she wasn't reading it. Adelaide was gazing at Luke, her eyes red and tearful. Monsieur Luke, thank you. You saved us. He shrugged.
It was nothing. I saw what was going on, and I just snapped. Thank God I didn't murder either of them, though I wanted to kill.
You're not a killer. She took a shaky breath. You're a hero.
Thank you, Adelaide.
Luke replied, shrugging before giving her a slight smirk.
You weren't so bad yourself either.
I wanted to maim that man. Adelaide snapped her book shut as if she didn't want it to hear her sentiment. Take out his eyeballs. I should have fought harder. Luke smiled despite his physical pain. Madame Martin came in then, chiding Adelaide to lie down. Madame Martin, everything that happened was my fault, the shaken woman told her. I wanted to go for a walk to the river, and it made Emily come along. I ought to be dismissed for this.
My dears, none of you will be dismissed, the lady assured. If it weren't for all of you, we wouldn't have known we had 2 vile criminals hired to our staff.
Emily attempted to sit up. Luke's uninjured hand lay on her stockinged foot at the end of the bed. He gave her foot a gentle pat. Madame Martin examined a cut on the side of Adelaide's neck.
You poor little things. I don't understand how they could be so much evil in this world. But thank the good Lord for Monsieur Luke. You're a godsend. If it weren't for you...
He saved our lives, Adelaide said once more. I've never seen a man attack the way Monsieur Luke did. Those monsters deserved it.
I know they did, and I'm glad they're getting punished.
Madame Martin wrung her hands, a tremor of shock in her voice.
You just never know about some people. Please get some rest now, dear, and thank you, Monsieur, for what you did to restore justice. Good night.
She left the room. Adelaide rose from her bed and leaned towards Luke, where he sat at the foot of Emily's bed. She gave him a careful half-hug around his shoulders. A feeling of warmth came over him from her sincere appreciation. She moved to Emily and kissed her sister on the forehead. Go to sleep soon, dear sister. You have quite the bump. Emily gazed into her caring eyes.
I will, Addie, she replied. I'm sorry they hurt you.
Luke, you truly are our hero. I think there was a special reason John insisted you come here with us. Luke hung his head. They were silent for several minutes as he remained in the chair, watching over Emily. She lay still and calm, eyes closed. Adelaide climbed back into bed and covered her head with her quilt. You look sad, Emily whispered to him. She opened her eyes, her gaze gentle and compassionate.
They were going to kill you both.
But they didn't.
No, because I wouldn't allow it.
No one was allowed to hurt this girl. Ever.
Thank you again.
Emily's lips turned into a soft smile. His good hand lazily wrapped itself around Emily's woolen-clad foot. He stroked it absent-mindedly with his thumb, massaging it, feeling the warm peaks and valleys of her heel, up to her toes. After a moment, he pulled his hand away.
I'm sorry. I shouldn't be touching you. I didn't mind. That felt nice. I don't think I've had my foot massaged since I was a child. Luke shrugged. All right, but only to help your head pain go away. He gripped her foot and ran his thumbs across it again, watching her yawn, close her eyes, and relax against the pillow. After some pleasant moments of basking in the thoughts that he'd been so heroic and that the ladies were safe on account of him, he stood up. Wincing with the great sting in his back, he prepared to leave from the men's quarters. Good night, ladies. Good night, Monsieur Luke. You're truly a warrior, our gallant knight, Adelaide said from beneath the quilt, still awake. Her gushy words were not false flattery. In his short, odd life existence, women paid him admiration and compliments in the past, but no other compliments touched his soul as these did. He went up to the shared room, to the bunked beds formerly Roland's and Levasseur's. On the bottom bunk sat a new man, whom Luke wasn't quite sure he'd met before, but he looked vaguely familiar. A thin man, at least a quarter-century older than him, with a long queue of salt and pepper hair. He wore baggy trousers and a long nightshirt.
Bonjour. Are you my, what is it called? Roommate?
The fellow grinned. Oui. Luke nodded. I'm going to sleep. Good to meet you.
I'm Monsieur Guerin, here to help in the kitchen.
How did you get here so fast?
I suppose I just showed up at the door this evening, said Monsieur Guerin. I asked if anyone needed help, and the maid said that 2 ladies are unable to work for a while. So, here I am.
He gave a friendly nod. Wait. Luke recalled where he'd seen this man. Haven't we met in the city? Did you have a scraggly beard before?
Oui, I had a beard. Guerin rubbed his chin, and yes, we've met. I'm a friend of your Aunt Mathilde's. The apple-selling business didn't do well, I'm afraid. Good to find a familiar face. Small world, is it not?
A small world indeed. Well, good. Luke forced a smile, hoping he would drop his conversation so they could turn in. He lumbered to his bunk with strain and flopped down, wincing at the bandage cut around his back and his sliced hand. Good night, he mumbled before dozing off.
Chapter 25. Upon his perch on the ladder, Luke breathed in the wood smoke fragrant air. Ah, Jean, this is invigorating. Makes me feel like a new man, don't you think? It's a little cold on my cheeks, but I'll survive. 10 more minutes until the ladies put on hot tea and cornmeal mush. Jean replied from the ground, his voice cheery. The same thing as always, Luke laughed. If you're starving, you can't be choosy. Weeks had passed after the incident with the 2 attackers who'd been tried in Paris and sent back to prison. Winter plodded on. Though the calendar said late February, the frost and chill remained. The food supply in the mansion dwindled. Ice and snow made wagon travel difficult. The 2 stopped work and went inside the kitchen for a short lunch. Luke burst through the door and caught sight of one of his favorite people. Emily flitted around the tables, preparing the midday meal rush for the workers. A charming, ruffled cap covered her head. She wore a white apron tied in a bow around her little waist. The simple gray dress she wore swirled gracefully around her as she poured tea and set bowls on the half-dozen round tables. As Luke passed, they locked gazes and exchanged polite bonjours. Every mealtime, it was the usual pleasantries. He didn't seek her conversation, keeping a polite distance since the fight incident. She knew too much about his crazy mind already, and sharing more was unwise. Luke and Jean spooned up bowls of the same cornmeal with a bit of smoked meat and mugs of milk, sat at the long table, and scarfed it down as fast as soldiers at camp, eager to finish their day's project on time. That night, Luke turned down a worker's invitation to a brandy-soaked card game in the men's quarters to join Monsieur Armand Guerin in the kitchen. He didn't care to gamble or risk 1 precious sou. And besides, he often mistook a 6 for a 9 or a 3 for an 8 on the playing cards, just like the vision test with the letters. It caused him to lose every time. Monsieur Luke, why aren't you upstairs after such a long day? Armand stood alone by a basin in the candle-lit galley, scrubbing a pot. Water sloshed around, dripping on the wood-planked floor. No one's sleeping yet, Luke replied. They have a card game going on. Everyone's gambling away their earnings. Bachelors.
he added with a dismissive wave of his hand. Quieter down here. Are you not a bachelor? I suppose I am, but I am not like the other bachelors. Luke raised his chin. Mind if I scrub pots with you? I don't mind at all. I'm a bit behind every night on this. Luke took up a large soup tureen to scrub, watching the galley servant wipe pans with awkward, clumsy hands. Are you having trouble? The man seemed to be getting nowhere, washing and scrubbing, but the pans were still not clean. I have a touch of arthritis, Armin replied. It takes me a little longer to get things done nowadays. I hope you feel better. Luke found another wash rag and began wiping a pot. When I'm working, I still have soreness in my back from when I took down those rank, cowardly monsters, saving the ladies' lives with my fighting skills, and you like to blow your own trumpet, don't you, son? What? I'm not a musician. Armin smiled and he squeezed a dish rag. I mean, you seem to have a high opinion of your abilities. We already know of your strength and bravery. Oh, I beg your pardon? He continued scrubbing. Of course, everyone already knew about Luke's brave but dangerous deed. Everyone had thanked him many times over. A pang of guilt had been eating at him lately. Aunt Mathilde. He had no idea where she was. She could have succumbed to disease after all, and if so, it was Luke's fault. Not for having the disease, for failing to seek her out and ensure her welfare before he left for a new job. His hands busy with the cornmeal-covered pot, Luke noticed Armin's frustration with making his dish rag work. He made an odd back-and-forth waving gesture with his hand and stopped, looking at Luke with chagrin. Is your hand sore or something? Luke asked. Yes. If I wave it around, it exercises my wrist, you see? Limbering it up, he grinned. Well, you must be tired. It's 11 at night. Luke took the pot out of the basin. The water was dirty. He lifted it and carried it to the rear door to dump it. I'll get you some fresh water. The cold of the night air felt good at first, then began to shiver. Armin followed him outside. Merci. He watched him wield the pump outside the door, refilling the basin. While Luke performed the task, he decided to ask the question plaguing his mind. Armin Gurin, the man Aunt Mathilde visited and talked about who knows what, hadn't told Luke where she currently was. Have you heard from Aunt Mathilde? I've been thinking about her and I'm worried. She could be dead. Why do you think she's dead? Luke carried the clean water back inside, setting it back on the countertop. Taking the rag back in hand, he stared out into the dinner area, thinking, she's old and frail. She was trying to get some charity help because I caught smallpox last fall and couldn't bring in money. Haven't seen her since December. He sighed, balling up the dish rag in a tight fist. Never said goodbye. Thought she knew what she was doing, but I left Paris without looking for her first. If she is dead, I know Mathilde enough to believe she's perfectly fine. Luke rubbed his brow. The funny thing is, as close as we supposedly were, she said she raised me growing up, but I don't remember a damn thing about it. Armin looked at him with intent. What does that feel like? I have this mind problem. Luke told him before he could stop himself. I don't recall much of my life, or what her surname even was. Why is it that the one relative who took care of me in place of a parent for years? He sighed, knowing he was going into weak territory revealing all of this. I know so little about her, can't even tell you her full name. I can assure you she's doing well. I saw her last month. She was in decent health, and that's all I could say. Armin fumbled with the pans in the dishwater. It looked for a moment as if a pan rose in the air by itself, then splashed back into the basin. Luke's tired eyes were seeing things. Is she back home? No, she found a situation somewhere else. A situation? Work? She must be over 70, 80 years old, and, God help me, I don't even know her actual age. Believe me, she is fine. I think it may be a job sewing. Armin wiped a fairly clean pan. That makes sense. She was always sewing things, said Luke. I'm glad I met you, Armand. It amazes me how fate puts certain people in your path, and you're here to let me know my aunt is safe and well. A surge of relief went through him. "You're welcome." The man smiled at him, though his smile seemed to be mixed with sadness.
The Marquis Henri de Brumont, his wife,
Marchioness Marie, and Lady Evangeline arrived in their carriage one early spring morning. It was said the family wanted to escape the city, retreating to their country home early. The epidemics of diseases in Paris, both smallpox and consumption, were still sweeping through like a mad storm. The servants couldn't blame them. Luke and the rest of the staff greeted the family as their footmen and coachman led the three noble people inside. Marquis Henry gave Luke yet another odd look and a furrow of his brow. I know why. Because he bore a striking resemblance to Prince What's-His-Name. It dawned on him that the young lady was the same girl he'd been a bit obsessed with several months before, Evangeline. She was a lovely little doll of a person, with her tiny laced-up waist, golden wig, and bows and frills, but his lust and obsession with her were gone. She was a girl, a young girl at that. He observed the tour, listening to the two noblewomen say, "How splendid!" 3 or 4 times. After seeing all rooms of the chateau, the Marquis declared the refurbished place our new second home, our place of glorious repose and refuge. Luke and Jean worked the final touches on a fireplace while other staff helped the family with their belongings. While Luke checked his work on the new stone hearth, he recalled what Valois said to them months before, when they were first hired. The position is temporary. When construction is over and the family arrives to make their home there, you will be reassigned. His good cheer fizzled away. Supply and passenger carriages arrived later, bearing a handful of more servants in a bounty, bags of flour and sugar, crates of eggs, fruits, meat, butter, tea, and even wines. Luke and Jean helped unload the bags and crates, carrying them to the larders and storage room. Emily and Adelaide came to aid them. Emily prepared to lift a crate of produce, but Luke rushed to take it from her. "Allow me." "Well, all right." She gave a flustered laugh. "I'll take something else then." Luke waited with the box in his hands until Emily chose a crate filled with bags of tea. While she walked with it in her slender arms, he slowed his pace to walk alongside her. "Would you like me to take that?" "I won't drop it, Monsieur Luke." Her voice rang with buoyant cheer. "Mere women can haul boxes of tea." "I'm glad of that, Mademoiselle Emily." Luke ignored her repetition of this hurtful comment from long ago. "That tea smells delicious, doesn't it?" "There's sugar again. I'm glad." Her smile was genuine. It reached her eyes enough to make them twinkle. "I know, so am I. Addie missed the sugar and fruit. I hope there are lemons. I like a bit of lemon in tea sometimes. It helped me when I was sick." They set the goods in the storage room and turned in unison to walk out. Adelaide, helping nearby, practically squealed in delight as each item was unloaded and carried to the house. "Ooh, how lovely! Sugar and cocoa powder." "Like Christmas again, isn't it, ladies?" Luke found lemons in the second box of produce. "Emily, your wish came true." He took one lemon out of the box to put it in her hand. "It's yours. Shh." Emily put the lemon back in the box. "Most of this will be for his honors and their ladyship's teas." She retained her merry smile. Hope swelled within him, a hope that Emily was recovering after the fright and terror of what happened weeks ago. "This is wonderful." Adelaide reached into a package. "Chocolate!" "The first thing I'm going to do is look up a chocolate eclair recipe. Her ladyship likes them just as much as I do. I've missed her." "You've missed styling the lady's hair?" Luke gave her a playful grin. "Yes, very much." Adelaide beamed with enthusiasm. "I hope my duties will be back to normal. I want to style hair, rather than work as a cobweb sweeper and mop girl. I can finally avoid touching those horrible spiders." She bustled off to the house with a sweep of her maid's dress, stopping short to stare at something in the distance. Luke turned to check what was intriguing her so much. It was one of the passenger coaches on the Circle Drive, a familiar one, the Paris neighborhood coachman, who'd been Luke's grateful ami after he aided his horse.
Luke thought he ought to go over and wish him a good day and ask him how things on Rue Sepiem were faring. However, Emily still stood at the back door, fiddling with the folds of her dress and apron. Her eyes were now downcast. Something's wrong. He turned on his heel and approached her instead. You were so happy a moment ago. What's wrong? Tension strained her face. Madame Chabon said there are only 2 new maids. I don't know how I can handle sewing for family and cooking and cleaning. My workload in Addie's may double. And we can never bring it to Monsieur Valois. He doesn't care. She spoke in a strained whisper. But I thought I saw about 6 new people arrive. Emily turned to see Madame Chabon beckoning to her from the back door. I have a task assigned. She walked away. So, as a building worker, it's likely my job here may be ending soon. Luke took a few long strides to walk alongside her. I'm not sure where Jean and I will be assigned. She turned a wide-eyed gaze to him. Do you mean you'll be leaving here? About a 50% chance. At least I think that's what Valois had said. She swallowed and looked down at the ground. Oh. What do you mean, oh? He raised an eyebrow. Nothing. She balled up her apron in her fists. Just that I hope and pray you will find useful work in the future, as you have over this winter.
So not, oh, as in I'm ecstatic that mad, insufferable beast is out of my hair? Of course not. Emily gave a hint of a smile. Pleasant to know you don't wish to be rid of me, then. I don't, Monsieur Luke. A lock of cinnamon brown hair fell over her face. She tucked it inside her white cap. You are a wonderful helper. Thank you. Have a pleasant rest of your day, Mademoiselle Emily. I will. Emily craned her neck to look up at him, her expression bright. Luke strode over to the common dining hall to seek out Jean and other tasks, his steps brisk, feeling valued and important, hoping to catch more moments just like this. He dearly hoped he could stay on this staff. What if he were let go and sent back to the city alone, without Jean and the Fortier girls? Hopeless. He'd fall back into despair and wish to die again. The notion terrified him. Chapter 26. Marcel Clement was a persistent and persevering spy. Another day, another attempt to stalk Luc Bisset and hunt for Mathilde while working his regular job. Stalk was his own word for it. In truth, it was legitimate and under Alexis's orders. As he drove a coach full of chatty passengers out of the city, his looking glass tracked Luc Bisset's location to the same big house where he dropped off the 3 ladies in December. Luc had been here with them since then, an interesting coincidence. He crossed the bridge, now clear of ice and snow, over a river and steered the horses along a curve in a road. He arrived at the gate of the nobleman's chateau. The place looked much more well-kept now, and Marcel admired how Saint-Magis could do such tough work that hard way. Just like his big sister, Jason, who used to do house chores and take care of him when he was a boy. In return, he would play naughty pranks like hexing her broom to fly when she tried to sweep with it. Maman would come home, find out, and swiftly hex the broom to swat the behind of his 7-year-old self. Her lesson was clear. Saint-Magis can be smarter and more special than us in so many ways. Since his boss wasn't currently with him, Marcel was free to think this thought as much as he wanted. Alexis was becoming more peeved each time Marcel gave his report on Mathilde's impenetrable locations. The officer spent a great deal of time serving in Lord Bertrand's Le Conseil meetings, running with the society's elite circles, and most of all, betting Yvonne and other unattached village ladies like a bull stallion. Good, because those sort of activities caused Alexis to neglect Marcel, leaving him on his own to drive and spy more freely. He steered his team through the dark iron arch gate. Passengers inside talked, laughed, and shuffled their belongings. He slowed Felix and Fifi to a park behind another passenger carriage. Another coachman dropped off a few servants of the manor. Marcel parked at a greater distance than the passengers would have wanted. When he came to a full stop, he checked his looking-glass. The glowing arrow pointed to the chateau. He stowed it in a bag and stepped down to let off the staff people, helping them with their luggage and giving them the polite words,
Have a good day, messieurs and mesdames, that issued from his lips by habit. While the workers chatted and walked away with their bags, Marcel looked across the estate grounds, hoping to catch a glimpse of Bisette outside without the aid of the glass. Maybe even find the girl he'd taken an unfortunate fancy to. Best to forget her. As far as his mage assignment was concerned, he focused on the man who used to be Prince Renaud. He could easily work the case while earning Saint-Magie money to pay Mama's rent. The man who used to be Prince Renaud. He thought of him as such. There was too much disparity between the bricklayer fellow and the madman he'd seen at the palace nearly 3 years before. The bloody assassination attempt. The gunfight resulting in tragedy when Jacinthe moved too close to her husband. Marcel had rushed into the forest, grief and shock propelling his feet forward, only to see the woman kneeling over Jacinthe's murderer, healing the nasty prince's wound with such love and care. She even teleported him away, vanishing together. He focused on the image of the man who committed the crime and let Alexis read his mind the very next day. Marcel's brother-in-law, the widowed soldier guard Francis, happened to be a rare example of Saint-Magie, familiar with his world, with magic. Instead of lies covered with more lies, Marcel was able to tell Francis the full truth of what he'd seen, and that he'd do everything he could to track down Renaud and his kidnapper. Francis, I don't know how to tell you this, but that mage woman took off with him. He's vanished, and alive. What should I tell His Highness about his brother? I don't know. Could you maybe tell him I killed him, and that I disposed of the body? I'll come up with a good story. You know me. Absolutely not. But you tend to be an enthusiastic liar, Marcel. It is our honor and duty to tell their highnesses the complete truth. And so, the proverbial cat was out of the bag. Christopher and Rosalind were entrusted with the secrets of magic because Francis didn't like lying. Their official stand in public was that Renaud was missing and presumed dead, while appointing Francis, captain of Christopher's royal guard, to arrange a secret manhunt. After months and years went on, though the couple became convinced that Renaud was truly dead, Francis, busy with palace duty, as well as the prospect of being called up for the Americans' Revolutionary War, put Marcel in charge of the hunt. This made him akin to a double agent, answering to both Francis and Alexis in each world. He scanned the grounds. People milled about in the warmth of early springtime. The servants wore either matching gray dresses, aprons, and white caps, or a variation of the same breeches, coat, and boots ensemble Marcel was wearing. Some of the men were tall and well-built, matching Bisette's size from a distance. It was hard to tell who was who. Snatching his glass back from its hiding place, he stuffed it inside his open coat for secrecy before ducking inside the coach's cab. He checked if the passengers left anything on the seats or floor. A bitten-up apple core lay on the velvet seat. How rude. Marcel pointed his finger at it. Dispertre pour toujours. The apple core vanished. He wiped the seat before sitting down. Luc Bisset, he commanded the looking-glass. An image in real time lit the mirror face. The man was outside the chateau, unloading boxes from a wagon with a few other people. One of them was Marcel's favorite Saint-Magie lady, and the sight of her caused his heart to quicken. Her chestnut ginger hair curled from under her cap. Her voluptuous form filled out her maid uniform. Are they together? Marcel watched their body language. None. Bisette's attentions were solely focused on the other young lady, the petite, dark-haired girl. Luc Bisset seemed to linger beside this maid, following her with his eyes and steps, a look of kindness and interest on his face. He took a large box from her to carry. He opened a door for her. He said something that made her smile. There was something there, either developing or about to develop, between Luc Bisset and this brunette maid. It made Marcel smile despite himself. Merde. No way can this be Prince Renaud d'Orleans. Nearly 3 years before, Prince Renaud attempted to kill his brother over Prince Rosalind. This day he followed a modest maid like a puppy. Renaud had holes in his breeches, stains on his blouse, and muddy boots. A powerful memory erasure spell was all that separated the two incarnations of the same human being. The criminal curse altering that Saint-Magie identity and life must be broken. Alexis had told Marcel recently, if Mathilde didn't break it herself, Le Conseil would step in and force the matter. He forgot about Alexis, though, as he watched the actions and interactions of Bisset and the two ladies, his heart lurched when he spotted the curvy girl again. He listened to her speak.
She was delighted about chocolate. She spoke of styling someone's hair. She hated spiders. With his looking glass, Marcel had the means to learn about everything this girl liked and disliked. Honestly? Stop, you lewd-minded little scamp. Not only was it an invasion of a lady's privacy, the more she was in his mind, the more Alexis would find her in his thoughts. Watching Luc Besset also meant looking in on her life, and Marcel wasn't sure his idiot heart could take it. You cannot know her, Clement. Dispertre de la vue. He disappeared the image on the glass, and his look at the house servants faded. No more stalking these people. Mathilde se va, he told the looking glass instead. He saw her, finally, out of the golden lock hiding, and she didn't look like her 40-something elegant black-haired self. Just like Alexis, and just like Marcel's own mother for that matter. Mathilde had the gift of disguise, taking on the form of a little old peasant woman in a ragged brown shawl, riding in a carriage and traveling like a sans-magie. Marcel employed his glowing arrow tracker in the glass. She was to the east. He stepped out of the cab, leaped into the driver's seat, and wielded the reins to set Felix and Fifi into a swift run. His coach jolted forward and sped off. Once they were away from sans-magie eyes, he parked in a wide field of yellowed grass, jumped from his seat, and unfastened Felix and Fifi's ordinary city-use harnesses. He pulled the decorative red cloths from their backs and shoulders, uncovering their tucked wings. As half Pegasi, Felix and Fifi didn't have the great 12-foot wingspan of a full Pegasus.
They could fly just as well, and in truth were tamer and more utilitarian.
As foals, they'd been purchased by Marcel's late father for a great amount of gold centaines. He caressed the strong, snow-white feathers, allowing the wings to unfurl, stretch, and move. As each of the 4 wings beat, picking up speed, they blew a gust of air into his face. He ducked away, laughing. Be patient now. Hold your horse wings. The wings resembled those of a great white heron,
Or egret.
about the length of a man's arm and the width of a washtub.
At full speed, they blurred to the look of a snow gust.
Fifi began to levitate. Wait just a minute, you two. Stop. Their wings slowed. Marcel stored away their street tack in the cab and affixed their special leather tack. Instead of side by side, he hitched Felix and Fifi one behind the other to give their wingspan room. Felix took the lead. Once they were secure, he rushed to his seat and took up his special set of reins. With a shake and a jiggle, the team rushed forward. 2 sets of wings beat a chill breeze onto his face. Soon they were airborne, lifting higher and higher until the forests and meadows spread far below him, a pattern of whites, golds, and greens. He took in the beautiful view of Paris from the vantage point of an eagle. He recognized the steeple of the church near Rue Cremieux, close to his and Mamma's house. It can't get any better than this. It was all great fun, of course, but he still had his assignment to finish.
Chapter 27. After a few hours with Jean mortaring stonework on the exterior wall, Luc headed to the galley kitchen, the bustling hub of the servants' lives. The conversation seemed to flow more naturally there. Emily tended to chat with Luc whenever the strict Madame Chabon wasn't around, which was usually between 11 and 2 o'clock midday. Luc made it a point in his schedule to duck into the kitchen at noon with a quick bite to eat in his hand, finding Madame Chabon absent and Emily there. This time it wasn't noon. It was nearly 2, and Emily typically did the dusting and sweeping chores this time of day. A pile of filthy pots and pans that should have been washed by Armand littered the galley. In an hour, they would be needed for cooking dinner. "Armand?" he called. Only Madame Chabon was present, checking the dining room for cleanliness, running a white cloth over tables and chairs with stern-faced efficiency. "Madame, where's Monsieur Guérin?" She pursed her lips and shook her head. "He disappears for hours on end, Monsieur. I've been in this kitchen since 6 in the morning and no sign of him. Don't you share a room with him?" "Yes, he's always up and gone when I wake before 6. "I swear the man has no rhyme or reason." The managing maid scowled as she shook her dust cloth. "I'm certain he'll be dismissed soon. I would do it myself, but only Monsieur Valois makes the final decision."
I've talked to Monsieur Guerin countless times, and he keeps disappearing. The girls must be told to pick up his slack. Emily came through the dining room, dust rags in her arms. Madame Chabon, I finished upstairs dusting. Is there anything I can keep busy with for this hour? Madame Chabon gave her a stern look and pointed a directive finger to the mountain of dirty pots and pans. Yes, here. I would appreciate it if you helped take care of this. Her tone was rather clipped and demeaning. Luke pursed his lips in annoyance. Treat her like a person, damn it. Emily nodded. Yes, madame. She walked to the messy pile and took up a water-soaked rag, her body stiffening as Madame Chabon observed her actions like a hawk. Luke took a few steps towards her. Good afternoon, Emily. Good afternoon, Monsieur Luke. Emily's eyes seemed to perk up before her troubled and tired look returned. Even in her drab gray dress, she moved with grace and dignity. Her long brown hair fell beneath her maid's cap, cascading down her back. Madame Chabon's back was turned. Luke hoped she didn't notice Emily's current expression as she tried to wash the pots with vigor, her arms working in jerky movements. Have you seen Monsieur Guerin? It's unfair for her to keep doing that fellow's job. He should have done all this. No, I haven't seen Armand. Emily pulled another pan from the chaotic pile of dirty cookware, setting it inside the tub of warm water with a splash. A look of panic came over her as she glanced around the sideboard. There aren't any soap bars? The pans won't be clean enough without them. We must save on soap bars, Emily, said Madame Chabon, in a matter-of-fact tone, still within earshot. Her voice had an edge, as if she sensed Emily was complaining. It takes a lot of time and work for us to make them. Livestock fat is hard to come by, and it must be fresh. I understand. Luke spoke up. There isn't any livestock fat and supplies to make soaps? I thought an entire wagon load of supplies just came. Madame Chabon shook her head, her forehead wrinkling. No, only foods and larder staples like sugar and tea were delivered today. I'll talk to Elaine and have him run the wagon to the Peltier farm to collect pork trimmings. I'll have to send a message if I can't find him. She left the kitchen on a mission to contact the worker. That's kind of her. Luke shrugged his shoulders. Hope she'll get Elaine to fetch what we need. He stood next to Emily and picked up a cleaning rag. He's another one who isn't all that reliable. I hope. Emily focused on her frantic washing. Adelaide and I don't have enough hours in the day to get everything done. She gave a weary smile. Emily? Luke said softly. Her red chafed hand splashed in the tub, trying desperately to scrub some hardened substance off the large pot, her elbow jerking back and forth. If Elaine is busy, I can take a drive to the farm myself, Luke offered. I'll do it this next hour. Jean said it's just off the west bend past the gate. Farmers even have soaps made to buy. Or at least that's what Jean told me. I'll just buy a stock of them. Monsieur Luke, that is kind of you, but you can't possibly get all these clean in time, Emily. Dinner preparation starts at 3, which is soon. Thank you for your offer. Emily frowned at a pan in the water. The water isn't clean, and it's cooling off fast. She rolled her dress sleeves back up. They won't be clean unless the water is reheated. I'll help you. With ease, Luke lifted the heavy pot out of the water and raised the entire water tub in his arms. A bit splashed on the floor. Just open the door and I'll dump it. Then we can reheat more cleaning water on the stove. But, Monsieur Luke, it isn't your job to help us. It's no bother. Just open the door. He waited for her to open the door and carried the tub outside to a remote spot where some bushes grew. Pouring the dirty water on the ground with a splash, he watched it soak into the dead, yellow early spring grass and the bare twigs of bushes. Might as well help those plants grow and get green soon. He carried the tub back inside and wielded the water pump handle. Emily added kindling wood to the stove's fire. We work well together, don't we? Luke grinned as he filled the tub with the squeaking pump. Emily gave him a faint smile. Merci. I appreciate this. Just as Luke lifted the tub onto the stove, the storeroom door opened. Armand appeared, his gray hair disheveled, carrying a large basket. Good afternoon, he greeted. Luke scowled. Where have you been?
In the storeroom, of course, making soap.
Armand held out the basket.
What is...
Luke stepped forward to get a better look at the goods. Dozens of yellow soap bars, all of them cut into perfect rectangular shapes, enough to last for months. How did you make all of these so fast? Emily asked, her face lit with relief.
My hidden talents, I suppose.
Armand shrugged.
What? You got hold of all the supplies to make soap?
Luke exclaimed, his irritation growing.
Why didn't you tell us? How were Emily and I supposed to know what you were doing for the last hours, mon ami?
Monsieur Luke, Emily chided. He did nothing wrong. What has gotten into you?
Luke continued to berate Armand. Madame Chabon just went to ask a worker to travel to the damned farm to buy a load of stinking pork scraps to make a batch of soap. He picked up one of the gold bars and smelled it. It was fragrant, smelling of honey. This smells like the highest quality kind. Why are you so sneaky?
Monsieur Luke. Emily's voice carried an edge of exasperation. Why get angry with him over it? Let's just appreciate the fact he did this for us instead of rage like a mad bull about it. She picked up one of the soap bars and smelled it, closing her eyes with pleasure. They're wonderful. Almost too nice to use for dishes. Thank you, Monsieur Guerin.
I apologize for not letting you know. Armand bowed his head. I tend to get very involved in my projects.
Luke closed his eyes, attempting to cool his anger.
Emily has been burdened with all of those dishes to be cleaned up by 3 o'clock. I thought that was your job. He didn't know whether to hug Armand or lay a hard one on him across the nose. It is my job.
Armand gestured to the chaos of the kitchen.
I'll have all of this completed, I assure you.
Madame Chabon asked me to wash the pots. I insist, said Emily.
Luke, please take the lady out of the kitchen for a while.
Armand gave a conspiratorial grin.
We will keep this hush-hush. Purely confidential. He stretched his hands towards Luke, pushing on his chest with his palms to shoo him out of the kitchen. Please stay out. For just 10 minutes. 10 minutes, Luke scoffed, clenching his fists.
His second option, to serve Armand a hearty sandwich fait du Joan Tourdois,
was much too tempting.
You can conquer the infernal mess in 10 minutes. Yes, and if Madame Chabon asks who did the dishes so fast, please tell her it was this young lady here. He nodded to Emily.
Are you certain?
Emily asked. Yes, let me handle this alone.
I was told to do this.
No arguing, you two. Out, out, shoo.
Armand waved his fingers at Luke and Emily as if they were a pair of blackbirds invading the kitchen. He slammed the wooden double doors.
Go enjoy yourselves.
I hope to not get in trouble, whispered Emily.
You won't get in trouble. Luke leaned to her level, searching her eyes. He thinks he knows what he's doing. Put on your cloak. We'll walk outside and let him do as he insists.
They left the mansion, soon strolling together in the gardens. The day was cool and cloudy, though a sliver of blue in the western sky hinted at clearer weather. Birds sang their calls in the treetops.
How did he manage to acquire all the soap in one day? Luke wondered out loud.
He wanted to surprise us. It was kind of him, said Emily. No need to get cross.
But he should have told us about his soap-making schemes. Luke waved an arm towards the house. He could have saved you plenty of headaches with Madame Chabon. It's preposterous how he pulled it off.
He must be more talented than we think.
Or he's a thief, and he stole it from someone. Her ladyship's toilette, possibly?
Luke. Emily's tone of voice, when she said his name, was all he needed. It meant, calm down, control your temper, and see the best in others. Aunt Mathilde's barking admonishments of the same sentiments had nothing on her. He grinned down at her. At his height compared to hers, he could only see the top of her white bonnet.
You called me Luke without the monsieur.
Oh. Emily's eyes widened in chagrin. I did, didn't I? He chuckled, stuffing his chilled hands in his vest pockets.
I request you drop the monsieur and call me just plain Luke from now on. You request it or you demand it. A request. Demand would be something Monsieur Valois or Madame Chabon tells you, which you think you must obey. A request is what I wish for, but I may not get it. It's up to you.
Monsieur Luc, I'm intelligent enough to know the difference between a request, a demand, and a command. Her hands slid into her apron pockets, warming herself as they walked with matching paces. Even us mere women can discern. I know you're intelligent, Mademoiselle Emily. I swear I'll never live that mere woman thing down, will I? I may forget about it someday. I find you intelligent, and a good artist as well. Thank you. Her face brightened as if she were a wilted flower, and he just gave her water and sun. He knew how that felt. You're the only man besides my father to even notice I possess a mind, she added. I think every man or woman ought to notice, said Luc. Mademoiselle Emily? Yes? Do you hear how much I waste my breath and voice when I say that? That's why I'd rather use Emily, if I'm not being too forward. We're equals, Emily. A laugh bubbled in Emily's throat.
All right, Luc.
I think the 10 minutes are up. Luc glanced towards the mansion's back door. Let's see if Armand worked a miracle. They strode back up the path, down the steps to the veranda and inside. Reaching the staff dining room and galley, Luc knocked on the doors. Come in, Armand called in a cheery voice. Luc repressed the urge to roll his eyes. They entered and Emily gasped. 15 minutes before, it had been a chaotic mountain of filthy cooking items. Now, every single pot and pan, ladle, and spoon was stacked, organized, and sparkling clean, ready to be used for preparing the evening meal. Luc raised his hands in disbelief. How in the good blazes? Remember what I said? Armand widened his eyes. It was Emily's work, not mine. But that's lying. Shh. Armand put a finger over his lips. You are insane.
Luc raked his hair.
You are completely one baguette short of a 5-course banquet. One zucchini short of a ratatouille. Luc. Emily gave him a school marmish look. All right, Luc sighed. What's cooking? He smelled warm apple cider in one of the kettles. I had a few minutes to spare to make you two a little drink. Armand rushed to pour the cider into 2 sturdy mugs. Please enjoy. He handed the mugs to Emily and Luc and poured one for himself. I want to propose a toast. To what? Luc asked, wishing to scoff at the utter eccentricity of this dishwasher. Armand furrowed his brow to think. Friendship. He raised his mug high, a broad smile on his aging face. My apple cider recipe has helped me feel like a new man. I feel 10 years younger, and I work 10 times harder. So I wish to share my secret of health and vitality with my good friends. Armand, you sound like a scheming snake oil salesman. Luc. Emily stifled a smile at this admonishment as they caught each other's gazes. Friendship. Luc nodded to both of them as they raised their mugs. Chapter 28. Lady Evangeline studied her reflection in the vanity. Adelaide, may I have your honest opinion? The golden wig or the white? I think the golden one is flattering, your ladyship. Adelaide was happy to give her opinion on such things. It's more like your real hair. I think white wigs make you look 70, to be perfectly honest. Lady Evangeline frowned in the mirror. 70? She pouted her lips. Knowing you, that's an exaggeration. I agree with you about hating the white wig, but a lady must suffer for the sake of fashion. She winced and squirmed in her seat. Something's wrong with my stays. I'll help you with them when you stand. Adelaide affixed the golden wig with its ringlets that brushed Evangeline's collarbones. She wound a string of pearls around the wig, emulating a portrait she'd seen of the new queen. When is your next social engagement? The only social engagement we have this week is the arrival of Prince Louis Jean-Baptiste. Evangeline's smile was half nervous. It didn't match her eyes. He will be here this Saturday. Louis Jean-Baptiste as in the Prince of Normandy?
Adelaide reached for some tiny bows to dress up the pompadour at Evangeline's forehead. Oui. He is the best match father and mother can secure for me, the second wealthiest prince in France, cousin of the king himself. Adelaide smiled, glad for her. Wonderful! Who's the first wealthiest? Prince Christopher of Lorraine. He married down, everyone says. Maybe he loves her. Adelaide used a brush and a spray of water to make sausage curls in the wig. He must love her very much. A frown crossed Evangeline's make-up rouge face. A tragedy happened on their wedding day. We weren't there, but they say it was dreadful. Louis told us more about it. A tragedy? Christopher's bastard half-brother tried to kill him. Adelaide gasped. Oh no! That is terrible, your ladyship! A guard killed the brother in retaliation. At least, that's the official word. Evangeline grasped a hairpin in her fingers, gesturing with it as if it were a dueling pistol. His body was never found. Prince Christopher declared him missing and presumed dead after his staff searched for him for over a year. Adelaide frowned. That's sad. A palace housemaid died during the gunfight. No, she gasped, her eyes widening. People say the younger brother was madly jealous, not only because he wasn't the heir and didn't get the main inheritance, but because he courted Christopher's wife first. That is so sad. Adelaide's eyes teared up as she set down the hairbrush. Her voice went tight. This was too close to home. And a housemaid died? That bothers me very much. There is more. Evangeline spoke in a hushed whisper, preening the golden ringlets draping from her wig. They say Christopher was healed miraculously by a lady who showed up out of nowhere. A guardian angel, perhaps? Adelaide frowned in the mirror, righteous anger coming over her. But why didn't she heal the maid? Why did she let her die? I don't know. Evangeline blinked at Adelaide's spark of emotion. I shouldn't have told you about all of that. It was dreadfully rude. The story disturbs me. People can be so violent and cruel in our circles sometimes. It makes me worry about our own family. I'll hope and pray for the safety of all of you, your ladyship. Evangeline smiled at the other young woman's reflection. I missed you. You and Mademoiselle Emily are among the few people I know who aren't faux nice, or thoughtless or cruel. Merci, said Adelaide. She blinked back tears, thinking of how, as a maid, her life seemed of such little value sometimes. Disposable. At least Evangeline cared.
We're very pleased with the stonework and woodwork on my new fireplaces and chimney, gentlemen.
Luke listened to the Marquis, who sipped a glass of wine with the Marchioness and Lady Evangeline. This morning, the nobleman had called Luke and Jean to meet specifically with him. A plate of cheeses and fruit were on the table nearby as the butler filled wine glasses behind it. The Marquis waved to the refreshments. Help yourself. Luke breathed a sigh of relief. Having expected to be in trouble, he grabbed a wedge of cheese. Thank you, Your Honor. Nerves came over him in the presence of the beautiful daughter in her golden, pearl-draped wig. He'd met Evangeline before, of course, and acted too forward with her. Does she remember me? That was many months ago, and he'd been ravaged by disease since and didn't look quite the same. He saw no hint of recognition in her eyes. The Marchioness spoke. Henri, Evangeline and I shall be leaving for the city with Monsieur Moreau soon. We must take our leave. She nodded to Luke and Jean. Good day, gentlemen. The two ladies stood and went out the arched doorway. Monsieur Luc Bisset. The Marquis steepled his fingers. I have heard your name mentioned today amongst the staff in regards to an incident earlier this winter. Incident? Luke's heart rate rose. Could he be considered in the wrong for the brutal way in which he fought against Roland and Levasseur? You caught two hired workers red-handed in the act of cruel assault against the persons of two staff ladies.
Luke kept his hands still at his sides, like a soldier. Yes, Your Honor. I thank you for what you did to prevent any more harm to those maids. What I want to know is why I wasn't informed of the incident by my household manager. Luke exchanged a glance with Jean, frowning. I believe it's up to Monsieur Valois to keep you informed of things amongst the staff. To be fair, I would have wanted you to know. Did Valois hire 2 men who were known to be criminals to work among ladies? The Marquis's expression was stern, because that is what I've heard in hearsay from one victim herself, while I walked near the servants' dining area 1 hour ago. I'm certain he didn't know, Your Honor. He did know, Jean interrupted, finally speaking up. Anger flushed his young face. He still bore a slight scar on his lip from the beating. He said it out loud when he confronted them. He said, I should have known not to trust you, and it's back to prison with you both. Luke, that meant Monsieur Valois knew that those 2 were bad news. It's true, Luke nodded. I only felt it was out of my place to tell you, Your Honor. Gentlemen, you may go now. Thank you. And I want to assure both of you that you shall remain on my household staff in any way you can help. You are vital men. Thank you, Your Honor. Luke's heart swelled with relief. The nobleman spoke again. Monsieur Basset. Yes. Silly question, forgive me, but I was looking at you and... Is anyone in your family, your parents, related to nobility? In our circles, it isn't out of the question. There are dozens, perhaps hundreds of commoners out there with noble blood, not knowing. No, Your Honor. Luke kept a proud stance. Proud of what I am, a working man. Not a single drop of royal blood, I have to say. Pauper through and through. Never mind, I apologize, said the Marquis. You have a bit of a resemblance to a prince named Theodore who passed years ago. And his son. I can recall a portrait I saw of him at Louis's chateau. The son is presumed dead now. Tragedy in that family. He picked up his wineglass. No worries, monsieur. Good day. Good day, Your Honor. Luke followed Jean out to the hallway. Lady Evangeline appeared from another room, descending upon them in a cloud of pink ruffles. What was my father talking about? Nothing to concern you, your ladyship. Luke stopped to address her. But I want to know. She followed them, her layers of taffeta rustling as she pattered down the staircase. Luke turned again and gave her a respectful bow of his head. It would be best to ask your father. Have a nice time in your city, your ladyship. Luke and Jean nodded to Evangeline as she left them. Her pink skirts billowing. I don't think I care to be noble, to tell the truth, Luke muttered to Jean as they walked to the staff dining room and galley. Too many strict social rules and uncomfortable layers of clothing. Jean laughed softly. Is she still the girl of your dreams, her ladyship? Luke furrowed his brow, haunted by embarrassment for his old self. Well, no. A passing fancy. Not that she isn't beautiful, I just can't realistically see, She's not much more than a child. 19. I just turned 20, so I hope you don't think I'm a child. Jean grinned. No comment at all. They arrived at the communal dining area by the galley kitchen. Ladies, have you seen the Fortier sisters? Luke scanned over the staff nearby. Kitchen, helping the dishwasher. The poor, incompetent sap. A maid flickered her dust rag with a scowl. Luke made quick steps into the kitchen. Emily stood near the sideboard amongst pots and pans, her hands cradling Adelaide's shoulders. The elder sister had tears in her reddened eyes. Ladies, is something wrong? He asked. Did their mother just die? Their father? Adelaide wiped her face with her apron. You're just catching me at the wrong time. She attempted a weak laugh. I'm sorry. Are you all right? No. Adelaide took a shuddering breath. Emily and I are not all right. I still worry about being attacked. We've been stressed, we're overworked, and... She heaved a ragged sigh as a tear trickled down her face. Emily hugged her. Sympathy pierced Luke's heart. Whatever he could do for them, be it practical help, be it speaking up for them, he would do it. I'm sorry, ladies. The empty sentiment was all Luke could spit out. No, you can do better than that. Emily patted Adelaide's shoulders. I know it's still so hard. I'm afraid to take walks in the forest, too. Ladies, no one is going to hurt you, not as long as I'm here. The words sprung from his lips before the beast of selfishness could silence him. Thank you. Emily's voice was a whisper, her eyes reddened. And you're both so brave besides, he added. Everything is going to be all right. He moved towards them and wrapped both girls in his arms. A chaste, familial hug. They began to sob, embracing him back. The fragrance of the perfume one or both of the girls wore hit Luke's nose. I'm sorry. I didn't mean... He pulled away from them, but they clung to him. Luke, you bumbling ox, can you get it through your thick head that we need you here, doing this? Emily said, laughing and crying at once. Well, all right. He hugged them for a few lingering moments, so strange, during his short life filled with foolishness, to embrace young women in such a non-carnal manner. But it lit up such a warmth within him, a glow like a window at night. Emily's face flushed pink. One good thing just happened. Adelaide's tears subsided. A merry sparkle returned to her eyes. Valois left a few minutes ago, and he looked absolutely hopping mad. We're certain his honor dismissed him. She turned to leave the kitchen. I'll see all of you at dinner tonight, and thank you again, Monsieur Luke. You're welcome, Adelaide. Luke then spoke to Emily, his voice lowered to a whisper. I'm glad I can do what I can to make you both feel safe. You do help so much. Emily gazed at the floor, smoothing her skirts. You've been a wonderful asset to all of us here, especially me. Thank you. Luke's lips widened in a smile. Emily raised her eyes to his. They held a lingering look at each other, and an even warmer glow lit within him. Trust and friendship? Of course. Those things are good. He glanced to see if anyone else besides Emily was in the kitchen at that moment. No one, not even Armand. Where's Armand? He asked, breaking the awkward lull in their conversation. The maids seem to think he's useless. He went to the storeroom to make flaked soap. Emily tucked a lock of hair in her cap. He said flaked soap cut into tiny pieces will make dishes clean faster. Ah, our resident mad genius of the kitchen. Does he need help? Luke began walking to the storeroom, where Armand came out of his door, his arms full of little bags. I made flake soap. The dishwasher gave a proud, awkward grin. Hello, Luke. I learned we have no household manager now. Valois just left in an angry huff. Addie told us the same. Emily reached out to take one of the little burlap sachets of soap and smelled it. This is wonderful, Armand. So he's been dismissed? Luke narrowed his eyes. Or quit? I suppose either one. Armand set the sachets near the dish basin. I'm relieved. Emily put the soap sachet she'd taken inside her apron to use for dishwashing. She'd be too modest to use it for luxury bath. He never treated us like people, she added. Never got to know us. We were just objects to be ordered. He sneered at me once back in the city chateau. As if he were disgusted that I was sick. I'm glad he's gone. Luke nodded at her, listening. He could still smell eau de parfum, a very expensive fragrance he associated with femininity and the joy and comfort of being close to a woman. I'm glad too. Emily, may I ask you something? Yes? Please tell your sister she needs to stop using her ladyship's cosmetics. And you too. The fragrance on the hair and clothes of you both is something I haven't smelled until today. I have a keen sense of smell. I don't want you in trouble. You can? Then I should change my dress soon. Emily stiffened, fidgeting with her apron. No worries. It's not as if Lady Evangeline would come into the galley and find out. The perfume is very pleasant. As nice as the bread you bake. He watched her make a quick pivot towards the dining hall. I'll speak to you later. She turned to look at him, her eyes bright. I will see you later, Luke, and again, thank you. She bustled away, her apron-tied skirt swaying with movement. All is well. His heart and mind agreed. Luke, do you have a moment? Armand returned from the storage room. Yes, Armand, I have some moments. He watched him carry an earthenware jug in his arms. Do you want me to help you? Luke took the jug from the older man's arms before he could protest. This isn't some sort of spirit or brandy, is it? The last thing some of the crowd of workers here need. No, it's more of my best apple cider with no liquor. I made it myself with the apples I picked. It's early springtime. I thought apples grew in autumn. He set the jug on one of the galley countertops. I kept some from last year. They were soft and going bad, but they made fine cider, said Armand. I'd like you to taste it before I make any more for the noble family, if you don't mind. I don't mind. Luke took a mug and poured a little, tasting it. It was delicious, sweet with a little tartness. Thank you. You're welcome. Armand grinned from ear to ear. His hands clasped together. He's so odd. You're proud of this, aren't you? I suppose I am. You're blowing your own trumpet, Armand. Luke smirked at him. Well, I must join Jean and do some fixing projects. Have a good evening. He strode outdoors, wondering if Armand was scheming to take trips to the city to peddle his product and make himself a load of money. It was good cider, he had to admit. Armand stepped back into the storage room. He waved a hand at the stone wall and an extra door materialized. The door shimmered gold, his personal golden lock charm to hide from the sight of spies. Inside the secret conjured room was a small stove, its cast iron cauldron set upon it. A wooden countertop was there for his workplace. It held stores of ingredients for healing potions scattered upon it, a bounty of apples, a juicer with a turn crank, and other random items including feathers and stones. His cauldron was half full of an amber brew. A book of recipes lay on the countertop nearby. Armand studied his recipe once more. The healing draught of true love. Strain juice of 12 apples. Add 2 thimbles of pomegranate juice, a cutting from an aloe vera plant, a white dove's tail feather. He glanced into the cauldron, counting the agate stones which lay at the bottom of the simmering apple juice mixture. 7 agate stones. Oui. Brew at low heat for 5 hours. He read the potion's claim. After it is drunk, the person shall be quickly healed from ailments, remnants of ailments, and injuries each time he or she feels an emotion of true love for someone. The stronger the love, the more healing. Effects will last for life if the potion is done correctly. Armand only needed to offer some of the sweet cider to Emily, as well as Luke, and then simply wait. Chapter 29. Prince Louis Jean-Baptiste of Normandy, the second wealthiest prince in France, and the top contender for Evangeline's hand, arrived and settled in the guest suite one Sunday morning. Luke joined the staff to give him a polite welcome as he walked with the Marquis and Marchioness through the chateau rooms. While Luke was in the same room as the prince, standing with Jean, the nobleman gave him the oddest look, as if he'd seen a ghost. Wait, I forgot to nod, or bow. He quickly bowed his head. Your Highness. Prince Louis gave a bewildered shake of his head and continued on his way, while the highborns entertained in the rooms indoors. Luke took a walk around the mansion's grounds. As he meandered along the forest path, he found Emily in her gray dress and shawl, doing much the same thing. Pleasant day, isn't it? He called to her. She turned around. Oh, hello, Monsieur Luke. Yes, it is. She stopped, waited for him to catch up with her. The ruffled edge of a white bonnet framed her rosy face. You didn't go with Jean, Clemence, and Adelaide into the city today? He drew near, and they began to stroll in matching steps along the wet grass. They just left a while ago. They were happy about taking the afternoon to go home. No, I thought perhaps some tasks could be done. If all 4 of us were gone today, Madame Chabon would be angry. Luke shook his head. It's only a drive. I think you could have gone with them and had a good time. I was sort of curious what your plans were for today. Now that His Highness has settled in. Her demeanor seemed a bit shy. Most of my tasks have been repairing. We can't pound hammers and fix things while the family is entertaining their important guest. I have no plans for today. He gestured his arms out and looked skyward. Free man for hours. That's nice, Emily said.
a little skip in her step. Are you sure you don't mind walking here, to the woods? It's about time I face it. Emily wrapped her red shawl tighter around herself. I don't want to be afraid of the woods anymore. As long as you're comfortable. Emily's eyes searched his. Speaking of facing your fears, do you still have those nightmares? Nightmares? No. I haven't had either dreams or nightmares at all lately. I think they're fading. Were any of them pleasant? Some were incredible. They felt as if I were living an extraordinary life, instead of the one I have. Some were not so pleasant. Is the life you have now so terrible? Emily swept the wind-blown bangs of brown hair from her eyes. They passed a thicket of budding elm trees. The ground felt soft and dew-damp under Luke's boots. No, my circumstances are a lot better. And you haven't been reassigned? No, I never thought I'd say this, but the Marquis a good man, kind and fair. I never expected a rich man, much less an aristocrat, to be that way. Neither have I, said Emily. Lady Evangeline is very kind to Adelaide and me. She trusts us, which is nice. She's human, though she's still a bit vain. I know quite a lot about vanity. But you're not very vain anymore, and that's what's important. Luke shrugged, not sure what to say. He and Emily walked past trees, enjoying the growth of spring in full bloom. Bluebells carpeted the grass on either side of the path. Do you remember anything yet? Emily broke the lull. What do you mean? You had said before that you don't remember much of your life. I'm just wondering, have any memories come back? No, I don't think so. But the more I live, the more memories I make, so it doesn't matter anymore, does it? His voice took on an edge. Frustrating as hell to talk about this. Why is she asking me 20 questions? I didn't mean to pry or try to be the expert on your mind, Monsieur Luke. I'm not angry, honest. He grinned at her to prove it. And remember, it's just Luke. Very well. I'm glad. Her eyes lit as she gave a smile of her own. I just feel it's very sad you don't recall your boyhood. Only tiny fleeting moments. Luke shrugged. My father was a shopkeeper, but that memory is vague. A vision of my parents' coffins when they died. I'm sorry. One can't miss parents you've never known. Did they die when you were perhaps 3 or in infancy? 8, according to my aunt. Luke watched a squirrel dart in front of his and Emily's path. It scurried up a tall elm. Cute squirrel. Emily glanced upward. But back to your parents. You didn't know them? He scowled. Must we continue this conversation? No. Emily's tone was firm. Let's change the subject because I'd rather not touch any of your nerves. Forgive me for having sensitive nerves. She looked at him for a moment, then down to the ground. He watched her expression as she took in the natural beauty around the forest path. Her white ruffled bonnet framed her face like a flower. Her scars looked like freckles, and her skin looked healthier overall, glowing. I love all the blue blossoms in the woods now, she said. I ought to take my sketchbook out here and draw them. You should. On a whim, Luke stepped down and pulled out a handful of the blue flowers along the path. Here. He handed them to Emily, her mouth open wide in a near gasp. Thank you. I mean, you're the first gentleman to give me flowers. Ever. I am? Well, good. I mean, you're welcome, he faltered. You can just take them inside and draw a picture of them or paint them, since you're an artist. Merci. A lull came to their conversation as they left the woods and headed back towards the big house. He stared ahead deep in thought over the craziness, the dreams, the lack of memory that this woman always seemed to bring up whenever he was alone with her. He hunched in his coat. Is something troubling you? Can you not judge me as insane? I won't judge you as insane, Luke. You can share anything. The urge to get all this out was like a wad of gunpowder in a cannon. Something about Emily and her presence gave him a safe enough place to spark it. The dreams I had were sometimes...
I suppose guilty. They made me feel guilty about things I only did in the dream, not in reality.
You mentioned dreaming of being a soldier at war, Emily replied.
Yes. Do you remember me telling you? I dreamed of being some sort of noble.
Yes, I recall that as well.
And then there was a dream with this girl. A beautiful girl.
Emily cradled the bouquet of bluebells as she walked with him and listened to his talk of the dream. All men talked of beautiful girls. She was not. Yet he still gave me flowers.
That girl was furious at me. She gave me a look of disgust.
Luke clenched his fists, his expression uneasy, and the man she loved was this royal man. He was a boy sometimes, a man most of the time.
I had the thought I hated him, wanted him dead. I saw myself with a gun. I pulled the trigger and shot at him. Insane, isn't it?
People in your dreams may be there to guide you. Emily's heart filled with a sense of care for the pain she caught in his narrowed blue eyes. Her mind scrambled for a memory of her own to connect with him. I never knew my grand-mère, but when I was a little girl, I dreamed of a woman. Her smile and comforting presence. I told Mama about it, and she was certain it was my grand-mère, speaking to me from heaven.
They must have been real people.
Luke gazed ahead with a brooding stare. Luke, you seem down. Should we switch the subject to something else?
He shrugged and nodded. Yes.
They continued to walk, procrastinating the return to the house until they were needed. Blackbirds and spring thrushes chattered in the treetops. Sunshine hit the new grass and the still budding trees, warming the day. In a tentative move, Luke held his elbow out. Emily took this gesture to mean he wanted her to hold it, like a gentleman escort. Her face felt warm.
Are you feeling good about walking in the forest again?
Emily wrapped her arm around Luke's elbow and smiled.
I feel just fine. Merci for the nice walk and for the bluebells.
His eyes crinkled, facing the sunshine.
I'm glad I helped you face your fears.
You're welcome. A true light of caring could be seen in his eyes. His skin was sun-pinkened, his pock scars not as noticeable, but more so, the coldness and bitterness of that incorrigible man from last winter had melted and bloomed with the springtime. Luc Bissett had become an actual human being who seemed to want life. Walking arm in arm with him, their steps slow and matching in gait, made her feel more alive than she'd felt in years. He walked her back to the door of the chateau, quite like a gentleman, before they parted to do their chores. Prince Louis and the Marquis Henry de Brumont lounged in the main parlor alone, a cozy fire in the brand-new marble hearth, and 2 golden candelabra lit the room. After the butler, Cartier, brought them a tray laden with champagne glasses, Louis gave Henry a squinted-eyed look.
What is the name of that tall servant? The dark-haired man. Monsieur Bissett is his name, Your Highness, said Henry. And yes, I know what you're thinking. Oui, I'm thinking about Theodore. The king's cousin leaned forward and took a champagne glass.
And I have a theory look in his eyes.
I wouldn't be surprised if that's one of his. It's uncanny. His nasal voice lowered to an intense whisper. For God's sake, if not for the scars, he could be the perfect double of Renaud. Henry shook his head. I would rather not discuss it, Your Highness, or delve into the background of the poor boy, or start any rumors regarding heirs in Theodore's line. I'd rather not consider any rumors either. Prince Louis sipped his champagne, pursing his lips as he leaned back on the settee. Yet, it makes sense, for as a servant, he was likely the son of a servant woman. Rumor has it, Theo enjoyed all sorts of ladies. Can't blame him. He was only married a few short years, long enough to produce Christopher. Renaud was his only claimed bastard. It's sad. Missing and presumed dead. Louis glanced to the satin-curtained window, then to Henry. Could he still be alive, you think? My cousin and his wife refused to say much about it. Henry took a glance at the doorway, checking for servants. None were in his sight. I don't know. What about this servant fellow? No, Your Highness. He cannot be your relative Renaud, Henry said in an attempt to quell his highness's gossip. I even asked the fellow outright about being a relation to your family. He had no inkling. The poor boy, pauper through and through, his exact words. He bowed his head. Your Highness. I suppose. Louis set down his glass. I'd much rather discuss how your daughter would feel about me taking tea with her at 4. Alone? Henry, despite his lesser title, gave Prince Louis a stern look. If it may please your honor. You may meet with Evangeline for 1 hour, your Highness, and later we shall take the evening meal together as a family, plus 1 guest at 7. Merci. Prince Louis gave the elder Marquis a respectful nod. I truly look forward to the pleasure of calling upon your lovely daughter. Chapter 30. Mathilde traveled eastward across the land, taking on the appearance of the old Aunt Mathilde. She rode through towns in chartered carriages, stopping to conjure up hideouts to sleep in remote areas, just as before. She golden locked every single one of her hideouts from Alexis's sight. Within a few leisurely days, she arrived back in the region ruled by Prince Christopher. When she reached the outskirts of Montville, she took on her true age of 46, still young enough for vigor. She traveled up the hillside path on foot, wearing sturdy shoes. Anticipation and nerves prodded her along despite near exhaustion. A drizzle of cold rain and a dark gray sky chilled her body. It was the same time of year as the day she left 2 years before. The spring bloomed much slower than on that fateful wedding day. Tall spires of the castle came into view. Mathilde took a deep breath as she beheld it again. This castle had existed for nearly 3 centuries, the home of generations of nobles, princes, dukes, and the Eastern getaway palace for kings, wishing a break from the political bustle of Versailles. It looked the same to Mathilde as when it had belonged to Theodore. Mathilde's first destination was the forest that bordered the castle on the east side. Near a bubbling little creek stood the thickest evergreen tree, where she made her home decades before. She recalled hastily transforming the secret cottage back into an ordinary tree on that fateful afternoon with the sleeping Renaud at her side. Préparez les bisous. Mathilde swept her hands out, like an artist painting a huge mural. The tree trunk thickened, growing wider until it formed the shape of a house, the top of the tree forming the shape of a pine needle festooned pointed roof. The squat little cottage kept its branches and pine boughs on the sides, jutting from it willy-nilly. 2 small windows appeared, then a tiny pipe chimney for a stove. Finally, a short wooden door with a brass knob was conjured. She turned the knob and stepped inside. Breathing in the scent of a fresh-cut pine, she formed the simple furniture, the rock hearth and the kettle. She cast the fog charm, thinking of Alexis's handsome but sour young face and concentrating on his personal looking-glass, wherever he may be. Serrir du riz, she proclaimed. A golden shimmer lit the doorknob, just like her and Armand's homes back in the city. With this golden lock charm, the cottage would be hidden from Alexis Sava, one individual mage. She had little magical energy at the moment to cast the charm against every other mage on Earth except myself and Armand, as she'd done in the city. This remote area seemed safe enough from any mages who might be on the hunt for her. The natural fragrance of knotty pine wood filled the little abode. Exhausted from her magical feats, she took a nap in the blue quilted bed, feeling home again. Mathilde woke and began her walk over to the castle that evening, nerves and anxiety paining her stomach. She proceeded up the flight of stairs to the same marbled floor stair landing where she'd once healed Prince Christopher's bullet wound. When she arrived at the tall oak wood doors, she noticed a telltale golden shimmer over the brass handles, a remnant of mage activity. Someone else had cast a golden lock charm on the palace, and Mathilde was not the person it was set against. She could see the castle perfectly fine. A disturbing thought. Alexis did this? No, he has no association. She knocked, and a maid soon answered. Madame? Good evening. A ball of nerves churned within her, making her voice tremble. I wish to speak with their highnesses, Prince Christopher and Princess Rosalind, if possible. Bonjour, madame. The maid appeared slightly older than Mathilde herself, but she wasn't anyone she recalled from a quarter century ago. They are home.
If you could wait in the receiving parlor, I'll call upon them for you. Follow me, please." Mathilde followed the woman into the immense high-ceilinged rococo foyer to a cozier parlor room to the side. It was decorated differently now, changed over the years. The centuries-old walls were now brighter, light ivory. The foyer was less gloomy. Old paintings of the past kings and nobles loomed overhead. She resisted the urge to look for a portrait of Theo, or Renaud. "Your name, please, madame." "Mademoiselle Savard." "Forgive me, mademoiselle, for the mistake." The maid's tone was apologetic. She turned on her heel to go seek the couple. Mathilde took a seat on a floral upholstered chair. She wasn't alone 10 seconds before a child entered the room. A pretty girl of about 10 years old with dark hair, a tan complexion, and striking brown eyes. "Madame, would you care for some tea?" She gave a charming, poised curtsy. Mathilde smiled at the girl's eagerness to be of help. "You may, if it pleases you," she said, not bothering to correct her madame. The girl nodded and turned, skipping down the hallway. Minutes later, the door opened and a beautifully dressed young couple appeared. Mathilde swallowed the urge of emotion from seeing Prince Christopher again since she saved his life. The image of Theodore, strong jaw, light brown hair, and stunning sky-blue eyes. He gazed at her with a furrowed brow. Rosalind, a blonde beauty in a flowing lavender gown, looked at Mathilde with an expression of shock. "Mademoiselle Savard is your name? You're the healer. I remember you." "You're back?" Christopher gasped. "You saved my life." He lowered his voice to be proper. "Why did you leave and not tell us who you are?" Mathilde bowed her head. "Your Highnesses, I could not stay, but I had to return to ask for forgiveness." "Forgiveness?" Christopher narrowed his eyes in a most Theo-like way. "I don't understand." "Please sit down, mademoiselle." Princess Rosalind gestured to the chair. Mathilde sat after Rosalind took a seat across from her. Her fingers trembled in her lap. "I want to talk to you as well. It's regarding Prince Renaud." Christopher recoiled at the name. "There's no reason to apologize on his behalf, Mademoiselle Savard." "But there is," Mathilde said in a shaky voice. "I had the power to. I could have prevented it. I had the power to go back and heal the woman he killed." The couple stared at her, wide-eyed. Mathilde had the urge to confess right there that she was Renaud's birth mother, even in the next breath. She prepared to tell them the truth. He was alive. "Was it ever proven," she asked them in a low tone, "that Prince Renaud is dead?" Christopher's sudden expression of anger made her change her mind. His thoughts, his inner voice, were all so intense she could audibly hear it with her mind magic without even trying to pull a thought. "The captain and the others couldn't find his body. He's dead to me until he decides to come here himself and show his face." Her heart sank. No, she could not reveal to this man that Renaud was alive. At least not now. It doesn't matter anymore. The prince averted his gaze as if he didn't want to dredge up that painful memory. "My brother is gone. I'd like to ask you a question about the powers you have. Are you one of the Mage Society's folk?" Mathilde drew a shocked breath. "You speak as if you know." "Yes, I know your people exist." Christopher spoke with an air of interest, no hint of scorn. He steepled his fingers and leaned forward in his seat. "I've been trying to understand them. Possibly meet more of them without endangering the ones I've associated with. I find this such a surprise. Who? Did Alexis find this place? He could be spying under someone else's appearance. Is this the mage who saw me? Is that person still around?" Christopher lowered his voice. "I know it isn't logical. It's quite preposterous. My people would think me mad. But there have been happenings here. Your healing of my wound that day. And there are other people we know. Someone close to us." He glanced at Rosalind and clasped her hand. "Rosalind and I need to help someone." His sentence trailed. Mathilde had a sudden vision in her mind of the little girl she just met who offered to bring her tea. Rosalind spoke, sitting on the edge of her chair in intrigue. "I would like to know more about your world, mademoiselle. What sort of powers do you have?"
I can show you a few if it pleases your highnesses. Mathilde braced herself, thinking of the risk of showing her magic. The couple seemed sincere enough. She waved her hand in an arc. A cool breeze blew about the parlor as white rose and honeysuckle petals appeared in the air. 2 conjured golden chalices appeared at Mathilde's feet. Christopher and Rosalind watched, more in wonder than fear, as flower petals rained over Mathilde's head, shoulders, and dress. They settled inside the chalices, a few scattering to the floor as their fragrance filled the room. Mathilde waved her palm over the chalices. The loose petals joined themselves into fully formed white roses and honeysuckles with green foliage, creating 2 enormous bouquets. "How beautiful!" Rosalind exclaimed, her hands clapping her mouth. "Oh my!" "You may keep them, Your Highness." "Merci." The princess stood and walked with a rustle of her lavender gown to one of the 2 golden chalices. She picked a white rose from the bouquet, smelling its fragrance. "Christopher and I have been trying to learn more about what we've seen, what we've found, but it simply isn't something we can share with the people of Montville, or the royals of our circle." Relief flowed through Mathilde's body like a warm rose petal bath. "I don't know what to say." "We are pleased you came to see us, mademoiselle." Christopher bowed his head in respect. "I owe you my life, and I shall not persecute you for this." He gestured to the chalices of flowers. "For having magical powers." A crash and a shattering sound came from the parlor doorway. A little girl returned with a tea tray. She had tipped and spilled it. "I'm sorry." The girl stiffened. "I can clean it up." "I can clean it up, child." Mathilde pointed her finger at the broken cups and pot. The shattered china shards levitated, floated, and joined themselves back into the gold-rimmed cups and matching pot. The spilled tea rose from the puddle on the floor to the air, settling back into their containers. The damage was undone and tidied in an instant. The child burst into distressed tears. "I am so sorry," said Mathilde. "I have frightened you. Please don't be. I won't harm anyone." "You can do it?" She shook with sniffles and sobs. Princess Rosalind rushed to her. She took the heavy tea tray out of her arms, set it on the floor, and hugged her as if she were her own. "Oh, Celeste." Rosalind stroked the girl's shoulders. "It's all right, sweetheart. I'll go get your papa right away. Don't try to act as a servant any more today." "Young lady, I never meant to frighten you." All 3 adults' eyes were on the crying little girl, now shaking and hyperventilating with clear distress, even terror. "I thought you were talking about me. Have you come to take me away?" Rosalind looked up at her husband as she wrapped Celeste in her arms. "Christopher, go find the captain, please." The prince obeyed his wife as if he were the footman. He turned on the heels of his shiny buckled shoes and strode away on long, calotte-clad limbs. Celeste looked up at Mathilde with wide, dark eyes, sobbing. "You're taking me away? But I don't want to leave. I want to stay with my papa. I thought the golden lock worked." Mathilde released her lecture d'esprit, her mind magic, once again. She now knew exactly what it was that made the child cry in fear. "Celeste is your name, sweetheart?" she asked as she stood from her chair. They nodded. "Pretty name. Who are your parents?" Mathilde heard the names, Francis and Jacinth, in her mind before Rosalind answered for her. "She's the daughter of our captain of the guard, Francis Dumont," said Rosalind, "and her mamma has passed." "Celeste," Mathilde gestured to her conjured flowers, "I'm just like you. What you are is very special." She took a few cautious steps towards the girl. "I did not come here to take you away from your papa. We can help each other. I can keep it all secret, and you can show me your beautiful home here. How does that sound?" The girl gave a curious nod. She wiped her face with her dress sleeve. "Celeste, do you have any mage family living here?" Mathilde closed off her mind reading, for hearing others' thoughts and voices was too much. She already knew that both of the girl's parents were sans magie. It was very rare for a mage to be born from 2 sans magie folk. "I have magical relatives, mademoiselle, but they don't live here." Celeste clasped her trembling hands. My grandmère and uncle. They asked me if I wanted to live with them so I could learn more about magic. I told them no. Her voice became bolder. I wanted to stay here. My uncle put, like he called it, golden locks on the castle to keep it secret, to keep other mages away. The ones who want to take me from Papa. Mathilde nodded. I understand. It explained the serrir du riz. Whoever this uncle of her was, he couldn't mean trouble for Mathilde herself, likely one of the villagers of Fontaine and Chantilly, hiding a family secret, or a mage banished from law-breaking like Armand. Mathilde's anxiety calmed. Christopher returned to the parlor accompanied by another man, a broad, sturdy fellow with a rust-colored beard. He wore a military coat with a sword and pistol hanging from his belt. A memory erupted in Mathilde's mind. She witnessed this man during the chaos of the day Renaud shot Christopher and the maid. He was the same man who rushed to the palace lawn, pulling his weapon to fire back at Renaud, the man who would have killed her son. Papa! Celeste ran into his arms. He gave the new guest a polite nod.
Bonsoir, madame,
he greeted. Captain, said Christopher, giving introductions. This is Mademoiselle Savard. Mademoiselle, this is Captain Francis Demond, my guard and advisor from the army. He and I had an idea, and this is completely up to you. Would you mind being Celeste's tutor? Mathilde looked back and forth between the two. Tutor? There are things she's eager to learn. Perhaps you could teach her. Christopher's face had that Theo-ish look of responsible concern, but it seemed genuine in contrast. Magical things, of course. She has a desire to learn how to use magic and how to control it. Celeste Young's face brightened with an eager smile. I'll do it. It would be my pleasure to tutor her, said Mathilde. But Captain, I want to tell you, I am sorry. If I only paid attention, her throat tightened. I could have done the same for your wife. Dumont frowned and grasped his daughter's hand, keeping a solemn soldier's bearing. Mademoiselle, I've seen war. There and here, we cannot play God and bring everyone back. Celeste's mother is at peace. Don't torture yourself with regret. Mathilde bowed her head, her heart churning with turmoil. His and Armand's words convicted her all at once. You're playing God, Mathilde. Captain, it will be a pleasure to teach your daughter about magic. Mathilde settled on the little bed in her tree cottage. As she reclined on the blue pillows, she took up her looking-glass. Luc Bisset, or my son, Renaud. The image formed of Luc and his new friend Emily, along with Armand. The three of them stood in a galley kitchen, washing dishes and pans together, laughing and joking. Armand had made 2 new friends. As Mathilde studied Luc and Emily, she could see their pox scars were fading. Luc was looking very handsome again, and the young woman was beautiful in a modest, demurred way. Sans magie typically could not heal like this on their own, so... Armand, she whispered, you are intervening with them a little, aren't you? There's certainly no harm in a good healing potion.
Chapter 31. At the request of Prince Christopher, Princess Rosalind, and the captain of the guard, Mathilde began her new assignment teaching 10-year-old Celeste Dumond. She invited the girl into her tree cottage for lessons on her first day. Celeste levitated teapots, repaired broken dishes, and changed the color of her furniture a few times. The chairs from brown to gold, a blue set of plates to red. When they went outdoors that bright spring morning, the child discovered a robin lying on the ground with a broken wing, dying. Within moments, she healed it with a touch of her finger. Celeste, that's incredible. Mathilde watched the bird soar into the treetops. You must have the gift of animal healing. I do? Celeste brushed pine needles from her skirt. Did you show it to your relatives? No, this was the first time. Mathilde and Celeste walked near trees, bearing their new leaves. The weather felt warmer, though not stifling warm yet. A blackbird's song trilled from a tall evergreen. Did you put the golden lock charm on your cottage? Celeste had a nervous air. Yes. Good, because my uncle only put it on the castle. That's nice to know, said Mathilde. Her mage relatives were protecting her against the society and government, allowing her to live unlawfully with sans magie, including her father. A pleasant thought. So we can do all the magic we like here? Only near my cottage and the castle grounds where the charm covers us. See the shimmer in the air? It's the border. It'll be your decision when you're older whether or not you wish to leave. A look of relief came to Celeste's face. Merci. I don't want to be sent far away to mage school. That's why I was so scared when I met you. Do you have any more questions about the society? Have you been to the mage village? She asked. My uncle took me there after my mama died. He and my grandmère let me stay at their house in Paris one Christmas to help me feel better. How kind of them. Their house isn't in the mage village. Celeste waved at a patch of tiny blue forgot-me-nots, turning them pink. It's in regular Paris. My grandmère doesn't like the village, even though she's mage. She turned the flowers back to their original blue. I mustn't change the color of the flowers. They're best as they are. Grandmère says God makes flowers and people in all colors, dark and light. She's from Africa, where people are dark. She moved to France long ago. Your grandmother sounds kind and wise. Oh, she is. It sounds like you enjoyed that trip very well. Their grandmother must be a rebel against Les Conseils. Did you like the village when they took you there? Oui, I loved seeing the village. Celeste had a bounce in her step as she walked. Her manner gave Mathilde an ache of nostalgia. I was so happy at her age growing up there. Everybody could do magic. There's a pretty fountain statue and a pet shop with funny creatures. Have you been there? Mathilde frowned deeply. I haven't been to Fontaine and Chantilly for a very long time. Not since I was 17. Why not? Mathilde gestured to the trees of the forest and her tree cottage. Because I like this place so much better. So do I, because Papa can't enter the village. Celeste lingered near a patch of wild mushrooms on the ground. She knelt and pointed her finger at them. Transformer en glace. Nothing happened. Mathilde watched her curiously. Her student was experimenting, trying to discover if she might have ice powers. Celeste laid one finger on the large mushroom. Transforme en glace. It did not turn into ice, and a disappointed look came over her. Ice powers are quite rare, Celeste. My uncle has ice powers. I wish I did. Her voice drew out into a petulant whine, which Mathilde didn't have the heart to correct. It's so lovely. He could turn a tree into an ice sculpture tree, or a mushroom into an ice mushroom, and make a drink cold. He has a rare gift, then. But he won't cast that spell on animals. He says it kills them. Celeste stood and skipped to the door of the tree cottage, conjuring up clusters of blue bonnets to decorate it. Mathilde smiled at her enthusiasm, overcome with a sense of purpose. I'm glad I returned. Marcel followed the looking-glass's arrow, flying his coach to the prince's castle grounds. He touched down as close to Mathilde's track location as he could without crashing into any tall trees or tripping up Felix and Fifi. Leaving his creatures resting securely with tucked wings, he hiked along the bank of a rushing stream. He heard two female voices speaking amongst the thicket of trees and checked his glass. Show me Alexis's Aunt Mathilde, please, he whispered. Celeste? There was his niece, walking with and talking to that woman as if they were friends. What is Mathilde doing with my niece? I can't summon Alexis for her arrest when she's there. Clement? Alexis's voice from the glass disturbed the peace of forest and bubbling stream. The image of Mathilde and Celeste walking together faded as Alexis's summons took over. A white glow shone over the mirror's face. Have you found my Aunt Mathilde yet? He demanded. Shh! Quiet down your voice. I'm trying to spy, all right? I'm getting close to her. Where are you? In some forest? Somewhere east, Marcel replied. Give me a few minutes to find out where I am, the name of the town, and all that. Would you like me to summon Officer Roux when I know more? I want to confront Mathilde myself. If you contact Roux and send him your information, I would appreciate it.
But only Rue, not the other law officers, and especially not that fool LeChance. I don't trust him near any family members of mine, even Mathilde. No worries, Alexis. Marcel spoke with quiet empathy, assuring the officer of his commitment to duty. Not all the Les Conseil law officers got along with each other. Alexis often raged about an officer named LeChance, with special venom. You need a break from the meetings with Lord Bertrand and the other officers, he added amiably. Not to mention all the ladies you're trying to wine and dine in court all at once. Will you ever pick one to marry? An exasperated sigh came from the man's voice in the glass. Clement, just give me the details on Mathilde soon, please. If you don't do your duty for Les Conseil and for me, I'll be investigating your mother's actions in Mundane Paris. She's pushing her boundaries by serving the Saint-Magie as their seamstress, you say.
Lord Bertrand has no trust or tolerance for mages living outside the portal.
That includes her and you. I must go. Call me. Marcel clutched the glass with cold fingers. I'll call again soon. Their communication faded. His glass face turned back into a mirror. I can't let him come here when Celeste is living with her father. His anxiety brought a frosty chill to the glass's handle. Shrinking it down to a tiny size, he tucked it into his boot, then waited for Celeste and Mathilde to walk away. Their voices faded. The forest was silent. If Celeste were to spot him, she'd squeal, Uncle Marcel! In her excitement. His entire mission would be foiled. He continued to hike along the stream and found a well-kept cottage, fashioned from a tree. Hunkering down in a hiding spot behind a thick pine, he waited for whomever lived there to return.
Chapter 32. Luke went to breakfast to find Emily and Adelaide at a dining hall table. With eager quickness in his steps, he joined them, plopping down on an empty wooden chair. Good morning, ladies. Did you sleep well? Very well. Adelaide greeted him before she glanced at Emily. I must go upstairs to help her ladyship. She shoved her cinnamon croissant in her mouth and sipped the last of her tea, rushing off to work. Her steps pattered down the hall. She seemed eager to leave once I showed up. A feeling of being snubbed made Luke lose his smile. She didn't mean anything against you, Luke. It's not always about you.
Emily softened the gentle admonishment with a sweet smile.
Of course, you're right.
She fiddled with a balled-up napkin in her hand. Her ladyship has the prince to entertain for a bit longer, so she needs her stylist. But also, I think Addie thought you and I wanted to talk alone. About the things we like to talk about. She glanced at the window while she spoke. When she looked back at Luke, her hazel eyes lit with a spark. Her cheeks, less scarred now, were a rosy pink. Happiness. She looked downright happy.
Well, that makes sense. Guess we have a special bond lately, don't we?
He gave her a playful wink before digging into his plate of eggs. A special bond indeed. Emily was his haven over these months, his guiding star, his joy. Emily lowered her gaze to her cup of tea. She picked it up and drank, and when she set it down, her face was the color of their strawberry jam. I'm glad I've been able to listen to you, although I'm quite sure Jean can be a good confidant.
Jean's just fine, but you...
He paused with his fork of eggs, a few inches from his mouth, distracted by footsteps approaching their table.
Madame Chabon. Monsieur Bisset, I don't mean to interrupt you, but His Honor wants to speak to you. Right now, please. Before he and His Highness go on their fox hunt. Oh, well, all right. Thank you, madame.
Luke set his fork down. What did the Marquis need to speak to him about? Did he want him to go fox hunting? He rather hoped so.
Excuse me, Emily.
He gave her an apologetic look before following Madame Chabon's authoritarian strides through the hall. Upstairs to Henry de Brumont's study on the second floor, a room he and Jean spent countless hours beautifying over winter. The fireplace and stone hearth were their masterpieces, built in a more rustic style matching the mounted stag on Marquis Henry's wall. A man's den. The Marquis sat behind a dark walnut desk, dressed in more casual clothes than usual.
Good morning, monsieur. Have a seat.
Luke sat down in the chair before the desk. Good morning, Your Honor.
I have an offer for you, Monsieur Bissett. As you know, our former household manager left recently.
Yes. Luke wasn't sure what this had to do with him, but
would you be interested in the position of household manager, head servant?
Me?
Yes, Monsieur. There would be some extra duties. I know you and Monsieur Paquette have been doing your stonemasonry training and the maintenance. It's just a matter of oversight, keeping tabs on everyone, being the man whom the staff can consult.
I understand. The Marquis shuffled papers on his desk, reading over them.
Discipline of those who aren't following their superiors or shirking.
Hiring when needed. You'll be our right-hand man to accompany us when we travel.
Travel? Luke's excitement perked up. He'd never been out of the city or this mansion's ground in his entire recalled life.
Oui. And finally, the buying and selling of supplies. My bookkeeper does the finances. You must work with him on expenditures.
Luke straightened his chair. It didn't seem half bad, and it gave him a sense of importance to boot.
Yes, I would be honored. Thank you. I hope to have you start on this soon. First of all, there's Monsieur Alain Leblanc. He's been taking the supply wagon out at late hours, and others have complained. He must be banned from using it. Someone else needs to make those trips from now on.
Luke gave a knowing smile. I agree. The Marquis handed him some papers.
Here is a list of daily duties. Read and study them, if you please.
Thank you, Your Honor. He gave the usual polite bow. As Luke walked out of the master's study, he tried to read over the list of duties, in utter frustration. The handwritten notes were hard for him to decipher, just like the eye exam and his difficulties with numbers on playing cards. He could read. He wasn't a dunce. He could read many words by sight, on signs and print, just as long as he memorized them. But this? Illegible. With a sigh of embarrassment, he took the papers outside and found Jean, who read to him the notes out loud. I hope that helped. Jean handed the notes back to Luke. Smudges of grayish mortar stained the front page. Congratulations, you're a lucky man. He picked up his trowel, continuing his work on building a new structure. You'll get to travel with His Honor and see the whole country. I'm looking forward to it. Cheer and hope surged within him. I appreciate your help with his handwriting. So, how busy have you been besides the chimney and this? Jean wiped his brow. Extremely busy. He gestured to the structure, soon become a new gazebo. This is my project. His Honor let me start this once he saw the design I drew. Will you be able to help? I hope to, but I need someone else to drive the supply wagon. LeBlanc's banned from it. He's been using it as his own personal joyride to the city. Do you think you can drive? I can't. Stonemasonry training, building, and Sundays I help my parents in town. And of course, I have a wife. Jean raked his hand through his hair. Are you going to be able to train and be the chateau boss at the same time? I hope. Looks as if I might have to do some supply runs, though. He sighed. My days will be filled. The more work, the better, mon ami. Jean continued tackling his gazebo wall. Luke rolled up his sleeves to do the same. He'd talk to LeBlanc later. After helping Jean with his gazebo building, Luke found Elaine LeBlanc and had a meeting on the veranda with the young man. Elaine frowned, crossing his arms like a sulking schoolboy, as Luke gave him an admonishment. His Honor sent me to tell you the supplies wagon is no longer yours to drive. Luke spoke matter-of-fact. You take it out too long when others need it, along with the draft horses. Aye, all right. Elaine cast his eyes downward, digging his boot toe in the grass. But you could do other projects in the stable. Mucking stalls, tossing hay, things like that. The fellow seemed relieved. I like horses. Thank you. He nodded. You're welcome. So far, so good. At about 7 in the evening, Luke was called by Madame Chaban to Marquis Henry's study one more time. He wasn't alone. Prince Louis Jean-Baptiste sat in a plush chair at Henry's side, his cravat-clad legs crossed and cradling a glass of brandy. A candelabra flickered in the corner. Luke's stomach dropped. A jolt of anxiety. What now?
He remembered to bow.
Your Highness, Your Honor? Monsieur Luc Bisset, I believe you have met Prince Louis.
Henry swept a hand to the young man in his silver wig and white neck cravat.
Not formally, no, Your Highness.
He bowed his head once more for good measure.
Have a seat, monsieur.
The Marquis gestured to the remaining chair. I wanted to inform you ahead of time about the trip that you'll need to accompany us on several weeks from now.
Luke gave a silent nod as he sat down. A trip?
Yes, we will leave the 25th of May and return the first week of June. About a week for the whole journey to the Lorraine region. Have you been to Lorraine?
Or what?
No, Your Honor. He recognized the name. It was what Adelaide called her favorite kind of quiche pie.
His Highness will be there as well.
Henry gestured to Louis.
We are all going to Lorraine to celebrate Louis's cousin's birthday, and we will stay at their castle. There will be a ball.
It will not require much work other than serving as my right-hand man.
Luke nodded.
Thank you for the honor. What would he do in a castle?
You may bring 2 other staff members with you, for a retinue group.
The thought of inviting Emily sparked in his mind. Yes, Emily and Jean? Or Adelaide. But only 2.
Prince Louis's intense gaze unnerved him. It was worse than the probing scrutiny the coachman gave him the night on Rue Septième.
Monsieur.
Louis set his glass of brandy on the desk.
Pardon me for asking, but does the name Christopher d'Orleans mean anything to you?
Luke shook his head.
I don't think so.
The surname sparked a memory.
The army major. I've heard the surname before. Your Highness, someone told me I look like a noble with the name d'Orleans.
He gave the Marquis a slightly proud smile, an unaffected shrug.
Don't think I'm of any relation, Your Honor. My aunt would have told me if it were true.
Prince Louis kept staring at him with his squinting eyes.
The Marquis spoke. You may go, monsieur. I just wanted to inform you of the upcoming trip, in case you had any plans with your family. And by the way, you're looking good and healthy. I believe you caught smallpox when you lived in the city. You seem to be healing. It's quite amazing to see.
Luke stood to his feet.
Yes, and thank you. And no, I haven't made plans with family. Have an enjoyable evening, Your Highness, Your Honor.
He bowed again before leaving and rushed downstairs to the kitchen where Emily was surely working. After Luke left, the 2 noblemen looked at each other. Louis took a swig of the last of his brandy.
I need another drink, Henry. I just don't know what or who he is. Don't be alarmed, Your Highness.
Henry relaxed in his chair.
What he is a good workman, and possibly an illegitimate brother to the d'Orleans. We'll find out soon. Christopher will be the one to decide.
Louis glanced at the doorway.
I still think it's a bad idea to stress this young man, Your Highness. It's only fair. And it's not a principality, said Louis. It's a lordship. The same lordship that would have been granted to Renaud, had he taken it, instead of destroying himself. What if Christopher believes he is Renaud? He'd be innocent with a crime pinned on him. You're opening a Pandora's box. Christopher deserves to be shown a possibility.
Prince Louis crossed his calotte-clad legs. His golden buckle shoes shone like a romantic moonlit night. Evangeline ought to have affection for His Highness sooner or later, Henry thought. Marie will summon Hades if the child refuses him. Building Monsieur Bisset up as your head servant will prepare him for the shock of what may happen. Louis held his empty brandy glass, staring at it.
If he's accepted as a new brother, and the possibility of him being Renaud back from the dead is... I have no thought on that, Your Highness. What is your opinion?
Louis sniffed a laugh. If he is, he's a damned good actor. But if he's a lost d'Orleans, his mother, if she were to be found, would need to give a statement to claim Theo's paternity.
Unlikely.
Henry shook his head. I have no knowledge of this man's mother or extended family. I am certain your cousin Renaud is dead.
Louis pointed his finger in dissent. Christopher's staff never found a body.
I just don't know about this, Your Highness. I just want to make sure the young man is treated well. He will. I know my cousin and his wife better than you, Your Honor. He's not cruel. This is a good plan which might bring Christopher and Rosalind closure. Henry sighed and stood from his chair. I've already decided to do this. For your cousin's sake, Your Highness. How is his lovely wife? Any news of the expectation of an heir? They are well, and none, not as of yet. Prince Louis stood to his black and gold-clad feet. He gazed up at Henry's trophy stag mount. I'm hoping for all girls once they start growing their little family. He held up 3 fingers. Truh, I'll be the third in line if no sons. And that will mean a golden future possibility for Evangeline. You are thinking much too far ahead, Your Highness. The odds aren't as likely as you hope. Christopher is not even 30 yet. Your daughter, a queen, if fate determines it. Louis gestured his hand towards him. It must make you feel the tiniest bit thrilled, does it not? You sound like my wife, Your Highness. Henry shook his head. Let's find the ladies.
Chapter 33. In the kitchen the next morning, Emily listened to Luke announce to the entire staff that the Marquis had appointed him the household manager. The other servants nodded and clapped in approval, while a sinking feeling came to her stomach. Luke? Luke is my boss? Luke walked past Emily a little later while she sautéed a pan of onions, slathering them in butter. Try to use only a little butter, please. You're making me nervous. I'll try to use less butter. Emily's body stiffened. I know if it runs out, we have to wait until another delivery. And the same goes with salt and sugar. Luke raised his voice to address every cook in the kitchen. I'll be checking each sugar bag to make sure that only one is used every 3 days, he added. The staff within earshot nodded in agreement. Waste not, want not, Madame Chabon said in concurrence. Luke approached Emily. Emily, take a guess what I was asked to do. He spoke in a low tone near her ear. What? Emily startled a bit. Her spoon jerked, spilling a few tiny pieces of onion. Relax, don't be skittish. His Honor asked me and a few other staff members to accompany him on a trip in late May. A trip? She stirred the onions, the smell delicious as they cooked with butter. Where? To visit a noble who lives in, I think it was a place called Lorraine. A prince, not Louis, a different one. Visit a prince. Emily turned to look at him, grasping her spoon. That sounds exciting. When? May 25th. The prince is hosting a ball for his birthday. I'm not thrilled about going to some royal hullabaloo as an accompanying servant. He sighed. I do like the idea of travel, though. You may enjoy yourself. Emily bustled to the hearth to stir the soup in a kettle. Perhaps. And there's another decision I must make. Luke glanced around, not wanting Madame Chabon to hear. I'll choose a few servants to accompany us on the trip. And so, I'd like you to accompany me. The pan full of buttery onions began to burn. Emily rushed to take them from the hot stove. She spooned them into a bowl. Me? You'd want me to come with you on a trip to the palace of a prince? Of course, why not? I don't know. She glanced around. Madame Chabon was out of the galley, but Adelaide had returned, giving Emily and Luke a curious stare as she put on an oven mitt. What's going on? She gave a little laugh. Something private? I must go fetch more onions. Emily rushed to the storeroom, where the vegetables were kept. Luke walked directly behind her. Why are you following me? She was unused to the tall, male presence constantly in her shadow. Making sure you don't waste onions. Luke walked in casual strides, his hands in his waistcoat pockets. I'm household manager after all, so I'm doing my job, watching you. Emily opened the storeroom door and headed to the bags of vegetables in the cramped, dim room. She found the crate of onions, only 3 were left. This is all that's left. She picked up the 3 overripe, soft onions. They sprouted green roots. I know, instead of cooking these, we should plant them. What did you say? I think we should put them in a pot in a sunny window with dirt, and grow the plants until it's warm enough outside that it won't be frosty.
Then we'll have some onions to last. The 3 plants can multiply into many more onions. Same with all the other old vegetables sitting here. Luke drew closer to Emily and took one of the onions in his hands. Whose decision is that? His brow knit as if he were cross. Emily froze. She just caught herself making suggestions to the man who was now her boss. The nature of the relationship was different. Better to accept it now than later. It was my decision, I beg your pardon. Luke began to laugh. That's a brilliant idea, he exclaimed. That was your idea of a joke? If she had a towel or a rag in her hands, she would have given him a playful slap with it. The familiar lightness bubbled within her. Luke always seemed to make drudgery fun over the last few months. Luke stepped backwards. Forgive me, Emily. I didn't mean to tease you. She crossed her arms as her lips fought a smile. You're forgiven. Just this once. I'm going to make a new announcement to the others. All of these vegetables are to be planted, so we can save trips to the farms. Thank you for solving the problem. You're welcome. I do like gardening, but now I feel as if, now that you're the household manager, you're trying to test me. Find fault with me. Why would you think that? I'm not trying to find fault with you. He frowned, his eyes going somber in their blue depths. Emily grasps her apron skirt, wiping her hands. Now it will be hard for us to be friends, and talk like we've been doing. I've always felt uneasy with employers and authority. They make me nervous, and now you're one. You think that? Yes. But that doesn't mean I won't be willing to work for you, and it doesn't mean we can't be close friends at the same time. Emily, the last thing I want to do is make you feel uneasy. He swept a lock of black hair from his brow. Did you just say we're close friends? You're a pleasant company now. I'm fond of you, even if you're impossible sometimes. His big grin returned. How fond of me? Stop, Emily whispered, her cheeks burning. I must go back to the kitchen. I gave you my opinion on the vegetables. She moved away from him, proceeding to walk out of the storage room. The shed bore the odor of rotten produce. So how long does it take an onion to turn into an onion plant? Emily turned around. He stood there, fumbling with the old onion, rolling it in his fingers. My mama had a garden at our old home, she replied. It takes a little over 2 months, perhaps 3. If we plant them in pots now and move them outside in a few weeks, we'll have a harvest by July. Thank you. I know nothing about gardens. You'll have to teach me more. He smiled at her, his eyes crinkling. Emily shook her head. Monsieur Luke, I'm not used to this. He tossed the old onion from hand to hand as they walked, like a child's ball. Not used to what? She averted her eyes. Compliments. Kind words. Except for Adelaide or my parents. And never kind words or closeness from a man. Well, Emily, you ought to get used to them. They happen sometimes. He gave her a wink before he strode back into the kitchen. His broad shoulders filled out his vest and shirt. When Emily made it to the kitchen, she heard Luke making a loud announcement to all the servants inside. Ladies and gentlemen of the kitchen staff, due to a shortage, all the remaining vegetables will be replanted to create a garden. Mademoiselle Emily Fortier will be the gardener in charge. It was her idea, and I think it was brilliant. From now until midsummer, the recipes will include only meat, fish, eggs, and bread. If the family insists on vegetables in the meantime, we must limit sugar and salt to stick to our budget. We only can spend 50 to 60 livres a week. I ask for everybody's cooperation. Madame Chabon, her hands in a flutter, tidying up the stove, spoke up. Monsieur Luc, were there enough onions for tonight's baked codfish? I think the codfish will be good enough. I'll ask the family what they think. Don't worry. If they complain, I'll explain. He tapped his chest. What do you know? That rhymes. He pulled a grin at everyone before leaving to attend to task with Jean. What were you doing in the storage room alone together? Adelaide approached Emily from the other side of the kitchen. Giving my ideas on what to do about the vegetable shortage. I just now thought of planting the old ones and creating a garden. Then he took my idea and made it law. She gestured out the window. I'm surprised he did. Monsieur Valois would never listen to us ladies' opinions. Adelaide's face lit up. Of course, he loves your opinions. I think he's crazy about you. Emily peeked in the oven to check the pans of codfish. He respects me, and that's nice of him. Nice? Adelaide gasped. I never thought you'd use that word to describe him. But he has changed. He's changed so much. He is nice and funny and handsome? Her sister filled in. The head maid left the kitchen. The two Fortier sisters stayed to watch over the fish. His face has character. Perhaps to me, yes, but he couldn't be interested in me. So don't give me false hope. It has to be true then. You fancy him. Adelaide reopened the oven with her mitt-covered hand. I think it's done. Emily, tonight, I'm going to ask Elaine if he wants to join me for wine on the veranda. Instead of gamble with the other men like always. Perhaps you can ask Luke the same? Adelaide, Emily sighed. The two removed the pans of onion-dressed codfish from the oven, setting them on the wooden sideboard. The butler would do the rest. Adelaide took off her oven mitt and wiped her forehead under her maid's cap. I'm done for the night. Emily caught sight of Armand tidying up. So am I. Out the window, she spotted Luke and Jean constructing the gazebo in the yard. I think they're working until nightfall. Emily led Adelaide outside so they could watch and say hello. The evening's weather was humid and warm for spring. Frogs sang their gentle, high-pitched song from the nearby river. Luke gave Emily a grin and a wave with his trowel, but otherwise stayed preoccupied with the project. Adelaide spotted Elaine LeBlanc walking from the stables to the house. The young man was tall, muscular, and dark-haired, rather like Luke, but he seemed more of a quiet type, preferring to drive into the city rather than socialize with the maids or any staff. Adelaide took her cap off and ran a hand through her soft waves of hair. I think he's a little shy. He's fairly easy to talk to. Wish me luck. She tightened her apron sash snug around her waist to emphasize the hourglass in her figure, and strode off to the veranda. Emily sat on a garden bench and watched Luke and Jean build until twilight, when they put away their tools, tired-eyed but content. She walked beside the two of them as they returned to the house. Good night, Emily. Luke gave her a warm touch with his hand on her shoulder. The warmth lingered after he removed it. They stepped up to the veranda, where a few other staff members sat chatting. Emily did not see Adelaide, nor Elaine LeBlanc. Good night, Luke and Jean. The two men headed upstairs, as always before bedtime. She checked the kitchen to see if things hadn't been tidied up to Madame Chabon's standards. It was spotless on this night. When she went up to their shared room to get ready for bed, Adelaide was already there. Emily didn't say a word, hoping her sister wouldn't bring up the topic of Monsieur Luke and either of them fancying the other. She waited, nearly cringing, for the teasing smile and remarks. Instead, Adelaide was quiet as she undid her day garments and stays. She left her white chemise on for the night, draped over her round, buxom figure. She took her hair down and brushed out her chestnut waves. Are you all right? Just tired. Her voice was a whisper. You're hardly ever tired at 8 o'clock. How's Elaine? Courting some girl in the city, Adelaide said in a defeated, sad tone. I didn't know. I feel like a cheap trollop trying to take the lead. Asking him to spend time with me. Maybe I flirt too much. I'm sorry. Emily knew well the pain of rejection. Even Luke, at first, but now he admired her for who she was on the inside, even if just a friend.
She focused on Adelaide's unrequited crush.
Look on the bright side. His clothes always smelled like the stables anyway. Adelaide's lips dimpled with just a slight smile. I guess. I like horses, so I didn't mind that. He's not all that charming. There are other men I've liked much more than him, anyway. So it wasn't meant to be. She forced a laugh. My 25th birthday is next week. I'll be an official spinster. No, you won't. We're both still young. You just haven't met the right gentleman yet. Adelaide blew out the candle and settled under her quilt as pitch darkness fell over the room. Well, Elaine isn't the only man I've been fancying. Who? Emily asked, curious. Someone else here on staff? No, someone in the city. I still don't know his name yet. Oh, never mind. What about you? I love the fact Monsieur Luke likes you. Adelaide. You don't think he does? I've seen flirting, Emily, and that's what it is. Monsieur Luke thinks the world of you. Addie, you're wishful think. You seem so much happier and more confident lately. I think it's Monsieur Luke's doing. And so does he. And I believe it's because of how he feels about you. He's my friend for now, and he hasn't said a word about such. Once he says it to me for real, you'll be the first to know. Bonne nuit. She tucked the blankets over her layers of clothing to stay warm. Emily? Does the forest and the memories still bother you? Those two awful men? Sometimes, yes. If you still need to talk about it, you can talk to me. I wish I could have helped Monsieur Luke beat the murder out of that man. Pardon my French, Em. Wish I hadn't been so clumsy. You fought your best, Emily reassured her. Thank you. From now on, whenever I walk anywhere alone, I'm carrying my pair of very sharp grooming scissors in my right hand. They're small enough to hide, and I won't be afraid of using them. If it makes you feel safe. Emily found it hard to imagine her sweet-natured sister stabbing anyone with scissors, but then Adelaide tore at that man's eyes and used a tree branch as a sword. It was possible. Adelaide switched to another topic, as Emily's eyelids grew weary. When I was doing Evangeline's hair today, she was feeling down. She told me, don't tell anyone, that she's not in love with Prince Louis. He's not a bad man, but she's just not, she doesn't fancy him. But the decision is being made, and her unhappiness is going to make life dreadful. Just try to cheer her up. Talk about what a beautiful bride she will be. I did already. So next Sunday, if the weather is good, would you like to join Jean and Clemence and me to ride back into the city? You and Luke missed the Sunday we went back home. We ended up taking a carriage tour in the bargain coach. Adelaide's bright tone suggested she was smiling. Her bit of heartbreak had already healed, it seemed. You mean the bargain coach with the driver you liked? Emily asked. The same one we arrived here on last winter? Well, yes, Emily laughed. That was who the man in the city was. I'll go next time, Addie, and perhaps Luke could come as well, and then you can talk to your coachman. Good night. She fluffed her pillow. Her day of work caused her to drift into sleep immediately, until she was awakened by her sister's voice once again. Wait, he has to be. Emily rolled over. Bleary-eyed and slightly annoyed, she heard her sister squirming. Who has to be? I think he's a prince. Who's a prince? Besides Louis, of course. Addie, I'm very tired and I don't want to talk. I'm sorry. Adelaide shifted beneath her quilt, the bed squeaking. I didn't mean to wake you if you dozed off. I'm just thinking aloud. I'll tell you later. Good night. Good night. Chapter 34. Luke and Jean greeted Monsieur Jacquet, the stonemason who'd been training them. He arrived driving a heavily loaded wagon with a team of 6 strong draft horses. The two surveyed the back of the wagon filled with rough new brownstone from a quarry. Luke took no hesitation, hefting a stack of the stones, eager to move them and get them carved up for more building work. After he hauled a few armfuls, Jean used his tools to break them under the supervision of Jacquet. Storm clouds loomed overhead. The wind picked up, bringing a pleasant pre-rain fragrance. Luke took a deep breath, savoring the refreshing air as he worked. Rain, yes. So far, the spring had been too dry, the household needed food, and food came from farmers whose livelihoods depended upon how much water poured from the sky. Surely enough, the precipitation broke from the clouds and cascaded in a cool torrent over Luke's hat, dampening his clothes. Jean mumbled a light complaint. Now? Jacquet made a sound. Wasn't expecting this, gentlemen. We'll have to work through it. I need to work faster. The wagon needed to be completely unloaded of the brownstones. Luke gathered up all his energy and speed to take 4 large stones from the remaining pile in the wagon. The rain poured harder, thunder crackled. Emily and Adelaide love this.
They're probably enjoying their time in the kitchen, boiling tea like always, listening to the rain and thunder. Water dripping from his hat brim, Luke quickened his steps to carry his load to the pile where Jean and Monsieur Jacquet worked with their chiseling tools. Once he moved all the stones, he joined the other two in breaking them up, rain or shine. His foot slipped. By instinct, he moved his arm to balance himself, and one of the stones fell from his grip. The heavy boulder landed upon his foot with a sick thud. Pain screamed through every nerve. He yelled, unable to stifle the cry, as he lost his balance and tumbled. He was sprawled face up on the muddy earth, rocks scattered around him as the torrent of rain continued to pour on his face. His foot was on fire. Growls of pain burst from his throat. "Luke!" The presence of a hovering Jean did nothing to quell his rage at himself, at the muddy ground which had caused him to slip, and at fate. "Damn it!" he roared. The bones in his right foot were most surely broken. "Hang on, Luke. I'll get help." Jean's footsteps splattered mud as he ran into the house. Luke lay there as rain beat over his eyes and face. He covered his face with his hat, which did the double duty of keeping water from entering his nose and muffling his enraged groans of pain. When Jean returned with help, Luke couldn't even stand without Jean, Elaine, and Armand tugging his arms and helping him to his feet. "This is very good. Warm." Luke sat reclined in the kitchen, sipping a mug of apple cider that Armand made as he began his recovery from the ridiculous fall and injury. It was now 10:30 at night. Emily was still there, cleaning under Madame Chabon's direction. If not for his injury, he would have told her to go to bed and finish cleaning the stove and ashes himself. This entire stormy day had been a miserable ordeal. Wretched accident. The good news was none of his large foot bones had been broken. Only his middle toe bone. The bad news was most of his foot was crushed and bruised. He'd seen the damage. It was swollen, bloody, currently the color of an eggplant. He would be unable to walk well for at least a few weeks. Jean found a stick from the forest that Luke could use as a makeshift cane. Madame Chabon and Madame Martin told him he ought to spend all day in bed. His answer to that advice was a stubborn, "Hell no." Instead of lying bored in bed, Luke had stayed in the kitchen nearly all day in the company of Emily, Adelaide, and Armand. The three of them, plus Jean, hovered over him like a flock of mother hens. His leg was propped up on a chair. His foot was wound with bandages. The tree branch cane lay nearby. Rain pattered outside, and the window near the stove was open a crack, bringing in the fragrance of spring. A cozy fire crackled in the stove as Emily finally finished the evening tidy-up. For some odd reason, Armand couldn't do his miraculous feats of quick washing unless he was alone. The man had since gone to bed. The pain in Luke's foot began to ebb away. Relief flooded his being as he sipped the warm, sweet cider and watched Emily linger around the already clean kitchen, her layers of skirt and apron swaying like a bell, her hair cascading down her back from beneath her cap. When she turned and he could see her face, it looked rosy and smooth in the dim candlelight. She smoothed the damp fringe of hair over her brow. She is so ungodly pretty. Why didn't I ever notice when I first laid eyes on her? Try some of this. Luke held out the mug of cider to Emily. She sipped it. Delicious. How is the pain? She clutched the mug as she stood, watching his expression. It's much better, would you believe? He closed his eyes, trying to relax as the pain in his brick-crushed foot dulled. It wasn't half as bad as an hour before. I saw His Honor today after the doctor came. He talked about the trip. Yes? She sipped more cider and handed the mug back to him. Lady Evangeline will want her stylist maid with her, so Adelaide will need to come along. Do you think she'd be excited to go? Emily nodded. She'd love to go if it's with us. Luke drank the rest of the cider and set the mug on the sideboard. So it's settled. Jean and Clemence don't have time to travel so far. Myself, you, and Adelaide will be the family's retinue, along with the family coachman and footman. I'll need to charter a second carriage for us. He nodded to Emily. Thank you for being willing to come with me. I'd be more than willing. Emily took another chair from the dining hall and pulled it up close beside Luke's, sitting down. I want to make sure you're all right. Traveling with your injury. It's still weeks from now. I'm certain my foot will be healed.
Is your foot feeling better? You do seem less in pain now. Her brow knit in concentration, like a nurse in vigil. My foot is feeling better, but why do you care so much? For a woman who disliked him when they met, Emily's concern and fondness towards him were too much. Why do I deserve this? I care because you've been through many troubles. He looked at her, at the sincerity in her eyes. It's been a kind charity all these months for you to want to know a man so touched in the head as me. Her lips opened in a gasp before she spoke. If you feel as if things are going oddly in your mind, that doesn't mean people should cast you aside. I don't see you as mad. Maybe this day didn't turn out badly after all. He stared at her white apron with its flower embroidery. He'd seen her in recent days on her downtime after dinner, sewing similar flower patterns on their ladyship's garments. I'm glad she worked on something for herself. I'll be here if you need me. Emily moved her pinky finger to his large, work-roughened hand, touching it. But why? Luke glanced at her fingers, touching his hand with a look of disbelief. How could she have affection for someone so mind-befuddled and full of bad luck? Forgive me, but I need to know why you're lingering so close to me right now. Don't lie. I want honesty. Luke, you're a good man. I can see it. Emily's soft eyes radiated care. You're strong and hardworking. I know you've been struck down by bad circumstances, your memory, the disease, that fight, and now another injury. A strong patter of rain hit the window across from the stove. It created a nice atmosphere. So good to be in this warm kitchen, in the company of such a warm person. Emily's pinky finger moved against his thumb. He stroked his thumb against her fingers by instinct, a caress. She shifted in her chair, leaning her body closer to his so their arms touched. You've been a survivor. I'm defective. Doctors can't cure this, and I don't mean my foot, I mean my damn head. Either I'm mad, or it's some kind of cruel, I don't know, as if I'm being haunted, some sort of sorcery almost. It scares me. It would disturb me as well. Emily's voice was a thoughtful whisper. But I think, well, there cannot be such a thing as sorcery. Luke turned to face the wall, wondering if he would ever be normal like everyone else, instead of living half a life or less. Emily wasn't sure what to say next. She'd found herself babbling platitudes, anything to keep the man's dark demons and talk of insanity away. She remembered his concern for his Aunt Mathilde. Armand said your Aunt Mathilde misses you. He came here as a way to keep watch over you, just because she told him to. That's dedication and love. Aunt Mathilde has been out of touch a long time now, and Armand isn't even making it clear to me where she went. His tone sharpened. She may have told Armand not to tell you where she is. I don't understand her. He glanced out the window where the nighttime rain had quieted, closing his eyes for a second. The flames in the oven popped and crackled. The smell of wood burning was a comfort. One of Emily's favorite fragrances. It meant security. The man next to her, with his slightly moody expression, tendrils of dark hair loosened from its queue, brought forth the same sort of secure, protected feeling, along with an energy like a crackling burst of embers within a stove. A sort of manly, vigorous energy that she wanted to absorb from him, just from being close to him. Her fingers wrapped completely around his work-calloused thumb, not even realizing what she was doing. He looked at their nearly joined hands. I find it so hard to believe you could feel anything more for me than just working friends. Emily felt her cheeks warming, like before in the vegetable storeroom. I do feel a fondness for you, but I must be careful with where I allow my heart to go. What do you mean? He reached to massage his bandaged foot with his other hand. Why must you be careful? If you ask me. His lips formed a playful smirk. I think your heart should go anywhere it wishes. I have trouble believing that I am worthy of She blinked back tears and whispered, "Affection from a gentleman." Her eyes and throat burned at the revelation. She was sharing too much. Luke raised his eyebrows and took a deep breath. "What's wrong?" Emily studied his expression. "I can breathe better. My foot is a lot better." "That's wonderful." "You ought to be a nurse, Emily, rather than a maid." "Merci, but I couldn't. I normally can't stand the sight of blood." "Emily?" Luke's voice was soft but husky. You're honestly the only thing I look forward to each day. Even right now. My pain is going away because you're here." "It is?" "Yes, it is." "Then I'll stay around." Emily said in a matter-of-fact tone, "I'll sit here with you as long as I can." They sat there with a lull in the conversation, hands touching, for several moments. With a jolt of surprise, Emily felt Luke's large fingers surround her entire hand, until he held it, clasping it. "And now my foot doesn't hurt at all. Would you believe that?" A broad smile spread over his face, his skin flushed red. "I think it's you. You have a magic touch." "Maybe I ought to keep talking to you if that's how you feel." Emily couldn't control the smile pulling at her lips. "Please do." He loosened his hand from hers to stand to his feet. "You shouldn't stand even if it does feel better." Emily stood up as well, facing him. "Are you positive the pain is gone?" "Yes." They remained standing face to face. Emily felt the warmth of the stove behind her, while Luke stood in front of her on both feet, as if the accident in the morning never happened. She was eye level with the golden brass buttons on his brown vest, sandwiched between wonderful, warm things. "Jean won't believe you." She craned her neck upward to study his face, his black, stubbled chin and mouth that hinted a playful smile. "He told me your foot looked like one of the draft horses stomped on it." Luke moved to bend down, unwound the cloth, and revealed his large bare foot, which appeared red and pink rather than the bruised purple it had been earlier. She gasped. A miracle. "Well, look at that. Barely bleeding. No dark bruises." He straightened back up, one shoe off and one shoe on. "Emily, what I wish to do is continue our conversation. I'd meant to express something to you earlier, but somehow we were sidetracked. Can we please have that moment back? Your mood keeps changing, even faster than usual. Do you ever have a happy medium?" "Probably not." "I just wish you'd say the thing you wanted to express and be done with it." "Are you certain?" The grin spread across his face again. "Do you know you're beautiful?" "Luke, please. I'm not used to such flattery. I hope to reflect beauty in my good works and attitudes." "You reflect beauty all over the damned place." His voice went rather loud for this hour. "Luke, shh. You reflect the best in me. When I'm with you, I'm at my best." "I beg your pardon?" She opened her mouth in shock. His grin faded. "Don't be surprised, Emily. I'm dead serious." "Luke, the idea that we could even be having such a conversation is beyond—" She let the sentence die. "You were going to say crazy. I understand." Luke reached for her hand again and cradled it in his. Emily's face burned. "Should I check and see if Jean or Armand are still awake? Tell them your foot healed itself in 1 hour?" "No. It's late at night." "What? Past 10 now?" "But tomorrow morning I'll sleep late and pretend my foot is still crushed and on fire with pain." "Wouldn't that be lying to them?" "I am on fire, but with something else." His gaze was too intense for her. She looked away, guarding herself. "I hope you're not being dishonest with me about your supposed—" "Supposed what? What am I not making clear to you, Emily?" "Supposed fondness of me." She became aware of her heartbeat. "It's cruel. Women like me aren't meant for passionate love or marriage, only for service." Luke lay his hand on her upper arm. "Forgive me for being blunt. It's difficult for an uneducated fool like me to behave any other way around a woman.
A woman I intensely like. It's a terrible habit. What?
I don't think you're being uncouth.
And it's more than like, more than fondness. I want to do right by you, and words lost. He simply pulled her into an embrace. Emily welcomed the gesture, resting her head in the fabric of his shirt against his firm chest, feeling so small in comparison. It was a heady feeling. His masculine presence, the protective way he held her, was almost more than she could bear. He grasped her shoulders, letting her pull away for some breathing room. Sorry, he said with a nervous laugh. It's night, and we're alone in the kitchen. Please tell me what you mean by more than fondness. Her voice trembled. Luke's eyes connected with hers, truly searching. Emily? Warmth flooded her soul at the way he spoke in her name. It was more than just him saying her name. It was a caress. She reached to touch his cheek, where a sprinkle of pox marks remained, though they seemed much fainter. The thought came to her to simply kiss his cheek. But would that be too bold and foolish on her part? Please say something. He inhaled a breath. I'm in love with you, Emily. I'm not a liar, and I'm not playing games. Her heart exploded. She stood on her tiptoes, a step of courage. She stretched up and kissed his cheek, once, twice. In response, he pulled her closer in an embrace. She felt so safe and warm, so at home. Heat burned her face, as if she were pulling open the nearby oven to take out hot bread. Her right hand found itself grasping his upper arm and shoulder, firm and solid beneath the cotton fabric of his off-white work shirt. He searched her eyes, as if asking permission. What? This. He bowed his head to her turned face and gently kissed her cheek 2 times. Emily. Mumbling her name under his breath, he moved swiftly towards her mouth to take her lips. She closed her eyes to savor the moment. His lips were soft, yielding, deliciously cool. Her right hand clutched his shoulder as she allowed him to deepen it. It felt too good, being loved like this. She heard herself sigh into his lips. I do love you, she whispered. Emily, ma petite. He took her lips again, a much firmer kiss. Emily's body surged with the crackling stove. Energy she'd never experienced before, wanting to never let him go, to never stop him from holding her, pressing his lips to hers. She opened her mouth just slightly, surprised at her boldness. Time stood still. They remained in this quiet, warm embrace, sharing kisses, whispered endearments, for what seemed like forever until the stove's fire went out.
Chapter 35. Alexis Savard sat alert and straight in his chair next to Officer Roux. The meetings of Le Conseil Suprême in Fontaine and Chantilly was in session. Bartholomé Bertrand loomed above the group from his plush, violet throne. The 30 mages in dark coats sat at level below him at 2 long tables. Multicolored chandeliers lit by magic loomed over their heads. Portraits of great mages of old accented the walls of the great hall, a room also used for the village's semi-annual marriage market balls. At last winter's ball, Alexis had taken his favorite lady friend, Lilou Marie Laurent, to escort. It had been merely a ploy to keep the throngs of foreign girls and their matchmaking parents from eyeing him as their top matrimonial prospect. He was not in the market. Officer Roux. Bertrand steepled his hands as he lounged, gazing over his men. Alexis refocused his attention. Regarding my edict of punishments and punishable offenses, I've kept banishment from society as a consequence of showing unlawful indiscretion. I feel it may be too soft, but it shall hold for the time being. That is good to know, Lord Bertrand. Roux bowed his head, then turned to look at Alexis to give him a silent warning about Mathilde. Your aunt erasing that man's memory is still a heinous crime. There won't be mercy for her. Your father wants you to bring her here. Marcel Clement, however, was working at a sloth pace with his help, procrastinating, flying that coach back and forth, and worse, freely living amongst sans-magis. I must address the more severe crimes. Bertrand pointed an upward finger. those of treason and the ultimate crime of sans-magie relations. The latter is the one that will threaten our people. As I have said before, magic and humans will eventually fade and become extinct if the crime is not dealt with now. Another officer raised a tentative hand. Alexis frowned, his eyebrow quirking. Volant.
Your questions have always made these tedious meetings longer.
Officer Volant. Bertrand addressed him. How does it fade, Lord Bertrand? Is there proof from science, or is it a mere scare tactic?
Volant bowed low as he spoke the last words.
Honest question, Volant. And that is why my guest is here.
Bertrand seemed glad to hear his question. He gestured to a visiting mage scientist at the opposite table.
To put it simply, a mage and a sans-magie mating are, as Monsieur Schwartzlich's work has discovered, either 100% or 50% likely to result the birth of a sans-magie. The mages who do this deserve to die, of course. To allow this will eliminate magic and enchantment from mankind. Yes, we. A chorus of voices shouted from the council, and Alexis joined them with a fervent shout of, "We can't allow it!" His own heritage and family tree were blessed with the blood of great mages, not only France, but the Norse lands of the Vikings on his mother's side. The thought of magic dying was unthinkable. Bertrand leaned back in his chair. We sometimes have defective children who are born to law-abiding mage couples. We do not know what to do with our defective citizens. If people like this mate with sans-magies who unknowingly have some mage ancestry, what happens, Monsieur Schwartzlich?
Bertrand addressed his guests, a scholarly-looking man and one from a neighboring mage nation, from what Alexis could observe. On the table in front of the expert was a spread of books and genealogy scrolls, with diagrams of squares and drawings of animals and plants. Mages are sometimes born. The scientist spoke in French with a strong Austrian accent. He pushed up his wire spectacles. In mundane environments, always a danger to discretion. Bertrand nodded his silver-wigged head. Because of people like this, great efforts must be made to prevent disasters. We must swiftly take a child like this from its parents and bring them to our society to be schooled properly. Memory deletion curses performed by officials with mind magic must be thoroughly practiced, which is never a good thing considering the case of our most wanted criminal, Mathilde Savard. Bertrand turned his unnerving large eyes to Alexis, Rue, and the other law officers and continued his speech. Depending on the criminal, I also decree 10 years in the glass dungeon, not 5, shall be an alternative sentence for indiscreet magic done for and seen by sans-magie. Hear, hear. The chorus of voices arose from the council. Now, officers, Bertrand continued, you must use your judgment when you make those decisions. I will not be deciding every case for you. Merci, Monsieur Bertrand, Rue spoke, for allowing us to decide our cases, I mean. That is Lord Bertrand to you now, don't forget. Lord Bertrand. Rue bowed again with a deep frown. Now. Bertrand clasped his hands, scanning the council. I come to the matter of enforcing my new decree. The death penalty. Beginning today, it will be the cost for traitors against my direct orders or those guilty of the ultimate crime of intimate relations with sans-magies. The ultimate crime is clearly defined as the act between a man and a woman which may result in a birth. I shouldn't have to elaborate on what that is. A few men chuckled. Alexis suppressed a smirk with his palm, avoiding eye contact with Lilou Marie's father, Major Laurent. Alexis and Lilou delighted in taking part in the act together, after all. The blonde paint artist was his joy and his headache, his rose with thorns. But to marry her or one of his other girls, never. I have an idea about the method of execution that will still honor our magical views, Bertrand declared. Cleanliness, purity, and strictly made of mage power. None of the blood-drenched horrors that the inferior people do to one another. Therefore, I wish to appoint an official executioner for Le Conseil Supreme. Officer Savard? Yes, Lord Bertrand. Alexis sat up straight in his chair. Me? With my cutting power? That would come under the category of blood-drenched horror, I would think.
Your junior agent, Marcel Clement, is my late friend Felipe Clement's son, and a known ice mage. I am now going to utilize him for the role of executioner. I ask you to relay a message to him.
Clement, of course. He has lethal power, all right, but he doesn't want to use it. A breeze of relief went through him. He would much rather not be the one chosen if he were so inclined. He nodded. I'll meet with him, Lord Bertrand. If he chooses to, he can demonstrate. Excuse me? Bertrand's eyes bugged with an appalled look. You are treating this matter as if Clement has a choice. He needs proper training, Lord Bertrand. Alexis made sure to bow his head low enough. His forehead came within an inch of the hardwood table. Find him by tomorrow, Savar. You will train him, bring him to meet with me in my office. No, not my office, outdoors. I don't want melting ice in our building. Now, Lord Bertrand, he's never used his Sabah and Rue. You will go down into the glass dungeon before the training session with Clement, pick an inmate, one who has committed the ultimate crime. All Clement has to do is cast his ice spell on the test prisoner. It ought to be simple. You don't know Marcel. I will give him your orders. If he completely refuses my honor, there will be another executioner appointed to kill him, and all of his colleagues who allowed him to rebel for treason. Bertrand's voice sharpened. The other young man I have in mind is Ignance Pollen. He is 17 years old and a fire mage, but that method of death is not as clean. And let this be a warning. He softened his voice, fidgeting with the fluted handle of a levitating wine goblet before him. Anyone who does not heed my commands will be reduced to either ice melting into water or to ash, depending on which man agrees to the job. Yes, Lord Bertrand. Alexis picked up the notion that the Mage Lord's inner thoughts matched his words. He was not bluffing. I will not be responsible for Clement's rebellion, Alexis told himself. This was no light matter. He must fall in line. Bertrand narrowed his eyes so they weren't quite so bugged. Utilizing Clement's powers shall be quick and easy. Ice sculptures will melt a perfectly clean, lethal, and bloodless method. The Lord of all enchanted France leaned back in his throne. He raised his finger, conjuring more wine goblets in a fine table setting for the council. Merci, now, for a dinner break, gentlemen. Alexis passed through the portal to Mundane Paris, his least favorite thing to do on a spring evening. He located Marcel via his glass, driving his coach near the Cathedral of Notre Dame, giving inexpensive rides to customers, while he waited on a chair at an outdoor cafe. A waiter came to ask him if he could take an order. Just a water, please. He had not a sou of Saint-Magie money on him. Across the street he spotted passengers leaving Marcel's parked coach. He rose from the chair and took fast strides through the crowds of inferiors to reach him. Good evening, Alexis. Marcel moved items aside on his driver's seat, a leather bag, a water jug, a book. Alexis climbed to the coach seat. You need to spend less time on this extra little job of yours. I need to help pay for my mother's rent on her home and seamstress shop. Marcel's tone was rather short, defiant. Alexis scowled. If you can fit it in with your new assignment. New assignment? The agent's eyebrows raised. Something special appointed to you by Lord Bertrand himself. He caught the alarmed look before Marcel's thought words. Merde, no, entered his mind's ear. What is it? Marcel's hands trembled as he held the horse's reins. The coach jolted a bit as the horses assumed the shake to be a go. Executioner, Alexis said in a low, resolute tone. Marcel barely concealed a gasp. His dark brown eyes went saucer round. I can't. You've never tried. I know, but I'm going to train you. I don't want to. Marcel handled the reins to keep the horses still. You have no choice. This is Lord Bertrand's orders, Marcel. The junior agent swallowed. When? Very soon. This week. I planned to visit my niece soon. I promised I'd come back to her. He turned his gaze away, busying himself with wrapping the reins around a wooden peg in park mode.
The horses calmed and rested. This niece is a mage, correct?
Marcel nodded, looking away up towards the great cathedral tower. Alexis picked up an image of a little girl in the other's thoughts before some annoying musical tune started to play in his, or Marcel's mind. So, a child. What is with the music? I have music playing in my head all the time, Alexis. I believe it's called a worm in the ear. It needs to stop. Alexis's voice was clipped harsh. You may still visit your niece, but you must follow the schedule I give you. Lord Bertrand ordered you to report to Les Conseils headquarters tomorrow, and, in the meantime, keep searching your glass for Mathilde and Prince Renaud. I want to know if she's broken her curse on him, or if she decided to change his identity for his entire life. Alexis tried to read his mind once more, but the man averted his gaze. A few other horses and carriages rolled past. He heard the same harpsichord and violin music surging through his brain. He spoke a vow to himself. The hell if I'm going to fry on account of his juvenile games. Either he dies or me. It won't be me. He then spoke to Marcel in a low, sinister tone. Things have changed now. You know that any insubordination to Lord Bertrand will result in the death penalty. Any insubordination towards me may also apply for the fact that I am Le Conseil Supreme. He tapped a finger on the silver LCS badge on his lapel. It bore the motto, La magie ne mourra pas. The magic will not die. Ironic, isn't it? Alexis heard Marcel think when the music faded. What's ironic? All the world is irony. Marcel's eyes reddened and blinked. He pressed his gloved fist to them, as sad, somber music blared in Alexis's mind. Remember the new decrees. He sneered at the younger man's show of emotion. Indiscreet use of your magic in front of sans magies will result in either 10 years in the glass dungeon or complete banishment from our world, subject to sans magie persecution when your powers can't be suppressed. The latter would not be roses and sunshine. Alexis leaped from the coach's buckboard. He strode away, enduring the unwashed sans magie masses and leaving Marcel alone to think over his options. Chapter 36. Armand found it difficult to keep his magic discreet and rare as a galley servant. His hands fumbled whenever he tried to wash dishes under the eyes of others. The maids, Emily and Adelaide in particular, offered to help him finish pots and pans and sweep ashes from stoves. On several occasions, he infused the apple cider Luke and Emily liked with the elixir he brewed in the storage room. Not only had Luke's crushed foot healed, their growing love caused their pock scars to heal and fade. The effects now hastened after they had shared true love's kiss. Armand wished them to be happy and healthy. There was no crime in that. He took a walk alone to get the magic out of him, performing little spells in the forest. He happened to be multiplying wildflowers when he came upon Luke and Emily walking hand in hand. He witnessed Luke lower his head and give Emily a tight embrace and long, deep kiss in the forest path beneath the shade of newly leaved spring foliage. A bittersweet sight from Armand, reminiscent of himself with his long-lost Jean. Leaving them to privacy, he kept his distance. Seeing such love and happiness come to the man who still lived a falsified life created by Mathilde, Armand was in a dilemma. He could no longer consider her breaking of the spell a good idea. Emily would be affected after all. It would be so much better to let Luke remain as Luke. In his bunk room, he closed the door for privacy and conjured a scroll of paper and a quill pen. Dear Mathilde, I have news for you. Only if you have not been watching Luke through your looking glass. Luke has found true love with Emily. I no longer believe you should break the spell. There is peace in his life now, and his lady shouldn't be subject to this. It is your decision, dear cousin. After all, you were the one to cast it. I'm only giving my humble opinion. Fondly, Armand. The scroll of paper levitated in the air. Mathilde Savard. Armand waved his hand, and the letter vanished. Inside her tree cottage, Mathilde found a letter on her table after she returned from an afternoon of teaching magic to Celeste. As she read it, her brow furrowed. Armand was right. Luke was a good man now, redeemed from the selfish, murderous, and beastly man he once was in the life he didn't know.
earning the love of a good woman, noble in the real sense of the word. It hadn't all come from her spell. Luke had grown and changed on his own. His good work ethic, his search for purpose and belonging, his strength had all come through for him. Guilt tore at her once more. Armand's accusation of her playing God, Renaud being a puppet with no free will. No matter the outcome, her beloved son's new life was conjured and fabricated. Even Luke's surname, Bissett, had been hastily made up by Mathilde after seeing it on a Paris storefront. The name Luke was truly his. Over 26 years ago, she gave birth in a palace to Renaud Eugene Luc d'Orleans, all of the names chosen by Theo, of course. She sat in her rocking chair and put her head in her hands, her thoughts warring within. Prince Christopher and his wife Rosalind were open, kind people. He and his wife accepted her magic and Celeste without judgment. The couple never spoke of Renaud. Too painful to talk of him, Mathilde reasoned. After a long time of agonized thinking and pondering, a decision came to her. Because Luke lived so far away from this palace, the spell would not be broken unless he were to come here. If he met and reunited with Christopher and Rosalind himself, recognized as the murderous brother they believed dead. And if by chance the truth came to light, Mathilde's secrets would be unearthed and she would accept and pay the consequences. And Renaud? Renaud would need to prove his redemption to his brother if he regained his true self and kept his Luke mindset and emotions. Armand said this needs a breaking clause, connected to his old home, something unlikely to happen. She raised her palms in the air and proclaimed the provisions of a breakage clause. I, Mathilde Savard, decree that the memory curse on my son Renaud will break if he were to meet, and behold eye to eye, Princess Rosalind, the woman who incited his jealous act of violence. Let the breakage clause commence. She lowered her hands. A soft white glow of magic dancing about her fingers signified the clause was bound and final. The glow faded within seconds. She went to her cupboard adorned with china plates. Celeste had changed them to red and gold when they were supposed to be blue and white. She didn't have the heart to change them back. She took out her looking glass. Renaud, no, Luke. The glass lit and brightened. Instead of a new, clear image of Luke in his new home, with his new love, Emily, and the good people he worked with, she saw only a swirl of fog and clouds. What? Someone had cast brouillard de raton on her glass, keeping her from observing Luke at his home, playing her own game against her. It couldn't be Armand. He'd wanted her to watch his progress with the potion. She stood and paced back and forth, gripping the glass with pale knuckles. Alexis. She laid the glass face down on her table. How could this have happened? Closing the curtain over the window, she stood trembling. Someone, but not Alexis, cast the fog charm. That mage could be watching her this moment from a glass. She recalled her conversations with Armand. He had talked of an informant, a witness, someone connected with Le Concierge. But who? When the darkness of evening came, Mathilde kept her candles unlit and tried to go to bed. Before she could sleep, her door shook with loud knocks. The pounding increased. Mademoiselle? Mathilde? A little girl's voice, Celeste. What would a 10-year-old want this late at night? Mathilde rose from her bed, threw her shawl over her nightdress, and put on slippers. The pounding rattled the little door. When she opened it, Celeste's eyes were wide as saucers as she stood at the entrance. Her tan complexion seemed to glow in contrast to the night. Mademoiselle Mathilde, someone is hurt. Can you come and heal him, please? Oh, Celeste. She breathed a weary sigh. All right, lead me to him. Mathilde rushed out into the night in her slippers. Celeste cast a glow from her hands to see in the dark. They walked until they came near the palace. The little girl turned around on her heel and faced Mathilde. Her magical light shone blindingly into her face, by accident most likely. Celeste, you're blinding me. I can't see. Will you lead me to him? I can't find him, Celeste said with what clearly sounded like angry irritation. She paced around in circles. I don't understand. Who is hurt? Mathilde's voice went stern. I can't lead if I don't know where this person is. It's naughty to play games. What? This is the middle of nowhere. I don't have time for... Celeste muttered under her breath. Celeste? The girl scowled and cupped her hand over her mouth in a secretive manner. Now you say? Here? All right then, let's get this done. Her tone was impatient, hissing through her teeth, completely uncharacteristic of this child. Celeste, you must either lead me to this hurt person, or I'm going back to bed, and you must go to bed. It's late. Celeste began to grow taller. What? Mathilde gasped. The next moment, the child had transformed into someone else, a man, 6 feet tall with blonde hair, a golden beard, dressed in a long black coat and boots. He held a looking glass. Mathilde drew a deep breath and employed her defensive mind magic to prevent him from reading her thoughts. What are you doing here? I was about to ask the same thing, Aunt Mathilde. Alexis swept his hand out in a spell-casting gesture. Wide cloth ribbons wrapped themselves around her, binding up her arms. He spoke into his glass, his voice hoarse yet enthusiastic. Marcel, Nicholas, you can come out now. 2 men in dark cloaks teleported next to Alexis. One a young brown-skinned man, the other with the gray wig and spectacles. Alexis clutched the younger man's shoulders in a gesture of triumphant celebration. Excellent work, Marcel. Finding Prince Renaud's new location, finding my Aunt Mathilde for me. Not sure how you managed this. Mon garçon, but brilliant nonetheless. Mathilde knew how the agent managed this, Celeste's uncle. Marcel nodded at the 2 officers with solemn silence. He gestured for Alexis and Nicholas to follow him, leading the way back to the tree cottage. Hot blood rushed through her ears. Armand warned her of this. Alexis and Nicholas followed the younger spy, guiding the bound-up Mathilde. A large coach came into view, drawn by 2 silver-gray horses with unfurled white wings. The 2 lay conceal officers gripped Mathilde on each side with surprisingly gentle hands. We'll treat you like a lady, tante, her nephew told her. Mathilde ça va. The elder officer spoke, low and authoritative. I am Officer Nicholas Roux, Chief of Law for Le Conseil Supreme. You are hereby arrested on 2 counts of healing sans-magie persons and 1 count of life-altering memory erasure. By the edict of Lord Bertrand, my agents and I have the authority to transport you to the glass dungeon beneath Fontaine and Chantilly. They reached the coach, where Marcel opened its door and leaped into the driver's seat. Alexis and Roux aided Mathilde's steps to the coach in a gentlemanly manner, as if they were her footmen rather than her arrest team. They took seats on either side of her, slamming the door shut with a metallic rattle. The coach rolled for a few moments before the enchanted horses caused it to soar into the sky. Mathilde's stomach flip-flopped as the vehicle climbed higher and higher into the clouds. Out the window, beyond the soft glow of the carriage's interior, stars glittered in the distance. The sky was a violet hue in the remaining dusk. The coach slowed. The jarring stilled as it rode the air like a calm ocean. For about 20 minutes, the 3 sat in silence. No sound could be heard except the rush of the night wind. Her nephew sat close to her, fidgeting with his gloves. He kept his brooding gaze ahead and out the opposite window. The last time she'd been so close to Alexis, he'd been only 3 years old, a mere toddler. She'd rocked him to sleep, tucked him into bed the night before her exodus. Now he'd grown into a handsome and zealous law officer, brutal and merciless, just like his father, who'd sent Armand to his doom. She thought of Armand, his accounts and memories of his ordeal, the glass cages, horrifying creatures, being holed up with both evildoers and the innocent. She drew strength thinking of him, yet her heart ached. There will be no goodbyes to her cousin or her son. Before long, Marcel bid his horses in their descent. Glowing torchlights of the city of Paris came into view. Mathilde's stomach rolled as the coach made its slow fall back to earth. They landed with a jolt. The wheels and axles of the coach rattled, and Mathilde almost collided against Officer Roux's shoulder, feeling awkward. Sorry, she mumbled to him. His expression was kind. He nodded without a word. The coach steadied, rolling along a trail like an ordinary carriage. In another 20 minutes, they had arrived in the center of Paris. They continued on this late-night ride between great, majestic buildings. Viewing the beautiful lit-up city from the window, Mathilde envied the sans-magie folk.
Their lives were a luxury compared to what she may face in the coming years. The coach slowed. It neared an iron gate lined with blossoming trees, lit by the firelight of a street flambeau. They easily passed into the village of Fontaine and Chantilly. The village looked much the same as long ago. Quiet and dark at night, only a few glowing magical torchlights. Marcel halted his coach. Stiff and sore, Mathilde allowed Alexis and Rue to help her climb out. Before the four of them, Le Conseil Supreme headquarters building loomed. The fountain pool, its ripples of water reflecting the glow of the pale marble statue, was a facade of luxury and beauty.
"Step ahead, please, Mademoiselle Savard,"
said Rue. Mathilde, flanked by Alexis and Rue, stepped into the shallow pool. The water chilled her feet and ankles. The men on either side of her stepped in with the protective black leather boots. Their hands gripped her shoulders on either side as they gave her a nudge forward.
"Walk, please."
Rue's order was a pronouncement of shame. Splashes disturbed the silence as Mathilde and the two officers walked into the very center of the rippling, calf-deep pool. The flowing fountain had been turned off for the night. Officer Rue put his hand in his coat pocket with the sound of jingling coins. He retrieved a large silver coin from his pocket and dropped it into the pool, as if it were a wishing well. The pool churned and changed color from clear to blood red, a signal for its magic to sweep them away in a teleport. Chapter 37. Mathilde found herself indoors in a dank, musty room. She and the two officers stood inside a shallow, circular pool of water, built of copper-like rust and green metal along the walls and floor. In front of them was the entrance to a dim hallway. The surrounding walls appeared to be made of very thick glass.
"Step ahead with us."
Rue's hand clasped her elbow. They stepped out of the copper-lined pool. Their shoes, feet, and clothing dried instantly. A comfortable warmth came to her feet, a bit of kindness amid her agony. The officers led her down a hallway where dozens of thick glass enclosures stood on each side of her. Within each glass enclosure was a person, most of them asleep on straw cot beds. A few people stirred and watched as they passed. "Down the stairs," commanded Rue. 2 flights of stairs led to the lowest level of the glass dungeon. Horrible-looking creatures crawled and skittered along the glass cell walls. Giant worm-like beasts, like centipedes, with many bristly black legs. At first it appeared as if the giant centipedes were inside the cells, eating the prisoners alive. Mathilde's stomach lurched. 2 of them skittered down a cell wall and onto the hallway. They were only on the outside. Her body stiffened, fearing one of them would creep towards them and devour her feet. Dark 4-legged creatures, resembling large cats, paced back and forth along the hall. Their eyes were gigantic, yellow and black. Their bodies emaciated and twitchy as if someone had crossed a cat with a spider. They growled, low-pitched and menacing. Alexis conjured and wielded a stiff whip. He hit one of them on its ugly head to make it jump out of his way. He spoke to Mathilde in a silky whisper, failing to engage in eye contact with her. "I hope you find your accommodations comfortable. Everyone is fed 3 times a day. Everyone gets warm shower baths within their cell, clean, simple clothing, and beds, as you see. No one is allowed to conjure more furniture. People can see and hear each other. You may speak to your neighbors nearest you. All conversations are monitored by the dungeon staff. You'll get used to it." A wild-haired woman sat up in her bed as they passed her cell.
"Welcome, madame," she screeched. "My name is Colette. Please stay near me."
But they kept walking. A few paces more to the part of the cell block where some empty glass enclosures remained. Rue opened the one to Mathilde's right. The glass disappeared only for an instant.
"Do you need anything to eat or drink, Mademoiselle Savard?"
Rue's tone was professional yet kind.
"Water, please."
In an instant, he conjured her a cool glass bottle of it.
"Merci." "Step inside, please," said Rue.
Mathilde stepped in, and the glass reappeared, shuttering her in on all sides. Her night clothes transformed into a loose gray-blue pinstripe nightgown. "Bonne nuit." Alexis gave her a haughty quirk of his eyebrow before he and Rue walked away, their footsteps echoing, finally fading. Alexis, don't you remember me? Your Auntie Tildy? She'd left home when he was so young that he'd forgotten her long ago. A large man wrapped in a wool blanket slept nearby. His cell was across and to the right from hers. The cell on both sides of her were empty. Her only furniture was the straw cot and what was surely a privy stool. Glass walls, no privacy. A horrid, dark, fly-eyed cat crept past her, its long tail twitching. She remained stoic and didn't cry. All she thought of now was her son. Renaud will be all right. Luc will be all right. He was a good man. He had found someone to love who loved him in return. The enchantment she used to try to redeem him was unlawful and unethical, but some good had come of it. Mathilde felt a peace, a slight soothing of the heartbreak of that crushing day long ago, in Renaud's infancy. Mathilde cradled baby Renaud as Theodore stood over them. As his mistress, she bore him the second son he'd wished for. The young girl felt his pride and basked in the passion he felt for her, if not exactly love. He bent down to kiss both of them, his brown hair brushing against Mathilde's cheek and Renaud's little head. Such beauty in both of you. I missed him being awake again, he told her. When he is awake, he does nothing but fuss and squall. There's nothing to miss, said Mathilde in a teasing way. I wouldn't miss my second son's voice for the world. What would you like to do while he's sleeping? Theodore moved his face to hers and kissed her lips. I hope to join the cook's staff to help bake today while this boy naps. Mathilde told him after they broke their kiss. I enjoy it. I find ways to make their work go faster. Do the cooks obey you? No, I don't tell them what to do, mon cher. I have a few tricks to make the work go faster and easier for everyone. Another vague hint. She hoped to reveal her gifts to Theodore, yet was never sure when it would be the right time or mood. How is that? Theodore grinned, kneeling next to Mathilde's chair, seeming to admire her beauty. He stroked a lock of her raven black hair. Just my special gifts, Mathilde whispered. Would you like me to put Renaud in the cradle? I can set Renaud down in the cradle. I'll do it my way. Watch. A serene smile on her face, Mathilde raised her arms, little Renaud still sleeping in them. He began to rise and levitate until he was suspended in the air. What are you doing? Theodore thundered. His angry voice caused the baby to startle. Floating in mid-air, Renaud flailed his tiny arms and legs and bawled, his face red. Theodore rushed forward and caught him in his firm arms. The baby screamed louder. That's not natural. You're a witch. The prince yelled above his little son's wails. I am... Mathilde stammered, her eyes flooding. I'm a witch, Theo, a mage, a sorceress. Whatever term you want to use, I thought you would love me no matter what. His eyes were blue flames of horror and anger. You must leave my home, now. I can't help my magic, Mathilde sobbed. I was born with it. It's in my family, in my bloodline. This cannot be true. Is he going to be abnormal if he ends up like you with sorcery and supernatural insanity? I will kill him. Mathilde stood and tried to take Renaud from her lover's arms, tears streaming down her flushed face, her dressing gown disheveled. No, please, let me take him then. I'll leave with him and you'll never see us again. No, he is my son. Theodore's handsome face was twisted in anger. He looked at his former lover as if she were his vilest enemy. I'm keeping him. My wife is dying, and I need both my sons to comfort me in my grief. The staff and I will raise him to be normal. Leave, now. Ever since the day her baby son was stripped from her and she lost control of his upbringing, Mathilde Savard dedicated her entire life to taking that control back. At long last, she did. Alexis and Rue reappeared in the village fountain. Rue spoke as soon as they stepped out of the pool and dried their boots. Good night, Savard. Excellent work capturing your aunt, he praised. Finally, some recognition. For 3 years she evaded us. About time. He gave Alexis a satisfied nod of approval before he teleported with a quiet whoosh. Alexis took notice of Marcel. The agent sat quietly in the driver's seat of his parked coach, staring ahead at his horses. His booted foot wiggled. tapping on the carriage's step as if he were itching to leave.
Wait one moment, Marcel.
Yes, Alexis.
He fidgeted with his horse's rein straps, averting his eyes from Alexis as he stepped up on the coach seat to sit next to him.
Why couldn't we find your niece's actual home when I lured Mathilde out with my impersonation of her?
Instead of some forest and wilderness. Well, don't you think Celeste would be terrified too? See someone walking looking just like her? At the place where the real Celeste actually is, of course? Marcel's body tensed as his words tripped over themselves. Alexis caught Marcel's eye. A loud clamor of instrumental music played in his mind, drowning out Marcel's thoughts and thought words. And where is your niece exactly? In her home? The music swelled in volume. How did Mathilde know her? He spoke in a low growl through his teeth. Someone hired her to tutor her before she's old enough for mage school. I kept a stakeout on her for days. Marcel's foot continued to tap and jiggle. Who does this child live with at the moment? With your mother in Mundane Paris, or with someone else in that place we just flew off to? He swept his hand in the direction of the portal. Well, Marcel paused, swallowing. She does visit us in Paris. Maman also has a country home. That was it, you see? The place we found Mathilde tonight. Sometimes I even take my niece and my mother, and we fly all the way to Africa to visit our other relatives. Alexis, hearing only music mixed with his rush words, stabbed an impatient finger into the other man's short black curls. Marcel cringed and ducked away from him in irritation. You don't need to touch me. A shot of ice and bitter cold hit Alexis's finger. Ow! He pulled his ice-glazed finger away. It throbbed with pain. You could join Mathilde for behavior like this, Alexis growled, or death if you defy a direct order from Lord Bertrand. I'm sorry. It happens when I'm disturbed or angry. Here, just warm it up. Never mind, Alexis hissed, refusing Marcel's offer of a handkerchief. He held his frozen finger tight in his palm. Take all your disturbance and your anger and use it on the convicts. Alexis casted aside the matter of the child Celeste's whereabouts for a moment. His voice lowered to a clipped whisper. My job now is to train you to take any anger you hold in and unleash it on the condemned souls placed in front of you with a fatal freezing curse. Lord Bertrand wants an efficient, bloodless killing instrument. You can't only give them frostbite. Marcel's eyes glistened and blinked. As Officer Roux tried to explain, I can't put someone to death by freezing unless... If you can freeze a damned giant tree into solid ice, Clement, you can do the same for a human. Galère dans la glace. Whatever you use for the incantation, you can draw more power if you try. Marcel stared ahead. One of his horses bucked and whinnied. Fifi's getting impatient. Give me your looking glass. I want to see how it's working. Marcel pulled his glass from the bag on his driver's seat and handed it over to his superior. After Alexis mumbled, Show me Clement's niece. It lit an image of fog and clouds. You cast brouillard de raton on your own glass? I always do. Marcel stared at his boots. I leave it sitting in my driver's seat all the time. Do you think I'm foolish enough to let any other mage find it when it's unlocked? But all you do is drive around Mundane Paris with sans magies, Alexis snapped. Rage over Marcel's deception roughened his voice. I picked up a distinct feeling from you before. You like them more than you claim. I won't drive them as much as I used to since I'll have the new assignment. Marcel's gaze shifted everywhere else but at him. Do you still want me to keep watching Renaud or not? He's living outside the city, still memory cursed. Mathilde put a breakage clause on him and... Breakage clause? This was news. She cast a breakage clause? Marcel quickened his speech, his voice tight. Listen to me for a minute. I heard her proclaim that breakage clause, and I know what it is. What is it? I heard her say... He has to see some woman again and look her eye to eye. If he meets this woman he used to know, the spell will break and he will remember his real identity. That he's Prince Renaud. Then you have yourself a new assignment. Alexis' shoulders relaxed. He pressed a palm to his ear to quiet the music and withdraw from Marcel's mind. Find a way to bring Prince Renaud and the woman together to meet. Fix the damage Mathilde caused. But if he gains his memory, wouldn't her magic be exposed if he witnessed her actions? That's under my control. Alexis pointed to his silver Le Conseil badge. If there are more exposed who learn about us because of that man, consult me. I will come and fix the problem of indiscretion myself. Wouldn't you be doing what Mathilde did?
Alexis put an intimidating threat to his voice.
This is how things are done. Spelled out by the Edicts of Le Conseil. Memory erasure is done by officers only, those of us equipped with mind magic gifts such as myself. He gave his badge another proud tap. Mathilde's misuse of her gift as a civilian woman was out of line. No comparison. Are you questioning my authority? No. That's a lie. Do you want to see Prince Renaud brought to justice? Well, he murdered my sister. Marcel stared at his horses, visibly swallowing in his throat, his Adam's apple bobbing. So, you want him to face his past. His demeanor softened to a near sympathetic. To make this happen, you find the trigger of Mathilde's breakage clause. Use your glass to locate the woman who will break his spell wherever she is. Did you hear Mathilde say her name? Yes. Alexis caught Marcel's gaze again as he turned towards him. He tried to pull his thoughts out once more, but the music, a symphony of violins, cellos, and flutes, swelled to an ear-splitting crescendo. He scowled, backing away. Marcel rubbed his eye with his glove. May I go rest my horses now and go home? I thought you lived with your mother. You said she's in her country home at the moment. I'm obviously well grown enough not to need her. Marcel kept a blank stare at his horses. Bonne nuit. I'll start the Renaud assignment soon. Remember, the 3rd of June is your first official execution to perform, less than a month. Alexis disembarked from the coach and teleported home to the Savoie family chateau. Marcel hastened his coach out of Fontaine and Chantilly, through the portal and out to Mundane Paris. Once he was in the city's silent, dark streets, he let out a despairing sigh. Tears blinded his vision. He blinked them away. I won't do it, he whispered. A clean, efficient killing instrument. Was that all he was valued for? Was his life truly at risk if he refused orders? Exhaustion, fear, and guilt weighed on the coachman like a constant dark cloud. The only pleasant moments in his life of late, besides crashing to sleep at Mama's after long days of driving, came from the Saint-Magis side of things. Passengers, in fact. Since meeting Luc Basset up close, Marcel had driven the members of the domestic staff he associated with again. A man and 2 ladies. One of them was his favorite Saint-Magi girl. He'd seen her sweet smile and pretty eyes up close again. They'd exchanged pleasantries. He still didn't know her name, but he thought about her too often. A dangerous thing. Chapter 38. One warm Sunday in mid-May, Luc readied the supply wagon to pick up items and food from the city. He'd eaten a hearty breakfast in the dining room with Jean, Clemence, and the sisters, all of them in a joyous mood. Armand had been absent from the table and the galley this morning. Luc hoped to find him and check on him later. I need to speak to him after we get back, he thought as he secured the horses' harnesses. He was heading to Paris for the day, taking Emily and Adelaide with him. The 3 planned to make a stop at the home of Michaud and Madame Fortier. Luc planned to formally introduce himself to them as her suitor, and ask her parents for her hand. Nerves ate at his stomach. For him, this was to prepare for a marriage proposal if the moment was right. He didn't tell Emily such, but he hoped to propose to her this very day. As he loaded things in the back of the wagon, he spotted Armand pacing around the mansion's veranda, his hands over his face, rubbing his brow. Luc watched him sit down on one of the benches, slumping over. Something wrong? Luc muttered to himself. He strode with determined steps to the veranda, now feeling enough authority over Armand that he had a reason to confront him over the Aunt Mathilde mystery. He planned out the words he would eventually say. If you've known my Aunt Mathilde all these years, could you please tell me about my past, which I've forgotten? He changed his mind when he ran up the stairs and drew closer. The kitchen servant looked as if he were either weeping or about to burst into tears. Armand, what's wrong? His tone was as compassionate as he could muster. Armand raised his head, revealing bloodshot eyes and a pallor to his skin. Monsieur Luke, good morning. Just not feeling well today, terrible headache. He clutched a handkerchief in his lap. I don't believe you. I think it's more. Luke crossed his arms, leaning against the veranda's pillar. You don't look well, with all respect to you. I was wondering why you didn't join us for breakfast. I wasn't hungry. He rubbed his hand across his wrinkled forehead, staring at the floorboards as if his world were about to end. Time to get to the point. Have you heard from Aunt Mathilde yet? Armin's face crumpled. No. He blinked, pressing the handkerchief to his eyes. Damn it. Is she dead? Please forgive me for the rude question, but I must know. He lowered his voice, scanning for Emily or Adelaide. The ladies were still in the house, because I'm about to make a big decision in my life today. And I want to share my good news with her when I see her again. She would have been so happy. Armin broke down and wept. He covered his face with the handkerchief, his shoulders trembling. No, she's not dead. He mumbled, almost incoherently. She's gone, Luke. He pulled the cloth away to look at Luke with red, watery eyes. I lost touch with her. We'll never see your Aunt Mathilde ever again. How do you know? Luke grabbed a light chair and pulled it next to Armin's bench, sitting down directly in front of him. Sorrow for him, for Aunt Mathilde, cast a cloud over him on this beautiful day. When was the last time you even saw her? I haven't seen her nor spoken to her for 2 months now. Armin took a deep breath, pulling himself together. But I know she's gone. She's not coming back. He rubbed his face with the cloth. I've lost hope. That's all. Why? Luke pushed down the urge to rage. It wasn't Armin's fault. Why would she leave both of us and not tell us where she went? She's a poor old lady, Armin. His own eyes stung. He pressed a finger into one of them. She could be dead and we'll never know. Mathilde has always done what Mathilde chooses to do. All I know is she's gone somewhere, and I must find a way to find her again, I mean. He sniffled into the cloth, and that's all I can say. Luke slapped his palms on his knees. All right. I just want you to know I'll try to help. When I get back from the trip I'm going on with His Honor, I'll search Paris as much as I can to find her. I'll speak to the law and get His Honor's authority on our side. Armin shook his head. That won't help. And I said, it's hopeless. Luke stood up and put a hand on poor Armin's shoulder. Get some rest today, monsieur. I'll put other maids in charge of tasks. He went inside to speak to the maids and to find Emily and Adelaide. He'd hoped to leave from Paris at noon. The three rode into the city, bumping along a rough, wheel-trodden cleft in the grass that was barely considered a road. Luke took off his hat and wiped sweat beads off his forehead. Emily, to tell the truth, I'm nervous. Nervous? Emily smiled as she retied her bonnet. He may remember me from Jean and Clemence's wedding. Luke put his hat back on and clasped Emily's hand, as his other controlled the reins of the household's Percheron horses. I was rude back then, selfish and clueless. He might not remember you, Adelaide piped up. She rode on the rear buckboard behind Luke and Emily. For about the 400th time, she exclaimed, You two are the sweetest couple I've ever known. How could Papa not approve? I agree. Papa will like you. Emily squeezed his hand. I know your mama will like me. She's a lady. I've always managed to charm the ones I aim for, he added before Emily shot him an exasperated glance. I mean, merci. He pulled his hand from Emily's to steer the horses. Are you nervous? A little. They rolled into the city, their wagons surrounded by other horse and carriage traffic, before being swallowed by buildings and narrow streets on all sides. Luke navigated the maze of streets to the neighborhood where Emily and Adelaide's parents lived. Some of the narrow buildings had been painted in bright colors, like sunny yellow and light blue. Some had decorative metal accent trim on the gables. He parked on the side of the street, hoping to leave room for other passing carriages. The three of them disembarked and walked up the steps of 408 Rue Troisième, a narrow tan house with a rusting iron stair railing. I didn't expect you would bring a gentleman along with you on a surprise visit, girls, Monsieur Fordier said with a furrowed eyebrow, scrutinizing Luke. From the expression on Emily's father's face, Luke thought the man did recognize him as the proud young fellow who appeared haughty and rude at the wedding many months ago. He feared judgment.
We came into town on a work trip, Papa.
Adelaide took off her blue ribbon bonnet. State your business, Monsieur. The father and the three of them stood together in the small, wood-floored family room. It opened to a kitchen with a large, black cast-iron stove at the far wall,
reminiscent of the stove at the Marquis's chateau.
The stove appeared to be the finest purchase for the otherwise humble surroundings, reflecting the mother and the two daughters' love for cooking. Good afternoon, Monsieur Fortier. I'm Luc Bisset. Luke stepped forward and extended his hand. The father shook it with a firm grip. We're in town to purchase supplies for the household, and pay you a call. We met at Jean's and Clemence's wedding party, said Paul Fortier, a ruddy-faced man of about 60 with a white beard. You're an acquaintance of my daughter's? To be truthful, I'm their supervisor. I'm the newest household manager to His Honor, the Marquis and his family. My daughters aren't giving you or their honors any trouble, are they? I know one of them likes to cause mischief sometimes. Monsieur Fortier gave Adelaide a playful, fatherly wink. No, of course not. Luke grinned. Their father seemed a good fellow. They're both terrific maids. They do their part to keep the household running like a fine oiled grandfather clock. Very good to hear. Come in and sit down. Fortier led them from the front room into the kitchen. Warm from the burning stove, he gestured to it. Adelaide and Emily pooled their earnings together to buy this cast-iron stove for their mother. Luke's heart warmed as he shared a glance with the sisters. Where is Mamma? Emily took a seat along with Adelaide. Is she well? No worries, ma petite. We're all healthy and well. Fortier settled into a chair and folded his hands over his rotund middle, clad in a brown waistcoat. She went to the market for a few things. We didn't expect you to surprise us. The four of them made small talk about the Marquis's household, the near completion of the noble family's fund hotel, the weather in the countryside. Marjorie Fortier, a full-figured, round-faced woman, greeted them with pleased surprise. Hello. Margie. Monsieur Fortier gestured to Luke with the pipe in his hand. This is Monsieur Bisset, the girls' household manager, and a friend of theirs. Nice to meet you, Monsieur. The lady's eyes widened as she took in Luke's appearance with an unspoken, is he a prospect? Look before she rushed to hug Adelaide, who was truly a younger version of herself. Mamma, we missed you. Adelaide accepted her eager hug. Emily embraced her mother as well. The two daughters helped put things in the larder. You brought the long baguettes from Martin's patisserie, Adelaide exclaimed. They were always delicious. I could never bake them the same as he does.
You bake very well, Addie.
Monsieur. Emily.
Madame Fortier studied her younger daughter.
You look so healthy and pretty. It looks as if the scars are fading. I barely see them. Paul, don't you think so?
I agree. Monsieur Fortier squinted his hooded eyes, studying her. I always thought they would be permanent. It looks like a miracle.
I'm feeling much better now. Emily folded her hands, her face beaming. I think it's the warm sun and being out in the country.
But, Emily, remember you have always been beautiful. Her father extinguished a pipe in his ceramic bowl. There was never a moment in your life when you were anything but.
Thank you, Papa. Emily sat next to Luke, who lay his hand on her shoulder.
And Adelaide, you've always been cuter than a bug's ear your whole life. Monsieur Fortier said to his eldest, your mother's perfect copy. Of course, your cuteness has always been equal to naughtiness.
Oh, Papa. Adelaide gave a cheeky smile as she put a few of the prize baguettes on a serving dish. Naughty? Luke didn't think she was, but he had the feeling that Addie was going to make some lucky man very happy, and quite soon. She was all sweetness and innocence, yet radiated a feminine sensuality that she likely didn't realize. None of the eligible men working at the chateau were good enough for her. Please join us for a little luncheon, you three. Madame Fortier opened the lid of a soup pot. I always make too much. Luke sat down with the sisters, his heart swelling with love and admiration for his lady. Her long, cinnamon brown hair was worn down. She wore a red sprigged dress, which brought color to her light complexion. The vestiges of scars now more like freckles. She looked like a rose. Courage surged within him to take this mealtime to ask her parents the big question. Monsieur, Madame. Luke began after they were all seated in spindly chairs around the kitchen table.
The smell of boiled cabbage soup filled the room.
I want to escort the ladies home to see you, but I also have... Emily and we wish to speak to you about something.
He glanced at Emily. She widened her eyes, her face alight. Luke met Monsieur Fortier's expectant gaze.
I want to ask you for her hand in marriage.
Madame Fortier broke into a great tearful smile. Monsieur Fortier gave Luke a furrowed brow look.
How long have you been courting?
Emily and Luke glanced at each other.
A month,
they said in unison. About 4 weeks had passed since they shared their very first kiss that night in the kitchen. Luke and I have known each other well since the middle of winter. He helped build the hotel, but he was sick for a while. She gave Luke a shy glance. The same as me. You had it, monsieur? Madame Fortier gave Luke a careful look as she passed a plate of baguettes to Adelaide. I'm glad you recovered, but forgive me. I have to say I barely see much scarring at all. Adelaide nodded in concurrence as she dipped a baguette in her soup. Isn't it a miracle?
Thank you for your kind thoughts.
Luke touched his now smoother forehead, brushing a stray hair.
Just like Emily, I think it was the country air and sunshine.
He smiled as Adelaide passed him the bread plate, feeling assured what he noticed in the window reflections a few times was not just his imagination. His scars were healing. It seemed as if both his and Emily's scars had faded little by little. Monsieur Fortier gave Luke a look of inquisition.
May I ask you about last fall when you were in such a hurry to leave? You had said your aunt was ill. Is she well now?
The morning's upsetting conversation with Armand haunted him.
She's well enough to take a journey.
He tried to brush off his dark thoughts as he tore off a piece of the baguette and reached for the butter. I'm going to visit the old place, just to be sure. Monsieur Fortier slurped up a spoonful of cabbage soup for a moment.
Excuse me.
He swallowed and cleared his throat.
My first thought of you was that you were a hard-working fellow, and that you had too much pride in yourself. I thought it was an arrogant pride. Maybe I was wrong. You weren't. You were right.
Luke set his spoon down.
I've had that fault for a long time. But the hard lessons in life caused me to think of my attitude. Instead of feeling like I deserved the world, being angry at those in higher stations, I've tried to work hard instead to raise myself up. What are your plans for the upcoming years?
Monsieur Fortier gestured towards him with his mug held aloft, no different from how the Marquis interrogated Prince Louis. This was just on a smaller scale.
The work I'm doing now. Luke fiddled with his spoon, stirring soup. A modest living, but I'm happy where I am at the moment. I have dreams of doing other things in the future, I suppose.
He looked down at the cabbage in the soup, thinking of Emily and her enjoyment of growing vegetables.
Someday I'd like to own a farm.
Emily gave him a gentle smile. That would be peaceful. Country life, having gardens and animals to raise.
I knew she would like that idea. He liked it just as well. That is respectable.
Monsieur Fortier stood up and went over to Luke, offering his hand for another shake.
You have my blessing.
Luke shook his hand and turned to Emily, whose eyes were bright with tears.
Emily, this makes me very nervous, but we must finalize this.
He reached to her hands alongside him and took them in his heart pounding. He'd wondered earlier if he ought to wait until they were alone. But the bright look in her pretty eyes told him she was perfectly eager for what he was about to say.
Emily, I love you with all my heart, and, well, let me get to the point. I want to share my entire life with you. He took a breath. Will you marry me?
Emily's face lit with a rosy glow.
Yes.
She shot up from the table.
Luke stood from his seat, and the two of them collided and embraced in front of her parents and sisters.
Thank you,
he said, a lump in his throat. Luke, I love you so much. A half-sob colored her words with emotion, muffled in the fabric of his vest as Luke wrapped her in his arms. He held her as close and as tight as a rare treasure. Adelaide clapped her hands in giddy excitement. My future brother-in-law! Madame Fortier rushed to hug Luke. I can tell she loves you so very much, Monsieur Bisset. You two will make such handsome children. Mamma? Emily lifted her head from Luke's embrace, wearing her embarrassed look. We will take things one day at a time.
Chapter 39. After eating and celebrating with the Fortiers, Luke, Emily, and Adelaide walked the neighborhood. They passed rattling carriages, horses, clusters of chatting people. Every so often, Luke couldn't resist leaning down towards Emily to join his lips to hers. They were young, engaged, securing a living, and happened to be strolling in the city of romance on a sunny spring day. He couldn't be happier to be alive. Spotting 2 ragged-clothed children across the street with a clay pot, he dug into his pockets. "Excuse me, sweetheart," he said to Emily. "I'm going to give them a little." "Wait here." Adelaide took coins from her purse. "Add some of mine." She and Emily followed Luke's fast strides to greet the 2 children. Luke dropped his coins in the small pot the young girl held in her arms. "Merci," the boy and girl exclaimed to the 3 young adults. The girl looked to be about 8 or 9, the boy 11 or 12. The girl had the biggest gap-toothed smile on her face. "What are your names?" Emily took the only coin from her skirt pocket and added it to the girl's pot. "Henry," said the boy. "And that's Josephine, but she likes to be called Jo. Good to meet you." Luke nodded to both. "Henry is the name of His Honor, the Marquis de Brumont, and, if I had my way, I'd take both of you to his home, where we work, to live and learn a skill, and make sure you get plenty of food." "Thank you, me sure, but our mother would miss us." Henry shifted his dirty, bare feet back and forth on the cobblestones, rocking as if he needed to find a privy soon. "We have a home." Little Joe pointed in the direction of Rue Saint-Kiem. A place as nasty as my old home for certain, Luke thought. "Our mamma is sick and can't work. We must beg to pay rent." Henry bounced on his feet, unable to keep his body still. "We have to walk home now." The boy took his little sister by the hand. "Thank you." "Adieu. And we hope to see you again," Luke waved. "Goodbye, Henry and Joe. Please stay safe." Adelaide wrung her hands with worry. The 3 watched the youngsters walk with their pot, waving until they turned around the corner. Luke took Emily's hand. "I wish we could do more," said Emily. "Someday, when I make my fortune, small as it will be, I'll help as many as I can. Only in time." "I believe you." She squeezed his hand. "I might open a seamstress shop of my own someday, but not here. There's already one down our street from Papa and Mamma's. I've seen the sign, and I wouldn't want to take their business away." Adelaide adjusted her bonnet as she walked a step behind them. "I've seen that shop as well, Em. Would you both still want to continue serving their honors after you marry?" "Yes, all depending." Luke smiled down at his love. "We'll take things as they are for now. But someday I want to build a house for just Emily and myself, with a farm and a seamstress shop, if you wish, Emily." "That sounds wonderful." She leaned her head against Luke's shoulder. "When I was a little girl, I wanted to live in the countryside with a huge garden to grow vegetables and flowers." "You had a green thumb. I didn't," Adelaide said. "We had a good childhood. I'm thankful." She clutched her coin purse. "We didn't have much, but Emily and I found ways to amuse ourselves. Remember when we used to play in mud puddles?" "Yes," Emily laughed. "You always splashed mud on me, on purpose. When the puddles froze in cold weather, you ran around stomping and cracking all the ice in the streets." Luke frowned. "I have no recollection of my own to share." "I loved the ice, that's why." Adelaide slipped her coin bag into her dress pocket. "I thought it looked pretty when it made spiderweb patterns, like art." "True. We were both artists then." Emily smiled at Adelaide, then turned attention to him. "Luke, you're so quiet now. I'm sorry. We speak about our childhoods. And you never—" "It's all right, Cherie." Luke wrapped his arm around Emily's waist. "You can speak about your childhoods. That way I can live those happy times and pretend they were my own." It was true. He would join his life with Emily's any way he could. Amid his joy, disturbing thoughts about Aunt Mathilde and Armand's distress back at the chateau haunted him once more. I ought to go check my old home, over on Rue Sepiem, to peek inside the rat-infested place to see if Aunt Mathilde might have returned. "Didn't Armand tell you she is faring well?" Emily gave him a quizzical eye beneath her bonnet brim. Armand didn't share his distress over Aunt Mathilde with the maids. Luke hadn't shared his interaction with Armand either. I asked him again and he said she's gone and he doesn't know. Would you mind if I went to check on the old place? I could hail a cab or carriage to make it quick. I don't mind, sweetheart. We could all go there together. Adelaide glanced up and down the street, an eager look on her rosy, cherubic face. I wonder where the bargain coachman is today. Emily laughed. Oh, Addie, you have another crush starting, don't you? Adelaide lowered her eyes under her hat. Maybe. Her face lit up as if an idea burst into her mind like a torch lantern. Emily, remember what I was going to tell you? Emily put her hand to her chin. What were you going to tell me? Luke grinned, loving the thought of marrying into this lively family. I told you I think he's a prince. Who's a prince? The bargain coach driver. Adelaide's face went scarlet under her bonnet. I believe he doesn't charge much money for rides because he doesn't need to. My idea is that he's already a wealthy prince, or perhaps a duke, and the nice huge carriage and clean horses are his own. If the driver were a prince or duke, Adelaide, he would be in their honors in Lady Evangeline's social circles, said Emily. What if he's a dark, handsome prince from a faraway southern kingdom? Adelaide wondered aloud. Where the great majestic animals roam, and his family told him to travel the world, and so he's searching Paris to meet his one true love. Oh, Adelaide, Emily laughed. I can imagine he is, if I want to. They meandered over to Rue Sixième, closer to the street where Luke and Aunt Mathilde used to dwell. I hate the city sometimes. Luke glanced over at the thick cluster of market people with their din of voices. The more I think of it, the more a farm sounds perfect. We can have a garden this summer so we won't have to travel to buy vegetables, said Emily. I admire your practicality, and I love you. They stopped for an embrace in the middle of the street. I wish I could search the shops within the city's center to find you a diamond ring. He nuzzled her ear, his words a near whisper. I don't need a diamond ring, Emily whispered back. We must save our earnings. Luke, Emily. Adelaide stopped still in her tracks. I think I see the bargain carriage and my favorite coachman at the corner by the little church. Let's say hello at least. I only have a few livres left, Adelaide. Luke fumbled in his pocket. I have 8 livres. Adelaide jingled her pocket bag with pride. She walked at a quicker pace, adjusting her straw bonnet, lifting her blue striped dress to keep it from getting dusty. It is him! Luke watched Adelaide's attempt to walk nonchalantly past the coach. It pleased him that she fancied the man, for Luke sensed he was lonely when he talked to him that one time. His horses looked clean and well taken care of. Luke immediately checked the horses' hooves. They wore new iron shoes. Good. The driver sat hunched over, staring at something he held in his hands. When Adelaide, Emily, and Luke passed, he sat up straight and stowed away whatever it was, turning to the 3. Bonsoir, he greeted. Bonsoir. Luke took the initiative, speaking to him first, for Adelaide appeared nervous. Good to see you around, monsieur, said the coachman. And you as well, ladies. His expression brightened. Mesdames, or, mesdemoiselles, he faltered. They are both mesdemoiselles, Luke grinned. How have you been, monsieur? I've been well, he adjusted his hat. Thank you. Luke had forgotten what his surname was. It started with a C, a common first name or surname. He'd ask again. Would you mind me asking if we could purchase a ride from you down Rue Septième? He asked. I need to check my old place where I used to live. I don't mind at all, monsieur. The coachman stepped down and opened the carriage door, giving a polite nod to Emily and Adelaide. Ladies, glad to help you again. Emily climbed in, thanking him. Adelaide stayed on the sidewalk and adjusted her bonnet. The driver was waiting for her to follow Emily. She fumbled with her coin purse instead. I have coins to pay, monsieur, Adelaide said to him. Is it, 5 livres again? For the 3 of you, completely free for a short drive. Climb in and make yourself comfortable. Luke noticed the man's warm, smiling gaze fixed upon Adelaide. Well, I'll be. This might happen, he thought. Good. Actually, may I sit up on top? Adelaide's face had gone crimson. It's a little warm inside with the windows and the bright sun. I wouldn't want to miss any Details of the streets and buildings. I can give directions, well. Usually, of course, her rapid faltering words spilled the tea in an over-tipped pot. The driver's eyebrows lifted, his face lit with pleasure. Yes, I suppose I don't mind the company. Here, I'll help you up. Luke climbed in to sit by Emily, closing the door himself. They listened from the window as the driver helped Adelaide climb onto the front buckboard with him. Emily caught Luke's eye. They both held back a chortle of laughter. The details of the streets and buildings, said Luke with a dramatic air. Poetic words of l'amour. He put a hand to his heart. Emily shook her head with levity despite herself. She can give directions well, she whispered with amusement. Adelaide gives directions about as well as she folds linen napkins. I should have dared her with the promise of 10 livres to ask the coachman if he truly, the prince from a faraway southern kingdom, searching the world over his true love. Luke held back the urge to burst into louder laughter. He noticed some wisps of silvery fog about the cab, likely remnants from a passenger who smoked. Luke, stop teasing her now, chided Emily. She's still looking around for possible gentleman friends. Let her have fun and social time away from us. You talk of her right now as if you were her mamma, and if she were 15 and not 25. The carriage swayed as they turned the corner. Emily's petite body was thrown against Luke's. Ah, you're right where I want you, Luke said, grasping her waist with iron-firm hands, pulling her closer. No more of this about your older sister. Luke. Emily started to argue, but his cheeky laugh was too much. He pulled the velvet curtain closed over the window and joined his lips with Emily's in a lingering kiss. I'm the opposite of your sister. I'd rather enjoy the scenery here than outside, he whispered when they parted. Chapter 40. Adelaide gave the coachman a discreet glance as he gazed ahead, doing his job in silence. Dimples on his brown cheeks revealed a slight smile. She shifted her attention to the jingling reins and the swishing tails of the horses. Do your horses have names, Michor? She asked. He turned to her, eyes widening. Yes, Felix and Fifi. She adjusted her bonnet ribbons so her double chin wouldn't show and her face would look less dumpling-like. Oh, those are such nice names, she said in a tone of praise. You must take really good care of them. I do try to care for them well, thank you. I keep them stabled at my mother's. She lives near the place you were walking. He gestured with his rein-free hand towards the tall steepled church. Where does she live? Rue Troisième, next to Rue Cremieux. He straightened his posture to maneuver his horses. I grew up on a house on Rue Troisième. Adelaide clutched the side rail as they turned to another street. My parents still live there. Your parents and my mother are practically neighbors. His voice rose with enthusiasm. That's wonderful. She beamed a smile at him. They had more in common than she thought. My name is Mademoiselle Adelaide Fortier. Michor Marcel Clement. He pronounced his name with pride. It's so nice to meet you, Michor Clement. It's nice to finally meet you, Mademoiselle Fortier. Marcel pulled the horse's reins to the right, steering around another carriage. How long have you been driving carriages? About 7 or 8 years. Do you like it? She asked. Now that's a rather stupid question. It's pleasant enough. Adelaide smoothed the fabric of her dress, shifting her position to be more comfortable on the buckboard seat. That's nice. I work as a maid for a nobleman. His dark eyebrows rose with piqued interest. It's a noble job. Thank you. My older sister was a maid for a prince's palace. His tone lost its cheer, like a fast, wilting rose. He's not a royal silly. What was more concerning to her was the fact that he said was in the past tense. She didn't know how to reply to that. A solemn lull of quiet between them set in. The steady clip-clop of the horses' hooves was the only sound as they entered the most downtrodden neighborhood. Luke's voice came from inside the coach. Michor, it's 318 Rue Septième. Yes, Michor, I know the area well, Marcel called out. We're almost there. It seems you're taking an extra long route, Luke called from out the window. We could have been there 5 minutes ago. I beg your pardon, Michor. I will get you there fast if time is urgent. It's not urgent, said Luke. My sister Emily and Luke just got engaged today, Adelaide told Marcel. He asked for our father's blessing. Marcel gave her a polite nod and called down to Luke. Congratulations on your engagement. Michor, did you say 318? The horses slowed as he steered them near crumbling old buildings, their windows cracked and dirty. Adelaide had trouble imagining someone as prideful and hardworking as Luke living in a place like this. "Thank you for the good wishes," Luke called from inside. "It's farther down." Marcel drove a bit further until Luke shouted, "Stop here." He halted the horses and glanced to the right, then the left, then right again. "I don't see building 318. I only see 319, 317, 320 on the other." "It's here." Luke stepped out with Emily following him. "Merci. We will be back shortly, unless my aunt is home. If we aren't back in 5 minutes, keep Adelaide good company." Luke took Emily's hand and they rushed to the building's door. "Mademoiselle," said Marcel, "they're walking into an evergreen tree, not a building. Wait!" He clapped a hand over his brow. "What?" Adelaide squinted at the place they entered. "What evergreen tree?" "Never mind. It's a building. I see it now. Of course. 318. I'm glad you're able to see it." She gave him an amused smile. "I don't think she returned, Luke," Emily said as the couple approached the door of the decrepit 318 Rue Sepiem. Luke took his old key from his pocket to let himself in. Emily's hand cradled his elbow as they climbed the uneven steps. "It smells worse now than it used to." Luke pushed open the door to the tiny apartment and stuck his head in. "Aunt Mathilde?" A few sticks of furniture were still in the dusty place. The ashy hole where they always cooked potato soup was still there, and to Luke's disgust, a rat crawled out of it. "Aunt Mathilde?" She was long gone. Worry gripped his heart. Someday he hoped she'd find her way back to them. At least let them know she was all right. Damn it. Poor Armand. He turned to Emily with a sigh. "No sign of her. Let's go." Luke and Emily flew down the stairs. "I'm talking to Armand again as soon as we get home, Emily. He might know something about her, I hope." They returned to the coach, where Adelaide and Michaud, or what's-his-name, sat gazing at each other on the buckboard. "No sign of my relative, Michaud. I was doing a quick welfare check." Luke interrupted whatever flirtation they were having with a twinge of chagrin. "A charter coach for the trip." He remembered that detail as he gave the man an inquiring look. "By chance, is your schedule free for a long-distance trip between May 25th and June 1st or 2nd? He asked. "I know that's a long stretch. A nobleman would pay you well, and you'll get prime accommodations, I'm certain. Myself, my fiancée Emily here, and Adelaide are all going." "My schedule is flexible for the most part, Michaud." The coachman glanced at Adelaide beside him, then back to Luke with a hint of a smile. "At least for the rest of May. I have to be back in Paris on the 2nd of June. "And you do long-distance trips?" Luke stood with Emily alongside the horses, admiring the healthy team. "I've traveled far from Paris many times." "Well, good. Fortunately, I asked you. Michaud, what was your surname again?" "Clement." "Michaud Clement, yes. I want to charter a coach, myself and the two ladies." Luke wrapped his arm around Emily. "We're going to the palace of what was his name? Prince Christopher d'Orleans?" Clement's eyes went wide, his lips opening slightly. "I know it's far away," Luke said apologetically. "It's in the Lorraine region, but you'll be paid extremely well. Distance isn't a problem. It's fine. Do you know that prince?" Clement tensed his shoulders. He gave Luke a piercing gaze, his voice tense. It reminded him of the night he helped his horse. "I mean, have you ever met him?" Luke furrowed his brow. "Personally, no. I've barely gone anywhere in my short little life. I've met one prince, though, the one named Louis." Clement swallowed in his throat as if he were bracing himself for something. "Maybe he doesn't know the way." "Do you know how to get there? I have directions." Adelaide spoke up, giving the man a look of caring concern. "Is that all right? Don't let Luke pressure you." I know exactly where that is, Michaud. I'll do it." The coachman held his look of stress. "I'll be honored to provide transportation for you." Luke paid him all of his remaining coins. "Thank you. I promise you'll be paid well, and I insist on something for your time. This is a pleasant ride, but now we need a lift back to where I parked my supply wagon. Adelaide here will show you the way." He gave his future sister-in-law a teasing wink.
After Luke let Emily climb in, he went inside and clapped the door shut. When they were alone, he gave Emily a soft kiss on the forehead. So I have a coach chartered. He clasped her hand, studying her pretty fingers. I still wish I had time to shop for that diamond ring. It's too expensive, though. Someday soon. Emily gently placed her hands over his cheeks to kiss him again. He took great pleasure in the cool, comforting sweetness of her lips. Wrapping both arms around her waist, he leaned her back against the coach's soft seat, playfully ravishing her until she pushed against his chest with her palm, laughing. Oh, Luke. We could marry when we return from the trip. Wouldn't you like a longer courting period? Emily blushed just as deeply as her sister had blushed over her coachman. No. Luke patted her knee, covered by the fabric of her modest floral print dress. She straightened in her seat. Life is short. I've given up on all the other lovely ladies for you. I can't wait to wake up each morning with you at my side. The truth is, I never felt worthy of a woman when I was sick, wretched living in that sad place. Now, I'm someone. You've always been someone, Luke. Someday you'll remember your whole life. Love swelled Luke's soul as he looked into her soft, intelligent eyes. I may, but I don't care. The future is all I care about. I want to have a family with you. Emily leaned against his shoulder. I've been so happy about my life with you that I haven't been doing my drawings much anymore. Do your drawings again, Emily. Perhaps sell them here on the streets. Luke glanced out the window at a colorfully dressed troubadour playing the flute. Just like the street artists and musicians. What a sweet idea. Emily gently cradled his work-roughened hand in her fingers, enjoying the ride through the great city of romance. Chapter 41. Marcel gave Adelaide a side glance as he drove. Are you having a pleasant day in the city, mademoiselle? Yes, very pleasant. You can call me Adelaide, Monsieur Clement. Adelaide. And just Marcel is fine, on your part. He gave her a shy smile. Her face heated up more than the sun could hope for. Marcel. Such a nice name. Thank you. Or thank my mother, I suppose. He looked back and forth to heed the carriage traffic. Adelaide caught a cringe of disturbance on his face. She glanced to her right. A tall, blond man strode briskly along the cobblestones. A very handsome fellow, but with a cold stare that fixed on Marcel's coach as they drove by in a slow trot. The man glared at Adelaide, then inside the cab at Emily and Luke. His lightly bearded face was set in a hard scowl. Some people are rudely impatient when they have to wait. No need for this man to be angry. Marcel sped up his horses with a quick jolt. The man was left behind. I think someone back there was waiting to take your coach. He was looking at you. He can wait. Marcel had a sudden edge in his voice. This job can be tough and tedious, I imagine. Her heart swelled with empathy. It can be at times, Adelaide. His eyes locked with hers. It was so nice to hear him say her name. For months, she'd only known him as the nameless coach who called her Mademoiselle, like every other lady passenger. Service, you must relate. Yes. Something unspoken haunted his expression, something more than just long hours with horses on the streets. But honestly, she continued, her voice soft, if things aren't fair for you, Marcel, please don't smile and pretend they are. Thank you, he whispered, averting his gaze. They reached Rue Troisième and the Fortier house, where Luke and Emily had disembarked. Adelaide, why don't you let this gentleman take you on another tour? Luke stood with both arms wrapped completely around her sister, holding her like a treasure. Monsieur, I'll give you 3 more livres. No, please, no money needed. Marcel held a hand out. I'd be glad to. Adelaide's heart warmed. They separated from Luke and Emily, heading a fair distance down the street closer to Rue Cremieux. Marcel stopped to park near a house with a seamstress shop sign on its awning. Could you let me know if a customer stops by? I have to duck inside the cab and check if anyone dropped their belongings. You can chat with Felix and Fifi. Of course, that's fine. Adelaide remained sitting on the buckboard, admiring the way the sun lit the horses' hides with a silver sheen. Now which one of you is Fifi? She asked. The one on the left swished her snowy white tail. Bonjour, Fifi. A symphony of string music came from somewhere. She glanced around to see if there were more street musicians beside the flutist. It sounded like the music was playing somewhere behind her.
Alexis, I saw you, Marcel said into the looking glass while inside his empty coach cab. He'd done a quick teleport home to grab a few bites of Mama's mashed yams before teleporting back inside the coach cab, a matter of minutes. Relieving his hunger didn't quell the sinking feeling in his stomach. But please, I'm still with customers. Asan Maji is sitting in my driver's seat right now, and I can't talk for long. Fear gripped him like a tight bit on a horse's tooth. Luke was a reborn man. An innocent girl loved him, was about to marry him, and Luke was Adelaide's friend as well. On the other hand, Le Concierge. Avoiding the task would have been disobedience, which now is the new order of the society. It meant Marcel would be a traitor condemned to death. You were with the cursed victim, Prince Renaud, I see, said Alexis's voice. Excellent job. Thank you. And would you believe this? His speech quickened. I already arranged to bring Prince Renaud directly to the woman who will break Mathilde's spell. He's even paying me in Saint-Magie money himself to do so. How did you manage that so fast? The nobles he's serving are visiting other nobles, and that's where the woman is. Marcel's chest was about to burst from his rapid heart rate. I can't believe our luck, he shouted the words, in feigned glee. That man will finally stop being memory cursed against his free will and be himself again. Extraordinary job, shouted the officer's praising voice, so loud that Marcel had to turn up his musical sound jinx inside the coach. You seem much happier today than you've been, mon garçon. After all, your success in masterminding Mathilde's downfall has impressed our lord. He said his prophetic eye sometimes makes mistakes. You may not be destined for treason. Thank you. It was all he could say. I think I might be destined for treason. You just don't know it yet. Why do you keep casting brouillard de raton? Alexis asked. I can never check on you. Alexis, will you trust me? Most people don't want to be watched every moment of their lives. I saw you with that Saint-Magie. You had better not be starting anything with her. Alexis admonished, his voice losing its praise and hardening to a threat. Defilement with such a woman will result in Lord Bertrand ordering you to death. The ultimate crime? Are you in jest? He let out a breezy laugh. Now, if I were to commit it, I would have to freeze my own foolish heart to death, according to Lord Bertrand. Do you think I'd want that? Marcel, I want you to meet me at headquarters soon, and we will have this exact conversation face to face, not through the glass. I'll see when we can meet. I'll have the Prince Renaud assignment taking up over a week of my time, and while I'm there, Saint-Magies will be everywhere like a herd of rats, just so you know. Will you be done getting that spell broken before the 3rd of June? Yes, I assure you. His heart pounding and his chest hurt. A lot. Talk to me when the Saint-Magies are gone. The looking glass's white glow turned off, to Marcel's great relief. He left the cab and climbed back to the driver's seat, rejoining the woman he just befriended. The reason he felt happier today. Adelaide, he finally found out, a beautiful name for a beautiful woman. As soon as he was next to her, his heart calmed and warmed like a child in a heated bath. I'm sorry I took so long, Adelaide. I didn't mean to leave you alone like that. It's all right. I was with Felix and Fifi, she said cheerily. And I'm quite sure they understood what I asked them because they replied to my questions in horse language. He doubled over laughing, feeling as if a bubbly champagne bottle had been uncorked within him. She gave him a gentle smile before she succumbed to giggles herself. After a moment of laughing together for no particular reason, they each caught their breath. I'm glad you knew I was joking. She tucked her hair in her bonnet, since, logically, your horses don't understand French. He straightened his posture to take back control of Felix and Fifi. They understand a little. You must love animals as I do. Do you have any pets? I don't have a pet at the moment. When I was growing up, I had a cat named Lucille. After she died, I haven't had another pet since. I'm sorry. I hope you can get another pet. He maneuvered his reins to steer his horses, passing busy carriage traffic. I had a few growing up. I named my first pet Rosé Pierre, and after him was Blue Pierre. What animals were they? Rodents. Adelaide frowned a bit. Any girl would at the thought of a mundane Parisian rat. A special kind of rodent, though, he added. Very furry,
More like rabbits, but without long ears. Tiny short limbs, no tails. The pet shop in Fontaine and Chantilly sold boule de peluche rodents in a variety of colors. They were about the size of a kitten. Marcel had Blue Pierre until he or she passed away 5 years before. I'm imagining them pink and blue because of their names. They were bright pink and bright blue. She burst into more lively giggles. That can't be. Only birds or fish are those colors, not rodents or rabbits. You're choking. I could be. So you're one of those men's, full of tall tales, like my papa, guilty as charged. Adelaide laughed again, her cheeks rosy under the straw bonnet. She smoothed out her modest blue dress, draping it over her buxom curves. The image of the Baroque painting of the unclothed, full-hipped garden girl in Alexis's office came to his mind's eye. She surely looked like her. No, she's off limits. His conscience screamed, but since when was talking to a fellow human a crime? Luke waved to the coach as they returned. I have these for you, Michaud. He showed Marcel some papers, the arrangement for chartered carriage service, directions, and a map of the route to Prince Christopher's palace, along with the safety contract the Marquis needed the driver to sign. Thank you. The coachman produced a quill pen in his hand. No inkwell? Luke cocked an eyebrow. Already dipped it in the inkwell, Michaud. I didn't see you dipping a quill in any ink, actually. Adelaide squinted her eyes. You didn't have a quill a moment before, either. I did it by sleight of hand, Mademoiselle Adelaide. He grinned at her. You must watch more closely. He signed his name in small, rapid script on all 3 papers. Luke noticed there was no loss of ink on the last signing. Monsieur Luc Bisset is your name, then? He asked. Oui, Monsieur Clement. Which carriage company are you with? Clement Coach Service. The address is 260 Rue Troisième. You're the owner? Oui. It's a family business. Marcel looked at Adelaide as she hopped off the buckboard. I'll see you on the trip. It was very nice talking to you, Marcel. Adelaide's face radiated cheer as she spoke to him. We must go home now before it gets dark and cold. Yes, we must go. Luke took notice of the lengthening shadows. It was surely past 5 o'clock. Thank you for your offer, Marcel. You're a godsend. You're welcome, Monsieur Bisset. The coachman gave him a pleasant nod before his gaze went to Adelaide. Adelaide, could we, continue our conversation on another day? He wiped his brow with a gloved hand. It helps the time go by when I have someone nice to talk to on a long trip. Of course we can. Adelaide ran her hand through her wind-blown hair, beaming with joy at the bargain coachman. Luke couldn't help but grin. He hoped that one bonus of this upcoming trip was he and Emily could help get this overworked, lonely coachman and this ever-single Adelaide together. See you then, and have a good evening. Marcel gave his horses reins a shake and drove off. Luke and the sisters boarded the wagon for the hour-long drive back to the country chateau. The sun dipped lower. Shadows cooled the 3 of them as they rode the bumpy wagon. After they escaped the limits of the busy city, Luke drove along a well-trodden road along rich farmland in springtime, always a time of promise and new beginnings. Blossoms of white and lavender colored the countryside. Luke glanced at his lady-love. Her brown hair caught the light breeze. She wrapped her shawl tighter around herself and leaned closer to him. Adelaide sat behind them, munching on an apple and quietly reading a book. Luke took a deep breath of the cooling air. I never had the chance to travel in the country until recently. Maybe I did in my early youth, though I don't recall it. He chuckled, throwing an arm around Emily, his other hand controlling the reins. She nestled close against him. You're doing it now, sweetheart. You needn't recall any time before. Just enjoy what you're presently doing. He sniffed a little laugh. Someday my brain will work, Emily, and I will remember it all, he mused. 10, 15, 18, even just 3 years ago. And then I won't feel as if I'm half a man. What matters is the future, Luke, said Emily. You're a whole man to me, not half. We have the rest of our lives. She knew the right things to say to calm his demons and make things right. Thank you. It was all he could express. Thank you for being by my side, Emily. You, Adelaide, Jean, everyone. He wiped a stinging eye as joy swelled within him. You're so sweet, Luke. Adelaide's soft voice came from behind him, the pages from her book rustling.
You're my brother now, and I cannot wait until your wedding when it becomes official, she gushed. It won't be fancy for certain. Emily grasped his hand, but it will be perfect. Fierce twin flames of passion and warm affection took over him. He moved to Emily's face for a kiss. Her lips were warm, soft, a refuge and a haven. Breaking away, his eyes took in the shape and contour of her face, engraving this moment in his memory. The faint brown marks on her cheeks only added to her gentle beauty. As always, they became rosy pink when he withdrew from her. I promise I will remain by your side. Emily's eyes shone love back to him, no matter what the future brings. After Luke finished his task that evening, he looked for Armand, but the man had disappeared. He found Jean soon enough, sitting on the veranda with Clemence at his side, watching the sunset. Clemence rose from the bench and kissed her husband. Good night. I have to rise early tomorrow. Bonne nuit. Jean gave her a loving grin as she slipped into the door. After she left, he turned to his friend. How was your trip into the city today? Luke quirked his eyebrows. Couldn't have been better. I asked Emily to marry me in front of her parents. Jean's eyes widened. Did she say yes? Luke gave an affirmative nod, joy bursting within his heart again. And her parents approved of her marrying such a wretched fool as me. Congratulations, but you're no longer a wretched fool. You've changed so much, and I don't just mean the scars healing miraculously. You have much to be proud of, but you have humility. He shrugged. Humility. Yes. You don't overdo the humility. A lady doesn't want to be with a man who either puts himself down like you just did or who boasts and brags. Keep winning her over. It doesn't just end with the wedding. And you have a great opportunity soon, taking Emily to a prince's ball. I'm almost jealous. Luke smiled. True. Hard to believe Emily and I are going to this great palace of Prince Louis's cousin. It's supposed to be huge, they say. I wonder what this Prince Christopher fellow and his wife are like. I suppose he's another one like Louis, vying for the throne, he thought with a light chuckle. You see one royal, you've seen them all. Jean leaned at his chair with a soft smile. Luke caught his eye. Thank you for being the best friend I could have asked for. If you hadn't asked me to try for this job, I don't know if I would even be alive today. His eyes stung. I owe so much to this man. Jean reached out to touch his shoulder with a work-roughened hand. I didn't even think I'd be saving a life. Something told me that day, just a hunch, that I should go to your apartment and knock on your door. I'm so glad I did. Sometimes it's just the little things that change the course of one's life. Luke rubbed his stinging eye and sighed, recalling a memory. I'm thinking of Emily. With the little toy soldier she gave me last Christmas, it made me think she didn't hate me after all. She thought I deserved a chance. Jean broke into his wide grin. So did I. Don't forget me. Luke barked a hearty laugh and slapped his friend's shoulder. I can't forget you. He took a breath of the evening air. Frogs sang their choruses to hearken the anticipated warm summer. All was peaceful. What he wished to remember, even more than his lost past, was this day and those to come. This has been The Reborn Prince, Mages of the Mundane, Book 1, by Julianne Munich. Narrated by Josie Mcintyre. Copyright 2021 by Julianne Munich and production copyright by Mira Crest.